Attention, all Blue Star humans. The doomsday game is about to descend. At that time 90 of humans will be infected with the zombie virus and become zombies. The remaining humans can activate player privileges after killing one zombie. The doomsday game will continue until humanity is extinct or someone completes the game. The completion conditions need to be explored on your own. Finally, all Blue Star humans be prepared. Countdown 5959. Doomsday game. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and a countdown was jumping before his eyes. Zhou Jing'an, who had been mindlessly staring at his computer, now felt panicked. In 1 hour the whole universe will flicker for me. He had just crossed over to this parallel world and hadn't even finished merging his memories. Now suddenly he was told that in another hour the apocalypse would descend. What a joke, even the Trisolarans weren't this urgent. The memory fusion was soon complete. The original owner, shared his name, was alone and had just lost his job. These memories were essentially meaningless. But this also saved him a lot of trouble. With no attachments, he only needed to care about himself. With less than an hour left before the doomsday game descended, no one knew what was really happening, but the instinct to survive urged everyone to act. Food, drinking water, medicine, weapons for self-defense, and other essential supplies. These were the keys to surviving the apocalypse, and they had to be gathered quickly. But Zhou Jing'an wasn't the only one thinking this. More than half the world probably had the same idea. When disaster strikes, people's first reaction is to hoard supplies. The supermarket downstairs closed its doors. But at that moment no one could stop it. The glass door was smashed with a stone, and nearly 100 people poured in to grab things. Some people initially intended to pay, but when the food they grabbed was snatched away, they also abandoned their restraint. The supermarket owner did not try to stop them. Instead, he turned and ran into the warehouse, locking the iron door securely from inside. Such scenes were just a microcosm of the world. Everywhere order was collapsing, happening constantly across the globe. A flight in Magu country suffered a sudden accident, crashing into the sea. The crew and passengers have little hope of survival. A train in Baishan country derailed for unknown reasons, scene horrific. A train in Baishan country derailed for unknown reasons, scene horrific. A series of car accidents in Fugwa country severely affected city traffic. A mass shooting in Pyongyang country, local police were repelled multiple times due to insufficient firepower. The hanging TV in the supermarket kept playing all kinds of absurd news until the screen was smashed by a baseball bat. Zhou Jing'an, who was a step too slow, only managed to grab some bagged snacks and biscuits. Instant noodles and similar items were cleared out first. Fortunately, the original owner had planned to be unemployed long-term and had stocked up some food and soda at home. Otherwise, he might have been among the first eliminated in the doomsday game. The streets were getting more chaotic. It was hard to get anything more outside. To avoid being unable to return home in time, Zhou Jing'an decided to give up on further gathering. After the doomsday game descended, water and electricity might be cut off. In the last moments, he quickly took out all kinds of containers to store tap water, sitting on a chair with clenched hands waiting for the countdown to reach 0. Finally, the doomsday game has officially descended. Humans of Blue Star, good luck, ha. The noisy street suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Zhou Jing'an checked himself in the mirror, making sure he hadn't turned into a zombie, and sighed in relief. Good, I happen to be the 1 in 10. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Next is to kill a zombie and get player privileges as soon as possible. Ah! A scream suddenly came from upstairs, startling Zhou Jing'an. Only then did he notice that the silence outside had been broken and screams were coming from the street. He parted the curtains and looked downstairs. Several pedestrians who hadn't made it home were pinned to the ground by a group of people moving strangely. They struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Flesh was torn from the neck's blood vessels, severed blood sprayed out quickly, and soon even screams could no longer be heard. The suspected zombies crouched and tore for a while, then got up and pounced on other targets, moving as fast as elderly people rushing to a supermarket sale. Zhou Jing'an turned pale. Aren't zombies supposed to be slow, stiff, rotten, and something even a 10-year-old could take on alone? What the hell are these things? He had originally planned to find a chance to go downstairs and kill a zombie, but now it seemed he had to think long-term. This body had lacked exercise for a long time. Climbing to the 5th floor left him breathless. He really didn't have much confidence in surviving those monsters, let alone taking one down head-on. It seemed he could only look for a lone zombie. But where could he find one? Listening to the faint sound of gnawing from upstairs, an idea formed in his mind. Back in the bedroom, he lay on the floor and pulled out an unsharpened tang sword from under the bed. Not surprising. Which single guy doesn't have a home defense weapon? Then he tied chopsticks to his arms with cloth strips for simple protection, grabbed the sword, and rushed straight to the 6th floor. He didn't wear a thick coat because it would restrict his movement, but he failed to pry the door open. Damn, didn't those clickbait videos say security doors are hollow in the middle? Why is this so hard? Cursing, he returned home and had to think of another way. Looking around the room, his gaze suddenly stopped at a corner and a new idea struck him. Success or failure depends on this. If this doesn't work, I'll have to go out and fight. To survive, I need the player qualification. I have to get it. After a busy while in the corner, a meteor hammer made of dumbbell plates and multiple sections of clothesline appeared in his hand. After calculating the length of the rope in his mind, he went to the balcony, opened the window, and threw down a beer bottle. Smack! The beer bottle shattered on the concrete, the crisp sound attracting several nearby zombies. Zhou Jing'an gauged his aim and threw the dumbbell plate straight down the window. In the past, such littering would have been prosecuted, but now no one cared. Thud! The dumbbell plate missed and hit the ground. He quickly pulled it back up and threw it down again. After several attempts, one unlucky zombie got hit on the head. But a single dumbbell plate wasn't heavy enough. The zombie was only knocked over, not killed outright. But Zhou Jing'an persevered. After several more tries, a zombie's skull was caved in like a dunk in basketball, and it lay still forever. At the same time, the mysterious voice sounded in his mind again. Killed zombie, level 0, EXP 1, player privileges officially activated. Player Zhou Jing'an, occupation, none, level 0, 150 physique 4 effects, endurance and fitness average, human 5, limit 10, spirit 4 effects, energy cap, and recovery, intelligence 6 effects, talent, strength, and skill effects, strength 5 effects, body control, and muscle strength, agility, 4 effects, movement speed, and reaction free, attribute 1. 1 per level, currently 1 extra, every 10 levels, luck 1 effects, drop rate, and lottery quality, player privileges activated. You have 1 talent, draw. Draw. Yes. 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 It worked. Zhou Jing'an pumped his fists excitedly. Other residents upstairs who hadn't turned into zombies saw his method and began to imitate him. For a moment, all kinds of debris rained down, hitting the zombies on the street, who jumped about in irritation. But all that was none of his concern. He quickly browsed his personal panel. His physical stats were as bad as he expected, but that didn't decide anything. The talent draw opportunity from the system was far more appealing. Without doing any boring rituals like washing hands, he made his choice decisively. Draw talent. Talent draw complete. Your talent, Heart of Slaughter SS. Heart of Slaughter SS, you can continuously grow from killing, including, but not limited to, attributes and skills. SS rank talent. Zhou Jing'an was overjoyed. Even a fool could guess how precious this talent was. As long as he didn't die early, he was bound to become one of the strongest. But before he could finish celebrating, a new system prompt appeared. As one of the first 1000 players to obtain a talent, you have a chance to reforge your talent. The reforged talent will not be lower than the current quality. Use it. Talent reforge. Zhou Jing'an was a bit dazed. If the talent he had drawn was terrible, he would have definitely chosen to reforge without hesitation. But the current talent effect satisfied him greatly, and he felt it suited him well, so there was really no need to reforge. But there was one thing that bothered him. The quality of the reforged talent would not be lower than SS level, which meant he had a great chance to get an SSS level talent. Although it was only 1 grade apart, he believed the gap between them would not be small. Settle for the present, or take a gamble. Zhou Jing'an was not a gambler. But to be honest, he really couldn't resist the temptation. He was not the type to be indecisive. Since he was tempted, he no longer hesitated. He clenched his fist and made a resolute response. I choose to reforge the talent. Talent reforging complete. Your talent is Worldly Detachment SSS. Worldly Detachment SSS, every 24 hours without participating in combat, you will gain growth, including, but not limited to, attributes and skills. Current growth count 0. Zhou Jing'an was dazed again. Although his luck was good and he actually managed to get an SSS level talent, the effect of this talent. If he didn't participate in combat, how could he gain experience to level up? But if he killed zombies normally to level up, wouldn't this talent become useless? He had once thought he would never regret the decisions he made. But now he regretted it. He regretted it very much. What the hell was I thinking? The good combat talent was perfect, wasn't it? Zhou Jing'an was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, but even if he did, it wouldn't help. Adjusting his emotions, he looked at the zombies downstairs constantly devouring corpses and decided to give himself a day off at this most critical moment in the early apocalypse. Of course, it wasn't really a vacation. He was to test the talent effect. Although his leveling speed would be delayed by a day, it would be worth it if he could confirm the specific effect of the talent. As for the initial free attribute points given, he decided to add them when needed to avoid regretting again in the future. For the next whole day, he stayed at home, ignoring outside affairs, took out a whetstone, and carefully sharpened his Tang sword according to a method he found online. Even if he didn't participate in combat, he still had to make preparations. Sharpening the knife didn't delay the work of chopping wood, at least he wouldn't be left too far behind by others. Time flew by, and soon it was noon of the next day. While the electricity was still on, he cooked himself a table of hot dishes, eating while waiting for the talent effect to appear. Finally, you have not participated in combat for 24 hours, gaining growth, all attributes 1. As the prompt ended, Zhou Jing'an suddenly shuddered all over. Standing up and moving a little, his bones crackled. This was caused by the rapid improvement of his physical fitness. Muttering in his heart, he opened his personal attributes panel. Not only had all basic attributes increased by 1 point, but even the luck value below the free attributes had also increased by 1 point. This Zhou Jing'an couldn't tell if this was a gain or a loss. However, the luck attribute should be hard to obtain, and he could improve attributes by just staying at home without doing anything. From this perspective, he should be in profit. Forget it, since staying home is not dangerous and I can still improve attributes. What's the harm if I can't level up? I don't lack those few attribute points. There's nothing wrong with lying low. Why bother struggling so much in life? I'll leave the heavy burdens of killing zombies, surviving the apocalypse, and saving the world to those who are truly talented and capable. I'm going to lie flat. Having come to terms with this, Zhou Jing'an suddenly felt that his spiritual realm had instantly elevated several levels. He immediately decided to be a long-lived salted fish. After sharpening the Tang sword to his satisfaction, he plopped down in front of the computer and started playing various single-player games. This world had many novel, high-quality 3A masterpieces. If he didn't get to play them before the apocalypse, it would definitely be his loss. On the third day, the power and water finally went out. Now he couldn't even play on the computer. He could only use his phone to read novels and movies he had downloaded earlier, and he managed to pass the day like that. Of course, he also gained another layer of talent growth effect, Constitution 4. It was a bit average, but the intuitive effect was quite obvious. He felt his body had become much sturdier. On the fourth day, it was all attributes 1 again, which seemed to be the most common growth effect. On the fifth day, it was Spirit 2, Agility 2, which was also his fourth growth effect. Until the sixth day, he received his first skill. Healing Art, Level 1. When used on a target, it can heal part of the injury. Consumes a small amount of energy. Proficiency 0-100. A low-level auxiliary skill. Although ordinary, it was quite practical. Although he was very curious about the skill's effect, he had no intention of making a wound on himself to test it. He just waved the skill in the air a few times to check the energy consumption. Although it was noted that the energy consumption was low, he felt dizzy after only 3 uses. It seemed that the energy he had was not much. By the 7th day, the phone battery was completely drained, and it turned off automatically. Only 1 power bank was left. He dared not waste any more power. Bored out of his mind, he tried to relieve his boredom through a lot of exercise. Fortunately, the effect of the attribute improvement was immediate. He could now complete a full set of fitness exercises. If it were his previous small physique, he would probably be exhausted within 5 minutes. In addition, the growth effect he gained today was Strength 5, which was acceptable. Time quickly arrived on the 8th day. Bored out of his mind, he was eating instant noodles soaked in cold water and some snacks, sitting on a chair, staring blankly, waiting for the system prompt to appear. However, the system prompt hadn't come yet, but he heard a knock on the door first. Is anyone inside? The voice was a clear female voice. Zhou Jing'an did not let his guard down just because the woman was a woman. He quietly got up, cautiously picked up the knife placed beside him. The apocalypse had arrived with the loss of rules and legal constraints. The human nature originally suppressed by social morality would inevitably be exposed. He considered himself a rational adult. Under such circumstances, he would not hold any expectations for human nature. He was just a little angry. There was less than an hour before he could get another layer of talent effect. The people outside better not force him to act. Thinking too much, he forgot to answer. The people outside immediately started hitting the door lock with a heavy object. Hearing the sound, he didn't care about hiding his presence and quickly shouted, someone's here, stop hitting. If the door lock was broken, he wouldn't be able to close the door, and how could he live in this house? The banging stopped. Zhou Jing'an breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the woman's cold voice came from outside the door. Open the door. Zhou Jing'an had no choice. Even if he didn't open it, they would break the lock and come in. Their purpose was nothing more than a few things. Food, water, weapons, and people. After all, the outside was now full of danger. Cannon fodder that could attract zombies was naturally also a very important resource. If he didn't want to be treated as disposable cannon fodder, he had to show something. Either strength that inspired awe or an ability that demanded attention. He didn't want to interrupt the talent growth effect. Without fighting, healing was the only thing he could offer. Click. The door opened, and a woman in work clothes with dark skin walked straight in. She looked young. In her hand was a crossbow, and a machete hung at her waist. Behind her followed a fat and a thin young man. The fat one looked like a student, not tall, wearing glasses, looking like an internet-addicted youth. The thin one had dyed yellow hair, wore a leather jacket, had an earring in his left ear, and a tattoo on his neck. As soon as Zhou Jing'an saw these 3 people, he knew they meant trouble. The situation was not good. Zhou Jing'an had already made up his mind to interrupt the talent effect and strike first. Just then, the woman who spoke first spoke again. We are collecting supplies door to door. The survivors in this building have gathered on the top floor. Of course, everyone volunteered. We distribute supplies equally and take care of each other, hoping to hold out as long as possible until official rescue arrives. Do you want to join us and come upstairs? Together we can get through this difficult time, and we can look out for each other. What do you think? Zhou Jing'an found it somewhat amusing. Although her choice of words was friendly, her tone told a different story. Inviting him to join was only one of her goals. 8 times out of 10, she also had her eye on his meager supplies. Of course, this woman was no naive soul. The crossbow in her hands was already loaded and drawn ready in case Zhou Jing'an suddenly made a wrong move. If she had come a few days earlier, Zhou Jing'an would already have driven them out by now. He was living just fine on his own. Why would he go and stick with other people? But now he no longer thought that way. To be honest, staying at home alone was really quite boring. If he had a computer to play with, he could barely endure it. But as things were now, he couldn't even get a hot meal. If things continued like this, he wouldn't even have to wait until he finished his food. He would either get depressed first or poison himself with his own disastrous cooking. Only those two possibilities. If there were people to chat with and whose meals he could mooch off, that seemed like a pretty good option. As long as they didn't disturb his accumulation of talent effects, contributing his own meager supplies was acceptable. He could consider it serving the people. But joining someone else's team meant being commanded by others. If he wanted to sit out combat, he had to offer a reason with sufficient weight, and he happened to have a pretty good one. I can join you, and you can take everything in my room for unified distribution, but I won't participate in any combat. Is that acceptable? The woman listened and could not help shooting him a contemptuous look. Are you misunderstanding something? We're banding together to survive. Each of us has our own duties. It's not like we serve one particular person. No matter how rich you are, it's useless. I really can't figure out how you can say such a thing. What a fantasy. Cowardly and afraid of death. Are you even a man? The yellow-haired man chimed in from the side. Zhou Jing'an smiled, not taking their words to heart, and instead asked, is anyone here injured? Let me state beforehand that I mean no harm. The woman hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm wrapped in bandages that were still seeping blood. I'm injured. What do you want to do? The woman spoke with seeming calm, but her other hand subconsciously moved toward the crossbow at her waist, while the other two tightened their grips on their weapons. Good, you're quite wary. Don't misunderstand. I just want to prove my worth. Zhou Jing'an chuckled deliberately, setting his blade aside. After their guard relaxed a little, he slowly extended his right hand and activated his only skill, healing art. A faint white light appeared simultaneously in his palm and on the woman's wounds. Judging by the areas emitting white light, she clearly had more than just her arm injured. All he could not understand was why the spot 6 cun below her navel was also glowing. The woman clearly noticed it as well. At first a flush crept onto her face, but soon her expression was overtaken by shock. When the white light faded, Zhou Jing'an, who had expended some of his energy, merely felt like yawning. The woman, however, directly raised her hand and unwrapped the bandages on her arm. The wound that had been seeping blood was now almost completely healed, leaving only a patch of reddish skin. The skin had clearly just grown out, still delicate, but it no longer affected her movement in the slightest. The healing art's effect looks pretty good, far more useful than expected. Zhou Jing'an thought to himself, silently marking her as the lab rat for testing his skill. We accept your conditions. Welcome aboard. The woman moved her arm, then took the initiative to extend her hand. Zhou Jing'an smiled and reached out, giving her hand a light shake. I'll have to rely on your care from now on. The value of a healer needed no further explanation. The other two had no objections to the woman's decision. After all, no one could guarantee that they would never be hurt. A single timely treatment could very likely save a life. There wasn't much food left in Zhou Jing'an's home. Only half a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and some assorted odds and ends. He had, however, stocked up quite a lot of tap water. But with so many containers, moving them was no easy task, so in the end they only carried 2 plastic buckets upstairs. While moving the supplies, the yellow-haired man kept giving him unpleasant looks, while little Fatty kept staring at his blade. Nevertheless, restrained by the woman's attitude, neither of them did anything out of line. Clearly this woman held no low position in their group. The building had a total of 11 floors. The doors on the upper 2 floors had almost all been pried open, with only one remaining intact. That was where food was stored. The remaining rooms were used for people to live in. Counting Zhou Jing'an, there were only 9 survivors in the building. Of the 3 people responsible for searching supplies in the building, the woman was Han Shui, little Fatty was Su Bowen, and the yellow-haired man was Sun Kai. Besides them, there was a middle-aged man named Chun Zhengsheng who managed supplies and kept order, appearing to be the leader. There was also an older woman responsible for cooking, surnamed Hao, who everyone called her Annie Hao. The last person was lying in bed, seemingly recovering from injuries. He was a big-built fellow named Sun Debao. All of these people had obtained player qualifications. There were 2 other survivors who, no matter what, dared not attack the zombies. They took some food and were driven to another floor by the others. That was the most realistic side of the apocalypse. If you didn't fight hard to survive, no one would beg you to live. After a brief exchange with everyone, they all welcomed Zhou Jing'an's addition. But what he hadn't expected was that this group was actually headed by Han Shui. Chen Jingxing, it turned out, had been Han Shui's graduation design advisor. Because of that connection, he had been helping out with plans and tactics all along. So the woman had not yet graduated from university. If judged by age, she would probably have to call Zhou Jing'an big brother. Because there were few people and plenty of rooms, Zhou Jing'an was assigned an empty room alone on the 10th floor. He felt very satisfied with that arrangement. He had just set down the few small items he had brought, when someone came down from upstairs to call him for a meal. Auntie Hao had cooked a large pot of steaming dishes over firewood on the rooftop. Although it was just a bunch of things stewed together randomly, the flavor was surprisingly good. Zhou Jing'an had already eaten, but he was too embarrassed to admit it, so he tearfully consumed 2 more big bowls, exclaiming that he had definitely come to the right place. After lunch, he waited for quite a while before the system notification finally arrived late. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth EXP 140. You have leveled up. So growth effects actually included gaining experience. All the worries in his heart were completely gone now. A full 140 experience points. He would have had to kill over 100 zombies to get that much. If he actually had to cut them down one by one with a knife, when would he ever finish? The key point was that it wasn't safe. He quickly opened his personal panel and excitedly examined the changes that came with leveling up. Level 191,104. Free attribute points 2. Over 100 experience points only gave him 1 level and 1 free attribute point. He suddenly felt he had been taken advantage of. Han Shui saw the changing expressions on his face and could not help feeling puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just looking at my personal panel. Zhou Jing'an explained casually, closing the personal panel as he spoke. He would think about how to allocate the attribute points later once he returned to his room. I see. Well, there's one more thing that needs your help. I don't know if you... Han Shui suddenly became a little awkward as she spoke. Zhou Jing'an stuck out his tongue and licked the soup residue off his lips, then said with a smile, just say it. No need to hold back. Han Shui was startled by that smile, but she steeled herself and said, Sun Debao is the security guard for our residential complex. When the Doomsday game arrived, Sun Kai and I were still outside. It was Sun Debao who fought off the zombies and led us charging into the building. He had been bitten by a zombie then and developed some degree of infection. Although the infection stopped after he obtained player privileges, the changes on his body never went away. I want you to try using the healing art to see if it can improve his condition. That's easy. I'll go give it a try. Zhou Jing'an was also somewhat interested in Sun Debao's condition. After the Doomsday game descended, all zombies had been instantly infected by the zombie virus. He had never encountered anyone who mutated after being bitten by a zombie, especially someone who had only half mutated. Sun Debao lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, appearing entirely unremarkable from the outside. According to Han Shui, Sun Debao had only fallen into a complete coma 3 days ago. Despite 3 days without water or a single grain of rice, he remained alive. Yet he was only barely alive. It was not that Han Shui was unwilling to feed him, but rather that his body had become so rigid that even his mouth could not be pried open, let alone be fed. If things continued this way, there was only one possible ending for him: release from suffering. Somehow that ending did not seem entirely terrible. Zhou Jing'an muttered to himself as he reached over and pulled back the quilt covering Sun Debao's body. The latter lay bare-chested with distinct bite marks on his waist and arms. Dark, bluish-green streaks spread outward from the wounds, coming dangerously close to reaching his heart. He hoped the healing technique would be effective. With that thought in mind, he stretched out his right hand towards Sun Debao, and brilliant white light quickly emanated from his palm. Seeing no effect from the first application, he used it a second time. As his spiritual energy depleted rapidly, Zhou Jing'an felt a wave of dizziness and staggered, nearly losing his balance and falling. Fortunately, Han Shui beside him caught him in time. Otherwise, he would have insisted on using the second healing technique on himself instead. Sun Debao's entire body was bathed in sacred light, as if undergoing some kind of holy baptism. Clearly, those dark bluish-green streaks on his body had been identified by the healing technique as physical damage to the flesh. When the glow of the healing technique faded, the streaks on Sun Debao's body seemed to have lightened somewhat, but it also might have been merely their imagination. Forget it. I've done everything I could. That's that. Han Shui turned her head away in distress. Why give up? Didn't he just wake up? He woke up. Hearing these words, Han Shui immediately abandoned Zhou Jing'an and turned back to carefully examine Sun Debao's condition. Zhou Jing'an, already unsteady on his feet, tumbled backward and landed flat on his bottom. Holy! Without time to acknowledge his aching rear, he hastily summoned his personal interface. Only after confirming that his talent effect had not been interrupted did he breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. It seems I need to keep my distance from these people. What if someone plays a prank and kicks me from behind? Wouldn't that make me cry on the spot? Of course, crying would be an exaggeration, but the discomfort would be certain. However, he did not hold the mindset of refusing to act, even unto death. After all, he had been accumulating talent growth effects to improve his strength as quickly as possible so that he could survive this apocalyptic game. If he refused to act just to avoid interrupting his talent effect, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Sun Debao had indeed awakened, though his current state was somewhat peculiar. His muscles remained completely rigid. He could not even open his mouth, speak, or roll his eyes. Yet Zhou Jing'an could sense that the other party should be fine. As for the strange changes appearing on the other person's body, he was curious. Very curious. But he was not some professional researcher. No matter how curious he could not make sense of it. Originally, Han Shui had planned to search the remaining floors of this building before nightfall and bring all the scavenged supplies upstairs. However, because Sun DeBao had suddenly awakened and needed care, this task had to be delegated to Fatty and Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair refused, claiming he was feeling unwell, and how being elderly found climbing up and down stairs exhausting, and certainly could not go. Chun Zhengsheng was responsible for managing supplies, and had to sort and organize the items brought back in the morning. After much dodging and passing the buck, this task actually fell to the newly joined Zhou Jing'an. "Brother Zhou, shall we set out?" Fatty was quite polite, addressing him as brother at every turn. Zhou Jing'an rested for a while, and felt his spiritual energy recover somewhat. His dizziness had subsided. Considering that this group had been scavenging through this building for several days, and had even boldly ventured outside to encounter zombies, he assumed that as long as they did not leave the stairwell entrance, there should be no risk of combat. Therefore, he did not refuse. He picked up the large iron hammer Yellow Hair had been carrying, slung his own blade across his shoulder, and headed downstairs with Fatty. None of them possessed any lock-picking skills, so forcing doors required the large iron hammer, which made a particularly loud noise. This violent approach made Zhou Jing'an vaguely uneasy. But he did not stop there. After all, finish the job early, clock out early. Knock and greet. If no one answers, break down the door. If someone is there, try to communicate. If there are zombies, skip and move to the next place. This whole process was not complicated at all. One could learn it immediately. Han Shui and the others had not actively cleared out the zombies inside the rooms before. After all the food they currently had was still sufficient, there was no need to take risks and fight zombies. However, he did mark the doors of rooms containing zombies. When they visited again, next time it could save some time. The two of them scavenged from the 5th floor all the way down to the 1st, and did not encounter any survivors during this time. This was both good news and bad. By the time they finished scavenging, it was nearly dark. After moving all usable items to the stairwell, Zhou Jing'an had Fatty stay and guard the supplies, preventing the two people evicted from the building from stealing them. He then went upstairs alone to find someone to help carry everything down. Fatty readily agreed, though he smilingly asked to borrow Zhou Jing'an's blade to play with. This was not a big deal. It was an industrially produced steel blade, not some fragile collectible figure. Besides, he did not use it much himself, so he simply lent it. When he returned upstairs, he found that Liu Debao's condition had improved considerably. He could already get out of bed and move around, though he still could not speak or eat. But for some unknown reason, even without eating or drinking, his body showed no signs of change. It seemed his body structure had been completely altered by the zombie virus within him. Yellow Hair claimed he had a stomach ache and hid in the bathroom of a room on another floor, refusing to come out. Seeing that Ant Hao's dinner was nearly ready, Han Shui and Chun Zhengsheng had no choice but to go downstairs together to help. But the moment they reached the stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floors, they suddenly heard zombie roars coming from below, rising and falling, definitely more than one, and seemingly very close. Could zombies have gotten into the stairwell? Han Shui could not help but grow tense. She had come downstairs to help carry things, and had never imagined she would encounter danger. For convenience of movement, she had only hung a cleaver at her lower back. The crossbow had been casually left on the table in the room. That shouldn't happen. I had Fatty watching the stuff downstairs. If zombies had gotten in, he should have run up to notify us. Zhou Jing'an could not help but frown. Chun Zhengsheng thought for a moment, and stepped forward proactively. No matter what, we need to understand the situation below. I'll go check first. You two wait here for my news. All right. Chun Zhengsheng carefully descended the stairs. His figure slowly vanished from the sight of the other two. But after just a few seconds, he suddenly turned and retreated back up. Stretching his long legs, he climbed 2 steps at a time. Run! Just as Zhou Jing'an was about to ask what was happening downstairs, he saw several zombies chasing right behind Chun Zhengsheng, clawing their way up the stairs on all fours. He immediately swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Zombies had actually broken into the stairwell. How did they manage that? Without time to overthink, the 3 of them staggered apart and sprinted up the stairs as fast as they could. By the time they reached the top floor, everyone was already gasping for breath. Han Shui planned to go back to retrieve her crossbow and find other people to help. First, they needed to block the stairwell passage to prevent the zombies from charging up in one go. But when she reached the door, she discovered that all the apartment doors had been blocked from the inside. No matter how hard she pulled, they would not budge. Open the door. It's me, open the door now. Chun Zhengsheng reached out and grabbed Han Shui's hand as she desperately hammered on the door, shaking his head. It's useless. I suspect the zombies were let in by them. They're not going to open the door for us. Them? You mean Sun Kai and Ant Hao? Not just them. Everyone except the 3 of us is suspect. At this moment, Zhou Jing'an also figured it out. Earlier, Fatty had deliberately asked to borrow his blade, not truly because he wanted to play with it. That kid wanted to take his weapon and leave him empty-handed to deal with these zombies. Everyone else was upstairs, only Fatty himself was downstairs. The person who let the zombies in could only be him. As for how he escaped from those zombies, there were many methods. Zhou Jing'an did not need to think carefully to come up with quite a few. The simplest method, just find a room, move all the supplies they had scavenged in the afternoon into it, and lock the door from the inside. That way they could stay inside for a month without any problem. And Yellow Hair most likely only used the stomach ache excuse. After they all went out, he would control the elderly and the sick, blocking all the doors on the top floor from the inside. Then they could quietly wait for the good news. Recalling the hostile look in Yellow Hair's eyes earlier, Zhou Jing'an could be certain this was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Those people must have planned this long in advance. But why are they doing this? Haven't we done enough for them? Han Shui bit her lip tightly, her expression filled with profound grievance. Chen Zhengxing gave the girl a lingering look and sighed. It's not that we haven't done enough. It's that we haven't been ruthless enough, not decisive enough. You're still too kind. Perhaps putting you in charge of the team was a mistake from the start, but when it comes to these people, I only trust you. I've said it before. If there are things you're unwilling to do, let me handle them. This world doesn't operate on the principle that your consideration for others guarantees reciprocity. Besides, this is the apocalypse. Then what about Sun Debao? We went through so much trouble to rescue him. Why does he have to betray us? Han Shui looked on the verge of tears. Before Chen Zhengxing could answer, a shadow suddenly fell over them. Han Shui instinctively looked up and saw Sun Debao standing at the rooftop entrance, towering like a mountain, blocking the light from outside, reaching his hand toward her. I knew it, I knew you weren't that kind of person. Han Shui's tears turned into a smile. The growls from below grew increasingly distinct. The horde of zombies was closing in rapidly. Chen Zhengxing quickly grabbed Han Shui's wrist and led the others sprinting toward the rooftop. We absolutely cannot sit idle and wait for death. Since they want us to perish on this rooftop, we'll carve out a sliver of hope right here. Teacher Chen, what do you teach? Zhou Jing'an asked curiously. A game development. Why? No wonder you're so Chinibu. What did you say? I said you have great stamina. Never mind that. Let's hurry to the rooftop. If we wait any longer, the capitalists will have occupied it. The group rushed onto the rooftop in a hurry and turned to lock the door, only to find it had already been removed. Only the doorframe remained. They hadn't left them a single path to survival. Either be overwhelmed and killed by the zombies, or take a faith leap in despair. The only difference lay in the length of their screams. Sun Debao couldn't speak, gesturing frantically with his hands. Zhou Jing'an barely managed to piece together the gist. The blonde-haired guy had shoved him out and removed the rooftop door. He tried to resist, but his stiff body wouldn't obey. After all, it was he who had led the blonde and the others into the residential building, and he'd been bitten by a zombie in the process. And this was how it all ended for him. Is this what happens to good people? No reward for their kindness. Zhou Jing'an didn't see it that way. Perhaps some people simply never learned gratitude and weren't worth saving in the first place. The zombies had already poured through the sole entrance. Sun Debao charged forward, intending to block it with his massive frame, but Han Shui and the others pushed him aside. Because he couldn't hold them back anyway. Doing so would only mean dying pointlessly. Their only remaining hope was to stake everything on this life and fight their way back from the brink of death. Witnessing this, Zhou Jing'an let out a heavy sigh and reached for the large iron hammer at his waist. This thing had accompanied him up and down the stairs countless times and somehow hadn't been lost. Couldn't deny there was some destiny in that. And now it was time for it to serve its purpose. Grr! The zombies roared as they surged onto the rooftop, quickly engaging the group in close combat. Since none of them had weapons, they were forced to fight barehanded. And while the zombies felt no pain and feared death, humans were different. In barely a single exchange, everyone bore wounds of varying severity. Had they not been immune to zombie infection as players, the entire group would have been wiped out in that first clash. Zhou Jing'an surveyed the chaos before him, quietly opening his personal panel and allocating both free attribute points to strength. Then, drawing a deep breath, he gripped the hammer tight, his eyes flashing with ferocity, charging toward the rooftop's sole entrance in a wildly reckless manner. Die! After distributing his attributes, his strength had surged to 14, a threshold that far exceeded the limits of ordinary human capability. The hammer fell upon the skulls of blocking zombies with devastating speed. Bang! 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 The cracking sound of shattering bones was startlingly crisp, reminiscent of splitting watermelons. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The splattered filth staining his face was far from sweet watermelon juice. Zhou Jing'an swung the iron hammer, crushing one small zombie after another as he advanced. By the time he reached the rooftop entrance, he was already breathing heavily. With his strength slightly exceeding his constitution, wielding the hammer at full capacity drained his stamina rapidly. Yet this was still far from his limit. The hammer carved a near-complete arc through the air before smashing down onto the chest of a zombie blocking the doorway. The creature's ribcage collapsed inward, and those pressing from behind were knocked over like dominoes. Excellent. The doorway was blocked. The rest would be considerably simpler. Everyone on the rooftop held player status and had drawn talents. Without being overwhelmed by zombies, even without complete weapon loadouts, they could manage. The group swiftly dispatched the incoming zombies, either killing them outright or hurling them from the rooftop. Zhou Jing'an then strategically let in additional zombies for them to eliminate. After several such cycles, the majority of the pursuing zombies were eliminated. Watching Zhou Jing'an single-handedly hold the entrance hammer, falling relentlessly, Han Shui and the others were filled with shock. Han Shui in particular remembered how Zhou Jing'an had deliberately showcased his healing abilities before, apparently to avoid combat once he joined their group. She had initially thought Zhou Jing'an simply feared fighting zombies, but now, shouldn't the zombies be the ones afraid? With his ability to hold the pass alone and his exceptional healing skills, what was there to fear? You leveled up. Upon hearing the level up notification, Zhou Jing'an's spirits lifted instantly. After giving his aching arms a quick shake to confirm his stamina was still serviceable, he immediately allocated his bonus attribute points to strength. This was how you maximized your strengths. No matter how much time had passed, when the final zombie was crushed to death by their combined efforts, Zhou Jing'an staggered backward. The hammer slipped from his trembling hands and fell to the ground. His stamina had reached its limit, but fortunately they had held their ground. Ignoring the filth covering his body, he opened his personal panel for a quick glance. Although he'd mainly been responsible for blocking the zombies and preventing them from breaching the rooftop, this battle had still yielded over 30 experience points. But the moment he recalled that he'd interrupted his talent's growth effect, he felt a sharp pang of loss. After all, once his stats were high enough, he could slaughter these zombies effortlessly and level up with ease. So painful. He looked down at his body. Despite his caution, the close-quarters combat had still left him with numerous scratches and bites from the zombies. Though merely superficial wounds, the pain was undeniable and unrelenting. With a decisive casting of a healing spell, he finally felt considerable relief. Exhaling deeply, he lay back on the ground. Night had fallen and countless stars emerged in competition. At a glance it felt as though the galaxy itself had come into his embrace, a sight rarely witnessed beneath the neon glow of civilized society. The starry sky is truly beautiful. What did you say? Han Shui, still cleaning up the battlefield, instinctively turned and asked. I said you're beautiful, damn beautiful. Han Shui's cheeks flushed red, and she turned away in silence. The group used the zombie corpses to block the staircase entrance, preventing any further ascent. Then everyone collapsed wearily to the ground, unwilling to move another inch. After a long while, Chun Zhengsheng weakly spoke up. You brought a hammer. Why didn't you smash the door open just now? And then what? If we smashed it, we couldn't close it again. What difference would it make being trapped in a room versus trapped on the rooftop? At least we could have retrieved our weapons, and you could have continued pretending to be just a healer, couldn't you? Chun Zhengsheng said meaningfully. Zhou Jing'an fell silent for a moment. Do you really think that little blonde punk would let you get your hands on weapons, eh? There are 3 of us against just him. Sister Hao wouldn't act recklessly with him. As long as we subdue him quickly and use his life as leverage, why couldn't we get them? I don't know why he did this, but it certainly wasn't to seek death. Zhou Jing'an sat up abruptly in anger. I forgot. Are you satisfied now with this? Chun Zhengsheng turned his head away sullenly. I was just speaking casually. What's with your overreaction? Zhou Jing'an was about to lie back down when he accidentally noticed several glowing cards hovering motionless in the air nearby. What are those? Zhou Jing'an pointed curiously at the cards. Han Shui crawled up and glanced at them, confusion in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she finally gave her answer. Perhaps they're cards dropped by slain zombies. Only the killer can see them, and they persist for 48 hours after dropping. The drop rate is quite low and the rewards are rather mediocre. How do you know so much about this? During our last operation, some of us were injured, and we missed several cards. I stood guard by the window and watched them vanish right before my eyes. It seemed she had recalled something unpleasant again. Han Shui's voice grew quieter and quieter until it was nearly inaudible. Zhou Jing'an did not press further. He rose and collected all the cards. A faint white luminescence emanated from their surfaces. He had slain over 30 zombies and received only 4 cards. The drop rate was indeed not high. How does one open these? Just tear it open. Oh, that's all then. Han Shui. Zhou Jing'an tore open the first card. A brilliant flash of white light erupted before his eyes, and a 12-inch pineapple pizza materialized out of thin air. Staring at the pizza in his hands for a long moment, he finally turned his head. Hey, none of you are Italian, right? I got a pineapple pizza. Let's split it. None of them had eaten breakfast, and after battling zombies for so long, their stomachs had been growling for hours. Though covered in gore, they didn't care anymore. Wiping their hands on the cleanest parts of their clothes, they grabbed pieces of pizza and stuffed them into their mouths. Sun Debao was the only exception. He sat at the edge of the rooftop, quietly gazing into the distance in deep thought, as if attempting to become a living statue of contemplation. Doesn't he need to eat it all now? Zhou Jing'an asked curiously. I'm not sure, but he hasn't eaten or drunk anything since waking up, and he appears unaffected. Han Shui answered absent-mindedly, then voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. With your strength you could venture out alone without danger, right? Why join us? And making up excuses about being too timid to fight. Really? What do you mean, very timid? I call it detachment from worldly strife. Do you understand that? Forget it. How could a naive girl like you ever grasp such things? Han Shui knew Zhou Jing'an was making excuses. Chances are his real reasons were uncomfortable to discuss. She dropped the subject and focused on eating. After quickly devouring his portion, Zhou Jing'an produced a second card and tore it open gently. A few seconds later he slowly raised a baguette so hard it could crack a zombie's skull. Anyone still hungry? Han Shui and Chen Zhengxing frantically shook their heads. Eating a baguette like that was essentially fighting with one's own teeth. Now Zhou Jing'an understood why Han Shui had called the card rewards so mediocre. Setting the baguette aside, he tore open the third card. As the object slowly appeared before his eyes couldn't help but widen. It's actually a gun. It was a pistol with 17 rounds in the magazine and no extra ammunition. Gripping the pistol in his hand, savoring its unfamiliar feel, he slowly closed his eyes and searched his memory for the name of this gun. Suddenly a familiar name surfaced in his mind. He snapped his eyes open and blurted it out. Mega Man. Oh no. Chen Zhengxing facepalmed in exasperation. It's a Glock, a police pistol from America, famous worldwide. I don't know how you confused it with Mega Man. Glocks came in countless variants, and the specific model of this one didn't matter. As long as it could fire when the trigger was pulled, it was a terrifying harbinger of death. It's a pity I'm detached from worldly matters. This gun will only serve for self-defense. Han Shui rolled her eyes irritably. All that talk, and I thought you were giving it away. Turns out you're keeping it for yourself. Zhou Jing'an laughed. Give it to someone else. Who would I give it to? You're not my wife. What reason would I have to give it to you? Han Shui shut her mouth immediately. But if you're planning to deal with those traitors tomorrow, I could lend you this gun temporarily. Really? Of course, it's not like I'm bribing you with candy. The importance of a firearm at this stage is beyond question. You're lending it just like that. Do you really trust us that much? Chen Zhengxing reminded him. Zhou Jing'an responded dismissively. In this world, I trust no one. But in the adult world, does absolute trust really matter that much? There are only 17 bullets in the gun, unless you think it's worth turning against me over. Chen Zhengxing shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, it's not worth it. He handled the pistol, turning it over in his hands repeatedly before reluctantly tossing it to Chen Zhengxing. As long as he continued accumulating talent effects, the gun's purpose in his hands was merely intimidation. Better to lend it to someone who could actually put it to use. To avoid any misunderstanding, the latter proactively removed the magazine and practiced handling the empty weapon nearby. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing'an tore open the final card. This time a pair of tactical gloves appeared before his eyes, looking decent quality. Without hesitation he slipped them on. 4 cards yielded 2 food items, 1 weapon, and protective gear. All practical. It wasn't as mediocre as Han Shui had suggested. However, relying on card drops to sustain himself remained nearly impossible at this stage. Most people fled from zombies in terror. Where would they find the opportunity to treat these creatures as supply sources? Even for Zhou Jing'an, attempting such a frenzied killing spree again would likely be impossible in the short term. Sun Debao volunteered for night watch, claiming he did not need sleep. Since he could not speak, it took considerable gesturing before the others understood. Zhou Jing'an was not entirely at ease, but knowing he needed rest to recover his strength and energy, he forced himself to sleep in the corner. The next day, faint morning light roused him from deep slumber. Before opening his eyes, he felt warm breath continuously washing over his face. Opening his eyes, he saw Han Shui's serene face filling his entire field of view. Perhaps because the night was so cold, the two had ended up embracing at some point without realizing it. Holy shit! Zhou Jing'an was so startled he nearly launched himself backward. Han Shui's black-painted face was smudged by tears and sweat splattered with filthy blood, her hair disheveled. Last night it had been too dark to see clearly, so he hadn't thought much of it. Now, however, it felt as though a tree demon from a ghost story had crawled into his embrace. So uncomfortable, he wanted to dance awkwardly on the spot. Han Shui was also jolted awake by his fright. Upon seeing him covered in filth and blood, she screamed in terror. Chen Zhengxing meanwhile racked the pistol, his eyes flashing with menace. Have you all rested well? It's time to teach those bastards a lesson. Zhou Jing'an may have killed with great satisfaction yesterday, but he had indeed been injured quite badly. Feeling that his internal energy had mostly recovered, he raised his hand to cast another healing spell on himself. Although he had no intention of continuing to fight, he still needed to face everything in peak condition. After all, as the old saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. For a gentleman like him, it was only natural to be extra cautious. Despite staying up all night, Sun Debao seemed to be in better spirits than before, taking the initiative to clear the zombie corpses blocking the rooftop entrance. The group returned to the 11th floor, their intentions for confrontation clearly visible as they prepared mentally for a fight-upon encounter. But upon returning to the building, they discovered that the doors to several rooms were left open, and both Huang Mao and Aunt Hao had vanished without a trace. The crossbow Han Shui had stored in her room was also missing. Even the storage room meant for supplies had its door standing wide open. Several zombies had infiltrated inside and torn apart the contents within. That bastard actually destroyed our supplies. Han Shui was so furious she could barely speak, directing her rage toward the clumsy zombies. Chun Zhengsheng displayed remarkable calm, muttering to himself as he surveyed the devastation. That young man's approach was truly ruthless, leaving us no escape whatsoever. Admittedly, his personality suited a team leader role better, but unfortunately this world didn't reward merit or suitability. It was about power and positioning. You need connections and backing to survive out here, right? Zhou Jing'an remarked casually. Not precisely, but that's essentially the point. Chun Zhengsheng nodded and stepped forward to hold Han Shui's arm. Wait, I need to speak with you. Han Shui released the zombies he had dismembered and turned around angrily, her temper still flaring. It wasn't surprising, given how much effort she had invested in building this place. If someone else had suffered this loss, their distress might have been even worse. Teacher Chen, what is it? Han Shui, you need to understand something. I can assist you once or even 10 times, but I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. I know this feels unfair to you as a girl, but in this world fairness has become a distant memory. To survive in this apocalypse, you must transform and grow stronger. Do you understand? Han Shui nodded, seemingly absorbing his words, though whether she could truly follow through remained uncertain. Zhou Jing'an sensed sharply that there was history between these two. Chun Zhengsheng had clearly been nurturing Han Shui to stand on her own, and if they didn't resemble each other at all, he might have suspected she was his illegitimate daughter. This was hardly the moment to pry into secrets. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhou Jing'an joined their discussion. After brief deliberation, they decided Sun Debao would stay behind to organize the undamaged supplies. The rest descended floor by floor, searching room after room for the traitors. With zombies roaming everywhere and danger lurking at every turn, Huang Mao's group couldn't have gotten far. They must still be nearby. They might even still be inside this building. Zhou Jing'an considered swapping with Sun Debao, but Chun Zhengsheng insisted his healing abilities were crucial and repeatedly promised to keep him out of the fighting, which finally convinced him to agree. As long as his role was just healing, he could manage. His remaining energy would barely sustain 1 or 2 healing spells anyway. If pushed, he could simply slip away and hide somewhere safe. With Chun Zhengsheng armed, things shouldn't go wrong. The trio methodically cleared each floor, and since Zhou Jing'an possessed the highest strength stat, he took on the task of breaking down doors with a hammer. Apart from rooms containing zombies, most doors were already left open after they moved through, leaving few places where the hammer would actually be needed. One room with a locked door showed clear signs of recent occupation, likely left behind by the 2 people who had been expelled. Those 2 hadn't stayed. Their fate was either death or escape. With the main entrance downstairs left open, there were now scattered zombies roaming the stairwells and corridors. These isolated zombies posed little real danger to them, but they did give Han Shui a chance to prove herself. The girl had somehow fashioned a section of pipe with a spigot, and each swing dealt devastating damage to the zombies. Sometimes just 4 or 5 strikes were enough to crack open a skull. Han Shui's raw strength clearly paled beside Zhou Jing'an's, so this terrifying destructive power must stem from her innate ability, likely inflicting additional special damage with every strike. That explained why the others had entrusted her with the crossbow, their sole ranged weapon. It wasn't because of her accuracy, but because her bolts carried far greater impact than anyone else's. They didn't spend long searching. The entire building was cleared, but they only turned up traces left by Huang Mao and the others on the first floor. Even the supplies Zhou Jing'an and Little Fatty had gathered were gone. Those bastards moved incredibly fast. The thought of his knife being borrowed by Little Fatty irritated him again. Meanwhile, Chun Zhengsheng frowned as he approached the damaged entrance, peering outward through the exit. They had already fled outside, so continuing to risk zombie attacks by searching further didn't seem worthwhile. Where do you think they ran? Zhou Jing'an joined him at the building entrance. Hard to say. With zombies and wrecked cars blocking the streets, driving away probably wasn't smart unless they had a heavy vehicle, which seems unlikely. They know we're still alive, and fear will come after them, so they won't stay too close. But loaded down with supplies, they can't have gone far either. Considering all possible hiding spots, they must be somewhere in this area. As Chun Zhengsheng spoke, he gestured broadly ahead. What was the point of that? Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes, already planning to persuade them both to head back. He had only been with this group for less than a day. Their bonds weren't strong yet. As for himself, the losses weren't particularly significant. Though cornered on the rooftop by zombies and nearly trapped, it was only a close call. If he didn't make a mistake, he wouldn't have died. As the saying goes, revenge delayed isn't revenge denied, so there was no need to risk everything right now. The only thing that puzzled him was why Huang Mao wanted him dead instead of recruiting him. Did he think he was less appealing than Han Shui? Before he could figure out what to say, a loud engine roar erupted from behind the supermarket across the street. A small truck drifted out from an alley, then accelerated hard, shoving aside cars blocking the road before speeding off into the distance. Zhou Jing'an barely made out a man and woman inside the vehicle, neither familiar to him. He assumed someone who had been hiding in the supermarket was making their escape. But when he turned around, Chen Zhengsheng had suddenly rushed to the roadside and raised his gun. What was happening? Bang, bang, bang. Before Zhou Jing'an could react, the man had already fired 3 shots at the truck's rear. Squeak. The right rear tire of the truck burst suddenly, and the rim scraped against the ground with an awful grinding noise. The vehicle immediately lost balance and overturned sideways in the middle of the street. 3 shots to take down a truck, and you claim to be a teacher. That's some campus sharpshooter legend. Chen Jingqing, who had pulled off this feat, didn't even glance at his handiwork. He pivoted on the spot, raised his gun, and shouted loudly, "Heal me." Watching Chen Jingqing's fluid turn his raised hand, the gun lifted in perfect form. A line suddenly surfaced in Zhou Jing'an's mind. I bloom in the midst of slaughter like a flower at dawn. If only he could add a smile, this would perfectly recreate a masterpiece. Alas, that was not to be. Despite his wandering thoughts, Zhou Jing'an's actions betrayed no hesitation. He immediately cast a healing spell upon Chen Zhengqing. Bang! Whiz! The 2 sounds erupted almost simultaneously, and in the next instant a crossbow bolt buried itself directly into Chen Zhengqing's chest. Yet Zhou Jing'an's healing spell had been cast at the perfect moment. The moment the flesh was torn by the crossbow bolt, it began rapidly knitting back together under the spell's effect. Before the arrow could reach his heart, the healing muscle tissue forcefully expelled it. Meanwhile, the bullet Chen Zhengqing fired struck the yellow-haired man directly in his eye socket, then burst through the back of his skull, leaving a trail of blood behind. What magnificent marksmanship! But how had the yellow-haired man managed to get behind them? Could it be another effect of his talent? Chen Zhengqing lowered his gun and touched the torn hole in his chest, still reeling from the close call. There exists a profound terror in the space between life and death. Facing such moments, even the most composed individual cannot remain completely indifferent. Yet he swiftly steadied his nerves, grabbed his gun, and sprinted toward the overturned truck. The people trapped inside the truck scrambled desperately to escape, but something seemed to be pinning them down. None could break free. Zhou Jing'an approached to investigate, and discovered that besides the couple, there was also Fatty Xiao and Aunt Hao. This couple must have been the 2 people they had driven out before Zhou Jing'an's arrival. Such spineless creatures lacked the courage to face zombies, but found the audacity to conspire with the yellow-haired man against them. Truly absurd. One truly must never underestimate humanity. Sometimes in their rush towards self-destruction, people are capable of absolutely anything. Chen Zhengsheng had initially intended to take these people back for questioning, but the yellow-haired man's corpse lay nearby, and zombies drawn by the noise were rapidly closing in. After a moment's thought, he quietly holstered his weapon. Let's go back. Go back. What about them? Han Shui's face filled with astonishment. We don't need to concern ourselves with them. The fate of traitors is predetermined by heaven. How do you know they weren't coerced? Wouldn't that be terribly unfair to them? Zhou Jing'an pressed his hand firmly on Han Shui's shoulder. There's no such thing as unfairness. Does being coerced excuse murder? That's not how it works. A mistake remains a mistake. If they had ever genuinely cared about our survival, would we have nearly been trapped to death on that rooftop last night? Even if they had just shouted a warning to alert us. You're a woman, and I can accept your slow growth. But since they've chosen you to lead this little group, you must carry yourself like a leader. If you remain this naive forever, you'll eventually end up killing yourself. Zhou Jing'an did not mention that he himself would be harmed by Han Shui's naivety. He wasn't foolish. If she remained hopelessly incompetent, and Chen Zhengsheng had no intention of leading the group himself, he would flee at the earliest opportunity. He absolutely would not continue wasting time on such people, and therefore would never come to harm. Being alone might be difficult, but it was infinitely better than dying senselessly alongside a group of naive individuals. This was the first time Han Shui had heard such serious words from Zhou Jing'an. Instinctively, she wanted to retort, but she discovered she had nothing to counter his points with. Perhaps she truly needed to change, to become the person they described. The group swiftly entered the building, hauling out a refrigerator to barricade the unit door, preventing any zombies from breaking through. Occasional screams echoed from the truck, but they were soon replaced by the sounds of zombies feasting. Chen Zhengsheng returned the gun to him and quietly offered his thanks. Zhou Jing'an carelessly replied with a swear word. Not because he held any grudge against Chen Jingqing, but because the moment he opened his personal interface, he discovered his talent had begun counting down once again. That healing he had cast on Chen Zhengsheng had apparently been counted as combat participation. Returning upstairs, Sun Debao had already nearly finished clearing out the storage room. He had roughly sorted out enough food to sustain them for 5 days. While all the water had been poured out, there were water tanks in other rooms, so they wouldn't go thirsty. None of the remaining people were skilled at cooking. After a simple meal to fill their stomachs, everyone huddled silently in their respective corners. Sun Debao couldn't speak, and Han Shui's mind had been shaken. She was entitled to time for contemplation. But Chen Jingqing, the secretive middle-aged man, why was he also silent? Zhou Jing'an had many questions on his mind, and he decided to seek the man out for a proper chat. Old Chen, step outside with me. You're calling me Old Chen? Chen Zhengsheng pointed at his own nose, bewildered. Just come outside with me. Do you have to ask so many questions? The two ascended to the rooftop. Below, zombies could still be seen feasting on the corpses while the wind swept across the rooftop. Perhaps lighting a cigarette would have better captured the atmosphere of this moment. However, Zhou Jing'an didn't smoke, so he assumed the other man didn't either. It was just a shame. He might never learn why that little yellow-haired man had targeted him. You're wondering why I'm forcing that girl to bear all this, aren't you? Chen Zhengsheng spoke up proactively. Zhou Jing'an was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Zhengsheng to guess what he wanted to ask before he even spoke. I do wonder about this. Why must she be the one in this role, when you could clearly do a much better job commanding? Tell me honestly, is she your illegitimate daughter? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Zhengsheng nearly choked on his own saliva. What illegitimate daughter? While I do have my own selfish motives for cultivating her, it's also to help her adapt quickly to the world's changes so she can survive better in this society. As for why I don't do it myself, the reason is quite simple. I'm dying. Sick. Yes. Cancer. Terminal. Zhou Jing'an smiled. So what if it's terminal cancer? Our physical attributes are all displayed in numbers now. Maybe all it takes is killing a few zombies to randomly drop a cancer-curing medicine. I don't have any hope for that anyway. Both my wife and daughter turned into zombies. It was I who gave them peace. If that girl hadn't shown up unexpectedly, I probably would have gone to keep them company by now. A dying man's spiritual anchor. What a wonderfully irresponsible excuse. I know you're already considering leaving, but give the girl at least a little faith. She's far stronger than you imagine, and her growth rate will absolutely astonish you. I guarantee it. Your guarantee is about as useful as a rooster's tooth. Ha ha ha. The two men laughed without reason. As for establishing their own power base, Zhou Jing'an had never even entertained the thought. He disliked being weighed down by trivial matters and didn't believe he was cut out for such endeavors. If he hadn't been meddlesome enough to choose talent reset, he would have become a free-roaming warrior by now, ready to unleash slaughter upon all. After their conversation, the two descended from the rooftop. Zhou Jing'an was about to head home to change into clean clothes when Han Shui called out to stop him. Returning to the living room on the top floor, everyone else was already seated at the table. He was the last to arrive. Judging by the setup, they were apparently about to hold a meeting. Han Shui seemed to have adjusted her emotions. Standing at the very front, her expression was solemn and earnest. For us to trust each other better and distribute tasks more effectively in the future, I hope everyone will publicly share their personal interface data. Shall I start first? Of course, Zhou Jing'an, you have the right not to disclose. But if you're willing to share, it would be of tremendous help to us. Zhou Jing'an asked curiously, why do I have the right not to disclose? After all, you're the one who rescued us. We have no right to demand anything more from you, right? Consider it a special privilege we're extending to you. Privilege? Zhou Jing'an muttered inwardly. Could this girl be having dangerous thoughts? Neither Sun Debao nor Chen Zhengsheng raised any objection, and subsequently they all revealed their personal status panels. Han Shui level 1, Constitution 6, Spirit 8, Intelligence 8, Strength 5, Agility 6. No skills. Talent Shock Attack, Grade A. Every attack deals additional shock damage. Chen Jingxing level 0, Constitution 4, Spirit 3, Intelligence 9, Strength 4, Agility 4. No skills. Talent Absolute Focus, Grade S. While concentrating, it accelerates thought and slows the subjective passage of time. Sun Debao level 0, Constitution 8, Spirit 8, Intelligence 4, Strength 8, Agility 3. No skills. Talent Big Build, Grade C Mutant. A tall and sturdy physique that moderately enhances constitution and strength. After reviewing the others' attributes, Zhou Jing'an had only one thought: every one of them was possessed of extraordinary skills. Old Chen's talent was absolutely formidable, and his almost freakish marksmanship was most likely derived from it. Sun Debao's base attributes were high, and although his talent was only Grade C, the extra word mutant made one wonder what special effects it might possess. By contrast, Han Shui's talent seemed rather ordinary, but she was the only one who had reached level 1, and her base attributes were by no means weak. She was likely the strongest of the three. Zhou Jing'an was naturally not stingy about revealing some of his attributes, for in just a few days his stats would be completely transformed. However, he did not disclose the specific details or grade of his talent, only sketching its general effects and explaining why he would not take part in combat. An SSS talent should be the very pinnacle of talents. He could not tell how rare it was, but the fewer who knew the better. He understood the ancient principle that an innocent man may be condemned simply for possessing a precious treasure. Yet his base attributes alone were enough to shock the others. Thank you all for your cooperation. There is no point in dwelling on the past. We must plan for the days ahead. I will now arrange our operations for the next few days. If any of you have objections, speak up. Just as Qin Zhengsheng had said, Han Shui was maturing quickly, but she was still too courteous. Still, the arrangements she had made were sound enough. Zhou Jing'an and Chun Zhengsheng would jointly handle all logistics. Unless absolutely necessary, the two of them would not be directly involved in combat. Han Shui and Sun Debao would be responsible for going out to scavenge supplies and search for other survivors. The compound had so many buildings that there must still be plenty of survivors inside. They could take in suitable people to bolster their strength. After all, 4 people had only 8 hands, and there was a real limit to what they could accomplish. Everyone was mostly in agreement with this arrangement, with the sole addition that Zhou Jing'an lent his pistol to Chun Zhengsheng once more. The man's talent and firearms were a perfect match, and together they could easily produce an effect where 1 + 1 far exceeded 2. As for Zhou Jing'an's personal safety, to be perfectly honest, as long as he stayed quietly holed up in the room for a few days, the growth afforded by his talent would prove far more valuable than that pistol. After the meeting, they finally found time to clean the grime from their bodies. Back at home, he washed away the dried blood with stored water and changed into clean clothes. Zhou Jing'an felt as though his soul had been purified and uplifted in an instant. When he returned to the top floor, he saw a completely transformed Han Shui. Her skin was fair and tender, her figure graceful, and her features extraordinarily lovely. She could easily rival the most beautiful girl in any school. Yet such a look clearly carried little deterrent effect, so she quickly used cosmetics to darken her skin once more. In the days that followed, everyone carried out their tasks according to the plan. Chun Zhengsheng managed the warehouse with such impeccable order that Zhou Jing'an was hardly needed. All Zhou had to do was wait for Han Shui and Sun Debao to return, cast healing, and take turns cooking meals that were barely enough to fill their stomachs. A day later, Zhou Jing'an finally received another talent growth. Prompt: you have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth gained all attributes 1. The next day, Han Shui decided to first haul out the remaining supplies from the supermarket across the street. There was little food left in the supermarket, and most of the other goods would be of no use. Just as she was about to change her objective, she happened to notice that the stockroom door had opened a crack. The two of them promptly opened the stockroom door, revealing a warehouse packed full of goods. Han Shui and Sun Debao were beside themselves with joy. A rough inventory showed that even if there were only the 4 of them, as long as they scrimped and saved and ignored the expiration dates on the packaging, they could hold out for a year or 2. This was unquestionably a colossal stash of supplies. Before long, the pair also found the supermarket owner's corpse in a corner. It bore no signs of zombification, but there was a bloody hole in the throat and another in the chest, wounds left by crossbow bolts. Han Shui could now roughly understand why Sun Kai, even after discovering that they had guns, had not taken the chance to flee, but instead insisted on attempting a sneak attack. After all, with a warehouse like that, no one would easily give it up. Since it was utterly impractical to carry everything upstairs, the group discussed the matter and simply moved their base to the supermarket. This made coming and going far more convenient than before and naturally brought some new problems. But most of those problems could be overcome. For Zhou Jing'an, the hardest part was that his logistics workload had increased. Nearly every pane of glass in the supermarket had been smashed, leaving the shelves scattered in chaos. If they were to live here, the doors and windows had to be reinforced and the shelves had to be cleared away to make room for beds, all of which would consume no small amount of his time. In the midst of his busy work, he received another system prompt: you have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth gained agility 3. The stat increase this time was not large, but it did to some extent make up for a shortcoming. At the very least, he became far more deft in his work. By afternoon, they had only just reinforced the doors and windows and had cleared out an empty space to set up a few simple cots when Han Shui and Sun Debao returned from outside with a pair of siblings in tow. The older sister Yang Ziki was 14, while her brother Yang Zelin was only 11. Nevertheless, with Han Shui's assistance, both had successfully obtained player qualifications. This also meant that they wished to continue surviving in this world. Yang Ziki level 0, Constitution 4, Spirit 5, Intelligence 5, Strength 4, Agility 4. No skills. Talent Water Control Grade B, can manipulate water to a certain degree. Yang Zelin level 0, Constitution 4, Spirit 5, Intelligence 3, Strength 3, Agility 4. No skills. Talent Fire Control Grade B, can manipulate fire to a certain degree. Seeing that Han Shui had brought back 2 young children, Zhou Jing'an initially thought the woman was having another of her episodes. But once he saw their talents, he promptly changed his mind. Talents that could command matter and energy were unquestionably among the most formidable of their grade. Unfortunately, both children only had Grade B talents. Had they been Grade A or even Grade S, that would have been an absolute game changer. Too bad such talents could not be swapped. Still, this kind of talent was probably rather weak in the early stages, yet weak as it was, it had significant practical utility. Water control meant carrying a source of water wherever one went, able to gather moisture from the air. Fire control meant having hot food at any time. If the two of them were willing to help with logistics, the pressure on Zhou Jing'an and Chun Zhengsheng would be greatly alleviated. For unknown reasons, however, the 2 children were intensely fixated on becoming stronger and preferred killing zombies. As for logistics, they would only come to help in their spare time. Still, that assurance was more than enough for Zhou Jing'an. It was time to let these unsophisticated children taste the vile visage of a grown-up capitalist. Haha, a bit bland, could use more salt. Honestly, you have real talent. You'll definitely become a formidable supreme powerhouse. I believe in you. After tasting the hot soup Yang Ziki had helped prepare, Zhou Jing'an immediately blurted out the thoughtless praise. However, upon hearing this, Yang Ziki became quite excited and asked with a serious expression, "My talent is only B rank. I heard Uncle Chen's talent is S rank, yet he's still doing logistics work. Do I really have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse?" Your Uncle Chun grew weary of the meaningless struggles in the mundane world, which is why he came here for some peace and quiet. Although his talent level is high, his ambitions aren't even as tall as you are. But you're different. Your talent is the most special kind. As long as you keep working hard, one day you'll become exactly what you aspire to be. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I'll work incredibly hard. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Jing'an stroked his chin, finally noticing that his beard had grown out quite long. No wonder the young girl called him uncle. He went to the cargo hold and dug out a manual razor and shaving cream, preparing to salvage his image just as the new day's growth notification popped up. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth gained experience 150. How unlucky, I actually got experience points. He checked his personal status panel and found that the experience gained wasn't even enough for a level up, essentially meaning he hadn't grown at all today. His mood immediately soured. Shave? Hell no. He tossed aside the razor, planning to find old Chun for a proper talk to see if Han Shui could prioritize finding a generator next time. At least he could charge his phone first. Accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the city, without his phone, he really couldn't sit still. After searching around, he couldn't find old Chun, but he did spot Sun Debao, carrying Han Shui on his back, returning from outside. The moment they entered, Sun Debao rushed up and grabbed his shoulders anxiously, nearly lifting him off the ground. This guy's strength had grown considerably, truly unbelievable. I know what you're trying to say. Let go quickly. If you interrupt my talent effect, I'll beat you up. Dissatisfied, he pushed Sun Debao away and quickly went to Han Shui's side. Only then did he realize this woman was in terrible condition. Despite some basic protection, she had been bitten by zombies all over her body. The worst part wasn't even that. Her lumbar spine and multiple limbs were fractured with what appeared to be internal bleeding. The entire person had fallen into shock from excessive blood loss. In the past, such injuries would require immediate surgery. But now he just needed to cast a healing spell. After one healing spell, Han Shui's condition improved considerably, but she still hadn't woken up. However, that was fine. If one healing spell wasn't enough, he'd use two. As long as it wasn't a special disease like cancer, the healing spell could produce decent effects. After two healing spells, Han Shui slowly woke up, but her injuries hadn't completely healed. She was still pale and in poor condition. Seeing Han Shui wake up, Sun Debao finally relaxed and took off his jacket, going to a corner to reflect on his behavior. There's a lot of internal bruising in my body, so the healing spell couldn't fully take effect. Can't you drain the blood clots first before using the healing spell? Han Shui struggled to sit up, instinctively covering her lower back. Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes. Your standards are way too high. I just have a healing skill, not a professional surgeon. You want me to drain your blood clots? Aren't you afraid I'll accidentally cut you open and finish you off? Never mind the small stuff. If Sun Debao hadn't carried you back in time, I wouldn't have been able to save you. What exactly happened to you two out there? Hearing the question, Han Shui's expression quickly turned serious. There are already level 1 and level 2 zombies outside. They're much stronger than level 0 zombies with enhancements across all aspects. Especially the level 2 zombies. They're even stronger and have begun developing certain trait variations. Some are particularly fast, some are particularly strong, and some are especially tanky. They're much harder to deal with than before. These zombies had gotten stronger too, and it seemed their rate of growth was faster than humans. Perhaps compared to the players, they were the true protagonists of this apocalyptic game. But Zhou Jing'an still felt something was off. Even if surrounded by a group of level 2 zombies, Han Shui shouldn't have been injured this badly, right? You're not stupid, and you had a crossbow with you. Even if you couldn't fight, you could have run, right? And why are you so severely injured while Sun Debao has barely a scratch? As he spoke, Zhou Jing'an glanced suspiciously at Sun Debao in the corner. Although this big guy looked honest enough, it wasn't absolutely impossible for him to betray them. It's not his fault. I made a misjudgment and got trapped. To escape, I jumped from the building. The reason he wasn't injured is because those zombies don't actively attack him. Zombies don't actively attack him. Why? I don't know either. Maybe it's because he was previously infected with the zombie virus. Being infected with the zombie virus meant not being attacked by zombies. Was Sun Debao's situation actually a blessing in disguise? If other people were also infected with the zombie virus, would they have the same effect? Zhou Jing'an quietly glanced back at Sun Debao again. Seeing that stiff expression on his face, he immediately dismissed the idea. He didn't want to end up like that. Better to stay hidden and slowly stack his talent growth effect. But Han Shui falling like this was something he hadn't expected. Although the injuries on Han Shui matched her description, he always felt something didn't quite add up. Zombies shouldn't gather inside a building for no reason, right? Unless that building had been completely overrun and occupied by zombies. But even then, how could someone climb up several floors before realizing they were surrounded by zombies? If zombies were truly this intelligent, knowing how to lure prey into a trap and employ tactics, it would absolutely be a catastrophic disaster for humanity. But for Zhou Jing'an, this wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, no matter how quickly zombies grew, they couldn't possibly grow faster than him. As long as he could maintain absolute superiority in strength, nothing else mattered to him. He wasn't some great saint, so there was no need for him to concern himself with the survival of all humanity. With Han Shui in this state, there was no way he'd get that generator anytime soon. Sun Debao wouldn't be attacked by zombies, but he couldn't let Sun Debao go out alone to collect supplies. After all, the threats outside weren't just zombies. They were a team now with sufficient supplies. They hadn't fallen so low that they needed to risk their lives to obtain necessities. Before long, Chen Zhengshang returned from somewhere, his expression quite grim. After learning the information Han Shui had gathered from her outing, he also went to lie down and rest in a corner. Zhou Jing'an guessed it was because his cancer symptoms had worsened, so he deliberately hid himself to avoid letting others see him in pain. But this meant. Looking around, he suddenly realized the words elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were nearly all represented in their group. With Han Shui down, it felt like everything was weighing down on him. Zhou Jing'an felt utterly speechless. I just wanted to find a team to blend in, to lay low and survive until the day I grow strong enough. Is this really such a difficult request to fulfill? Although he did not particularly want to get involved, it was after all right on his own doorstep. He had to figure out what was going on, otherwise when danger came knocking there would be nowhere left for him to run. After careful consideration, Zhou Jing'an took the initiative to approach Han Shui. Let me cast healing art on you a few more times. After another night of rest, your wounds should be fully healed by tomorrow. Then I'll go out with you all. Isn't your talent restricted in combat? Why have you changed your mind? Han Shui looked astonished. Did you think I wanted this? If you come back every single time wounded to this degree, what point is there in going out to scavenge supplies? We can't rely entirely on my healing art. Right now at most I can use it 5 or 6 times a day. Besides, if I wait until my talent effect refreshes before heading out, it won't waste much time. I can also kill a few zombies and raise my level a bit. Since you want to come along, I have no reason to refuse. This girl was being at Sundara again. Ignoring the injured girl's protests, he vigorously ruffled her hair until she looked like a golden-maned lion. Only then, fully satisfied, did he run to the back to prepare the things he needed for tomorrow's outing. Though he said he didn't care about those enhanced zombies, he still had to take them seriously. No one wanted to be caught off guard and have their boat capsize in a ditch. The next day, Zhou Jing'an used healing art on Han Shui once more, and at last her injuries were completely healed. The healing art is truly divine. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, they knew their previous preparations were still not enough. Han Shui strapped a few hard plastic pads to her body. After adjusting them to ensure they wouldn't hinder her movements, she started working on Sun Debao. Sun Debao would not be actively attacked by zombies, and with his tall build, his constitution and strength attributes had been slowly increasing over time, making him even more thick-skinned and tougher, while his raw power grew greater. With such traits stacking up, his potential for being equipped was remarkably high. With only limited materials on hand, the best they could do was rivet a rough set of metal armor from shelf plates and screws, with the screws turned outward to produce a crude thorns armor effect. Still, how much defensive value such a shoddy contraption could actually provide was hard to say. But that didn't matter much. As long as Sun Debao could step forward to block when zombies lunged at them, that was enough. Since zombies wouldn't actively attack him, defense wasn't particularly important. Yang Ziki and Yang Zelin were clamoring to go along, but Han Shui flatly refused and told them to stay at the supermarket and train their talents diligently. Only when they were capable enough to protect themselves or the outside world had become less dangerous would she consider taking them out. After all these preparations were done, Zhou Jing'an's talent notification coincidentally popped up. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth all attributes 2. With all attributes 2, counting luck, that was a full 12 attribute points. At this stage, leveling up only granted 1 free attribute point. He himself didn't know exactly how difficult leveling was, but Han Shui and the others certainly did. Over these past few days, they had basically been exploring outside, while stepping up their zombie clearing speed, and Han Shui's injuries had clearly become much more numerous. Even so, Han Shui still hadn't managed to reach level 2, while Sun Debao had indeed reached level 1. This made it clear just how difficult it was to improve attributes and strength through leveling. The all-around attribute increase was so gratifying that Zhou Jing'an nearly let out a moan. But to preserve his dignified image, he forcibly suppressed it. Feeling the increasingly absurd power within his body, he reached down and picked up the fire axe at his feet. It was something he had found in the supermarket, not placed in any fire safety cabinet. When he discovered it, the corpse of someone gnawed to pieces by zombies lay beside the axe. Clearly the axe's previous owner hadn't managed to put it to good use. The fire axe was still a bit light for Zhou Jing'an, but it was better than the tang saber he had before. Seeing his movement, Han Shui immediately understood what he meant. Since everything is ready, let's set out. They had placed simple roadblocks around the supermarket, and with regular cleanup, there were basically no zombies in sight nearby. But as they went farther out, the number of zombies on the road began to grow. Catching the scent of living humans, the zombies wandering on the road immediately charged at them. One of them was moving at a terrifying speed. In the days before the Doomsday game arrived, it could easily have shattered track and field records. This should be the level 2 speed-type zombie Han Shui had mentioned earlier. The group swiftly prepared for battle. Sun Debao took the initiative to move to the front and block. When the fastest zombie closed in, Zhou Jing'an, who wanted to settle things quickly and finish early, didn't hesitate for an instant and swung his axe at it. Squelch! The zombie's head was split in two by his axe, and foul blood sprayed from the wound. He hastily kicked the gushing corpse away to avoid getting splattered all over himself. At the same time, the notification for killing the zombie sounded appropriately in his ear. Level 2 speed-type zombie killed experience 4. A level 2 zombie yielding 4 experience was a far better deal than killing ordinary zombies. In any case, to him, these zombies were nothing more than fodder that could be done in with one axe swing. Is that all? Level 2 zombies aren't all that impressive. Han Shui warned in a low voice, don't be careless. A single one is naturally easy to handle, but if they hide among ordinary zombies and ambush you, even you could be in danger. Don't worry. You know me, I won't be careless. Zhou Jing'an wasn't exactly boasting. Recently in his spare time, he had been practicing throwing short steel rods as weapons. If his throwing accuracy hadn't still been so poorly trained, so pathetically low, he would never have chosen close-quarters combat. With his current strength, he could kill someone with a casually thrown rock, let alone a steel rod as thick as a finger. As more zombies gathered around, Zhou Jing'an took a deep breath and, swinging his axe, went on a rampage. In just a few minutes, the zombies in front of them were slaughtered, with more than half of them dying under his axe. The experience gained successfully pushed him to level 3, and he directly assigned the new free attribute point to Spirit. At this stage, his strength was already enough to crush these zombies utterly. All things considered, getting a few extra uses of healing art was the more attractive option. Han Shui raised her crossbow and casually shot dead a zombie that had ambled over from the neighboring street to join the commotion, then pointed at a residential building beside them. This was the third residential building they had explored. When we explored here yesterday, we'd just reached the 5th floor when a large horde of zombies suddenly emerged from who knows where and surrounded us. I couldn't escape immediately, so I had no choice but to jump straight out the window and land on the 1st floor awning. Zhou Jing'an frowned slightly. Are you sure they appeared out of nowhere with no sound or warning? I know what you mean. I also thought it might be that someone deliberately lured the zombies over while we were searching for supplies, but I truly didn't hear a single sound. Those zombies really did seem to materialize out of thin air. Although 9/10 of the world's humans had turned into zombies, the remaining 1/10 were players, weren't they? Even if only 1% of those survivors had the courage and ability to fight zombies, if each killed 1,000, the zombies would essentially be extinct from this world. But the Doomsday game absolutely would not be cracked so easily by humanity. Judging from what Han Shui had encountered, the zombie population was most likely being constantly replenished. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, even more terrifying things would appear. For now, all they had to do was get to the bottom of this matter first, then make other plans. If the zombies really were being continuously replenished, the small supermarket where they were hiding was clearly not enough to withstand an attack by a large number of enhanced zombies. They would have to find a safer place to hide. The 3 cards dropped by the zombies on the street had a drop rate that remained pitifully low. Since the odds of obtaining a weapon were never high, Zhou Jing'an simply put the cards away and decided to open them later when they returned. His luck attribute was the highest among the group, so drawing cards after returning would naturally fall to him. Moreover, as the strongest fighter, it was only fitting that he keep them in his care. Upon entering the stairwell, everyone heightened their vigilance to the utmost. Having suffered a setback here once before, none of them wished to stumble over the same stone twice. Although Han Shui and Sun Debao had already searched floors 1 through 5, the incident from the day before indicated that they had likely overlooked something crucial. As a result, they could only start from the 1st floor and methodically search upward level by level. Fortunately, most of the zombies they had encountered the day before had already fled outside. Otherwise, juggling both resource collection and zombie clearance would have left them unable to finish before dark. By evening, having toiled endlessly, they still had made no significant discovery, nor had they encountered a single survivor. Their 2 earlier hypotheses seemed to have been entirely disproven. Han Shui surveyed the supplies stacked on the 1st floor and discussed with Sun Debao whether they should find a vehicle to transport everything back. Sun Debao, unable to speak, nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing'an remained fixed on the dark stairwell, hand on his chin, his mind still turning over his earlier speculations. Do you think we might have missed somewhere? That shouldn't be the case. We were thorough this time. If anything, there's only one place we haven't checked yet. Where? The elevator shaft. Zhou Jing'an's eyes lit up. Exactly, the elevator shaft. It runs through every floor, and the interior space is quite large. It's the most likely place to harbor problems. Thinking this, he could no longer contain himself. Any tools around? Let's pry open the elevator doors. Wait, never mind, that's too much trouble. I'll just use the axe. He immediately wedged the axe blade into the seam of the elevator door and pushed hard in both directions. However, perhaps due to improper technique, despite his prolonged efforts, the doors refused to budge. Seeing this, Zhou Jing'an flew into a rage and swung the fire axe with all his might at the elevator doors. Clang! The doors remained completely motionless, not even a single scratch left behind. This plainly defied common sense. Regardless of whether these elevator doors were domestically produced or somehow transported from the Centaurus galaxy cluster, their quality could not possibly be this extraordinary. There's definitely something wrong with this elevator. Zhou Jing'an stepped forward and felt around the door frantically, yet he could not locate any mechanism to open it. Just as he was at a loss, Han Shui beside him stepped forward and whispered, "Why don't you try pressing the elevator button? That can't possibly work. Besides, the entire city has been without power for ages. Without electricity, it would be miraculous if the button still functioned." Zhou Jing'an spoke in a teasing tone, and as he finished, he casually tapped the elevator switch. The very next moment, the elevator doors automatically slid open on both sides. Was it targeting him? Zhou Jing'an stood completely bewildered and then turned to look at Han Shui. "How did you know pressing the button would open the doors?" Han Shui wore an expression that clearly regarded him as an idiot. "I guessed. You couldn't have guessed so accurately. You must be hiding something from me. Bro, have you never used an elevator before? Even without power, that was still far more likely to work than your random flailing." Zhou Jing'an immediately fell silent. This woman could be so infuriating. Redirecting his attention back to the elevator, the group was stunned to discover that behind the open doors lay neither an elevator shaft nor a car, but rather a peculiar space bathed in dim yellow light and crammed with zombies. "You have discovered a hidden space, zombie cemetery. Description: within this hidden space lies a special tomb. Every 5 minutes it produces one zombie. This space can hold a maximum of 1,000 zombies. When the limit is reached, half of them will be released and randomly scattered near the entrance of the hidden space." Hearing the system prompt, everyone's smiles vanished as they grew vigilant once more. Producing one zombie every 5 minutes was almost as fast as monster spawning in games. If the zombie population were smaller, they could keep this place as a grinding ground for leveling up. But they had not yet reached that stage. The zombies in the vicinity were already more than enough to occupy them for quite some time. "We should destroy the tomb at the very back. If we leave it unchecked, it will surely become an insurmountable problem sooner or later." Zhou Jing'an spoke with utmost seriousness. "Today, our preparations are still too thin. Why not come back tomorrow?" Han Shui hesitated. "What difference does it make, today or tomorrow? We cannot suddenly manifest stronger weapons out of thin air, and any improvement in our capabilities would be extremely limited. How about this? I'll enter first to test the situation. You keep watch at the entrance. If there's an opportunity, we'll resolve this today. If not, we'll retreat, regroup, and decide when to strike next. Do you really think I would stand aside and watch my companion venture into danger alone? I'm going with you." Sun Debao also thumped his chest forcefully, producing dull pounding sounds. "Why are you two coming? To slow me down? I'm not a fool. If danger arises, won't I run? I rarely get to come out with you, so just listen to me today." Having said this, Zhou Jing'an gripped his fire axe tightly and stepped into the hidden space within the elevator. Only after he entered did the zombies inside the hidden space notice his presence. They extended their arms and surged toward him with guttural roars. As the saying goes, 1,000 people can cover the earth and blot out the sky, 10,000 can stretch without boundary or end. Although this horde had not reached such an exaggerated number, it was not far off. Coupled with their wild flailing charges, the word surge was entirely appropriate. He glanced back and confirmed the entrance was still there, though he could no longer see the two people guarding it outside. He guessed that a barrier separated the hidden space from the outside world, perhaps some technological concept beyond the reach of his education. But since he could slip away at any moment, there was little to worry about. Gripping his fire axe tightly, Zhou Jing'an let out a mighty battle cry and charged headlong into the zombie horde surging toward him. Die! A sweeping horizontal strike severed the heads of 3 zombies in an instant. Flipping the axe, he delivered a reverse swing that claimed several more lives. But the axe's reach was severely limited, and the other zombies seized the opportunity to close in, opening their mouths wide to bite at him. Zhou Jing'an's constitution attribute stood at 13 points. Though not as burly as Sun Debao, his toughness and resilience were no less than anyone else's. He did not attempt to dodge deliberately, instead opting for a strategy of fighting while retreating. Soon he had backed all the way to the entrance. Meanwhile, several zombies had managed to sink their teeth into him. A few, after biting down, refused to let go and simply clung to his body. He could still barely endure such injuries. Just as he prepared to swing his axe again, an indescribable searing pain suddenly shot through him, forcing a howl from his throat. Ah, damn it. He forcibly threw off the zombie entangled around him and looked down at his thigh. Some damn zombie, of all places to bite, had chosen his groin. The pain was so sharp it nearly brought tears to his eyes. Had it shifted just an inch or two, he would have been utterly silenced. With another swing of his axe, he killed 2 more zombies, and Zhou Jing'an was already thinking about retreating, ready to slip away. These monsters bit with agonizing ferocity. Their jagged, rotten teeth were even more effective than a dog's fangs. As Han Shui had said, their preparation this time was far too insufficient. Yet he refused to give up so quickly. Once he confirmed he couldn't fight his way through the front, he immediately shifted tactics. He planned to go around the flank. With his agility at 12 points, slipping around the edge and heading straight for the zombie breeding crypt shouldn't be a problem, right? His plan sounded good enough, but reality dealt him a ruthless blow. The surrounding space seemed boundless, yet after only a few dozen steps sideways, he ran headfirst into an invisible wall of air, colorless and unyielding. It was as if the Doomsday game were deliberately reminding him the reason this hidden space could hold at most 1,000 zombies wasn't because of some arbitrary rule. It was simply that the place really was that small. His face slammed into the transparent wall, and Zhou Jing'an fell flat on his backside, dazed, blood streaming from his nose. But the zombies behind him weren't about to wait for him to recover. They closed in on him once more. The pain scattered the fog in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he again wrenched himself free from the clutches of the countless zombies, swung his fire axe, and slashed savagely downward at an angle in front of him. Zombies kept falling to his axe, but against the immense horde it was just a drop in the bucket. Worse, the footing beneath him was steadily vanishing. The surging zombies nearly lifted him off the ground. Zhou Jing'an finally began to panic. His stats were high and his body was tough, but he wasn't invulnerable. Once he lost solid footing, his fate would be easy to imagine. If I don't leave now, I never will. Get the hell away from me. His strength exploded outward, once more blasting the surrounding zombies backward. He gathered power in his arm for a brief moment, then hurled the axe in his hand with brutal force toward the entrance. The axe spun through the air, swiftly carving a path through the zombies. Fortunately, he hadn't gone too deep. Unleashing every ounce of potential, he sprinted desperately and made it out of the entrance just before the path closed up again. Zhou Jing'an, are you all right? Seeing him flee out in utter disarray, Han Shui, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over to check his wounds. But he blocked her hand, and instead pressed a healing spell against his own chest. After 2 consecutive healing spells, Zhou Jing'an finally climbed to his feet. Glancing at his clothes, which had been shredded by bites, he let out a helpless sigh. Did it work? Han Shui asked again. How could it? There were too many zombies inside. I let my guard down for a second, and almost let those monsters carry me off. Let's head back for today. It'll be dark soon. Once we're back, I'll tell you the specifics of the hidden space. Sun Debao somehow found a small garbage cart. They cleaned out the trash, piled the collected supplies onto it, and pushed it all the way back to the supermarket. Back at the supermarket, they grabbed a quick bite to eat and gathered again for a meeting. Zhou Jing'an briefly described the situation in the hidden space, and everyone found it a headache just to think about. If they were strong enough, they could even keep this special hidden space and let it slowly respawn zombies, providing them with experience points and card drops. Unfortunately, their strength wasn't nearly that formidable, and precisely for that reason, they needed to eradicate this place completely. How could one allow another to sleep soundly beside one's own bed, let alone zombies? Unable to think of a better solution, they could only choose to ignore the hidden space for now and prioritize exploring other areas. After the meeting, Zhou Jing'an took a shower to wash off the stench of zombies, then collapsed onto his bed and began reviewing and reflecting on this failed attempt. Insufficient strength was only one aspect. As the strongest member of the team, he had been able to charge head-on into the zombie horde, fighting and holding out for a long time, which showed that his strength was enough to handle such a situation. 2 problems weighed on him far more heavily. The first was that he had no armor protecting his vitals. No matter how many ordinary layers he wore, they couldn't withstand the zombies' sharp teeth. The second problem was that he lacked the ability to kill zombies on a large scale, or rather he didn't have a weapon better suited to bringing out his full strength. Even with that fire axe using all his strength, he could kill at most 3 zombies with a single swing. It simply wasn't enough. And besides, he'd left the axe behind in the hidden space. But in his current situation, where could he find a more suitable weapon? If online shopping were still an option, he could custom order one. Just pay extra and material quality wouldn't be a problem. But in this world there was no room for if. Dwelling on it now was pointless. As he tossed and turned, he suddenly remembered that he still had 3 unopened cards dropped from killing zombies. So he immediately sat up in bed and called his companions over to watch him draw. Under their curious gazes, Ryup, the first card was torn open gently. A drum of gasoline materialized out of thin air in his hands, then slammed hard onto his thigh. What the hell? Zhou Jing'an shoved the thing away, his eyes shutting involuntarily from the pain. The wound on his thigh hadn't fully healed, and now it probably never would. Han Shui stepped forward and set the gasoline drum upright. It was marked with its capacity 200 liters. Gasoline was definitely a useful find with plenty of applications. This card was a huge win. Once Zhou Jing'an recovered, he decided to be smarter and stood up before cautiously tearing open the second card. This time he got an oversized bulletproof vest. Sun Debao, standing nearly 2 meters tall, found it fit him perfectly. The others could also wear it, but fit wasn't really a consideration. Han Shui's close combat ability wasn't strong, so she needed to stay agile. An ill-fitting bulletproof vest wouldn't be much use to her. In the end, everyone agreed to let Sun Debao wear it. 2 good items in a row rekindled a glimmer of expectation in eyes that had originally held none. Under everyone's eager gaze, Zhou Jing'an tore open the last card. The moment they saw what appeared, the looks they gave Zhou Jing'an all changed. Your luck is just unreasonable. With only 6 points of luck you get results like this. If it reached double, or even triple digits, you'd probably be pulling out planes and tanks. Zhou Jing'an laughed heartily. It's not that crazy, it's just a chainsaw. It's not contraband, plenty of places have them. This area around us is a residential district. There's no hardware store around, or else we could all have one of these. Saying everyone would get one was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, anyone with sense knew this was a lethal weapon against zombies. Even if there really was a hardware store nearby, the better tools would surely have been taken by others long ago. The chainsaw was noticeably larger than Zhou Jing'an remembered, its surface lacking festive red paint, and instead showing only the silver white of bare metal. It felt substantial in his hands. The most unusual feature was its saw chain edged with a ring of tiny crystal particles whose purpose was unclear. Diamond-tipped chain. This is a concrete cutter. Chun Zhengsheng stroked his chin and said, "How is that different from a regular chainsaw? It's bigger, performs better, costs more, and the chain can cut through concrete and stone. Otherwise, there's probably not much difference. So it's still just a chainsaw." To effectively wield this kind of tool, sufficient strength was essential. Han Shui was better suited to ranged weapons. Chun Zhengsheng was in poor health and would stay behind at the supermarket. The Yang siblings were not viable options for now. That left only Zhou Jing'an and Sun Debao as potential users. Zhou Jing'an quite liked the weapon himself. Had he possessed it during the daytime, the outcome might have been entirely different. Yet even with others lending assistance, he still lacked complete confidence in clearing that hidden space on his own. Given that uncertainty, he decided against rushing. A couple more days of preparation would help. If he could clear it without taking damage, there was no reason to risk it prematurely. While he focused on that careful preparation, entrusting the tool to Sun Debao made more sense. 3 cards had been drawn, each yielding solid results, and 2 of those items went to Sun Debao. One could say Sun Debao had suddenly received an epic upgrade. This realization showed Zhou Jing'an there were many paths to growing stronger. For someone blessed with high luck, killing zombies to collect drop cards was certainly a viable option. The next morning, Zhou Jing'an remained at the supermarket managing logistics with 2 young companions. Chun Zhengsheng lay in bed unwell. Even the healing spell couldn't help, which was deeply concerning. Because he had participated in combat the previous day, Zhou Jing'an would need to wait until nightfall to gain another talent growth. However, accounting for the 3 cards opened yesterday and the additional spiritual attribute from leveling up, it did not seem like a bad trade-off for the team. Of course, viewed purely from his own perspective, it was still a loss. His current thinking was as follows. Since he could not easily join fights and wanted to avoid them whenever possible, he needed a group of reliable and powerful teammates. His teammates so far were dependable, but they were not particularly strong. His next objective was to leverage his own strengths to help his companions grow stronger, so that even in dangerous situations he would not need to intervene directly. For instance, his idea from yesterday, using his high luck stat to draw cards and acquire useful items to equip everyone, was a solid approach. Plus, with his healing spell available and sufficient energy reserves, he could ensure every teammate stayed in peak condition. Since his energy would regenerate over time, and he needed to build skill proficiency anyway, he cast healing on both Han Shui and Sun Debao before they set out, ensuring they started in optimal condition. Now that his spiritual attribute had reached 11 points, his energy recovery rate had improved significantly, sparing him from the careful rationing he had practiced before. Han Shui and Sun Debao's mission today remained the usual 3: scavenge supplies, eliminate zombies, and locate other survivors. However, after discovering that dropped cards could yield valuable loot, dispatching zombies took precedence. Sun Debao's fresh equipment meant now was the perfect moment to put it to use. As they circled around the building housing the hidden space, Han Shui assessed the surroundings and took position in a concealed corner. Sun Debao, zombies won't target you directly, but the chainsaw's noise will draw them in. If I stay close, it actually creates more danger for both of us. Why don't you handle the initial wave, then I'll come out to assist. Does that work? Sun Debeo nodded and stepped into the center of the street. Watching the aimless zombies wandering nearby, he fired up the chainsaw with force. Brrrrrrrm. The roaring sound acted like a beacon, immediately drawing the attention of every zombie in the vicinity. Unable to detect living presence, the bloodthirsty horde did not sprint toward them. Instead, they instinctively shuffled forward, limping and dragging themselves together without the desperate urgency they showed when hunting live prey. Immunity to direct zombie attacks was a special trait that emerged after Sun Debeo contracted the infection. On the surface, this ability might not seem impressive. It offered no boost to combat power. Yet in this scenario, its tactical value rivaled even an S-tier talent. The chainsaw struck down with brutal force, sending dark blood spraying through the air. One zombie was cleaved clean in two from head to toe in a single blow. Perhaps stimulated by the scent of fresh blood, the zombies moved more swiftly, though most drifted toward their fallen kin rather than attacking. Sun Debeo himself proved less tempting than the corpses scattered across the ground. Watching from a distance, Han Shui clenched her fist and pumped it in triumph. She had long contemplated this tactic, but Sun Debeo's limited combat abilities meant she could not risk his life just to test a theory. This chainsaw filled the missing piece of the puzzle perfectly. For Sun Debeo, wielding it was far less exhausting than using swords, clubs, or axes. With his current stats, he could sustain a small-scale engagement without issue. Once half the approaching zombies fell, Han Shui joined the fray, providing cover fire from range with her crossbow. The crossbow bolts, imbued with shockwave effects, dealt devastating damage. Any shot above the chest typically killed instantly, with only Constitution-type zombies able to withstand a second strike. Each shockwave attack consumed energy, but given her current attributes, she could chain roughly 30 consecutive uses before running dry. Barely sufficient, but workable. Her accuracy rather than raw power was now the limiting factor in her kill efficiency. Despite regular practice, she had never handled a crossbow before. Moreover, the crossbow's performance had deteriorated from continuous use and neglect, which further explained her subpar hit rate. She could always close the distance and shoot zombies point-blank through the mouth, but that would defeat the purpose of having a ranged weapon. The battle concluded. Both were breathing heavily, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement as they surveyed the zombie corpses littering the area. Their exhilaration stemmed not from the killing itself, but from the tangible growth in their capabilities. Strength alone was the foundation for surviving in this post-apocalyptic world. And with sufficient power, their chances of enduring in this ruined era grew substantially. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, the two found a place to sit and rest. Taking the dropped cards handed by Sun Debeo, Han Shui counted them. Including the ones she picked up herself, there were 4 in total, and the drop rate was relatively decent. Sun Debeo held a piece of cloth torn from a zombie's body and carefully wiped the bloodstains off the chainsaw. Although this item was obtained from a card, it wasn't anything special. Without proper maintenance, its lifespan would definitely be greatly reduced. Han Shui also loosened her crossbow string and wiped each retrieved bolt one by one, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Many bolts were severely damaged and completely unusable. She could only pull off the arrowheads and discard the shafts. After recounting, she discovered that fewer than 10 bolts were still usable. This is troublesome. Once the bolts ran out, this crossbow would probably only serve as a decoration. As for making bolts herself, she had considered it, but after one attempt, she found the homemade bolts performed worse than plastic chopsticks. From then on, she abandoned the idea, using usable bolts to shoot chopsticks. The improper caliber was only one issue. To be honest, it would be easier to just throw them by hand. After all, damage relied on her talent effect anyway, so direct throwing was more convenient. As for the handgun in Zhou Jing'an's hands, it was normal that he didn't let her use it. With fewer than 10 bullets remaining, let alone practicing marksmanship, there weren't enough even for target practice. Only Zhou Jing'an's talent could make the gun somewhat effective. If we can't find new weapons, we'll have to rely on melee combat in the future. I could use Zhou Jing'an's previous blade, but my constitution and strength attributes are both low. Only my agility is passable, making me suited for hit-and-run tactics. Moreover, my stamina cannot sustain prolonged combat, so I will just have to take things one step at a time. After their stamina recovered sufficiently, the two raided several nearby shops. These shops were all small restaurants, and after the power outage, most of the stored food in their refrigerators had spoiled. However, there were also many non-perishable items. Rice flour, canned goods, seasonings, and the like were unaffected, and even the eggs were still edible. After gathering everything, not accounting for nutritional balance, this provided another half-month's worth of rations. Have we collected too much food? Han Shui thought this instinctively. It wasn't that she was being modest. In the apocalypse, food was never in excess. But they couldn't stay in the supermarket forever. If they collected too many supplies, moving would become difficult. However, this was not a concern they needed to address now. They pushed the broken-down cars blocking the road to either side, clearing the path. If the zombies had been the slow-moving kind from movies, using cars as street barriers might have been effective, but reality was entirely different. The scattered vehicles on the street only hindered humans. Afterward, the two brought out plastic buckets and siphoned all the gasoline from these cars. Gasoline was valuable. Whenever they spotted it, they would never let it go. They grew more skilled at such tasks, and if it weren't for the inconvenience of carrying them, they would have even removed the car batteries. Meanwhile, Han Shui occasionally glanced at her wristwatch, silently calculating the time in her mind. Roughly around noon the day before yesterday, they had been surrounded by zombies released from the hidden space. In desperation, they were forced to jump from the building, suffering severe injuries and nearly dying. The hidden space spawned a zombie every 5 minutes, totaling 288 per day. Although Zhou Jing'an had ventured in and killed some, the number wouldn't have been large. Calculating accordingly, the next release time of zombies from that hidden space should be approaching soon. Just then, Sun Debao, who was acting as a siphon thief, had just opened a car's fuel tank and was about to start when he suddenly heard movement inside the vehicle. He immediately tore a piece of clothing from a zombie, wrapped it around his hand, and punched the side windshield, shattering it completely. Woo-woo-woo dash, the minivan's alarm blared instantly, its piercing sound even louder than that chainsaw. What are you doing? Han Shui was startled by the noise, and looking up in alarm and anger, she saw Sun Debao reach into the driver's seat, pull out a malnourished zombie, and slam it brutally onto the ground, performing a move reminiscent of Liu Zixin's signature technique. After 3 punches, the zombie's skull cracked, and its eyeballs nearly popped out. One could say it departed in peace. This unfortunate fellow had turned into a zombie inside the car, strapped tightly to the seat by the safety belt. While other zombies consumed flesh, it could only breathe air. Over 10 days, it had wasted away to near-zombie appearance. Han Shui immediately understood Sun Debao's intention. She stepped forward, shoved him aside, and leaned half her body into the car. After searching for over 10 seconds, she finally found the car keys beneath the seat. She inserted the key and started it. The engine roared to life, and the alarm finally stopped. Han Shui breathed a sigh of relief, exited the car, and promptly kicked Sun Debao on the rear. Couldn't you give me a heads up first? Sun Debao chuckled, sheepishly knowing he was wrong. Picking up the chainsaw, he obediently ran aside to eliminate the zombies attracted by the noise. Han Shui opened the car door, cleared away the shattered glass, sat in the driver's seat with her hands on the steering wheel, and suddenly smiled faintly. We have a car. Strictly speaking, this vehicle should have belonged to that zombie just now. But zombies and humans were essentially kin. You bite me, I kill you, so why distinguish between yours and mine? Your car is my car. Apart from the left windshield, the vehicle was undamaged and ready to drive away directly. The battery was nearly depleted, but not completely dead, indicating that the car's owner hadn't turned into a zombie immediately. They must have persisted for some time. Han Shui had obtained her driver's license in her freshman year of college. Although she hadn't driven much since, she hadn't forgotten everything completely. Moreover, even if she made some minor mistakes, it hardly mattered. This was the apocalypse, and did she still need to strictly abide by traffic regulations? After briefly familiarizing herself with the controls, she drove the car to a shop front, opened the rear compartment door, and tossed the previously collected supplies in one by one. Once Sun Debao finished dealing with the zombies and collected the dropped cards, he also came over to help. 10 minutes later, the vehicle started and proceeded slowly down the street. As they just passed the building where the hidden space was located, Sun Debao poked his head out and curiously glanced backward. Suddenly, he saw the space there slightly distort, and then dozens of zombies materialized out of thin air on the street. Han Shui also witnessed this scene through the rearview mirror, patting her chest in lingering fear. If these zombies had appeared just as Sun Debao triggered the car alarm, they would likely already be dead. This apocalypse was fraught with danger at every turn. Upon returning to the supermarket, they only then noticed that most of the roadblocks they had placed nearby had been knocked over, and a large hole had appeared in the patched doors and windows. Bad. Seeing this scene, Han Shui's heart sank, and she hurriedly jumped out of the car and ran back. 2 unfamiliar corpses lay sprawled on the ground, their heads split open. In addition, there was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, tied to a chair with colorful ropes, unable to move. God knows where those ropes had come from. Chen Zhongxing sat nearby, counting bullets one by one. Zhou Jing'an stood over the strange young man with his arms crossed, not saying a word. Yang Ziki, the elder sister, hid at a distance, clenching her fists tightly. She probably wasn't used to such a scene yet. Yang Zilin, the younger brother, however, wasn't scared at all. He squatted there, pinching his nose, using a feather plucked from a shuttlecock to keep tickling the young man's soles. Are you going to talk or not? Talk or not? Talk or not? Ha ha ha. Go ahead and ask. If you don't ask, what am I supposed to say? Ha ha ha. Zhou Jing'an sneered. If I don't ask, you won't talk. Zilin gave him a big slap with the hand that was tickling his foot. I didn't use my hand to tickle his foot, Yang Zilin said angrily, and slapped the young man across the face with the back of his hand. Zhou Jing'an was unwilling to do it himself, fearing that the Doomsday game's idiotic judgment system would count him as participating in combat, and interrupt his talent effect. So he could only direct Yang Zilin to take action. But how much strength could a 12-year-old have? Besides, his talent had nothing to do with physical strength. The young man's face was as thick as a wall. Even after being slapped, he remained completely unbothered and started shouting loudly. Let me tell you, don't think you're impressive just because you have guns. My boss is not afraid of toys like those. I advise you to release me now, because when my boss comes in person, none of you will survive. The men will be chopped into 100 pieces and fed to the dogs, and the women. Just say how the men die. The women part probably won't pass the censors. Zhou Jing'an impatiently cut off the young man's words and waved over Sun Debao, who had just returned from outside, still holding a chainsaw and covered in bloodstains. Brother Debao, perfect timing. Come here and give him a big slap for me. Don't hold back. That Zilin kid isn't up to it. There's no strength in his hand at all. Who are you calling not up to it? A real man can never admit that. Yang Zilin made a fuss on the side until his sister, who couldn't stand it anymore, dragged him away. Sun Debao put down the chainsaw and walked over. He stretched out his right hand and measured it against the young man's face. His hand was just about the same size as the face. Young man. After measuring, Sun Debao withdrew his right hand, held it behind his back, and swung it in a full arc toward the young man's head. Sensing the incredibly terrifying pressure, the young man's face turned pale with fear as he shouted repeatedly, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Smack. Zhou Jing'an lightly kicked the chair, sending it backwards about 10 centimeters. Sun Debao's fingertips grazed past the tip of the young man's nose and slammed hard onto the edge of the stool, less than half an inch from the vital spot between his legs. The wooden stool actually got a chunk knocked off by that slap. The young man was so frightened that he pissed himself right then and there. Oh, what kind of slap comes from straight above? I want to go home. I'm not playing anymore. I want my mom. Mom. Sun Debao looked at Zhou Jing'an in confusion. The latter gave an imperceptible nod. All right, you've worked hard. Go rest. I'll call everyone over once I've gotten the information. Watching Sun Debao turn and leave, Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With only the residual strength in his fingertips, he could knock a chunk off a wooden stool. That strength was probably already over 10 points. How could a C-rank talent grow so absurdly? Talent mutation is indeed terrifyingly powerful. The others all went to the other rooms, leaving only Zhou Jing'an, the young man, and the two corpses. You may start talking now. My name is Sun Kai. Wait, you're also called Sun Kai. Zhou Jing'an looked astonished. What's wrong? The young man asked, looking bewildered. Nothing. Go on. I used to live in this neighborhood with them. After the doomsday game descended, I hid at home. It was only when I ran out of food that I don't want to know what you ate or where you lived. Tell me why you came here and who sent you. It was Boss Wei who sent us. He knew you still had a lot of food, so he told us to test your strength. If you weren't strong, we'd rob you directly. If we couldn't rob you, we'd try to persuade you to join us. Quite a scheme. I get it. Now you can go die. Sun Debao, drag him somewhere far and deal with him. Don't dirty our doorstep. Sun Debao poked his head out from the side and shook it firmly, indicating that he wasn't going to do this job. Girl Han. Uncle Chun. Yang, forget it. Yang Zilin suddenly jumped out. Let me handle it. Whoever dares to challenge me, I will end his life. Scram, scram, scram. After shooing away the little brat, Yang Zilin, Zhou Jing'an let out a helpless sigh. Looking at Sun Kai, who had been so scared that he couldn't even pee anymore, he said softly, It seems none of them wants to dirty their hands. In that case, I can only let you go back and deliver a message to your boss Wei. If he ever dares to lay a finger on us again, he'll regret it. Wait, that tone doesn't sound strong enough. Whatever, just tell him that. I can't be bothered to make changes. He casually untied the ropes on Sun Kai. The man immediately went limp, collapsing to the ground and crawling desperately toward the door, only for Zhou Jing'an to call out and stop him again. Wait, you forgot something. After saying that, he kicked the two corpses out one by one. Watching Sun Kai flee in disgrace, dragging the two bodies behind him, Zhou Jing'an spat contemptuously. Dare to cause me trouble? I'll scare the living daylights out of you. When the other party was far away, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly opened his personal panel, and after confirming that his talent hadn't reset its timer, let out a sigh of relief. Good thing kicking dead people doesn't count as combat. If it made the timer reset, I'd be seriously screwed. After learning the whole story from Chun Zhengsheng, and seeing that Zhou Jing'an had let the other man go, Han Shui could no longer hold back. She ran out furiously. He nearly killed the Yang siblings, and you just let him go. What else? Someone has to go back to deliver the message. Besides, he's just a nobody. What he says doesn't count. If we kill him, more of his kind will come. If we let him go back with the message, they'll be wary of us. That might buy us a few more days. Whether we leave or fight to the bitter end, we'll have time to figure it out. Leave? Han Shui repeated the word blankly. Meanwhile, Chun Zhengsheng walked over. You are the leader of our group. If you say leave, we leave. If you want to take them over, we'll fight them to the end. We have no reason to fight that we must obey, but as the leader of this group, you can give us a reason to fight. Han Shui was silent for a moment, then slowly raised her head, her eyes full of sharp determination. Of course we'll leave, But not now. We'll make these people understand who really rules this place. Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Through his and Chen Jingqing's careful nurturing, Han Shui had finally begun to look the part. Once the matter was finally settled, Zhou Jing'an thought to ask Han Shui why she had returned ahead of schedule. When they learned that the group had managed to bring back a vehicle, everyone rejoiced for quite a while. With a vehicle, everything became much more convenient. At the very least, they no longer had to haul supplies back and forth by hand. Moreover, when the time came to leave this place, they could carry a certain quantity of provisions with them, which represented a kind of initiative. As for the cars blocking the streets, they could clear them as they went. It wouldn't take that much effort. Once they were out of the urban area, the road conditions should improve considerably. Seeing that noon was fast approaching, Yang Ziki volunteered to go cook, but Zhou Jing'an called out to stop her. Han Shui had given him 4 cards and Sun Debao had given him 2 more. With 6 cards in hand today, everyone had to come watch him perform. My turn, draw a card. A large box of toilet paper materialized in his hands out of thin air. TCH. What's wrong with toilet paper? Isn't toilet paper a good thing? If you've got the guts, don't use it when you take a shit. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Everyone grab a few extra packs. When you run out, there's more. The toilet paper was just a minor interlude. The things drawn afterward were all pretty impressive. The second card yielded a night vision device, the third a stun baton, and the fourth, to Zhou Jing'an's delight, a small diesel generator. The very thing he had been dreaming of. His phone was finally saved. The fifth card produced a 16-inch 2-tier birthday cake. That would take care of everyone's lunch, and perhaps even last until dinner. As for the last card, it actually yielded 5 parachutes. He had no idea why something like that would turn up. Silently counting the number of people present, he suddenly felt as though he were jinxing himself. But I didn't say anything, he thought. The others didn't think much of it. Han Shui quietly made her way to the storage room and pulled out a brand new watermelon knife and a stack of small plastic plates. Time to cut the cake. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Cut off one of your own fingers. As he spoke, the man tossed the knife he had been idly toying with directly onto the ground. Boss Wei, Sun Kai knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with panic. What are you still looking at me for? You want me to choose for you? Fine. Hold out your hand. No need to trouble you. I'll choose myself. Sun Kai said hurriedly. He reached for the knife on the ground, clenched his teeth, and slashed viciously at his own left pinky. Oh! The scream echoed through the room. Boss Wei frowned and beckoned to the man beside him. Take him away. He's too noisy. Damn it, he can't even handle such a trivial matter. What a useless piece of trash. Boss Wei slammed his fist viciously into the wall, smashing a large hole clean through it, and exposing the steel rebar, yet his hand was completely unharmed. What terrifying strength. A man in a black hoodie stepped out from the side and reached out to touch the damaged wall. His young face revealed nothing. Wei Cheng, what do you plan to do? We must take those supplies. We don't have much food left, and we lost 2 men this time. The grudge has already been set. Then we kill them, right? Don't you need people? What I need are obedient people, and of course my good brothers. As he spoke, Wei Cheng reached out and patted the man in black on the shoulder. They have guns, and my domain hasn't expanded to that area yet, so I can't unleash my full strength. No one is better suited for this than you. Jiang Xiao, you have to help me with this. I'll make a trip over there tonight. I knew you'd help me. Wei Cheng excitedly clapped his hands together. Don't misunderstand. You know I'm not doing this for you. The 2 of us could never walk the same path. With those words, Jiang Xiao turned and left the room. Seeing Jiang Xiao disappear from view, Wei Cheng's face swiftly darkened. He picked up the blood-stained knife and piece by piece snapped it into several sections. Damn it, that little brat is putting on airs in front of me. One of these days I'll make you kneel whenever you speak to me. In the end, the cake did manage to last until evening. The main issue was that the cream on top was too cloying. Only the 2 children and Han Shui could barely manage a little. Zhou Jing'an and Chen Zhengsheng had to scrape the cream off before eating. Even so, quite a lot was left in the end. Yang Zilin said the cream on the cake was no good, and Zhou Jing'an laid the entire blame on Sun Debao. After all, that fellow hadn't eaten so much as a single bite. It had to be his fault, and there was no avoiding it. Sun Debao neither ate, drank, nor slept. In the dead of night, he sat at the doorway, seemingly lost in thought. His tall figure seen from afar looked somewhat frightening, yet strangely reassuring. It truly was contradictory. Since there was no entertainment at night, everyone had been going to bed quite early lately. Although Zhou Jing'an had gotten his wish and drawn a small diesel generator, he hadn't drawn any diesel fuel. Small ornament 1. Phone dream -1. Chen Zhengsheng slept in the storeroom with the 2 children, while Zhou Jing'an and Han Shui slept in the supermarket hall. One at the far left, the other at the far right. Han Shui had even deliberately arranged shelves in a ring around her sleeping area, which looked for all the world like a move aimed at him. When will people start trusting one another a little more? Unable to sleep, Zhou Jing'an lay in bed muttering softly under his breath. Just then the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth acquired spirit attribute 9. Holy shit. Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He had initially assumed that the previous 2 to all attributes was an extra bonus from the 10th growth of his innate talent. But judging by this ratio, it seemed that after the 10th time, every growth effect had doubled. Outside risking life and limb against zombies, he could barely level up once every few days and gain a single attribute point. Yet lying low in the supermarket doing nothing, he received about 10 attribute points every day. This was practically forcing him to stay low to the very end. What are you barking about over there in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Han Shui, woken up, rose and said angrily, I was studying a foreign language. Zhou Jing'an's first instinct was to snap back, but he decided it wasn't worth it and improvised a feeble excuse. Studying a foreign language. In the middle of the night. Who on earth would be teaching you a foreign language at this hour? Go back to sleep. Zhou Jing'an was taken aback. Oh, she certainly knows a lot about that. Zhou Jing'an hadn't even thought about it that way himself. He was just about to probe a little deeper into that topic with Han Shui, when turning his head, he saw Sun Debao, who had been sitting at the door, suddenly rise to his feet. He was about to explain that he had no improper intentions and that everyone should stay calm. But in the next second his own expression darkened, for he could faintly sense a strange presence rapidly closing in on the supermarket. A spirit attribute of 20 points didn't just mean he could use more healing arts, it also vastly enhanced his perception. Everyone stay awake. Something is coming. Han Shui also sensed something amiss. She hastily climbed out of bed and woke Chen Zhengsheng and the Yang siblings. As they emerged from the warehouse, a swift figure leaped out of the darkness and lunged straight at Sun Debao's face. Sun Debao's face was scratched several times. He grabbed the creature's jaw with his free hand and slammed it hard onto the ground. There was no expected scream. The thing shattered into several pieces, making a sound like porcelain shards falling onto the floor. Zhou Jing'an finally got a clear look at the thing. It's a skeleton. Judging by its size, it must have been a cat. Have you seen monsters like this before when you went out? No. Watch your back. Han Shui had no time to load her crossbow, so she grabbed a cleaver from the table and hurled it without hesitation. The blade whistled past Zhou Jing'an's face and slammed into a skeleton's skull. Crack! The skull shattered under the force of the impact, and the creature immediately collapsed into a heap of bones. Shaken, Zhou Jing'an whipped around and yelled, Han Shui, thank you so much. Han Shui raised an eyebrow. Hey, don't mention it. Zhou Jing'an. Since when did Han Shui have such a sweet mouth? But now was not the time for wisecracks. Turning back, they saw countless skeleton monsters squeezing through the doors and windows they had sealed. Most were human skeletons, though a few came from small animals. These skeleton monsters were about as strong as level 0 zombies, and some of the smaller ones were even weaker, but they seemed to coordinate with each other, moving swiftly and unpredictably, making them no easier to deal with than zombies. Sun Debao was entangled with the skeletons, unable to grab his weapon. Seeing this, Zhou Jing'an took a deep breath and dashed toward the chainsaw. Little buddy, here I come. He had always wanted to try it, and rare as the chance was, the timing was less than ideal, but he didn't care anymore. Virum. He revved the chainsaw and charged into the skeleton horde, swinging it wildly, feeling like Sun Wukong, wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace with his Rui Jinggu Bang. Any skeleton his blade struck instantly shattered into pieces, as if hit by a Darius ultimate. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the chainsaw wasn't really doing the work. The skeletons were more like being smashed apart by his raw brute force. Chen Zhengsheng stood at the back, gripping his pistol tightly, guarding the Yang siblings. Bullets weren't much of a threat to skeletons, and his talent was almost useless in this situation. As the only S-rank talent among them, absolute focus was naturally not something to be underestimated. But he was stricken with cancer, his body failing day by day, even worse than before the apocalypse game descended. Even if his talent could devise 10,000 ways to eliminate the enemy, his body couldn't keep up, and it was all for naught. Fortunately, the others were all capable enough. Before long, the skeletons that had barged in were reduced to scattered fragments on the ground. Only the thick-skinned Sun Debao suffered minor injuries, and Zhou Jing'an healed him completely with a single healing spell. Just when everyone thought the attack was over, a figure in a black hoodie slowly walked up to the supermarket, its shadow stretching long under the moonlight. Not bad, but this is as far as you go. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your food, and I might let you live. Otherwise, bang. Chen Zhengsheng didn't bother listening. He raised his gun and fired. The man was clearly hostile, so there was no need to hold back. He couldn't hit the skeletons, but a living person was a different matter. But the shot missed. At the critical moment, Sun Debao rushed over and knocked his gun aside, sending the bullet who knows where. What are you doing? Chen Zhengsheng, having missed his shot, was both shocked and furious, but now was not the time to question Sun Debao. Startled by the gunshot, the black-hooded man ducked for a moment, then flew into a rage. He raised his right hand and clenched it tightly at the group. The scattered bones around suddenly trembled violently, then, as if drawn by some force, rapidly converged in the center, assembling into a single form. Soon a colossal monster made of countless bones rose from the ground. 3 thick legs composed of bones supported its stance. The creature had no upper body, only a tail made of countless vertebrae and razor-sharp bone shards swaying back and forth around it over 5 meters long, even longer than the 3 legs beneath it. Terror seized everyone's hearts. What kind of monster was this? Yang Zilin instinctively extended his right hand. Flames erupted from the monster's body, yet they seemed unable to cause any harm, merely illuminating the pitch-black room. But his attack seemed to enrage the monster. The elongated tail slowly reeled back, then like a spring shot toward him with brutal speed. Look out! Thud! The tip of the tail pierced Qin Jingqing's left shoulder with ease, but he had already managed to shove Yang Zilin out of the way. At the critical moment, he activated his talent to slow time in his eyes, saving Yang Zilin in time, but leaving himself no chance to dodge. Damn it! Zhou Jing'an mustered all his strength and swung the chainsaw at one of the monster's legs. The thick bone leg snapped in the middle. The monster lost its balance and seemed about to topple, but it quickly adjusted the stance of its remaining legs, forcibly steadying itself. Meanwhile, Han Shui rushed to the wounded Qin Jingqing, trying to pull the bone tail out of his shoulder, but it was covered in sharp barbs, far from easy to remove. When it rains, it pours. The chainsaw's blade suddenly jammed and stopped turning. Zhou Jing'an cursed under his breath, abandoned the chainsaw, grabbed the half-broken leg bone from the ground, and swung it like a club at the monster's other 2 legs. Just as he was about to hit the bone leg, in his arms suddenly crumbled back into countless fragments, clattering all over the ground. And while he was distracted, the monster lifted Qin Jingqing and hurled him straight at Zhou Jing'an. To avoid hurting Qin, he had no choice but to catch him with open arms, also taking the chance to cast a healing spell on him. Bang! The two crashed together, tumbling far away and slamming hard into the wall. The tip of the bone tail tore open Qin Jingqing's shoulder wound as it wrenched itself free. Han Shui grabbed a handful of chopsticks and hurled them at the bone monster. Her energy drained massively in an instant, and the flying chopsticks, imbued with the effect of shock shot, blasted large craters into the creature's body. But that was nowhere near enough to destroy the monster. The bone tail retracted, gathered strength, then shot out once more, this time targeting Han Shui. Seeing the bone tail rushing toward her with no time to dodge, Han Shui instinctively closed her eyes. Yet after what felt like an eternity, the deadly blade hanging over her head never fell. She opened her eyes instinctively and saw the bone tail's tip stopped less than 10 centimeters from her face. The black-hooded man controlling the skeleton monster had dropped his hands, staring blankly at Sun Debao, who had walked up to him. "Daddy!" Slap. Sun Debao's palm struck the figure in the black hoodie, sending him flying. And behind him, the terrifying skeleton monster collapsed to the ground with a clatter. The crisis seems to have been resolved. Zhou Jing'an climbed up from the ground and touched his aching back. Earlier, when he had crashed into the wall, while carrying Uncle Chun, he had nearly landed on his head. Though he had adjusted his posture in time, the impact had been quite severe. After casting a healing spell on both Uncle Chun and himself, he chased after Sun Debao. In his fury, he had wanted to kill the kid on the spot, but upon seeing the black hoodie curled up under Sun Debao's fists, whimpering and begging, "Father, please stop. You're going to kill someone," he simply couldn't bear to interrupt this heartwarming father-son reunion. So I might as well take a number and wait his turn. Han Shui also helped support Uncle Chun as they walked out. The two exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unaware that Sun Debao had a son. Still, with the kid being this powerful, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing to recruit him into the team through his connection with Sun Debao. 10 minutes later, the bruised and swollen Jiang Shao removed his hoodie. Forced to his knees by his father, he began apologizing to everyone inside the supermarket one by one. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." His expression appeared exceptionally sincere. One could tell he was an obedient son. Sun Debao gave his shoulder a firm pat, eyebrows raised. "What else do you want me to say? I came here for food. We're running out of supplies on our end. What else could we do but come and take it? Besides, I didn't go all out just now." Zhou Jing'an glanced back at Uncle Chen's shoulder that hadn't fully healed, then cast another healing spell. He nodded to Sun Debao. Another round of filial piety and fatherly love ensued. With his eyes too swollen to open, Jiang Shao offered another earnest apology. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have attacked you. It was all my fault. I was wrong." Sun Debao's strikes were particularly brutal, not because he enjoyed hurting people. After all, they had been enemies fighting to the death just moments ago. If he didn't teach his own son a lesson, others would do it for him. He simply wanted everyone to spare his son out of respect for him. Han Shui frowned, but said nothing, busying herself with cleaning up the mess alongside Uncle Chin, effectively giving her consent. Zhou Jing'an sighed, walking forward to pat Sun Debao on the shoulder. "I understand what you mean. We're brothers who have faced life and death together. He's your son. Of course we can let him off. Besides, he really held back just now. Every time that monster struck, it deliberately avoided vital points." Sun Debao's eyebrows shot up, confusion evident on his face. Zhou Jing'an caught his expression and explained, "When I nodded at you earlier, I was just enjoying watching you teach this kid a lesson. Nothing else. Really." Sun Debao. Jiang Shao. Seeing that the latter could barely speak with his face so swollen, Zhou Jing'an cast a healing spell on him as well. Not because he was compassionate or couldn't bear to see others suffer, but simply to make communication easier. Now that his spiritual attribute had reached 20, he could cast healing spells on whoever he pleased, no longer having to be stingy about it. Through conversation, they gradually learned about the other party's background. The kid's name was Jiang Xiao, taking his mother's surname. His parents had divorced years ago due to incompatibility, but he hadn't suffered too much in the middle. His mother was a career woman, his father was attentive to him, and he was free to visit whichever parent he wished. This time he had come to find his biological father to celebrate his coming-of-age birthday together. But who would have thought that instead of finding his father, the apocalypse would find him first? The thought of being overwhelmed by a freshly turned 18-year-old kid left a burning frustration in Zhou Jing'an's chest. Unable to resist, he inquired about Jiang Xiao's talent. Normally people would keep their talents confidential, but under his father's pressure Jiang Xiao had no choice but to display his status panel. Jiang Xiao, level 4, body 6, spirit 8, intelligence 10, strength 5, agility 6, skills none, talent resurrect, undead, SS rank, can resurrect the deceased as undead beings. An SS rank talent. Zhou Jing'an was thoroughly stunned, but quickly came to terms with it. If it weren't for a talent of this caliber, how could they have been beaten so badly? And from the looks of it, this kid must have killed quite a few zombies to level higher than Zhou Jing'an. Wait. Zhou Jing'an suddenly noticed a crucial problem. Your talent allows you to resurrect the dead as undead, but that three-legged monster behind, was that also resurrected by you? Jiang Xiao blinked innocently. That's a hidden effect of my talent. I can combine several undead together to form a more powerful individual. The information on the talent introduction isn't the full extent of the talent's effects. There are quite a few hidden functions. Did none of you know this? Now we know, better late than never. Hidden talent effects. Zhou Jing'an's SSS rank talent should have been even stronger than Jiang Xiao's SS rank talent, yet the fact was that he hadn't gained any advantage in battle. But this wasn't entirely his fault. He had always believed his talent was simply waiting for the system to grant him attributes while he lay around. He had never imagined there could be hidden effects. Be it Jiang Xiao's resurrect, undead, Han Shui's shockwave attack, the Yang siblings' water and fire control, or Chen Jingqing's absolute focus. All these could be considered active talents. Even the same ability could produce entirely different effects in different people's hands. It wasn't strange that there would be hidden effects. But his own talent, living at peace with the world, was more like a passive ability impossible to activate at will. Could his talent also have hidden effects? Zhou Jing'an had his doubts, but also hoped it did. The revelation about hidden talent effects had given everyone much to contemplate, opening another path to rapid strength cultivation. But Han Shui hadn't forgotten to ask about the important matters. Tell us who sent you here. And I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Before Han Shui could finish her question, Jiang Xiao rushed to answer. You trust us that much? Han Shui asked, bewildered. Of course. My dad told me you saved his life. But your dad can't speak right now. Zhou Jing'an reminded him quietly. Confusion spread across Jiang Xiao's face. Can't speak. But he was just talking to me. Zhou Jing'an didn't pursue this topic further. A suspicion was forming in his mind. Sun Debao had been infected by the zombie virus, but didn't turn into a zombie. Instead, he gained the player status, though his talent had mutated. Perhaps some part of him had become something close to an undead. Jiang Xiao spilled everything without reservation. How many people they had, what abilities each person possessed, who was loyal, who was a fence-sitter, who was good, and who was evil. Everything he knew, everything he could think of. He held nothing back. His father trusted these people. Why wouldn't he do the same? Besides, he had never gotten along with that Wei boss anyway. Wei boss is named Wei Cheng. He feeds and manages a total of 37 people in the survivor camp, but that's not because he's particularly kind-hearted. He treats them terribly. Several women have been violated by him. The reason he established the survivor camp was because of his talent's effect. He could establish a territory within a fixed area, and the more people who obeyed his leadership within that territory, the stronger he became. That's precisely why he's always been quite accommodating to me. Even though I opposed him at every turn, he never minded. Because the undead I resurrect can also provide him with power. How many skeletons did you resurrect in total? Zhou Jing'an asked. Originally there were over 50, but as for now, not a single one remains. Did the power you granted him reach even half of yours? It definitely exceeded half. After all, humans can harbor treacherous thoughts, but my skeletons cannot. Whatever I command them to do, they do, without question. Then between the two of you, who is more powerful? Jiang Xiao answered without hesitation, naturally I am. If I weren't worried that he might use the other survivors as hostages, I would have taken him out long ago. Is that so? Zhou Jing'an fixed a burning gaze upon Han Shui. She responded with a knowing smile. Since courtesy demands reciprocity, tomorrow he'll have no choice but to accept our return gift. Having witnessed the strength of this group firsthand, Jiang Xiao did not feel that they were boasting. Uncle Chun initially planned to tidy up the thoroughly ransacked supermarket before dawn, but he quickly abandoned that unrealistic idea and had everyone move their bedding into the warehouse to rest. Sleep-deprived son Debao remained seated at the door keeping watch. Having been reunited with Jiang Zhao's father and son after such a long separation, the two were bound to have endless words to exchange tonight, so the latter certainly wouldn't be getting any sleep. Even so, Zhou Jing'an still felt uneasy. He lay in bed drifting in and out of sleep for most of the night, only sinking into a deep slumber when he could no longer keep his eyes open. The next day, since there was an operation planned, everyone was raring to go. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, they lined up in orderly fashion at the entrance. Except for Uncle Chun and the Yang siblings who stayed behind to guard the camp, everyone else received a dose of Zhou Jing'an's healing spell and set out from the supermarket in high spirits, heading straight for the residential compound. They had no intention of foolishly walking through the main gate. Jiang Xiao might not know every detail of the place, but he had a solid grasp of the situation. To leave such an advantage unused would be akin to leaving home without one's brain. Since they planned to take over the compound directly, the most fitting approach under the current circumstances was a decapitation strike. As long as Wei Cheng was eliminated with Jiang Xiao backing them, and food as bait, Han Shui was confident these people would willingly accept their leadership. As for those unwilling to stay, they weren't so heartless as to force them. Everyone could part on good terms, taking 3 days' worth of food and heading as far away as they pleased. Having learned from past lessons, Han Shui had no intention of burying another time bomb at their own doorstep. After learning from Jiang Xiao where Wei Cheng was most likely to appear, the group immediately began devising a plan. None of them possessed the ability to fly or any flying tools, so directly soaring over was out of the question. That left only one option: disguise. Hopefully everything would go smoothly. To enhance their credibility, both Zhou Jing'an and Sun Debao had themselves bound with ropes. Of course the bindings were far from tight. With their strength, a mere flex would snap them free. As for Han Shui, her strength was ordinary, so she would be escorted by Jiang Zhao's skeletons, which should be enough to pass inspection. Zombies were everywhere, and corpses were the most abundant resource at present. Then they had Jiang Xiao drive the van they had acquired the previous day, loaded with plenty of food. With such tangible benefits, their credibility would undoubtedly increase by a great margin. When the time came, they only needed to seize an opportunity to approach Wei Cheng, smash a cup as the signal, and strike together, guaranteeing absolute success. That was the plan they devised, and that was exactly what they did. When the survivors in the compound saw Jiang Xiao driving back and distributing food to everyone, they were overjoyed, cheering and leaping without cease. Clearly this young man was quite popular here. This proved that he had not been lying earlier. The reason he had attacked Han Shui and the others was purely to ensure everyone had something to eat and would not starve. After dealing with the crowd outside, Jiang Xiao led the others into one of the buildings. Han Shui subtly noticed that the gazes of those around her seemed tinged with a trace of pity. It seemed they were sympathizing with what was about to happen to her. Climbing the stairs all the way to the 5th floor, before even stepping inside, Jiang Xiao bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Wei Cheng, I've brought back what you asked for." However, no one responded to him. He told the others to wait outside, then pushed the door open and barged in, only to find that Wei Cheng was not on the sofa in the middle of the room. Why isn't he here? Could he be off with some woman? In broad daylight, how outrageous. Silently speculating, he ran upstairs and pushed open the doors of several bedrooms. Wei Cheng never allowed anyone else into this place, but Jiang Xiao was the exception. He couldn't care less whether Wei Cheng permitted entry or not. Anywhere he wished to go, he would barge right in. Pushing a door open, several women in tattered clothes appeared before his eyes, startling him into hastily retreating. After all, one man like Wei Cheng had limited energy. These women had not yet degenerated into hollow-eyed shells. In a sense, at least, the women by his side could be assured of food and safety. Once the apocalypse dragged on for a while longer, perhaps women would fight and scramble for the chance to stand by Wei Cheng's side. However, the problem at hand was that Jiang Xiao still had not found that man. Growing increasingly impatient, he ran downstairs, found Wei Cheng's lackey, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded loudly, "Where's Wei Cheng? Where did he go?" The lackey stammered back in terror, Wei, the boss went out. Went out? When did this happen? What did he go to do?" "Last night, probably past midnight. I don't know what he went to do, but he drove away." The excavator parked out back. "You have an excavator here?" Having already snapped his ropes and rushed over, unable to wait any longer, Zhou Jing'an leaned in with the astonished expression and asked. "It was left here by a nearby construction site. The bucket was replaced with a strange sort of blade. When it spins, it's incredibly fierce. Not just zombies, even solid boulders, the moment they touch it, get torn to shreds." "Hey, wait, who are you? Why am I telling you all this?" "Who am I? You'll find out soon enough." Zhou Jing'an snickered, then reached out and dragged Jiang Xiao away. The group returned to the stairwell and questioned Jiang Xiao once more. "So where's Wei Cheng?" The latter's face stretched long. "That fellow seems to have fled last night." "Fled?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "But it makes sense. With his power reduced by more than half, and you not coming back, there were only two possibilities: you were defeated or you had betrayed him. Either way, he was doomed. Running away was only natural. Zhou Jing'an analyzed with an air of mock profundity. Anyone can make such shoddy hindsight analysis. Han Shui couldn't help but retort. Though it does reveal one thing. Our thinking was too naive. None of us imagined he would abandon everything he had built here so easily and simply flee. He doesn't need sleep, but I do. Let's get this done quickly so I can catch up on rest. What's the next move? Zhou Jing'an said with a yawn. What else can we do? Prepare to take over this place. I'll go resurrect a few more skeletons. If anyone disagrees, we'll strike when the time comes and secure the compound without a doubt. Before long, Jiang Shao returned with 7 or 8 skeletons and ordered Wei Cheng's lackey to assemble everyone in the compound downstairs. Not a single person missing. The man naturally had no desire to take orders from him, but under the threat of force, he had no choice. Once all the survivors had gathered, the group did a quick head count and discovered there were only 35 people. Excluding himself and Wei Cheng, there should have been 37 people in total. Where are the other two? They locked their doors from the inside and refused to come out. I couldn't do anything about it. The lackey wore a look of grievance. Forget it, we'll deal with those two later. Everyone's here now, so I have an announcement to make. Boss Wei fled last night and abandoned us all. But don't worry, I've brought in the survivors from the supermarket. They're willing to lead us and share their food with everyone. No one has to worry about going hungry anymore. There were no cheers nor any cries of opposition. Most eyes were filled only with blank bewilderment. However, a few people's eyes brightened. With the suppression of Boss Wei gone, something called ambition seemed to have been quietly awakened deep within their hearts. Under everyone's gaze, Han Shui stepped forward on her own initiative, standing atop the awning on the second floor, looking down at the crowd with the corners of her lips slightly raised. From this day forward, I will lead everyone in striving to survive this apocalypse. We are not enemies. We all share a common goal, and that is survival. I am different from Wei Cheng. I will not force anyone. Those who do not wish to stay in this camp may take 3 days' worth of provisions and leave on their own. I will not stop them. As for those who oppose me, I am right here. You may step forward now. Almost no one wanted to leave this place. Those who could get out had already left long ago. Why would they wait until now? Still, seeing that the new ruler was a woman, a few people secretly thought, if she can do it, so can I. Yet none was willing to be the first to step forward. After hesitating and dawdling for a long while, a young man finally stepped forward with a solemn face. I want to give it a try. Swoosh. Before anyone could react, Han Shui hurled a handful of chopsticks at him. Each one carried a shockwave effect, soft-looking and feeble, yet alarmingly lethal. The young man took the chopsticks full in the face. His head instantly turned into a bloody mess, as if trampled savagely by spiked boots. He didn't even have time to scream before toppling backward. Even Zhou Jing'an looked surprised when Han Shui struck without warning, then his surprise shifted to admiration. This woman's growth speed was astonishing, fast enough to leave even him dumbfounded. Han Shui attacked the young man who had stepped forward without giving any notice for two main reasons. One was to eliminate a latent threat, the other was to establish her authority. Although she had said out loud that anyone opposed to her could step forward, she certainly did not intend a righteous showdown with power as the stake. With that cautionary example set, anyone still harboring hidden intentions could now weigh the consequences for themselves. Yet no matter how much she had weighed the pros and cons, this was after all her first time killing someone. Looking at the bloody, mangled corpse on the ground, she felt something churning up from her stomach. If it were not for the dark makeup she always wore, others would probably have noticed her pale face. As for why she chose chopsticks instead of a crossbow, that story started the night before. Since the previous night, Han Shui had grown fond of this style of attack. Though it consumed a great deal of energy, at once it boasted tremendous power and was very convenient to use. To be honest, her marksmanship was poor, and she had long since lost any desire to carefully aim a crossbow from the side. Besides, with an SS-rank talent like Jiang Shao joining them, and more than 30 extra people to manage, Han Shui was no longer the strongest among the original few. If she wanted to keep leading, she would have to raise her strength as soon as possible. That was why the pressure on her was immense. Watching the faces below, some frightened, some wary, Han Shui was about to speak again when two people walked out from the crowd. Are you two planning to oppose me as well? This time she did not act right away, as she asked first. Killing one person could be passed off as a show of force, but killing 3 would be seen as butchery and would backfire. No. The two hastily shook their heads. We want to leave this place. You said that anyone unwilling to stay could take 3 days' worth of rations and go. That's right, exactly that. Follow Zhou Jing'an to the car, pick up 3 days' worth of rations, and then you can leave. Wait, since when is this my job? Zhou Jing'an was leaning by the stairwell window, muttering quietly. Han Shui turned back. We've just taken over this place, and the others can't be completely trusted yet. I'll have to trouble you with these chores for now. Hey, don't be so damn polite with me. He finally got to throw those words back at her. It felt amazing. Zhou Jing'an took the two to the car and handed out enough food for 3 days. When they said they had big appetites and asked for a little more, he grinned and gave it to them. Seeing this, the others were tempted. After all, they had virtually no food in their own pockets. If they could take 3 days' worth of provisions and go somewhere else, it seemed like a fine choice as well. Quite a few people began to stir restlessly, but none had the courage to step forward immediately. Only when the two who had chosen to leave reached the entrance of the neighborhood did Han Shui announce loudly, "For everyone else who is willing to stay in the camp and accept my protection, each of you may receive 3 days' worth of grain. After that, food will be distributed uniformly for now. Rest assured, as long as I have a breath left in me, no one will go hungry." The two who were about to leave were instantly dumbfounded. Seeing that they still wanted to come back, Jiang Zhao's skeleton immediately moved to intercept them. "Sorry, but our food is quite limited. We are not accepting other survivors for the time being." First a stick, then a carrot. Adding the contrast of those poor wretches, everyone quickly accepted the fact that the survivor camp had changed hands. Staying here did not seem so bad after all. The food in the van, of course, was far from enough to share. Zhou Jing'an drove a team back to the supermarket to haul more supplies and brought Uncle Chun and the Yang siblings back with him. After several trips back and forth, it was already afternoon by the time everything useful had been moved. Han Shui, for her part, had acted with swift resolve. The survivor camp had gone through very little turmoil and was already getting on track. With so many hands available now, there was no need for her to handle everything herself. She had Sun Debao and Jiang Xiao, father and son, lead teams out to clear zombies. Some in the teams were responsible for collecting supplies while being protected by the others. With such a clear division of labor, their efficiency improved considerably. At the same time, Han Shui forced no one. Everyone who joined the teams did so voluntarily. It wasn't because they were all selfless. Some wanted to become stronger by killing zombies, and some were drawn by the extra compensation the teams offered. As for the others, they were not completely without things to do. After all, without working, the supplies each person received were barely enough to survive. To fill their stomachs, most people were willing to contribute their fair share. Because there were many supplies to move and store, the logistics side drew the most people. Zhou Jing'an still handled logistics management with Chen Jingqing, but with so many subordinates, all of a sudden their work had become much easier. All they needed to do was supervise and direct without doing any of the heavy lifting themselves. For Zhou Jing'an, that was pure bliss. Of course, there were also those who secretly pocketed things while moving supplies. If someone simply grabbed a handful of rice or hid 2 loaves of bread, the pair pretended not to see it. After all, when the water is too clear, there are no fish, and they couldn't manage things too rigidly. But if anyone dared to carry off an entire sack of rice, they would definitely be taught a good lesson. After the inventory was finished, the two began to have a headache again. Their original food had been enough for 4 people to eat for a year or two. But now, with more than 40 mouths waiting to be fed, even counting what was left in the camp, if they didn't impose restrictions lasting 2 months, would be a stretch. A couple of days ago, Han Shui had been marveling that there was too much food to finish. Now, they were once again worrying about food. But idly sitting there and thinking about it would not help. Seeing that Han Shui was still pondering the camp's future development and arrangements, Zhou Jing'an decided to help share the trivial burdens. For example, he could take advantage of the current lull to go check on those 2 people who hadn't come down to assemble during the day and find out what was really going on with them. Standing before the door of a residence, Zhou Jing'an brought the Yang siblings along, raising his hand to knock forcefully. "Is anyone inside?" No one answered. "Should we just break the door down?" Yang Zilin proposed. Zhou Jing'an shot him a fierce glare. "You unlucky child, where did you learn that from? Are we the kind of people who do that?" "Old neighbor, it's me. Open the door. You have the guts to stay inside. You have the guts to open the door. Don't hide in there not making a sound. I know you're home." After shouting for quite some time, there wasn't a single sound from inside the house. Zhou Jing'an guessed the person inside was most likely dead. He then pressed his finger against the peephole, gripped the doorknob, and with both arms pulled with sudden force. The entire security door was ripped right off its frame. "Didn't you say you weren't that kind of person?" Yang Zilin gave him a look of utter disdain. "Brat, mind your own business." Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes and barged through the door. The scene inside the room startled him. Trash was piled up into mountains across the floor, leaving barely a spot to place one's feet. The 3 of them pinched their noses as they walked inside. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. A perfectly standard apartment layout. "Should we split up and search?" Yang Zilin proposed. Zhou Jing'an laughed mockingly. "You try splitting your head off, let's see how that works for you." The latter immediately clamped his mouth shut. Split up indeed. Better to stay put like good boys. They really should have some self-awareness about their own capabilities. After searching the living room and kitchen, they prepared to check the 2 bedrooms. Yang Ziki curiously glanced at the bathroom and nearly fainted from the stench. The 3 of them unanimously agreed that even if someone were hiding in there, they couldn't possibly go in after them. One of the bedrooms was filled with nothing but heaps of garbage. In the other, an elderly person lay on the bed. Zhou Jing'an walked over to check for breath. When his fingers accidentally brushed against the old woman's skin, he felt how terrifyingly cold it was. Judging by the state of things, she had been dead for 2 or 3 days. A dead person in the house, and nobody knew about it. This went to show that the man called Wei Cheng couldn't care less about these people's lives. He only cared about his own power. The window is open. Did the other person escape through it? Zhou Jing'an leaned out the window and looked down at the street below. 7th floor. If someone walked out through the window, there's no way others wouldn't have noticed. Unless that person could fly. Hey kiddo, how's your talent ability coming along? Go ahead and cremate the old grandmother. Yang Zilin was still staring blankly at the body on the bed. Without thinking, he replied, "Who are you calling kiddo?" Until his sister jabbed him with her elbow, finally snapping him back to his senses. "Oh, I'm on it." Zhou Jing'an watched the latter with a peculiar expression, thinking, could it be that I'm being too friendly? This little brat really doesn't take me seriously at all. Whatever. Stay calm, live in harmony with the world, stay unworldly. This is my talent. I'm the kind-hearted person of this team. No issue there. Yang Zilin stretched out both hands, aimed at the old woman on the bed, and closed his eyes. In no time, flames began to burn. Under his control, the fire didn't spread to anything else. However, the burning seemed rather slow. If they waited for the cremation to finish naturally, they'd have quite the wait ahead. But looking at the boy, he didn't seem to be straining at all, so it should be fine. Just as he was about to leave this place to the Yang siblings and slip away, without taking responsibility, the wardrobe in the bedroom suddenly swung open. A slender figure leapt out and charged straight toward Yang Zilin. Zhou Jing'an quickly stepped in front, steadied himself, and saw 2 dirty little fists pummeling his stomach continuously. "Don't you dare hurt my grandmother. Don't you dare hurt my grandmother." So the other person had been hiding in the wardrobe all along. The girl before him was probably not even 10 years old, gaunt, covered in grime. Who knows what she'd been surviving on these past few days. Glancing again at the burning body on the bed, he finally began to grasp a fraction of the apocalypse's cruelty. Actually, everyone was pretty miserable except for him. Han Shue's home wasn't in this area. From the moment the apocalypse game descended, she'd lost contact with her parents. So she'd always wanted to go home to see if her parents were still alive. Unfortunately, she simply never had the chance. Uncle Chun had lost his wife and daughter, and was also suffering from a terminal illness. But he never let his grief show so others couldn't sense his thoughts. As for son Debeo, he was still considered quite fortunate. Though infected with the zombie virus rendering him unable to speak, sleep, or eat, at least he had found his son. The Yang siblings had relied on each other until Han Shui picked them up, giving them hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. And this girl before him was no different. Just another unfortunate soul drifting through these dark times. He gently lifted the girl from the ground, letting her continue pummeling his chest, and earnestly searched his mind for the right words. "Your grandmother has departed. We used fire to liberate her physical body so that her soul could find freedom, transforming into stars in the sky to watch over you forever. Do you understand?" He didn't know if the girl understood or not, but she had stopped hitting him. 2 streams of tears traced down her cheeks, washing away the grime, and leaving 2 distinct tracks of wetness. "But don't worry, we'll take care of you from now on. What's your name? Can you tell me?" My name is Shen Xiao." Shen Xiao? That doesn't sound like a name from this world. "Uncle, what did you say?" "Nothing. I was just saying what a beautiful name it is." Once the body on the bed had finished cremating, Zhou Jing'an found a container and placed the ashes inside before leading the 3 children back together. Shen Xiao was only 7 years old. After learning her story, everyone felt deep sympathy for her. But sympathy is the most useless thing in this world. Right now, all people needed to do was learn how to survive in this increasingly darkening world. Everything else was nonsense. You have not participated in battle for 24 hours. Growth received EXP 420. You have leveled up. The sudden system notification startled Zhou Jing'an. He opened his personal panel and realized his talent effect hadn't been interrupted at all. Last night around this same time, son Debeo had pressed his fist into his son's face. The scene had been rather heartwarming. And now exactly 24 hours had passed. But that doesn't make sense. Shen Xiao definitely punched me several times. Though that hardly counts as a fight, the system's lousy judgment definitely wouldn't let it pass so easily. Could it really be because of that? Was Xiao's combat power too low to deal any damage to me, so it wasn't counted as participating in battle? Zhou Jing'an seriously recalled the events, but without any comparative conditions, he still couldn't figure out the real reason. Regardless, the talent effect granted over 400 experience points, a level up, and 1 free attribute point. Though it seemed like a bit of a loss, this still wasn't a bad thing, right? After consideration, he ultimately chose to allocate the attribute point to intelligence. The spirit attribute governs energy capacity and recovery, while intelligence determines the potency of talents and skills. Of course, certain skills demanded other forms of expenditure, matters he had not yet encountered, and thus fell outside his immediate concerns. Moreover, the intelligence attribute was rather abstract. It did not alter one's actual cognitive ability, or merely investing points into it would not suddenly render someone brilliant. A fool would remain a fool. Zhou Jing'an's spirit attribute had already reached 20 points, granting him a formidable reservoir of internal energy. He could cast healing repeatedly. 10 consecutive uses posed no difficulty, and factoring in natural recovery, he could deploy it even more times throughout the day, which was more than sufficient for the time being. However, the efficacy of a single healing spell often proved inadequate in practice. Between the options of increasing casting frequency or enhancing the skill's power, Zhou Jing'an chose the latter. The night passed without dreams. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Shao suddenly appeared and pressed a stack of zombie drop cards into Zhou Jing'an's hands. The latter paused, his gaze growing distinctly subtle as he regarded the other. So little stuff, and you think you can buy me off? I knew you were a rebellious brat with no good intentions. Jiang Shao rolled his eyes. Sister Shui said you'd be the one to open all future cards, but don't misunderstand. This is communal supplies, not yours alone. Whatever you pull, remember to deposit everything into the supply cache. Damn it, what do they take me for? A gotcha machine. Zhou Jing'an couldn't resist muttering under his breath, yet his hands still obediently reached out and took the cards. There were 11 in total, the largest haul he had ever seen. He had no idea where Jiang Shao and his father had gone hunting zombies with their squad. They had only been gone half a day, yet the returns were surprisingly abundant. He wondered whether opening all 10 at once would trigger any guaranteed drop mechanics. He was now fairly certain that whatever emerged from these cards would be items existing in the real world, and their physical dimensions would not be excessively large. Nothing as absurd as an airplane or a tank. Of course, that assumption might prove incorrect. After all, he had only opened a few dozen cards so far, and with his luck attribute sitting at merely 6, it was hardly surprising that he had not drawn anything of exceptional rarity. Without bothering with any ceremonial preparations, Zhou Jing'an tore open the 11 cards one by one, and item after item materialized before his eyes. Among them were 5 portions of food, 2 farming tools, a box of lighters, a metal baseball bat, a double-barreled shotgun, and a complete wingsuit set complete with primary and secondary parachutes. The shotgun came with only a single box of ammunition, just 24 rounds, which felt rather stingy. All in all, however, the loot from this draw was quite satisfactory. In particular, that full wingsuit rig, if placed in the hands of someone proficient, would yield unexpectedly formidable results. That said, wingsuit flying had always been a perilous and costly pursuit, and given the circumstances, it was quite possible that none within their camp possessed the requisite skills to wield it effectively. Nevertheless, that did not diminish the value of the item. To maintain better organization, Jiang Shao and his father had organized their contingent into a hunt squad, granted the finest provisions across the entire settlement, though correspondingly shouldering the greatest risks. A separate logistics department had been established to oversee all domestic affairs within the camp. Uncle Chun and Zhou Jing'an served as its respective director and deputy director, tasks largely reduced to directing others' labor. A fairly comfortable arrangement indeed. Meanwhile, Han Shui had entertained ambitions of establishing additional bureaus, public security, education, even diplomacy, but such aspirations bordered on the fanciful, especially given their severe manpower shortages, and those plans had been temporarily shelved. Chun Zhengsheng had rummaged through the storage and unearthed several packets of vegetable seeds, then led a group to level the residential compound's ornamental green belts and replant the soil with edible crops. Witnessing this, Zhou Jing'an realized he could not simply coast through his duties within the camp indefinitely. Glancing over at 3 children playing together, an idea promptly took shape in his mind. Why not take them along to hunt zombies? No one could shield them forever, and more than reliance on others' protection, what they truly needed was the capacity to defend themselves. Finding a way to strengthen them was the most genuine assistance he could offer. This was especially pressing for Shun Xiao, who had remained secluded at home and had not yet acquired player status. Although slaughtering zombies might seem too brutal for a child her age, such was the stark reality, and Zhou Jing'an could do nothing to soften it. Moreover, he wished to test his earlier conclusions, and this would be an opportune moment to do so. Han Shui no longer had any use for the crossbow. Should she desire, she could wield the double-barreled shotgun, instead a weapon that complemented her talents quite well. With that in mind, Zhou Jing'an conveniently requisitioned the crossbow. He himself had no need for it, but it would suit Shun Xiao perfectly. He spent a considerable amount of time patrolling the area surrounding the residential compound with the 3 small children, but encountered not a single zombie. Instead, they ran into members of the hunt squad who were returning with supplies on a tricycle. According to the information he received, the zombies in the vicinity of the compound had already been largely cleared out. Earlier that morning, Jiang Shao had even led a team into the hidden space and annihilated the zombie population there. Hearing this, Zhou Jing'an could only exclaim in astonishment. What had once been a location that instilled dread in everyone had now rapidly transformed into an experience grinding ground. Such speed was almost unbelievable. Venturing any farther would compromise their safety, so Zhou Jing'an decided to lead them directly into the hidden space. Inside, only a pitiful dozen or so zombies remained, posing absolutely no threat to him. He adjusted the roller skating protective gear he had retrieved from the supply room, paying particular attention to the critical areas around his thighs, which he wrapped several extra layers of reinforcement. Then he deliberately stepped into the horde. It doesn't hurt. They're giving me a massage. It's just a bit forceful, but I'm tough, so the pressure feels just right for me. Murmuring to himself continuously, it took less than half a minute before every zombie had latched onto his body. Striving to ignore the biting pain coursing through him, he summoned his personal interface and was startled to discover that his talent's effect had not been interrupted at all. Excellent. Yet his jubilation lasted only a few seconds before a zombie suddenly bit through the helmet lodged in his crotch and lunged straight for his vital area. He instinctively clamped his legs together and backed away, but upon raising his head again, he noticed the talent's countdown had resumed from scratch. What kind of subjective judgment bullshit is this, eh? Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but curse. So as long as he convinced himself he wasn't engaging in combat, the system would simply ignore it. Of course, this was merely a preliminary hypothesis, and whether it held true still required verification. However, the cost of such an experiment was considerable, so he would need to think it through carefully. Zhou Jing'an sighed inwardly, but with his protective invulnerability now broken, there was no point in further deliberation. No longer burdened by hesitation, he clenched his fists and delivered a series of brutal blows, knocking every zombie sprawling to the ground. Then he waved to the three small children cowering at a distance. Stop standing there like fools. Come collect the heads. Another crossbow bolt struck a zombie in the eye socket. The creature convulsed a few times, then quickly stopped moving. The Yang siblings stood nearby, one trying to roast a zombie with fire and the other trying to boil it in water. After laboring for ages without killing it, they grew so furious that they pulled out baseball bats and smashed the zombie's head to a pulp. Their talents were still too weak at this stage and had yet to be developed. Xin Xiao lowered her crossbow and closed her eyes, her small face pale. Even though she had seemed reluctant to fight, she made no complaint, something Zhou Jing'an greatly admired. After all, everyone likes an obedient child. He could only hope she had drawn a good talent. A moment later, the girl slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "I've drawn my talent." Zhou Jing'an punched back a zombie that had just crawled out of a grave, turned around, wiped the filthy blood from his face, and revealed a kindly smile. "What is it? Can you tell me?" "Okay. Xin Xiao, level 0, O physique 3, spirit 3, O intelligence 4, strength 2, agility 3, skills none, talent shadow flow S rank. Can manipulate shadows. An S rank talent. Good little Xiao. From now on you must work hard to develop your talent, so you can protect yourself. Understand?" Understood. S rank talents were already considered top tier. They seemed common, but that was only because many people with ordinary talents had perished in the jaws of zombies, making such talents appear more frequent. In reality, if one person in 100 had an S rank or higher talent, that was already an extremely high proportion. At noon, after returning for only a short rest, Zhou Jing'an took the three children out to kill zombies again. By dusk, all three children had successfully leveled up to level 1, and the crossbow was finally declared beyond repair. Add to that the fire axe before it, and the chainsaw that came later. Zhou Jing'an suddenly realized that he could practically be called the bane of weapons. Almost no weapon he used managed to survive a single day. Meanwhile, his talent timer kept resetting to 0. He still hadn't fully understood that thing, so it seemed he had to avoid combat as much as possible. There was no room for cutting corners. Back at the camp in the residential complex, Zhou Jing'an was taking the three children to dinner when Han Shui blocked his path, pointed at his nose, and demanded in a loud voice, "Where did you go?" "I took the kids to kill zombies and level up." "Why? Why? You have the nerve to ask why. Do you remember the reason you joined us in the first place? Surely you haven't forgotten. This afternoon, the hunting squad carried back 3 members, all waiting for your healing spells. But you weren't in camp. If someone hadn't learned emergency medical treatment, those 3 would already have been released from their misery." Zhou Jing'an flushed and could not speak. He had indeed forgotten about that. Don't stand there like a wooden post. Go treat the wounded now. As for Xin Xiao and the Yang siblings, I know you want to take care of them, but that isn't your responsibility alone. Tomorrow I'll have someone specifically handle that matter. You just need to manage your own duties. Understood. Zhou Jing'an ran off to treat the wounded with a grim face. After an entire chain of healing spells, the 3 who had been wailing in bed were again full of vigor. But he himself felt dejected. Han Shui had not been wrong, and he knew he had been negligent. But no matter who it was, having a young girl younger than yourself point at your nose and lecture you would put anyone in a bad mood, wouldn't it? That night, Zhou Jing'an reflected on himself again and eventually reached a conclusion. Han Shui had changed, and so had he. She had grown stronger and more capable of leadership, while he had grown indecisive. So maybe all adolescent boys are as sentimental as I am. The next day, before leading the team out, Jiang Shao again brought over the cards they had harvested yesterday. This time there were more than 30 of them. Opening one card was exciting, opening 10 was thrilling. But tearing open more than 30 in one go had started to bore him. Most importantly, nothing particularly good appeared. There was none of that pleasant surprise. He tore the cards open one by one. Slightly under half were food along with a few melee weapons and tools. He did draw some bullets, but they were completely incompatible with the two guns in their hands, so they could only be thrown into storage. The only thing worth mentioning was a motorcycle, which was definitely a burst of good luck. He picked up the last card, and was about to tear it open, when lowering his head for a subconscious glance, he suddenly froze. The cards they had obtained before all radiated a white glow on their surfaces. But the one in his hand was green. Where did this thing come from? Zhou Jing'an suddenly remembered that he still didn't know how those three had been injured yesterday. Jiang Shao was strong, and when he encountered danger, he could simply use his skeletons to take the brunt. Sun Debao was steady and reliable, and his special constitution meant he would basically never actively court danger. With those two leading the team, why were there still injuries? And so severe at that. They must have run into something special. Last night, I was too busy throwing a little temper to notice. Forget it. I won't make wild guesses anymore. I'll ask Jiang Shao when I see him tonight. With that thought, Zhou Jing'an stopped agonizing and decisively tore open the green card in his hand. Green fluorescence swirled and faded, and a pair of small daggers slowly appeared before him. Spirit Light Dagger left agility 1, requirement none. Spirit Light Dagger right spirit 1, requirement none. Set effect. 22. The first two attacks in combat are imbued with the Spirit Light effect, dealing extra damage to zombies, undead, and dark creatures. Resets after leaving combat. Is this special equipment? Seeing the equipment attributes suddenly pop up, Zhou Jing'an widened his eyes in an instant. This was the first piece of stat-bearing equipment he had drawn, and also the first thing that did not exist in reality. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He casually took out an item and tried cutting it with the dagger. With a slight push from his wrist after a harsh tearing sound, the phone on the table was sliced cleanly in half. So sharp. Wait, the phone. My phone. The dream of resurrecting his phone was utterly shattered from then on. But the terrifying sharpness of the Spirit Light daggers still offered Zhou Jing'an a little comfort. Especially the Spirit Light effect attached to the daggers, which dealt extra damage to zombies, made them absolutely formidable weapons against the undead. He had no idea how effective they would actually be. With no one around, Zhou Jing'an looked left and right, and greed suddenly stirred in his heart. Since no one will know, it should be fine if I secretly pocket this thing, right? But he quickly raised his middle finger at himself. Are you kidding? Am I that kind of person? If I'm going to take it, I'll take it openly and honestly. Why would I do it in secret? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation? These dual daggers felt perfect for Shun Xiao the moment he took them into his hands. But she was only 7 years old and far too young to join the battlefield. Leaving them in her care would be a waste. They could always be passed down to her later when she came of age. Still, who should wield such a weapon? Zhou Jing'an himself had no intention of joining the fight. What difference did it make if these daggers were in his hands or in Shun Xiao's? Sun Debao was unlikely to take them either. Such a burly man wielding two tiny daggers would look completely out of place. As for the others, most relied on ranged combat methods, so there were few suitable candidates. Of course, there were still those within the camp who might find a use for them. Yet Zhou Jing'an wasn't willing to entrust such valuable items to strangers, especially when the level of trust between them remained insufficient. Forget it, let someone else figure it out. I'm too tired to think about it. In the evening, Zhou Jing'an waited outside the classroom for Shun Xiao to finish her lessons. Han Shui insisted that even in these apocalyptic times, children's education couldn't be neglected, so she arranged for Uncle Chun to teach several youngsters basic subjects. Though Uncle Chun specialized in animation production, his background as a university professor made him more than capable of handling foundational courses for children. Shun Xiao, sharp and quick-witted, dashed over immediately and threw her arms around Zhou Jing'an in a tight embrace. Brother. So well-behaved. Zhou Jing'an laughed until his eyes nearly disappeared. Chan Zhengsheng emerged from inside the house and chimed in with a smile. Since you're so fond of her, you might as well make her your goddaughter. Zhou Jing'an's eyes widened. What are you talking about? She calls me brother. The other rolled his eyes, lit a cigarette, and walked away. Zhou Jing'an wanted to dissuade him, but there was nothing he could say about something like this. They always claimed smoking damaged one's health, yet for someone already gravely ill, what concern did health hold anymore? While Chen Zhengsheng focused on teaching the children, his role as deputy head of logistics naturally fell to him, coordinating work assignments for everyone. Han Shui's only requirement was straightforward: remain at the camp and be available whenever injuries required medical attention. Beyond that, he had complete freedom. Considerably lenient terms by any measure. Vegetable seeds had been planted throughout the green belts, but with limited water resources, those seeds would likely fail to survive unless rain arrived soon. The only alternatives were digging a well or locating an alternative water source, neither particularly practical. Zhou Jing'an lacked any real enthusiasm for farming within the residential complex anyway. But keeping people idle was dangerous. Idleness bred trouble, and who knew what chaos might emerge. So as deputy head of logistics, he needed to assign tasks to those not out hunting zombies. After a brief consideration, an idea quickly formed in his mind. Reinforce the community's defenses. It seemed somewhat pointless given that the nearby zombies had already been largely eliminated by the hunting squad. Even if the fortifications were completed, they'd likely see little actual use. Meaningfulness didn't matter. He simply wanted to keep everyone occupied. Once Han Shui approved, Zhou Jing'an quickly organized the workers, and they got to work with great enthusiasm. The residential area was surrounded only by an iron fence with no additional defensive measures. When the apocalypse first struck, everyone was too focused on survival to worry about such things. Later, Zhang Zhao's army of resurrected skeletons grew increasingly powerful, making reinforcement unnecessary, since these tireless sentinels could handle security duties on their own. Now their objective was to construct a high wall around the existing fence. Whether it would prove useful remained uncertain, but Zhou Jing'an knew it would be a massive undertaking, one that would keep everyone occupied for the foreseeable future. That evening, the system notification appeared once more, this time granting 2 to all attributes, pushing his power to a higher level. After Zhang Xiao returned, Zhou Jing'an eagerly sought him out to inquire about the green card's origin, which had dropped from a level 5 zombie. So level 5 zombies exist now? These things evolve faster than humans. Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Xiao took a sip of water, clearly preparing to boast. Let me tell you, that thing was terrifying. My skeleton army fell one by one with a single blow. I had to summon the bone whip just to barely hold him off. If we hadn't had the numbers to create an opening for a surprise attack on his vital point, I can't say who would have won. The bone whip was the name he'd given his 3-legged one-tailed creature. A purely imaginative creation with no real basis, yet its sheer power was undeniable to everyone who witnessed it. By the way, what did you get from that green card? Let me see it. Zhang Xiao asked eagerly. Zhou Jing'an waved him off. It's in the warehouse if you want to check it out yourself. A pair of daggers with some bonus attributes. Pretty solid, but a staff would have been more useful. Indeed, a staff would have been better. Zhang Xiao agreed, took a quick glance, and lost interest. There was no way he'd charge into zombie combat wielding daggers. That would be absurd. No one else showed interest in daggers either, even with the attribute bonuses and set effects. Zhou Jing'an's first special equipment drop had gone entirely unused, an outcome he hadn't anticipated at all. Buzzing through the early morning air, the noise jolted Zhou Jing'an awake. For a fleeting moment, he thought he'd somehow returned to before the apocalypse, hearing what sounded like construction work from a neighbor's apartment. He quickly snapped back to reality, throwing open the window and leaning far over the sill to see what was happening outside. A silver-gray aircraft streaked across the sky above them, sending everyone who spotted it gasping in shock. An airplane. It's actually an airplane. Most people didn't fully grasp the implications, but the sight of functioning technology soaring overhead gave them a renewed sense of hope for the future. Perhaps someone was already working to end the apocalypse itself. Maybe they'd soon escape their suffering and return to the world of civilization. Zhou Jing'an shielded his eyes from the sun and studied the aircraft carefully. Based on its color, the sound of its engines, and its altitude, he concluded it was likely a military plane rather than civilian. As for the exact model, he guessed blindly. He wasn't some military enthusiast, so why torture himself trying to figure it out? Then again, by now it was unlikely many people had the skills to hotwire a commercial airliner from an airport anyway. So it's a military aircraft. The state apparatus must finally be free from immediate threats and has the resources to tackle this mess, Zhou Jing'an reasoned to himself. Not long after the plane passed overhead, he noticed white objects drifting down from the sky. They weren't snowflakes. They were printed flyers being distributed from the aircraft above. The nation will establish shelters across multiple regions. Those willing to join may mark their location with bright-colored crosses on the ground, and the military will locate and escort survivors to the nearest shelter based on these markers. All humanity is urged to hold firm conviction that we shall surely overcome this apocalyptic crisis. As long as the Dragon Nation endures, humanity shall survive eternal. These were the entirety of the pamphlet's content. There were no illustrations, no ornate calligraphy, only plain white paper bearing stark black characters. Yet these simple words stirred a warmth in the chests of all who read them. The nation has not yet forsaken us. Our soldiers still fight valiantly. What right do the rest have to surrender? A shelter established by the authorities. For certain individuals this may not be welcome news, Zhou Jing'an murmured to himself while clutching the pamphlet. He was not the only one to encounter it. Word spread quickly, and soon nearly everyone possessed a copy. Han Shui learned of this news immediately, but she made no order to destroy the pamphlets. When some brave souls approached her with questions, she simply told them she would provide answers the following day. This was indeed no trivial matter, it merited careful consideration. The members of the hunting squad likewise lost their inclination to venture out and slaughter zombies, choosing instead to remain at the camp and await developments. Han Shui immediately raised her slender hand and resolved to convene a meeting with everyone to deliberate on the matter. The sole question at hand was whether to join the official shelter or continue operating this survivor camp. For those with considerable ambition, such decisions required no consultation whatsoever. Yet Han Shui's ambitions had been nurtured bit by Uncle Chun and Zhou Jing'an. Subjectively, she would rather seize an opportunity to seek out her family than cultivate her own power base. If this were an official shelter, there would presumably be thorough personnel registration. She might even find someone to help trace her parents' whereabouts. This was Han Shui's own thought, but equally it mirrored the sentiments of most people. Aside from a handful of isolated individuals, the majority still harbored the hope of reuniting with their kin. When the apocalypse first descended, I managed to reach my mother by phone. She was aboard a private jet and had not turned into a zombie. Her chances of survival were quite high. If we head to the official shelter, I stand a strong possibility of finding her. Jiang Xiao could not help but speak up. What are the others thinking? Han Shui remained uncertain. Uncle Qin glanced at Zhou Jing'an, and upon seeing no indication that the latter wished to contribute, tapped his knuckles lightly against the table. Xiao Shui, regardless of what others may think, the final decision ultimately rests with you. But whichever choice you make, we shall silently support you. Isn't that right, Xiao Zhou? Zhou Jing'an, whose thoughts had wandered elsewhere, quickly nodded in agreement. Then upon the conclusion of this meeting, we shall paint the cross marks and await the military's arrival to escort us to the shelter. I cannot say whether this represents the optimal choice, but it certainly cannot be deemed the worst. Dismissed. Jiang Xiao was the first to dash outside and assist with painting the cross marks. No sooner had he stepped beyond the entrance than he spotted several individuals huddling together in suspicious fashion, each carrying plastic buckets. Witnessing this, he promptly summoned his skeleton and strode over with a grim expression. What are you doing gathering here? Don't you have anything better to occupy yourselves with? The group jumped in alarm and hastily concealed the plastic buckets behind their backs. Nothing at all, nothing. We were just chatting together. Yes, merely conversing. Produce whatever you're concealing behind you. Gazing at the eerie luminescence flickering within the skeleton's eye sockets, they had no choice but to comply. The plastic buckets were set down upon the ground, the red paint within nearly spilling over. A mystery where this group had sourced such supplies. We only intended to mark crosses. We understand our mistake. We swear there shall never be a recurrence. Several of them quickly bowed their heads in contrition. You're still hoping for another chance? Jiang Xiao let out a cold snort. Go attend to your assigned tasks immediately. Leave the cross marking to me. The crowd stood bewildered. Were they not also tasked with painting crosses? Then why raise one's voice so violently? Snatching the paint bucket, Jiang Xiao began directing his skeletons to labor. Skeletons proved to be remarkably efficient laborers, tireless and dutiful, requiring no wages whatsoever. Almost instantaneously, a massive crimson cross materialized across the community's pathways. Yet Jiang Xiao remained uneasy, so he painted additional crosses atop every building's rooftop before venturing onto the streets to gather zombie corpses, arranging them into a towering cross formation at the nearby intersection. Others came seeking Zhou Jing'an's guidance on whether the wall reinforcement should continue. His reply was equally decisive. If you have idle hands, then you shall reinforce the perimeter walls. Watching them depart with forlorn expressions, he pondered an entirely different concern. Should they opt to follow the military away from this place, that concealed space would need to be dismantled. Zombie capabilities continued to strengthen progressively. If properly contained, the location would pose minimal danger. Yet unmanaged, who could predict how many zombies it might spawn? He shared this concern with Han Shui, who deemed it unnecessary to rush. The military would arrive eventually, and such prime leveling grounds would hardly appear again. They could simply wait until departure day to address it. With their current capabilities, demolishing the structure would require little effort. 5 days later, Zhou Jing'an stood on the balcony, chin resting on his hand, observing the bustling activity below. Earlier, a construction site had been identified near their location. Upon confirming the wall reinforcement plan, the hunting squad prioritized that area and promptly retrieved cement and bricks the same day. They opted for a poured concrete approach. Under the guidance of an experienced craftsman, progress accelerated remarkably. Within merely 3 days, they constructed a double-layered brick wall, standing 3.2 meters tall, positioned alongside the iron fencing. Constrained by available materials, the brickwork served partially as formwork. They had already filled the cavity between layers with concrete, and now needed only several more days for proper curing. The precise structural integrity held no concern for Zhou Jing'an. What mattered was that the team labored late into each night and slept soundly afterward. Additional survivor groups were discovered during their search. Most resolved to remain stationary and await military rescue, while a few sought to establish independent power bases. Ultimately, only 2 factions, depleted of food supplies, chose to integrate with them. The settlement population surpassed 50, intensifying provisions and water demands considerably. Fortunately, the hunting squad proved exceptionally capable, and combined with Zhou Jing'an's daily card draws, food supplies not only stabilized, but actually increased. Zhou Jing'an himself reaped substantial rewards. Over 5 days his talent triggered 5 growth cycles, 1 grant of 430 experience points, a new skill called Blessing of Strength, 2 instances of all attributes increasing by 2, and a single intelligence boost of 8. Even by his standards, this constituted a monumental leap in capability. Player Zhou Jing'an. Class None. Level 4, 530,638. Vitality 19, Spirit 26, Intelligence 26, Strength 23, Agility 18. Free attributes 0, Luck 12. Talent detached from the world SSS. For every 24 hours elapsed without combat participation, you may accumulate growth. Growth may include, but is not limited to, attributes and skills. Current growth count 18. Healing Art Tier 2. Administered upon a target, restores partial injuries at low energy cost. Proficiency 481,000. Blessing of Strength Tier 1. Temporarily augments a target's strength by intelligence 0. 12 points, persisting for 4 to 12 hours. Energy consumption low to moderate. Proficiency 9,100. Strength Blessing was another support skill, but like healing it was equally practical. Usable on oneself or others. With Zhou Jing'an's current intelligence attribute, he could only provide a 3-point strength bonus. It seemed modest, but that was only for himself. For most people, 1 strength blessing was enough to temporarily bring them to the limit of human strength. Additionally, because his healing skill had reached 100 proficiency, it upgraded to level 2. The healing effect improved somewhat, and the consumption increased slightly, though these changes weren't reflected in the numbers. He only noticed them when actually using the skill. Worth mentioning was that his 5th talent growth granted him healing, and at the 15th, he received Strength Blessing. It seemed the number 5 held some special meaning in this apocalyptic game. Of course, it might also be mere coincidence. The hunting squad was ready to depart. Han Shui also picked up the double-barreled shotgun, planning to go out with them. Since deciding to join the shelter, she was now more focused on improving her own strength, paying little attention to the camp anymore. However, the food rations these past few days had increased compared to before. Since everyone could benefit, naturally no one objected. Zhou Jing'an stayed on the balcony when suddenly a plastic water bottle flew up and struck the window. He looked down and saw Jiang Xiao standing at the building's base, grinning at him with a wide smile. "Brother Zhou, give me a strength blessing." "Get lost, you're a summoner. What do you need strength blessing for?" As Zhou Jing'an spoke, he threw 2 strength blessings lasting 12 hours, each placing 1 on Sun Debao and 1 on Han Shui. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiao raised his middle finger, then turned and fled. A beer bottle shattered behind him. Zhou Jing'an leaned out and cursed at Jiang Xiao's retreating figure, while everyone else burst into laughter. After cursing for a while, Zhou Jing'an suddenly looked up toward the distance. He faintly saw grayish-green vehicles heading toward them, one after another. As they drew closer, he finally got a clear view. The lead vehicles were actually various models of armored cars. Was this the military? He urgently shouted downstairs, "Hold on. Someone's approaching from outside. It seems to be the military." "The military? Are you sure?" Han Shui's eyes immediately lit up. She thrust the gun into Sun Debao's hands and ran outside. Exiting the residential complex, indeed, there was a rather long convoy forming a single-file line and rushing toward them at speed. Any obstacles on the road were effortlessly pushed to the sides by the specially modified vehicle at the front, posing no hindrance whatsoever. "I thought we'd have to wait longer, but I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Soon several vehicles pulled over to the roadside, while the rest continued forward to other locations. After all, they weren't the only group waiting for rescue. Several fully armed soldiers quickly descended from the vehicles, forming a line with rifles in hand. One of them promptly walked to the crowd gathered at the residential compound's gate, raised his hand in a military salute. "Hello, my name is Lin Hao. We are here under orders from our superiors to escort all of you to Shelter No. 24. For your safety, and to reach the safe zone as quickly as possible, please cooperate with our work as much as possible. Thank you. Shelter No. 24. Lin Hao immediately explained. Since we lacked the time and manpower to name each shelter individually, we assigned a unique number to each one. Shelter No. 24 is the closest to here. It was originally a military training base temporarily converted into a shelter. Seeing Lin Hao answer so meticulously, others also stepped forward to ask questions. The latter immediately looked overwhelmed, hastily waving for everyone to calm down. "I understand you all have many questions, but for your safety we should get on the vehicles as soon as possible and move together with our comrades responsible for escorting survivors in other areas. This way everyone's safety will be better ensured." After brief instructions, Lin Hao began directing everyone to load supplies and important items onto the vehicles. It wasn't that the military was coveting their belongings. After all, with dozens of shelters to feed, the military's pressure was immense. If survivors could bring their own food, it would considerably ease their burden. However, upon learning they had over 50 people, Lin Hao's face immediately showed an awkward expression. He said their vehicles couldn't carry that many people and might need to contact other vehicles to help with transportation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing'an was still thinking about that hidden space. He immediately rushed inside with Jiang Shao. These skeletons can't be taken out anyway. Just use your ultimate skill. I'll buff your skeletons. Let's finish this place quickly. You're always ordering me around. Jiang Shao muttered quietly, then with a wave of both hands his skeletons gathered toward the center. Soon a new skeleton monster rose from the ground. 6 long legs like those of a spider with the sharpest bone at the tips forming blade-like edges. The torso region was nearly absent, replaced only by a pair of massive bone hands hanging down. My new creation. How about it, cool, right? Jiang Shao said proudly. Zhou Jing'an stared for a long while, but ultimately said nothing. After casting Strength Blessing, he silently gave a thumbs up. This thing clearly couldn't exist in nature. It was a miracle Jiang Shao could even imagine such a monster. Empowered by Strength Blessing, this skeleton monster transformed into a killing machine. Each movement of its legs could effortlessly pierce through a zombie's skull. It wasn't long before all the zombies in the hidden space were slaughtered clean. Then those bone hands violently dug into the zombie-breeding necropolis, dismantling it into scattered debris within moments. Player Jiang Shao has successfully destroyed the zombie necropolis. Experience 1000. Obtained 1 blue card. Obtained special item space fragment. Zhou Jing'an also heard this system notification and was overcome with jealousy. Jiang Shao had already reached level 5, and this time, he jumped directly to level 6. As Jiang Shao had explained, after reaching level 5, talent abilities would receive considerable enhancement. Additionally, one could randomly obtain a profession and learn the first profession skill. This was absolutely a qualitative transformation. However, the progression from level 5 to level 6 only granted 1 point of attribute increase. If those 1,000 experience points had gone to Zhou Jing'an, he could also have achieved qualitative transformation. But regret was useless now. After reading the space fragment's description, Jiang Zhao's grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. What is this space fragment thing? Zhou Jing'an asked sourly. A great thing that can open a portable space. Don't even think about competing with me for this. It's very important to me. My resurrected skeletons can be stored inside it. Is the space that big? Jiang Shao grinned. The space isn't particularly large, but my skeletons can be folded, you know. Everyone squeeze in a bit. We can easily fit a few dozen. Then just use it already. But what about that blue card? Mine. Jiang Shao immediately hugged it tightly. Do you think I'd stoop to taking your trash? I'm asking if you want me to help you open it. You won't cheat me, right? Look at your pathetic ambitions. Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes, snatched the blue card, and tore it open directly. Blue light flashed, and a ring with mysterious patterns slowly fell into his hands. Arcane Ring Spirit 2, Intelligence 2. Special effect when using non-elemental magical abilities, effectiveness increases by 30. Usage requirement, magical profession intelligence greater than 12. Jiang Shao collapsed dramatically to the ground, tightly hugging Zhou Jing'an's leg. Brother Zhou, you're my biological brother. The attributes and effects of this ring were quite impressive, though it came with a class requirement that Zhou Jing'an could not meet. Judging by Jiang Zhao's smug expression, however, he should be able to equip it. He tossed the ring directly into the other person's hands. The next moment, the surrounding space suddenly began to tremble, and before either of them could react, they were forcibly expelled from the hidden space. Zhou Jing'an reached out to press the elevator button again, but this time it showed no response no matter what he did. He forced the elevator doors open with brute strength, only to find the space behind had returned to an empty elevator shaft completely devoid of any special properties. Let's go. Maintaining the skeletal monster form required continuous consumption of energy and stamina, which was why Jiang Shao had already dismissed it long ago. The two emerged from the building. The other survivors had nearly finished moving half of their supplies, and just as they were about to lend a hand to speed things up, a system notification voice suddenly rang out in their ears. Greetings, all human players. Have you already begun to find things rather dull? Are you thinking to yourselves a doomsday game? Is that it? Is that really all? Apologies for any inconvenience. In order to help everyone adapt more quickly, I was forced to impose certain restrictions on the zombies, which unfortunately resulted in a rather subpar gaming experience. But rest assured, I guarantee such issues will not occur going forward. From now on, please enjoy yourselves to the fullest. The true doomsday game has only just begun. What was that? Zhou Jing'an looked blankly at Jiang Shao, only to find an almost identical expression on the other's face. Glancing at the others, most shared the same bewilderment. That voice earlier, and the one that first descended upon the doomsday game, likely originated from the same entity. And those words were clearly intended for all surviving humans. What do you mean the true doomsday game has just begun? Haven't humanity's circumstances already become miserable enough? Jiang Shao gritted his teeth as he spoke. Stop worrying about how miserable things are. Let's get everyone on the vehicles first. Losing some supplies is no big deal. I have a bad feeling about staying here any longer. Zhou Jing'an's mental attribute stood at an impressive 26 points, greatly sharpening his ability to sense danger. His instincts were never baseless guesses. Before he could even seek the others' opinions, a bolt of lightning suddenly split through the sky. Dark clouds gathered rapidly, and a frigid gust of air swept down from above, causing the ambient temperature to plummet by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Even during extreme weather, temperatures could never drop so abruptly. This was absolutely unnatural. Lin Hao noticed the anomaly as well and immediately ordered everyone to abandon the remaining supplies and board the vehicles without delay. Han Shui had a minivan at her disposal. With everyone squeezing in a bit tighter and a few more people boarding the supply truck, the over 50 survivors could barely fit. But before even half of the people had boarded, a panicked warning suddenly crackled through Lin Hao's radio communicator from another squad of soldiers. Emergency. All personnel find cover and establish defensive positions immediately. Do not under any circumstances head onto the roads. Remember this. Do not. The transmission cut off abruptly. Hello? Hello, do you copy? Please respond. Lin Hao tried several more times, but received no reply through his earpiece. It seemed as though some force was interfering with the radio signals. He gazed upward at the sky, hesitated for a brief moment, and then made his decision. He would heed the warning from the radio. Listen to me, everyone. An emergency situation has arisen. Return to the residential compound and take shelter for now. Once we confirm the area is safe, we'll decide our next move. Rest assured we will protect you all. Why are we going back again? Rain is about to fall. Why aren't we leaving right now? What danger could possibly be here? I think that voice is just trying to scare us. Seeing that many were grumbling and unwilling to disembark, Han Shui took the shotgun from Sun Debo, loaded a shell, and fired directly into the sky with a sharp crack. Bang! Everyone get off the vehicles now. Go back to the compound and stay put. Did you hear me? Most people dared not protest any further and obediently stepped down from the vehicles. Only one middle-aged woman remained seated, refusing to leave. Lin Hao moved to persuade her, but she grabbed his arm firmly. Comrade Lin Hao, you're soldiers. You have to stand up for us common people. That woman is a murderer. She made all of us obey her commands, becoming her slaves, working like beasts until we broke. Anyone who dared speak a single word of dissent was killed outright. Lin Hao felt a splitting headache forming. He was a soldier, not a police officer. His duty was to follow orders and protect his country and its people, not to mediate civil disputes. But he couldn't simply brush her off. Instead, he supported the woman while trying to reason with her. Let's go inside the compound first. Just come inside with us, all right? I don't care. If you don't arrest her, she's going to kill me. No, I can't die. If someone has to die, it should be her. The woman's expression suddenly turned vicious. She drew the pistol from Lin Hao's waist and pointed it straight at Han Shui. But before she could pull the trigger, her body suddenly froze. Her face split open down the middle, white bone tearing through flesh as it emerged from within, and she lumbered forward, striding directly toward Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao rubbed the ring on his finger with satisfaction, then turned to Lin Hao with a smile. I understand the military has strict regulations, but this is the end of days now. We're also pressed for time, so let's just bend the rules a little, shall we? Lin Hao shook off the remaining flesh still clinging to his uniform, barely holding back his gag reflex. After a few seconds to steady himself, he immediately directed the other soldiers to drive the armored vehicle into the compound, as well choosing to ignore Jiang Zhao's remark entirely. They held different ranks and bore different responsibilities. Turning a blind eye to what had just occurred was already the greatest compromise he could offer. Upon entering the compound, his eyes immediately caught the 3-meter-high walls surrounding the area, and he raised his brows in surprise. Under normal circumstances, merely securing food and water for survival was a struggle. No one would have the energy to construct something like this. Noticing Lin Hao's expression, Zhou Jing'an promptly stepped forward. We have plenty of people here, and with nothing else to do, we reinforced the perimeter along the iron fence. How does it look? Not bad. Lin Hao nodded and immediately began unloading weapons and equipment from the armored vehicle, deploying defensive positions around the walls and residential buildings. Zhou Jing'an climbed through a window into the unit entrance, then sprinted up the stairs through the buildings outside the compound, making his way to the rooftop. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed out at the distant streets, and suddenly his eyes widened in utter disbelief at the sea of figures stretching across the roads like ants. Holy crap, a zombie horde. He instantly regretted his earlier decision. If he had known a horde was coming, he would have insisted those people raise the walls even higher. But regret was useless now. He hurriedly ran back downstairs to alert everyone and prepared them for the impending assault. To survive, every single person was ready to fight to the death. As the first zombie burst into view, charging forward with wild desperation, the heavy machine gun mounted on the second floor in Lin Hao's hands erupted into a long stream of fire, mowing down a massive wave of advancing zombies in an instant. But soon even more zombies poured forward, relentless and unyielding. These monsters showed no significant increase in individual strength, yet they were far more ferocious and unhinged than before. Jiang Shao waved his hand, and several zombies immediately shed their flesh and became skeletons turning to attack their own kind, but they were soon swallowed up by the surging corpse tide. Not over yet. A colossal skeletal hand spider rose from the corpse tide, its 6 bone legs swaying back and forth as if performing a dance no one could understand. Zhou Jing'an immediately cast a strength blessing with the shortest duration on it, and this killing machine instantly reached its maximum efficiency, carving a bloody path through the corpse tide. But before 10 minutes had passed, Jiang Zhao's nosebleed would not stop. Soon his energy was completely drained, and he lost consciousness with his whole body convulsing. The skeletal hand spider collapsed along with him. That kid actually fell first. The others came forward to help as well, but as the surging zombies grew in number, the tongues of fire from several machine guns gradually could no longer stop these monsters from closing in. Some of the zombies crowded in front of the compound's iron gate, completely disregarding the barbed wire wrapped around it. They used the bodies of the foremost zombies to bend and flatten those spikes. The other zombies went even further. They charged straight into the outermost row of residential buildings, trying to climb through the windows and into the compound. The surrounding wall had been built around the iron fence. They had never considered that zombies would climb in through the windows. No. To be honest, they had never even imagined that a corpse tide would erupt. A few days ago, the hunting squad had been killing zombies with great vigor, bringing back large amounts of loot every day. But who could have imagined that these monsters, which had already shown signs of being helpless prey, would turn so terrifying once they went mad? The hunting squad blocked the inner windows of those 3 buildings and killed the zombies that squeezed in one by one. But with over a dozen entrances across the 3 buildings and only about 10 truly capable fighters in the squad, how could they possibly hold the line? What's more, some zombies had already climbed to the 2nd floor. Because their earlier violent scavenging had smashed most of the security doors, the 2nd floor windows quickly became another breakthrough point for the zombies. Seeing that the soldiers setting up guns on the 2nd floor were about to be surrounded by zombies, Zhou Jing'an had no choice but to rush up. He casually grabbed an iron door and together with Sun Debao guarded the stairwells of 2 of the building entrances. Lin Hao glanced back. He didn't say any nonsense like "I don't need your help." Instead, he whipped out a flamethrower and drew a blazing serpent over 20 meters long through the zombie horde. But the zombies felt no pain. Even if their whole bodies were set ablaze, they still pressed forward desperately, not caring even if the fire rubbed off onto others of their kind. Yang Zelin, hiding behind, silently stretched out his right hand and used his innate ability to drive the flames to burn even more fiercely. Just then, something the size of a soybean hit him on top of his head, and he instinctively reached up to touch it. It was a cream-white hailstone. On the 20th day of the Doomsday game, the first precipitation they encountered was actually hail. More and more hailstones fell from the sky. The zombies did not fear pain, but humans could not endure it. Their resistance gradually weakened, and more zombies poured in through the windows. In the other direction, zombies gathered beneath the walls and kept shoving against them. Occasionally, a few piled on top of one another, nearly tumbling over the wall. But before that, it was more likely that these brick walls would be pushed down. After all, the mortar inside had not even reached 48 hours, nor was it mixed strictly according to the proper ratio. There was really no telling how strong it could be. Casualties began to appear among the survivors, but Zhou Jing'an could not spare the energy to save people. As several soldiers ran out of bullets, they drew their military bayonets, abandoned their guns, and retreated while fighting. One of them climbed into an armored vehicle, aimed the autocannon mounted on it at the zombie horde, and unleashed heavy firepower while covering the retreat of his comrades. But these zombies seemed endless. Even after they had killed so many, they still could not see the edge of that vast corpse tide. This place was just a small county town, not some 1st or 2nd-tier big city. Its permanent population was only around 100,000. During this period, the hunting squad had already killed quite a few zombies. Moreover, the survivors in this city were not limited to their group alone. Even if 100,000 people in this city had turned into zombies, then 10,000 coming to besiege them would already be the absolute limit. But they had already emptied the ammunition of 2 machine guns, used up 4 flamethrowers, and thrown who knew how many grenades. Yet the situation still hadn't improved at all, as if these zombies could simply never be finished off. How could this be only 10,000? Boom. A wall on one side was pushed down by the zombies, and the corpse tide surged into the compound unchecked. Hearing screams continuously coming from the buildings, and watching the fruits of all their hard work being easily destroyed, Zhou Jing'an felt a helplessness he had never known before. Is this how it ends? Zhou Jing'an stared at the dense corpse tide, his mind wandering. Even when several zombies pounced on him and began biting and tearing, he still hadn't reacted. After all, these creatures' strength had not increased. As long as they didn't bite his vital spots, it would basically not have much effect. The next moment, a dagger instantly pierced through the brains of several zombies, leaving them lying on the ground, twitching weakly, while the dagger circled through the air before finally returning to the panting Lin Hao's hand. This should be his innate ability, and it clearly consumed a great deal of energy. Don't give up. As long as you're alive, there is still hope. Lin Hao reached out and firmly patted Zhou Jing'an on the shoulder. Right, you're absolutely right. As long as we're alive, there is still hope, and it's far from the time to give up. The fighting spirit reignited in Zhou Jing'an's eyes. You're injured. Go upstairs first. I'll hold off these zombies as much as I can to keep them from going up. Find your own chance to escape. This is all I can do. Injured. Zhou Jing'an pulled open his collar. His sturdy chest was covered with zombie bite marks, and a few places had even been bitten through and were bleeding. Then he cast a healing spell on himself, and even the bite marks could no longer be seen. They can't even break through your defense, so what the hell are you being emo about here? Lin Hao felt like cursing, but when he remembered that the other man had just firmly guarded his back, he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, he could only say one plain sentence. Keep going. Survive. You too. Zhou Jing'an was not hiding his strength. Although his personal attributes were off the charts, he was troubled by his lack of area damage abilities. He could kill one zombie with a single punch. Throw 10,000 punches, and he could kill 10,000 zombies. But before that, his companions would probably already have been slaughtered by the zombies. So what would be the point? Wouldn't it be better to simply turn around and hide in some deserted place and wait for his innate ability to slowly grow? Either way, the outcome would be the same. But just as Lin Hao had said, it was far from the time to give up. He took a serious look at the ladder, then turned and rushed up to the third floor. He grabbed the unconscious Jiang Xiao, slung him over his shoulder, then seized a door panel and jumped straight down from the building. In his hand, the door panel was like a fly swatter. He instantly slapped down several zombies at his feet, then charged toward one of the buildings with the door panel braced in front of him. Seeing this from behind, Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, then jumped down from the second floor and followed closely. He didn't know what Zhou Jing'an planned to do, but he had not forgotten his mission, escorting the survivors back to shelter No. 24. This was a mission he had to complete. Han Shui and the others were all trapped in a room. Originally, Sun Debao was blocking the doorway, exploiting a glitch with his thick-skinned body and the trait that zombies would not actively attack him. However, the zombies were now clearly in a frenzy. Let alone humans. If anything dared block their path, they would even gnaw off a layer of the wall. Soon Sun Debao was covered in wounds, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. At that very moment, a massive foot suddenly thrust in, kicking Sun Debao, who was blocking the door, flying. It's a level 5 zombie. The monster was nearly 2.5 meters tall, its entire body covered in exposed raw muscle, without any skin wrapping, clearly exceptionally powerful in both strength and constitution. This was the horror of a level 5 zombie possessing 2 attribute specialties simultaneously, while its overall physical quality was considerably stronger than that of a level 4 zombie. This was the 4th level 5 zombie they had encountered. None of the previous ones had a constitution specialty. The most troublesome one had agility. One of them had been blasted by Han Shui's shotgun, while the others had been killed by Jiang Zhao's surprise strikes with his bone tail. But this one was clearly not as easy to deal with as the previous ones. However, even more significant than the direct threat it posed was the timing of its appearance. A zombie tide was currently erupting outside. If they failed to hold their ground, the zombies flooding in would never be just 1 or 2. They would be an endless stream. Han Shui lifted her shotgun and fired 2 booming shots. Over a dozen lead pellets sprayed from the muzzle, each carrying the effect of concussive shots, scouring away the flesh on the level 5 zombie's face and chest, revealing the pitted, ghastly, white bones beneath. These 2 shots caused considerable damage, but they were clearly far from enough to finish it off. Han Shui hurriedly retreated a few steps, ejected the spent shell, and reloaded. Just as she was about to shoot again, the charging zombie caught her across the neck with a slap, and she blacked out on the spot. The others also struck out, but to a level 5 zombie with constitution as its specialty, their attacks were no more than a tickle. Watching the monster press forward through a hail of attacks, everyone couldn't help but sink into despair. At that exact moment, the shadow behind the level 5 zombie gave a sudden flicker. Shen Xiao burst out from the shadow, her twin daggers slashing through the zombie's Achilles tendons, then vanished back into the shadow and returned behind the group. These 2 daggers had always gone and used, finally being distributed to some low-level people for grinding. At this moment, they just happened to be in her hands. Watching the zombie topple over off balance, Chen Zhengchen quickly pulled something from his chest, and from the jaw position, shoved it into the zombie's skull. It was a grenade. Boom. The blast knocked everyone to the ground, but that level 5 zombie also lost its head, dead beyond dead. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief and began to block the door again, they spotted another level 5 zombie, wobbling its way up the stairs. How could? Everyone was sinking into despair when all of a sudden the window behind them burst apart. A lamp pole swept over their heads, its thin end driving deep into that level 5 zombie's chest, carrying it, and the other zombies crashing away. Carrying Zhou Jing'an climbed in through the window, wheezing heavily. Is everyone alright? Shen Xiao immediately dashed over and hugged his leg. It was obvious the little girl was scared beyond reason. The earlier act of forcibly using his talent and cooperating with Chen Zhengcheng to kill a level 5 zombie had already been an eruption of latent potential and exertion surpassing his limits. Zhou Jing'an reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair, and she obediently released him and stepped back. The others checked each other's status. Sun Debao and Han Shui were both knocked out by zombies, and apart from them Chen Zhengcheng was also down. Blood was steadily seeping from Chen Zhengcheng's chest. Clearly the grenade fragments had lodged in his body. Zhou Jing'an hastily threw a healing spell at him. To his surprise, the latter's injuries not only failed to improve, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. What's happening? Why isn't my healing spell working? Chen Zhengcheng feebly opened his eyes and gave a light shake of his head. Don't waste time on me. You all need to find a way out and survive. I can save you. We can survive together. I've reached my limit. Let me go. With that, Chen Zhengcheng resolutely drew the pistol that had only one bullet left, placed it gently against his jaw, and without a trace of hesitation pulled the trigger. Bang! Zhou Jing'an stood stunned for a moment, staring at the bloody, mutilated corpse on the ground. He suddenly realized that perhaps he couldn't save anyone at all. But he didn't feel blame, it was just that the feeling of powerlessness in his heart deepened once more. Power. Only greater power could change all of this. And Zhou Jing'an had to obtain greater power. Not for anyone else, even if just for himself. Head upstairs to the rooftop. Hearing Zhou Jing'an's overly calm voice, the others felt a sense of unease, but they said nothing superfluous, and helped one another up the stairs. Lin Hao climbed up through the drain pipe and wall gaps, following the group as they carved a path to the rooftop. Along the way, Zhou Jing'an disappeared for a while, but quickly showed up in their sight again. Blocking the only entrance, he waited quietly for the zombies to chase after them. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the day he first met Han Shui and the others. The same kind of scene, the same kind of people. But this time he didn't feel certain he could hold on. Brother Zhou, catch. Jiang Zhao's weak voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing the whistling sound of an object thrown, Zhou Jing'an instinctively reached out and caught it. He opened his palm, and a pale blue fragment lay quietly in his hand. Space fragment. Using it opens a portable dimensional space of 2M, 2M, 2M. When collecting living beings, their consent must be obtained. Remember, if multiple dimensional spaces overlap, various abnormal phenomena, such as spatial collapse and spatial turbulence, may occur. Didn't you use it? Such a good thing, how could I bear to use it right away? Jiang Xiao smiled. We'll have to count on you from here on. After saying that, Jiang Xiao, who had barely woken, lost consciousness once more. Zhou Jing'an understood the other's meaning. This item was clearly of greater use to Jiang Xiao, yet he had thrown it to him without a second thought. Because Jiang Xiao knew that this item was their only chance for survival. In truth, Sun Debao would have been more suitable to use it, since the zombies wouldn't actively attack him anyway. But Sun Debao was now in a coma, clearly unable to carry out this task, so it could only fall to Zhou Jing'an. Activate. The space fragment rapidly melted and was absorbed into his palm, and then he distinctly felt a freshly created special space forging a connection with him. Once the dimensional space was fully formed, he tested it a few times. After confirming no problems, he turned around and looked at the others with a grave expression. Next, I will put you all into the dimensional space, and I alone will take you out of here. Trust me, this absolutely will work, and we are bound to survive. One by one, he collected everyone into the dimensional space. Finally, only Lin Hao remained. Lin Hao opened his mouth, glanced at the armored vehicle below, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he just nodded. Whoosh! Lin Hao disappeared where he stood, leaving only Zhou Jing'an on the rooftop. He naturally couldn't put himself away either, but with his physical strength. Escaping alive from here was absolutely no problem. I will never allow such a miserable sight to appear on me a second time. Zhou Jing'an silently said to himself, and before the zombies caught up to the rooftop, he leaped down. A pair of hands withered as dried firewood clenched the street lamp pole and wrenched it with brute force from his chest. While the rest of his kind scrambled frantically upstairs in pursuit, the master of those hands did not join them. Instead, he drifted slowly over to the corpse before him, stopped, and fixed it with a pair of blood-red eyes staring without a flicker. No one could say how much time had slipped by before a towering silhouette suddenly vaulted in through the window. He stood close to 3 meters tall, a crude wrap thrown over his body concealing his entire face and the greater part of his form. Only his sinewy dark red arms lay bare to the air. He reached out his right hand, gripped the head of the level 5 zombie that had been standing watch over the corpse, and applied the lightest pressure with his fingers. The skull collapsed. Brain matter splattered. The zombie's body went slack in an instant. A creature that made the vast majority of human players tremble at the mere rumor of its name had just been crushed with a single hand by this horror. He tossed the level 5 zombie's corpse aside, opened his palm, clumsily rummaged through flesh and bone, and picked out a pale yellow crystal from within. It was something players had never once discovered when slaying zombies. Obviously this freak was not human. He was a zombie too. He held the pale yellow crystal up in front of his eyes, ran a violet tongue over his lips, and wore a look of profound craving. But in the end he did not swallow the crystal. Instead he flipped his hand and drove it hard into Chen Jingqing's head. A dozen or more minutes later Chen Jingqing's body gave a sudden twitch. The grotesquely enormous zombie meanwhile ambled slowly to the window, opened his arms wide and bellowed at the distance with a roar that could nearly rupture human eardrums. Meanwhile on the far side of the city, Zhou Jing'an hit the dirt in an ungainly sprawl, and the parachute above him enveloped him completely. Yes, from the moment he knew he'd be ascending to the rooftop, once more he had quietly slipped back into the warehouse, fished out that wingsuit, and put it on. He nearly suffered the delusion that the rooftop was his one true home. At first he had only wanted to leave himself a way out. Right. His plan was at the critical moment to abandon everyone else outright and jump from the building alone, flying off into the distance. As for whether the altitude, the weather, or any of it met the requirements, sorry, he hadn't the faintest idea where to begin. Barely getting into it had already pushed his ability to the limit. The hail did not last. In no time at all it shifted into ordinary rain. But the air was still almost empty of wind. Once the wingsuit was spread, he had no sensation of gliding whatsoever, so he hastily deployed the parachute. After a sequence of operations that even he could not understand, he just barely managed to drift across 3 streets and leave the range of the zombie horde. Having nearly thrown himself into serious injury upon landing, Zhou Jing'an immediately used the last of the energy inside him, slapped 2 healing spells over his body, and only then scrambled upright and sprinted at full tilt away from the city. Distantly, he seemed to hear a furious roar carried from afar. It sounded like a zombie's voice. But that was completely impossible. With those broken gong throats, how on earth could a zombie ever yell that loudly? After leaving the city far behind and reaching the outskirts once he was certain of his safety, Zhou Jing'an released the people held within his dimensional space at once. The dimensional space was cast from the very same mold as the hidden space, seemingly unbounded, yet blocked by walls of air on all sides. What was more, since it measured a mere 8 cubic meters, it was cramped beyond words, and its air had to be sent in from outside. It could be said that if he wanted to, Zhou Jing'an could drain every last trace of air from the dimensional space. But he had no reason to do so whatsoever. Where can we possibly go now? Han Shui smiled bitterly, sitting down on the ground to catch the rain from the sky in her hand. She had learned of Chen Jingqing's death from the others long ago. There was no tearful breakdown as she'd imagined, only a trace of helplessness and even envy. She knew what Chen Jingqing had been through, she knew the pain he'd carried all along. And now at last that middle-aged man who taught animation could lay down his burdens and rest. If you don't have anywhere to go, I still suggest coming back with me to shelter now. 24. Lin Hao proposed. That place has a considerable military force gathered there. I can guarantee you it's absolutely safe. 2 days later, everyone looked at the tall wall before them, at the bloodstains not yet dried upon it, their eyes full of shock. The wall stood a full 10+ meters high, like a dam slicing a river clean in two. Building such a wall wouldn't be much more difficult than erecting a high-rise. In peacetime, though, nobody but a particularly reliable fellow would ever want to build such a thing. But in this end of the world, perhaps only the military possessed the sheer power of execution to erect something like this. Shelter No. 24. They really did just write the name right on the wall. Zhou Jing'an remarked, moved. There was no blood on the wall when we set out. It seems even this place has been hit. Enough, don't just stand around here. Follow me inside. Once you're all settled, I'll need to get back and report. Lin Hao led the way, bringing the party through the main gate and into Shelter No. 24. The shelter interior was entirely unlike what the group had imagined. The outer wall enclosed a hefty expanse of land with only a dozen or so upright square buildings at its center, structures that looked more like lecture rooms or dormitories. The other areas, once open ground, were now packed with neat rows of prefabricated houses. Though shabby to the eye, they were far, far better than tent living. Though a few days earlier tents had barely been tolerable. But since the zombie horde broke out, the temperature had plunged, and at night it crept close to freezing. Staying in tents would inevitably spell disaster. It was apparent that quite a few survivors had already moved in, and beyond the wall soldiers were continuously escorting more people through. Still, everyone kept inside their rooms and did not wander about. Perhaps they were still unaccustomed to an unfamiliar place, or perhaps the shelter required it. They hadn't gone far when a military green tent appeared at the roadside. Over 10 people stood queued inside, and the last one in line had already stepped outside the tent. You must queue up here to register first. Afterwards, accommodation will be assigned according to your registration information. As for anything else to note, each of you can pick up a manual here. Most of your questions will be answered in it. If you truly cannot find the answer, you may come and ask me. Lin Hao explained. I'd like to inquire about my parents. Is that possible? Han Shui asked. I can look into it for you, though I can't guarantee I'll be able to find them. Seeing Lin Hao agree, the others voiced their own questions one after another, leaving only Zhou Jing'an and Shun Xiao, one big one little, waiting quietly in the registration line. Is there nothing you want to ask, brother Lin Hao? Like where your other relatives are? Big brother is my family. The little girl clamped her hand tightly around Zhou Jing'an's. At that, Zhou Jing'an's heart melted. He stretched out his big hand and rubbed the girl's head again and again, unwilling to stop until her hair was thoroughly tousled. Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of you. After all, you're the one who calls me big brother. Sir, please fill in this form first. Yes, all right, I'll fill it in right away. Once their personal information was filled in, each person received a key and a card. A tag on the key indicated the number of their prefab, and the card served as their temporary pass for entering and leaving the shelter. After escorting the group to their lodgings and telling them where he could be found, Lin Hao immediately rushed back to report. Each prefab could house 3 or 4 people, a deliberate arrangement by the shelter to accommodate as many survivors as possible. Zhou Jing'an was billeted with the son's father and son, while Han Shui and the 3 children were placed next door, a sensible enough arrangement. Basic daily necessities had been set out inside the prefab, and on each bed lay a set of identical gray coveralls in extra large size. Not much to look at, but at least they could be worn as clothes. The 3 men borrowed a few basins of water from Yang Ziki next door, then shut themselves in their rooms, stripped off all their clothes, and busied themselves with shady, unpresentable affairs. A dozen odd minutes later, Zhou Jing'an changed into the baggy gray coveralls, stretched out comfortably on the hard bed, and held up the manual he had just gotten from the registrar. He browsed through its pages while sorting out the gains of the past few days. Just then, fierce quarreling suddenly erupted outside, and Zhou Jing'an vaguely caught Han Shui's voice. What's going on? Already getting into a conflict with someone this quickly? What's going on? Zhou Jing'an quickly put on his shoes and ran out the door with Jiang Xiao right behind him. Sun Debao, however, remained standing there cluelessly, holding up his trousers that had split at the crotch. His height had already approached 2 meters, and his physique had grown considerably more muscular. Before the apocalypse game descended, he would almost certainly have been diagnosed with gigantism. But he soon abandoned the idea of putting on outer pants, simply tying the torn garment around his waist and sprinting out barefoot. The moment he stepped outside, Zhou Jing'an spotted a young man with dyed green hair pointing a stick at Han Shui's nose and shouting loudly, "We're only asking you to hand over your food because we're being generous. If you want to stay in the shelter in peace, you'll listen to us. Behave yourself, and we'll protect you if trouble arises. But if you refuse to show respect, then, hey. Sun Debao didn't care what he was saying. Grabbing the green-haired man by his collar with one hand, he hoisted him up and delivered a kick to his posterior. He hadn't dared to strike with full force, yet the man still flew 4 or 5 meters through the air, landing on his backside before cradling himself and wailing in agony. Ouch, my backside split in 2. The middle-aged man with graying hair who had been standing behind the green-haired youth raised his eyebrows at the scene and quickly lowered his voice to ask, "You also underreported your talent rank to get in. What do you think?" Han Shui stepped forward, her fingers still tightly gripping several small stones. "Misunderstanding, all just a misunderstanding. Let me offer my apologies to everyone. We'll meet again if fate permits." With that, the middle-aged man immediately led the others away, even carrying off the green-haired youth who was still lying on the ground, clutching his backside and wailing. "What's going on? Someone like this scum could bully you?" Zhou Jing'an stared at Han Shui in disbelief. The latter puckered her lips and casually tossed the stones from her hand. "Just some protection money-collecting thugs. I was planning to make an example of them, but I didn't expect you to come out so quickly." Cold sweat immediately trickled down Zhou Jing'an's forehead. "Sis, we can't just establish dominance here. The manual clearly states that killing without cause is a serious violation of shelter regulations." "Did it say that? I didn't pay attention. I think you never intended to read it in the first place." Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but internally complain. He couldn't shake the feeling that he and Uncle Chun had pushed too hard in shaping this girl. Once a kind-hearted young woman, she now eagerly sought to eliminate others to establish dominance. Still, it wasn't surprising. Except for someone like him who only cared about staying alive, most people would have been overwhelmed by the manual's dense table of contents and had no interest in studying it. That being said, the group had anticipated that someone might come causing trouble. When registering, they needed to fill in their talent grade and type. To save trouble back, then they had all simply written E rank. The lowest talent rank was F, but those with F rank abilities rarely survived this long. Everyone writing F would have been too obvious. Of course, higher talents would naturally receive more attention and better treatment. But there was no rush. If anyone found it inconvenient to stay, they could report it later with some excuse. The shelter wouldn't waste talented people. Only after the protection money-collecting thugs had moved far away did Sun Debao notice the cold draft on his thighs, and he quickly turned back and hurried into the room. Jiang Xiao planned to go out and find a new pair of pants for his father. Zhou Jing'an gave Han Shui a few more reminders not to act recklessly before returning to bed to lie down again. First were the talent growth effects from the past 2 days, +2 to all attributes and +3 to all attributes respectively. Indeed, obtaining talent growth effects for the 20th time had shown improvement compared to before. Of course, these weren't the most important matters. That day when they were besieged by the zombie horde, although he had only managed to escape with some people in disarray, he had also killed quite a few zombies and successfully reached level 5. He had casually added his 1 free attribute point to his constitution. After that, a system notification had sounded in his ears. You have successfully reached level 5. The profession system is now open. You have received 1 chance to choose a profession. Would you like to select one now? At that time, he had been running for his life. What interest could he possibly have in considering such matters? He decisively chose no. It wasn't until now that he finally had the time to properly look into this. Select profession. Based on your current attributes, talents, and combat style, you may choose from the following 3 professions. 1. War Priest, an existence born for war possessing extremely powerful group enhancement abilities. 2. Holy Priest, a faithful disciple of the God of Light possessing powerful healing abilities and respectable combat prowess. 3. Extreme Martial Grandmaster, a martial arts master devoted to refining oneself possessing exceptionally powerful explosive force. That is the situation. I did not seek out my fellow soldiers and returned alone with a few survivors. Among those sent out for rescue, I believe I am the only one who made it back alive. Lin Hao stood before the desk and spoke loudly, his face pale, cold sweat continuously sliding down his forehead. Yet he did not even make a gesture to wipe it away. It was not fear but guilt. I abandoned my comrades and became a deserter. Please punish me. The middle-aged officer sitting behind the desk removed his glasses and sighed. You are a soldier. Your duty is to obey orders. What was your mission? To rescue and escort survivors back to shelter? No. 24. Have you not already completed your mission? Why should there be punishment? I know you feel guilty, but this is not your fault. No one could have foreseen such an unexpected situation. Return to your unit and await further assignments. Then when will we go rescue them? There must still be survivors. That is not your concern. Remember your identity and duties. Return to your unit now. Yes. Watching Lin Hao turn and leave, the middle-aged officer silently took out a satellite photograph from his drawer. Their satellites were still operational. These images had been captured a few days ago. Terrifying zombie hordes erupted across numerous locations worldwide. Countless undead seemed to materialize from nowhere, impossible to exterminate no matter how many were killed. Shelter No. 24 was also affected to some extent. However, since it was not located in a city and boasted ample military supplies and strong capabilities, they quickly eliminated the scattered zombie groups that encircled them. But other places were not so fortunate. What fell completely was not merely countless cities, but also 3 newly established shelters, those built within urban areas. Armies had already been deployed with heavy weaponry, slaughtering most of the zombies in the cities. Who would have guessed those creatures would suddenly reappear? Compared to that, Lin Hao's misfortune was nothing significant. Under normal circumstances, they would certainly dispatch personnel to attempt rescuing those soldiers who might still be alive. But given the current situation, where would they find the manpower and energy to concern themselves with this? Some were even considering whether missile bombardment of the fallen zones was necessary. As for the ultimate nuclear option, that was a mutually destructive measure that would sacrifice humanity's future. Only when all other avenues were exhausted would a rational person consider such a path. Zhou Jing'an naturally had no idea how much pain Lin Hao was suppressing within his heart. At noon, he followed others to collect his lunch. Though it was merely a standard box meal, the fragrant rice, grains, tender beef, and potato stew bursting with juices, stir-fried lettuce with oily shredded meat, and the utterly appetizing tomato and egg dish made it, despite the repulsive cauliflower, the best meal he had eaten in the past 2 days. Seeing Zhou Jing'an pick out all the cauliflower and transfer it to others' containers, Shun Xiao quickly stepped forward to stop him. Brother, being a picky eater is not good. Zhou Jing'an gave a cold smile. Do you know why adults are not picky eaters? Because they never buy things they dislike. As long as you have the say-so, you can pick whatever you want. There is nothing wrong with that. Shun Xiao stood frozen. Those simple few sentences had delivered a profound shock to her young mind. Recalling their past experiences, it did indeed seem that way. After the meal, Han Shui took the children back to rest, for it was their first day at the shelter. Having not yet been assigned work, they enjoyed a rare day of leisure. Zhou Jing'an had no habit of napping, and Sun Debao did not sleep at all. Both wanted to go out and explore, but hindered by communication difficulties, they ended up dragging along the just-asleep Jiang Shao. By then, a market already existed within the shelter, though it was not yet on a significant scale. After browsing several stalls and examining a few uninteresting items, Zhou Jing'an suddenly made a remarkable discovery. The currency used for trade here was none other than those white cards dropped by zombies. But then again, it made sense. In this apocalyptic era, even with official endorsement, the original monetary system could hardly continue to function due to various reasons. New currency needed to meet at least several conditions: easy to obtain, impossible to forge, portable, and possessing actual value. Considering all factors, nothing seemed more suitable than these white cards. Moreover, since the white cards were consumable items, as long as the authorities frequently tore them up, there would be no risk of inflation. As for whether users would willingly consume the currency, as long as the purchasing power exceeded its direct utility value, no one would be foolish enough to spend countless cards merely to experience the thrill of drawing in this apocalypse. Furthermore, there were green cards and blue cards above, which could clearly represent different denominations. Zhou Jing'an possessed a luck attribute of 17, which set him apart from others. He could indulge in the thrill of card drawing without any hesitation. Truthfully, he now had a fondness for anything relying purely on luck. Before finishing the street, a rather wonderful idea was already taking shape in his mind. Relying on his 17-point luck attribute, he felt it was highly necessary to give it a try. But if he wished to continue concealing his talent rank and remain an ordinary person hidden among the crowd, he would need to figure out a source for his initial capital. Glancing at his dimensional space, Zhou Jing'an quickly formed a plan. After learning the market rules, Zhou Jing'an found a temporary stall and sat down, arranging items one by one from his dimensional space. There was a motorcycle with depleted fuel and minor surface scratches, brand new metal batons and machete signed jerseys of certain football stars, and various other miscellaneous goods. Some he had drawn himself from cards, while others he had picked up along the way. Since the market stalls were temporarily free, whether these items could be sold remained to be seen once displayed. In addition, there were the Death Knight skeletons entrusted to him by Jiang Shao. If he were not worried about someone coming to arrest him, he would have even considered displaying those skeletal monsters at his stall for sale. Unfortunately, the market was sluggish. By dusk, he had only acquired 9 white cards. Though the value of what he drew exceeded what he sold, it cost considerable time. No, I need to hire someone to help me sell. Sitting here all day for a dozen white cards is simply not worth it. After packing up the remaining items and returning to his dwelling, he was informed that they would be moving again. In order to obtain priority access to survivor information, Han Shui submitted her talent details. The secondary submission required displaying personal panels to prevent false reports. After confirming Han Shui's talent was genuine, the shelter immediately arranged new accommodations for her. Although it was still a prefabricated building, it was nearly 10 times larger and allowed friends to stay together. The shelter encouraged multiple people to live together, as this conserved housing resources. However, with privileges came responsibilities. 3 days later, Han Shui would be assigned to an exploration team, working alongside the military as a free adventurer to clear zombies, search for supplies, rescue survivors, and reclaim cities. Zhou Jing'an and the others could choose to join or opt for brick-moving work instead. Either way, there would be a certain subsidy. Of course, they could also pay to be excused from these chores. This was not entirely a privilege reserved for the wealthy. After all, those white cards had real value and could indeed yield supplies. This was not significantly different from directly donating materials and counted as a contribution. And regarding the matter, they had asked Lin how to investigate. Results would likely be available by tomorrow afternoon. I couldn't find any information about your relatives in the database. Is that so? Upon hearing the news delivered by Lin, how several faces couldn't help but display expressions of disappointment. However, there's an underground civil defense shelter near your home that can accommodate 5,000 people with complete supplies. The defense level there is quite high, and before communications were completely cut off, the military received a signal that the defensive facilities there had been activated. If your parents made it inside in time, there's still hope for their survival. I couldn't find any flight records for Jiang Zhao's mother's private jet, so I can't confirm whether she's safe. As for the others, I won't lie to you with comforting words. I'll just say the hope of survival is slim. Thank you very much. As you know our group's strength, if there's anything we can help with, we'll do everything in our power. Han Shui said with a serious expression. The others nodded in agreement. After seeing Lin Hao off, everyone fell into a brief period of despondency before returning to their respective tasks. Han Shui had found a new objective, and it seemed the shelter was planning to establish a school. She intended to seize the first opportunity to send the 3 little brats there. Jiang Zhao's talent was exceptionally suited for combat, and his father's talent wasn't meant for staying idle at home or carrying bricks. The two were considering whether to report their talents in exchange for better treatment and more freedom in choosing missions. Zhou Jing'an, being the honest sort, shouldered his large bag of goods and headed straight for the market. Though everyone's talents varied widely, dimensional spaces still counted as something relatively rare. Although yesterday had passed without incident, he understood the wisdom of not displaying one's wealth. To better ensure his survival, he decided to keep a low profile, using this ability as little as possible, at least not in front of others' eyes. Not knowing anyone else, he ultimately sought out the group that had collected protection fees yesterday, hoping they could help find a shop assistant to sell goods. He would provide the merchandise, and the person watching the stall could take 10% of the revenue as commission. The middle-aged man with graying hair initially thought Zhou Jing'an had come to cause trouble until everything was explained, and he reluctantly let down his guard. A white card's purchasing power was only equivalent to 2 or 300 yuan, and with the market not yet fully open, they weren't optimistic about this business. Moreover, a 10% commission was far too little for them. Whoever heard of protection racketeers taking only 10%? That would be no different from doing charity. Zhou Jing'an, however, relied on Han Shui as his apparent backing, adopting an attitude of take it or leave it. I can always find someone else, and then you won't get a single cent. The gang leader suddenly thought of the green-haired guy whom Sun Debao had kicked flying yesterday. That kid had landed right on his tailbone, and now lay in bed all day unable to do anything. He could be put to use. As a member of their gang, it was only right he contribute his share. Zhou Jing'an had no objection to this. Watching a stall wasn't difficult after all. He didn't believe anyone would dare steal his goods. However, to encourage the green-haired man to work harder, he deliberately kept the secret that he knew healing techniques. Since he was injured and couldn't go anywhere, he might as well stay and work peacefully. Over the following days, Zhou Jing'an's business gradually picked up. After deducting the green-haired man's commission, the income was 11 cards, then 26, then 32. The first was for half a day, the latter 2 for full days. Of course, most of this income was immediately converted into stock. He only kept 10 white cards as working capital. Seeing the business thrive, the gang members also began displaying their protection fee collected miscellaneous goods for sale, gradually showing signs of opening up a market within the shelter. Over these 3 days, he gained 700 experience points, 7 to both constitution and strength, plus the talent growth reward of 3 to all attributes. After all the rewards were getting increasingly generous, there was nothing to complain about. Moreover, after his luck attribute reached 20 points, he found it easier to draw guns and ammunition from card draws. However, to avoid causing trouble, he didn't sell these items. Instead, he stored them at his residence, waiting for a better opportunity to make plans. The skill Extreme Martial Breaking Limits was successfully upgraded to level 2, raising the attribute conversion quota to 25 and the conversion ratio to 0.7. The improvement seemed modest on paper, but now that he focused his attributes on strength and combined it with the blessing of strength, he could even reach 67 points. This level of strength was already becoming unreasonable. Apart from the planet beneath his feet, he genuinely felt he could pierce through anything. When a new day dawned, Zhou Jing'an, as usual, carried his goods to the market, while Han Shui, Sun Debao, and Jiang Xiao had already prepared themselves to head out with military forces to execute a mission. As free adventurers, they had many missions to choose from. After discussion, they unanimously decided to accept the mission nearest to the shelter. Operation to retake Suhai County. Suhai County was a small county near shelter number 24, with a small population and not an overwhelming number of zombies. Originally, more than half of the recovery work here had been completed, but after that day, a zombie horde suddenly erupted. The frenzied zombies took only a single day to overthrow all established temporary defensive fortifications and drive out the army the shelter had sent. After confirming that the zombie population hadn't become infinite like in some regions, the shelter decided to continue the recovery efforts here, even expanding the shelter and bringing it under their jurisdiction. Without sufficiently powerful forces intervening, this would inevitably become a prolonged war of attrition. Feeling the vehicle's jolting, Han Shui, to keep herself from overthinking, didn't close her eyes to rest. Once they arrived and registered with the local military officer, they would be free to act within Suhai County. Free action meant all profits belonged to themselves, with the downside being greater danger. Following military operations was the exact opposite. Staying far from the military's defensive lines, the three chose a direction and plunged directly into the city. This was their first time hunting zombies since the zombie tide erupted. Soon they discovered that the zombies now were vastly different from before. Their perception range had expanded several times over. They could spot the three from far away. Their attacks were more frenetic, and the proportion of high-level zombies had also increased significantly. Having barely walked a short distance, the three had already encountered 2 level 3 zombies. Fortunately, all 3 were powerful, and before departing, they had consumed Zhou Jing'an's blessing of strength. Soon they turned these monsters into obedient skeletal undead. How should we proceed now? Clear the zombies from the streets or search houses for supplies room by room? Jiang Xiao asked casually, reaching out to knock on the skeletal undead's bone club, testing its strength. Feeling satisfied, he nodded. As his talent grew more practiced, the bone clubs he resurrected were becoming increasingly sturdy. Han Shui had already made her plans in her heart. Search for supplies. Are you joking? Do you think we bother with pots and pans? Then just kill zombies. Killing zombies to level up is essential, but that's not our main objective. Zhou Jing'an's dimensional space. Shouldn't it originally have been yours? I'm not trying to sow discord. What I'm saying is, don't you want to get another one? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Are you saying we specifically hunt for hidden spaces? With you around, whether it's human wave tactics or decapitation tactics, we can use both. With our 3 strength, there's no reason we can't secure at least one hidden space. What do you say? There must be hidden spaces in this city, more than one without a doubt. After all, aside from these special locations, Han Shui could not think of anywhere else that could keep replenishing the zombie horde's numbers. As for where to look, having been tricked more than once, she claimed to be quite experienced in this regard. If all hidden spaces followed the same rules, then after a space was completely filled with zombies, half of those zombies would be directly released into the outside world. This was something directly observable apart from the areas where the horde was surging. Any place with a large gathering of zombies was highly likely to harbor a hidden space. They did not know how these hidden spaces came into being, nor did they care. All they knew was that destroying a hidden space would inevitably yield plenty of good things. Experience points, spatial fragments, and even blue cards. All of these were what they needed. The group swiftly cleared out a batch of zombies, allowing Jiang Xiao to conjure a skeletal legion of more than 20. Since he still had to conserve energy for his ultimate move, this number was already his limit. If he could prepare in advance, however, there would essentially be no cap on the number. That was why he said dimensional spaces were extremely important to him. Whether it was stronger to raise an undead army of over 100 with a wave of the hand, or to painstakingly resurrect 20 skeletal warriors while saving some energy for an ultimate move. This was something one could understand without even comparing. After making preparations, the 3 of them found a tall building nearby and climbed to the rooftop, looking down to observe the situation across the city. The view here was not particularly good, but the surrounding area could still be seen clearly. A massive number of zombies roamed aimlessly through the streets. At the slightest sound or movement, they would rapidly converge and tear whatever was nearby to shreds, whether it was a rat scurrying out of a sewer or a plastic bag blown by the wind. This level of vigilance was horrifying, and it also caused no small amount of interference with their judgment. After ruling out most of the zombie groups that were unlikely to be relevant, they initially narrowed their focus to 4 locations: a department store, a bank, a hotel, and a youth apartment building. They were not certain that hidden spaces only appeared behind elevators, so they did not rule out places without elevators. With their targets determined, the 3 immediately set out. The department store and the bank were relatively more open inside, making them their priority targets. Aside from some supplies that had not been taken away, the former had nothing worth paying attention to. The bank was also unremarkable. All its doors opened normally except for the underground vault. The 3 exchanged glances, all feeling that this place was highly likely to be it. They tried every possible method, but still could not open that metal door. They could not tell whether the door itself was simply that sturdy, or whether, like the elevator before, the hidden space had added a specific opening requirement to the door. After all attempts proved futile, they finally decided to resort to brute force. Sun Debao first tried to wrench it open with raw strength, and then Han Shui used shockwave attacks to blast it. Yet after much effort, the door was merely left dented and pockmarked, while the wall around it had its plaster shaken off, revealing part of the structure beneath. So the door really is sturdier than the wall. Han Shui could not help but mock. Still, since the door could be deformed, the possibility of it being a hidden space was basically ruled out. However, they were still interested in what was behind that door. After all, having expended so much effort, it would be a shame to slink away empty-handed. Sister Shui, if it really won't work, let me do it. Jiang Xiao stood nearby, eager to try. Han Shui hesitated a little because Jiang Xiao's ultimate move was their trump card. It consumed a huge amount of energy and could not last very long. If it was used just to open a door, would that not be far too wasteful? While she was weighing the matter in her mind, a clattering noise suddenly came from inside the vault, and then one by one the locks were opened from within. Bang! The tightly shut door swung wide open. An extremely emaciated, grimy young man stood silently in the doorway, softly uttered the word water, and then lost his balance and pitched forward. Behind him, apart from ransacked safes, there were only shriveled, incomplete corpses. Sun Debao quickly reached out to steady the young man, then looked back at the others. Han Shui let out a sigh. What a pity. It's not a hidden space, just a rather sturdy door. Sun Debao, are you taking advantage of the fact that I can't speak? I know what you mean, a survivor, right? Han Shui narrowed her eyes at the gruesome scene inside the vault. Of course, when we head back, we'll take him along on the way and hand him over to the military so they can settle him in. They had not gained anything truly valuable on this excursion, so there was no way they would turn back just because they had found a survivor. As for what had happened to this survivor, Han Shui had no interest in knowing. If Chun Zhengchang were still alive, she might have considered bringing this survivor into the group. But now she no longer had any interest in building a faction. Her goal now was only one: to raise her own strength as much as possible, and then find a chance to return to her hometown to search for her parents. The underground civil defense works mentioned by Lin Hao had become the last shred of hope in her heart. Sun Debao gave the young man some water, then called his son over to control a skeleton and carry the young man as they walked behind the group. As for whether the young man would faint from shock upon waking up to find a skeleton carrying him on its back, that was none of their concern. The next target was the hotel, which had 6 floors and was not particularly large in scale. After clearing out the zombies wandering nearby, the group jammed the door with debris and headed straight for the elevator. Sun Debeo tried to pry the elevator doors open with brute force, but they did not budge in the slightest. Their eyes immediately lit up. Elevator doors could not possibly be that sturdy. This time it should be the right place. Still, it was somewhat strange. Why did these hidden spaces always appear behind elevators? Was it some kind of ancient mechanism? Han Shui gently pressed the elevator button. A few seconds later, the doors slid open, revealing another dark and silent space beyond. You have discovered a hidden space, the hero's dungeon. Introduction: a mysterious and dangerous dungeon exists here. Players must explore the underground chambers according to established rules. They may encounter treasures, or they may encounter danger. Only those truly favored by the goddess of fortune will have the chance to clear it. Once cleared, this hidden space will disappear automatically. For every day the dungeon remains, it will randomly replicate 100 to 1200 zombies from the vicinity. When the number of nearby zombies is insufficient, it will instead randomly release 1 to 12 monsters imprisoned within the dungeon. What the hell? After hearing the hidden space's introduction, the 3 of them were all baffled. Wasn't it supposed to be enough to just kill zombies? Why did something so inexplicable have to appear? It was like all those dungeons in games. When killing monsters was no longer the main quest, what became the main quest then? The storyline. Han Shui wanted to laugh, but she could not. Although they had found the hidden space, as they wished, it was far from what they had imagined. So, do we go in? Sun Debeo pointed at himself, meaning that he would not be attacked by zombies, so he could go in first to test the waters. But the introduction says there are monsters locked inside the dungeon. Those monsters might not be zombies, so your ability may not work. Jiang Shao casually patted Han Shui on the shoulder, and did not even mind when she promptly slapped his hand away. Sis, what is there to hesitate about? Look at me, an SS rank talent user. With me around, I guarantee I'll carry you both. Just get in position and lie back. Zhou Jing'an had never told anyone his talent rank, so, in everyone else's eyes, Jiang Shao was the most powerful talent user among them. You have a point. Han Shui smiled, feeling that she had indeed been overthinking. She left a note and a skeleton for the still unconscious young man, telling him not to wander off after waking up, and that when they came out they would take him together to seek the military's protection. With that done, the 3 no longer hesitated, and stepped one by one into the space beyond the elevator doors. Welcome to the Hidden Space Brave Dungeon. This dungeon is set to single-player mode. From this point on, you must act strictly according to the prompts given. If you violate the rules, you will be besieged by every monster within the dungeon. Should you defeat them all, it may also be counted as clearing the instance. A dungeon. Single-player mode. At those 2 words, Han Shui was stunned for a moment. She instinctively turned back to search for Sun Debeo and his son, but the 2 were nowhere to be found. It wasn't just that the 3 of them had been separated. Even the elevator exit had become a wall of reddish-brown stone. The exit is gone. How am I supposed to leave? What about the 2 of them on their side now? Han Shui bit her lip, worry creeping into her heart. But soon another system prompt appeared. Please roll the dice to determine how many steps you move forward. What the hell? Monopoly, Ludo, or DD? Jiang Shao thought the latter was far more likely. After all, the earlier prompt had mentioned that monsters were imprisoned inside the dungeon. Monsters appearing in Monopoly or Ludo would be far too awkwardly stitched together. Still, he felt the dungeon was probably just borrowing a few rules from DD, not directly copying DD's setting wholesale. Because if it truly lifted everything from DD, he figured he would spend the rest of his life trapped in here and still never clear the place. But no matter, he could choose to ignore the rules and simply defeat every monster in the dungeon. Given his strength, he could get out no matter what. Before that though, he still wanted to see whether following the rules could lead to a clear. He had always thought himself lucky. If only the ones favored by Lady Luck could make it through, then that person was definitely him. Roll the dice. 2 6-sided dice dropped down from the sky, bounced on the floor a few times, and finally came to rest at a certain number. A system prompt then announced. You rolled a 9. Please move forward 9 spaces. Sun Debeo glanced down at the roughly square stone tiles underfoot and cautiously advanced 1 step. No mechanisms, no magical traps, no monsters springing out. Nothing happened at all. Sun Debeo scratched his head, then finished the remaining steps in one go. Suddenly a burst of torchlight flared beside him, and a wave of warmth washed over his face. He spun around, already bracing for a strike, only to realize it was a torch mounted on the wall. A system prompt then chimed. You have discovered a torch. What will you do? Do I really need your prompting? I'm not blind. Sun Debeo grumbled inwardly. Still seeing the road ahead pitch dark and his eyes not yet adjusted to the dimness, he didn't overthink it. He simply took the torch off the wall and held it in his hand for light. A system prompt then stated. You have chosen to use the torch for illumination. Please roll the dice again to determine how many steps forward you move. The dice fell from the sky once more. This time the roll was 3. Han Shui followed the prompt and stepped forward 3 paces. Noticing a narrow cell on her right, she squinted to peer inside. Bang! A grayish-green claw slammed against the iron bars, its razor-sharp nails nearly raking Han Shui's face. Startled, she retreated hastily and instinctively flung the pebble she had been clutching. But the pebble, boosted by a concussive strike, vanished into the cell like a stone swallowed by the sea, without making so much as a sound. You discovered a cell? It seems some kind of monster is imprisoned inside. What will you do? So actions only count once a prompt appears. This really is a board game rule set. Sensing the drain on her energy, Han Shui slowly began to accept the situation. After encountering a monster, she seemed to have the choice of fighting or not. It sounded fairly safe. Still, since she had no idea how strong these creatures were, she decided to use this one as target practice to determine her plan for later. The cell's iron bars doubled as its gate. On the outer wall was a hand crank lever connected to chains which could lift the barred gate without a key. Han Shui spent some effort cranking the iron gate up. With her right hand, she drew out a spare dagger. With her left, she scooped a handful of steel pellets from her pocket. She was ready for battle. The monster inside the cell ambled out slowly, a hideous hunched-over creature, not very tall, with mottled grayish-green skin. A single word sprang to her mind. Goblin. You have opened the cell and released the imprisoned goblin merchant. The goblin merchant is deeply grateful and is willing to sell and buy goods to and from you. I had my blade ready, and you're only now telling me this guy is a merchant. This goblin looked much like the ones in movies and TV shows, except his expression was vacant. He said nothing, standing there dumbly like a tool character, an NPC of sorts. Just then a purchase interface appeared before Han Shui, offering 5 items in total. A potion granting intelligence 2, priced at 20 gold coins. For characters below level 10, total attributes gained through potions cannot exceed 20 points. For those at level 10 or above, the cap is 100 points. A potion granting agility 1, priced at 10 gold coins. A short sword unidentified, priced at 50 gold coins. A skill book unidentified, priced at 120 gold coins. A clearance token that allows the user to clear the dungeon instantly, priced at 200 gold coins. After reading the items on the shelf, Han Shui was briefly stunned, then swept into instant ecstasy. They're selling special items here. Attribute points only increased by 1 per level. Apart from certain talents and specific stages, there was almost no other means of obtaining them. As for attribute equipment and skill books, those went without saying. Their squad had only 2 pieces of gear with attribute bonuses, and only 2 members possessed skills. If she could buy all of these, the boost to her strength would be absolutely immense. Even if she didn't use them herself, they would be sought-after goods she could price at whatever she wanted. Then she glanced at her own gold coin balance, and the smile on her face instantly vanished. 0. She didn't even have a single gold coin of this dungeon's currency. There has to be a way to earn gold coins. And since the clearance token is right there, it wouldn't just mess with me for no reason. Han Shui nibbled her fingernail. Then it occurred to her that the shop not only sold items, but also bought them. Selling things should be another way to earn gold. She immediately produced various items from her belongings and tried to sell them. She tried one thing after another. Except for the white card dropped by the zombie, which was valued at 1 coin, everything else showed a price of 0. Apparently to the shop, these things were utterly worthless. But she had only 4 white cards in her hand. Far from enough. Afterwards, she tried selling attributes, selling organs, and even selling herself. After that series of attempts, the goblin merchant, who had seemed like a tool NPC, finally spoke. Human lady, this is not a junkyard. Please show some self-respect. Recalling the awkward display she had just put on before the goblin merchant, Han Shui felt so ashamed that she was seized by an urge to kill him, to silence him. Wait, silence him. Her eyes suddenly lit up. There was no need to silence him. What about killing him and taking his goods? After all, her moral bottom line had long since been dragged to rock bottom by Zhou Jing'an and the others. Besides, her opponent was just some ridiculous goblin. At this moment, she felt no psychological burden whatsoever about attacking him. Swoosh. Han Shui raised her hand and hurled the steel pellets. Enhanced by her concussive strike, they shot toward the goblin like a sudden burst of rain. But before they could hit their target, the goblin merchant suddenly conjured a bulging burlap sack, slung it over his shoulder, and spun around to flee. As for those steel pellets, they all inexplicably veered off course and struck somewhere else. You attacked the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant has escaped. Please continue rolling the dice to determine your progress. Damn it. Han Shui could already feel the dungeon's full malice. The room for maneuver was pitifully small and pitfalls were everywhere. One careless step and you'd fall right into one. Over the next few rolls, she either ended up in a corner of the dungeon or came across empty cells. Only once did she find a treasure chest. She thought she had finally grown lucky, but the instant she reached out, the chest transformed into a mimic and lunged at her hand with razor-sharp teeth. She narrowly avoided the sudden strike. Just as she was about to hit back, however, the mimic turned tail and ran just like the goblin merchant. Furious, she chased after it only to receive a warning prompt that nearly caused her to violate the dungeon's rules. Not ready to test the dungeon by fighting all its monsters, Han Shui forced herself to stop and swallow her anger, then rolled the dice once more. This time she rolled a 12. After taking 12 steps, Han Shui looked up and saw a burly minotaur over 3 meters tall gripping a massive long-handled battle axe striding toward her. She instantly became alert. A chime sounded in her ear at just the right moment. You have encountered the dungeon guard. A battle is imminent. Please roll the dice to determine the enemy's level. A second prompt followed. You rolled a 9. The enemy is level 9. Are you kidding me? 9. Level 9. Zhou Jing'an glanced at the system notification and lightly stretched his body, adapting to the sudden increase in attributes. This was already the 24th time his talent had grown. If his calculations were correct, the next growth should grant him another skill. This was something he could look forward to. He just hoped it wouldn't be another support skill. Having finished stretching, he continued sorting through the goods in his hands. Although his business was improving, the rate of expansion was far from meeting his expectations. In theory, as long as there were enough customers and a large enough market, he could open multiple rounds of cards in a single day. As long as the average value of items he opened exceeded the purchasing power of the cards themselves, his business model would never fail. However, the reality was that because the items he opened were of such exceptional value, many of them weren't suitable for selling on the market. Instead, they had accumulated in his hands. This was quite frustrating for him. No, I need to find channels to sell these things. I can't let them rot in my hands. Should I ask Lin Hao for help? That wouldn't be appropriate. He's a soldier after all. It would be like selling guns at a police station, wouldn't it? I still need my own connections. But the prerequisite for building relationships is having enough strength and qualification. On the surface, I only have an E-rank talent, so no one would seek me out voluntarily. But I can't possibly reveal my SSS rank talent to others, or there would be endless troubles. It would become even harder to quietly level up my attributes. It's best if I let Jiang Shao report his SS rank talent himself. With that kind of talent, he would definitely be valued by others. But I can't force him to do something like that. We're friends after all, and it's not certain whether it's worth exposing our strength for business. Zhou Jing'an lay on his bed, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Soon his breathing became calm and even. When he opened his eyes again, it was past lunchtime. The cafeteria wouldn't save food for someone with an E-rank talent like him. Fortunately, he wasn't short on food. After grabbing a quick meal, he picked up a bundle of goods and headed straight for the market to check how his stall was doing, whether the little green-haired kid was slacking or stealing anything. Since everyone had fled into the shelter as refugees, unless they had connections with the military or adventurers, no one could source goods. And the harvests of the military and adventurers weren't abundant enough to sell. They were usually consumed internally or purchased by the military at low prices with contributions recorded. Therefore, most of the items at the market stalls were unwanted garbage. The business was naturally poor. But Zhou Jing'an's stall was filled with brand new high-quality goods, items that could have been sold even before the apocalypse. After a few days, his business grew better and better, and his reputation gradually spread. Many people were envious of his stall, but given the gang and Han Shui with her A-rank talent, no one dared to cause him trouble. Most of the goods had already been sold. The green-haired kid was lying on a folding bed, resting his backside, passing the time with a book in his hands. Zhou Jing'an glanced at the book title, A Brief History of Time. This kid has promise. Boss Zhou, you're here. The green-haired kid hastily put down the book, supporting himself up from the bed with a grin. By selling goods for Zhou Jing'an, the commission he received was far more than what he used to earn from collecting protection fees everywhere. Plus, he didn't have to run around all day, and there was no danger. Life couldn't have been sweeter. Come help me set up the goods on the stall. Also give me the money earned this morning. After arranging the goods, Zhou Jing'an took the card from the green-haired kid and placed 1/10 of the commission into his hand. The green-haired kid took it happily, then asked, Boss Zhou, can you get better stuff for me? I mean things like this. As he spoke, he made a gun gesture with his hand and nonchalantly blew on his fingertip. What does your gang want to cut me out and go solo? The green-haired kid slapped his thigh. No way. Boss Zhou, you're always joking. A customer asked me to inquire. He wants to buy things that can't be found on the market. Money isn't an issue. I figured why not earn money when there's money to be made. So I asked on his behalf. If we can make it happen, wouldn't we be making a small fortune? Zhou Jing'an was tempted. He was worried exactly about those accumulated goods with no chance to sell. Now that someone had come to him proactively, he had no reason to refuse. He just didn't know how much the other party could offer. After a moment of consideration, he spoke. I do have some special items. I'm just not sure if they'll suit the other party's taste. You can go make contact and arrange for the buyer to come see me at my place. Then my commission. The green-haired kid rubbed his fingers together with a sly expression. Commission, my ass. Isn't the commission from selling these things enough for you? Zhou Jing'an slapped the back of the green-haired kid's head. Of course he was holding back. Otherwise, with his current strength, a single slap could have smashed the kid's skull. After handling matters there, he was about to return to his dwelling to continue drawing cards, preparing goods for tomorrow's stall. But he saw the street ahead suddenly become noisy with many people rushing over to watch, as if they had spotted something strange. Having nothing better to do, Zhou Jing'an went over to join the crowd. Pushing through the people, slapping away several hands that had quietly reached toward his pockets, he finally saw what was happening. A skeleton was striding down the street with its head held high, holding a sign in its hand. Written on it with a marker were the words, "I am a summoned creature returning to find someone. Do not attack me." Isn't this Jiang Zhao's undead skeleton? Zhou Jing'an's heart lurched. He immediately recognized this creature's identity. Why would he let the skeleton return to find someone on its own? Isn't that exposing his talent ability? Could they have encountered danger and can't return for now, so they had to send the skeleton back to find help? Zhou Jing'an guessed, directly pushing through the crowd and dragging the skeleton away, shooing away the surrounding onlookers at the same time. Everyone stop watching. Stop watching. Is it because the shelter feeds you too well that you all have nothing better to do? Get lost and go move some bricks. At his words, someone muttered curses, and only then did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Zhou Jing'an didn't need to move bricks. He had paid, so he was exempt from work. Pulling the skeleton into a corner, he immediately gripped its shoulders tightly and asked, "What's going on? Why did Jiang Zhao let you come back alone?" The skeleton flipped the sign in its hand and took out a marker, beginning to write quickly. The skeleton itself didn't have this kind of intelligence. This was Jiang Zhao remotely controlling it. This was a new talent usage method he had comprehended after reaching level 5. After Zhou Jing'an reached level 5, besides getting a combat class, he hadn't comprehended anything else. He had long suspected that this guy was making up nonsense to mess with him. Soon the skeleton finished writing and turned the sign around. "I'm trapped in a hidden dungeon space. Others are probably in the same situation. Boss Show, come save us. I really can't stand you guys. You were only gone for half a day, and yet you nearly got yourselves killed." Zhou Jing'an didn't feel like talking. He went back, gave a few brief instructions to the 3 kids, and set off with the skeleton. To avoid drawing attention, he had put some clothes on the skeleton. Once he was far enough from the shelter, he dropped the pretense, hoisted the skeleton onto his shoulder, and ran. In less than an hour, Zhou Jing'an arrived at the outskirts of Suhai County. He circled around the military blockade, followed the skeleton's guidance, ignored the zombies chasing him at full speed, and rushed all the way to that hotel. After they went inside, however, the skeleton controlled by Jiang Zhao looked left and right a few times as if searching for something, but soon gave up. "What are you looking for?" The sign he had used before was long gone, so the skeleton simply picked up a marker and wrote on the wall, "We saved a survivor, but I don't know where he ran off to. That's not important. Let me explain this dungeon first. Have you played D&D? The mode is somewhat similar, an ultimate simplified version. Almost every action requires rolling dice to determine the outcome through points. Only combat is real, and there is only one way to leave the dungeon: clear it. So you got beaten down by monsters. This is a single-player dungeon. If we could have joined forces, there's no way we would have lost." Stubborn Zhou Jing'an muttered. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Since it's a single-player dungeon, how can I rescue you all? I'm imprisoned in the dungeon and have become part of the instance. You should be able to encounter me in the game. As for the others, I don't know their situation. At least you're not dead." Zhou Jing'an thought for a moment, then stuffed the guide skeleton into his dimensional space, hoping it would prove useful inside. With that, he strode into the elevator door. What came into view was dim, but his high attributes greatly enhanced his vision, so he quickly adapted to the environment. After reading through the prompts, he immediately chose to roll the dice. You rolled a 7. Move forward 7 squares. Zhou Jing'an didn't rush, but instead, he first took Jiang Zhao's skeleton out of the dimensional space. Once it came out, the skeleton first performed a bizarre jig for a while before Jiang Zhao regained control. Although the skeleton couldn't speak, it could still serve as a guide of sorts. He took 7 long strides forward. A torch suddenly blazed to life on the wall beside him, revealing a small hunched figure carrying a yellow sack, squatting on the ground and panting heavily. The torch lights up. You unexpectedly discover a goblin merchant resting in the corner. What do you do? Zhou Jing'an turned to look at the skeleton beside him. It shook its head, clearly never having encountered this fellow. A goblin merchant. So that means it sells things. What does it have? The goblin merchant seemed to understand him. After a moment's hesitation, it set down the yellow sack from its back and gently opened it. The shop interface Han Shui had once seen appeared before Zhou Jing'an again. After a quick browse, his eyes lit up as well. These are all excellent. But how do I get gold coins? By selling items. Do you accept this undead skeleton? He directly lifted the little skeleton beside him. The goblin merchant pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded and offered a price of 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin. I still have quite a few here. Do you want them all? With that, Zhou Jing'an took out all the skeletons Jiang Zhao had left with him. Anyway, even if these were gone, new ones could be summoned again. Selling them all was no big deal. Besides, they weren't his, so he didn't feel the least bit sorry. The goblin merchant accepted them all without refusal. Soon Zhou Jing'an had more than 20 gold coins in hand. Clearly that still wasn't enough. He then tried selling other items he carried, but only the white cards could be sold. He had just taken out the morning earnings from the stall and hadn't yet started drawing cards for supplies. There were over 40 cards in total, and he exchanged every one of them for gold coins. Now he had 70 gold coins, just enough to buy 2 items. I'll take the intelligence potion and that short sword. I can't afford anything else for now. That's it. The goblin merchant visibly sighed in relief. It deducted the gold coins, placed the items in Zhou Jing'an's hands, then hoisted the sack and quickly disappeared around a corner of the dungeon. Interesting. Zhou Jing'an rubbed his chin and put away the intelligence potion. These 2 attribute points were of little importance to him, but far more useful to others. Whether he gave them away or sold them outside, the benefit would be greater. What he was more curious about were the short sword's attributes. As soon as the short sword was in hand, identification was automatically completed and its attributes were revealed. Demon Breaking Blade, Strength 1, Agility 1. Special Effect, Basic Demon Breaking. Attacks can dispel magic effects to a certain extent. Requirement, Non-Magic Class Profession. This item's quality was probably 1 grade lower than Jiang Zhao's Mystic Witch Ring, but comparable to the Glimmer Dagger. Of course, that referred to the Glimmer Dagger set. A single dagger certainly couldn't compare to this short blade. Zhou Jing'an had no weapon at hand, so he could use it for the time being. But honestly, this thing was still too mediocre for him and not of much use. Once he left the dungeon, it would be better to give it away or sell it. Next came the second dice roll. You rolled an 11. Move forward 11 squares. You encountered a dungeon guard. Combat is about to begin. Roll the dice to determine the enemy's level. You rolled a 3. The enemy is level 3. He stopped and watched the Minotaur guard approaching. Zhou Jing'an raised his hand and punched it directly in the knee. The Minotaur guard lost its balance and pitched forward. A flash of sharpness crossed its neck and a huge head rolled far away. Killed dungeon guard, level 3. EXP 32. The experience was generous, far more than what the zombies outside gave. He then picked up the long-handled battle axe from the Minotaur guard. At a glance, he found it was also an equipment item with attributes. Guardian's Battle Axe, Strength 7, Agility -4. Special effect, if the user's strength is more than twice the target's direct attacks, will cause a crushing effect. Requirement, Strength greater than 16. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Zhou Jing'an's eyes lit up. This is exactly the equipment I want. I didn't expect to get it so easily. This really is a great place. As for that blasted short sword, whoever wants it can have it. Zhou Jing'an picked up the battle axe and swung it a couple of times. It didn't feel heavy. Actually, it was a little light, but that was just right for him. After all, he didn't know how to use such a weapon. In his hands, it was just wild swinging. A lighter one was still better than accidentally hurting himself now and then. This is simply a treasure trove for equipment. The monsters are weak and the dungeon mode is easy. How on earth did those 3 manage to fail? Zhou Jing'an couldn't figure it out. After reading through the story prompt, he rolled the dice once more. This time the number was 12. After 12 steps, he looked at the dim cell on his right. He turned sideways and slowly lifted the iron-barred door. A disheveled woman walked out, supporting herself against the wall. Seeing Zhou Jing'an in front of her, she froze on the spot. You opened the cell and freed the imprisoned adventurer Han Shui. Han Shui is extremely grateful to you and is willing to become your follower. Do you wish to recruit her? Zhou Jing'an. Han Shui. How did you know we were in danger? Han Shui whispered from behind. She had actually wanted to walk ahead so Zhou Jing'an wouldn't see the expression on her face, but the dungeon rules made that impossible. Followers were required to stay in the rear. Jiang Zhao's skeleton came back and found me. But then again, why are you also in the dungeon? I encountered a level 9 dungeon guard and was defeated, then thrown into the dungeon. Wait, why do you say you're also in the dungeon? Oh, Jiang Zhao got locked in as well. Who knows what happened? Never mind him for now. Let's keep rolling the dice and move forward. Zhou Jing'an handed over the demon-cleaving blade casually as he spoke. The recipient paused upon taking it, but then remembered Zhou Jing'an's remarkable knack for profiting from card draws and soon relaxed. Someone with such extraordinary luck wouldn't find it strange at all to purchase everything from the goblin merchant. Recalling the dungeon briefing which stated that only those truly blessed by the goddess of fortune could complete it successfully, wasn't that describing Zhou Jing'an himself? In terms of luck attributes, few could possibly surpass this guy. The encounters that followed were exactly as she had imagined. Either discovering genuine treasure chests overflowing with gold coins or finding keys to the warden's quarters and barging in to strike it rich. Even when facing monsters, none exceeded level 5, and Zhou Jing'an would charge forward and cleave them down with a single axe swing, offering 0 real challenge. If Han Shui and the others were here for adventure, then Zhou Jing'an was here for profit. By the time they located Jiang Zhao in another cell and brought him along as a follower, Zhou Jing'an's gold had already surpassed 400, along with 6 bottles of various attribute potions and 2 pieces of stat-enhancing equipment. However, these were merely low-tier items that boosted a single attribute, so their value was comparatively modest. Still, the group certainly wouldn't part with them to sell. Since there were no usage requirements, Han Shui and Jiang Zhao each received 1 piece. As for the potions, Zhou Jing'an consumed 2 himself, one boosting constitution by 1 and another increasing agility by 2, which helped shore up his own attribute weaknesses. The Intelligence 2 potion was given to Jiang Xiao. Han Shui took 2 bottles, one granting Intelligence 1 and the other Spirit 1. The remaining Strength 2 potion was reserved for Sun Debao, ensuring everyone felt included in the gains. When they next encountered the goblin merchant, Zhou Jing'an swept his hand and purchased the entire stock. He kept the agility potion for himself. As for the unidentified skill book, it turned out to yield a decent technique that suited Han Shui better than it did him, so he simply gave it to her. Ice Shard, level 1, costs 1 spirit to create an ice shard launched forward, dealing physical and ice attribute damage. Proficiency 0-100. Ice Shard, level 1, consumes 1 spirit point to create an ice shard, launching it forward to deal physical damage and ice attribute damage. Proficiency 0-100. In this post-apocalyptic game, skills operated without cooldowns. Or rather, cooldown was a hidden concept rather than a fixed duration, varying dynamically based on the user's stamina and mental state, making it far more realistic. After testing it out, Han Shui found she could unleash up to 4 ice shards in rapid succession. Combined with her shockwave attack talent, the technique proved remarkably potent, effectively resolving her long-standing dilemma over weapon selection. With the clearance token secured and Jiang Xiao and Han Shui both serving as Zhou Jing'an's followers within the dungeon, the group could exit together. Yet concerns lingered. They still hadn't located Sun Debao, and worry began to spread among them. Could something have happened to that guy? Had the enemies simply been zombies, their anxiety would have been far less intense. But the creatures within this dungeon were distinctly different, not the mindless infected they'd encountered before. They wouldn't mistake Sun Debao for one of them. The dungeon's confined space looped back on itself after a certain distance. The three searched several more rounds without spotting Sun Debao or finding anything of note. "You have to help me find my dad, please," Jiang Xiao urged, growing increasingly anxious. "I understand you're worried, but let's not rush things. Staying here won't help us find him. We should check outside first. Perhaps Sun Debao has already made it out. Success in this dungeon relies heavily on luck, so maybe he's had better fortune than we have," Zhou Jing'an suggested. "What if we can't get back in once we leave? I can't take that risk." A flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Xiao's eyes before hardening into determination. Han Shui felt a chill run through her and quickly spoke up, "Don't do anything rash. You know how dangerous the monsters are here, and we haven't given up on finding Sun Debao yet. We'll figure something out. What other options do we have? This is a solo dungeon. The map is this size, and we've searched it multiple times. If he's not here, he's not here. But if we lure out all the monsters, we might find him. We just need to break the dungeon rules." Before Jiang Xiao could finish, Zhou Jing'an crushed the clearance token in his hand. The world blurred around them, and in the next instant they stood once more before the elevator doors. Jiang Xiao froze in place, staring blankly ahead before lunging forward and grabbing Zhou Jing'an by the collar. His face contorted as he roared, "What are you doing? What have you done?" Zhou Jing'an brushed the hand away from his collar without effort. "I just saved your life. What do you think I'm doing?" "But my dad is still in there. Why would you abandon him?" "I didn't abandon him. I said we should come out and figure out another plan. Can you not understand human language? They say 18 is the age of rebellion, and it proved true indeed. But he wasn't Jiang Zhao's father. He had no reason to indulge the kid. Han Shui had also acted irrationally and made plenty of mistakes, but Zhou Jing'an had always held her in high regard precisely because she knew right from wrong, adapted quickly, learned fast, corrected her errors promptly, and fought to survive in this apocalyptic world. Jiang Xiao and Zhou Jing'an's eyes possessed such overwhelming innate talent that he failed to grasp their current predicament, still indulging his every whim without considering consequences. "The one who doesn't understand human language is you. You kind of bastard whose whole family is dead cares about nothing." Watching Jiang Xiao turn his back on them and throw himself into the dungeon, Zhou Jing'an merely narrowed his eyes with no intention to stop him. "He has the nerve to scold me now. If I hadn't saved Sun Debao's life, his whole family would be dead too." Zhou Jing'an let out an exasperated laugh. After a long silence, noticing Zhou Jing'an's anger had somewhat subsided, Han Shui finally asked, "Are we really just going to ignore him?" Zhou Jing'an stepped forward and reached into the dungeon entrance, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. A system notification echoed in his ears simultaneously. "You have completed this dungeon and cannot re-enter. I can't get in. If you want to handle him, go ahead and enter yourself." Han Shui rubbed her nose with her finger and remained silent. She understood Zhou Jing'an was still furious and speaking in anger. His words shouldn't be taken literally. Sun Debao was their comrade in arms, someone who had faced death alongside them, a friend they could trust with their lives. She didn't believe Zhou Jing'an would simply abandon him. They needed to find a suitable solution. Jiang Xiao was still too young, acting recklessly due to his impulsiveness and overconfidence in his SS grade talent, showing no regard for consequences. After this incident, there would likely be lasting tension between them. Once Zhou Jing'an's anger had fully dissipated, he turned to Han Shui and spoke quietly, "Sun Debao, is in no danger. You can rest assured about that. How do you know? Han Shui asked in surprise. I don't know exactly, but I'm certain he's safe. It's more like a feeling, though far more reliable than mere intuition. Just trust me on this. Actually, I'm more worried about Jiang Xiao right now. The kid has no sense at all. He should have gone out, gathered some skeletons, and then re-entered. Does he really think he can solo everything? Returning once more to the hero's dungeon instance, Jiang Xiao gazed at the dim space before him and took a deep breath. He knew this was risky, but he had no choice. Please roll the dice to determine your next steps. The voice echoed in his ear, but he ignored it entirely and strode forward. An invisible barrier blocked his path, yet he merely clenched his fist and punched straight through it. Warning. You are attempting to breach the instance rules. If you persist, consequences will follow. Before the warning could finish, he struck again, shattering the transparent wall and stepping through. With a shattering sound, the surrounding space fractured like glass, revealing the true hero's dungeon. Beneath Jiang Xiao's feet stretched a vast platform, its perimeter dissolved into endless darkness on all sides. The clanging of iron gates echoed from afar, followed by a chorus of blood-curdling roars rising one after another. Jiang Xiao felt his hands tighten around the blade. The weapon in his grip was merely a mass-produced blade with no special properties, a poor match for someone wielding magical arts, offering little comfort against physical threats. He had no alternative. Without preparing his own undead summons, and having sold everything he'd left with Zhou Jing'an, he was severely underprepared. The thought made him grit his teeth in frustration, longing to confront Zhou Jing'an and vent his anger. Yet he reminded himself of why he'd entered this place. He was here to rescue his father. Dad, are you there? Don't worry, I'm coming to get you. Jiang Xiao shouted into the darkness, using his voice to steady his nerves. His class as a necromancer granted him the Death's Touch ability, a powerful spell capable of instant death against a single target. The limitation was that it only affected one enemy and consumed substantial resources, making it nearly useless when surrounded. He needed to use Death's Touch to raise his first skeletal minion, then gradually build an advantage. Relying on this worn blade against the dungeon's creatures seemed futile. Finally, creatures emerged from the shadows. One towering and muscular, another grotesque and misshapen, each bearing distinctive traits. As they closed in around him, 10, 20, 30. Jiang Xiao found himself swallowing hard as the numbers grew too large to track, and only then did regret begin to surface. He should have restrained his impulsiveness, calmed himself, and heeded Zhou Jing'an's advice to prepare thoroughly before entering. Yet for some reason the creatures merely surrounded him without attacking, as though awaiting something. Soon the monsters parted like a tide, revealing a path where a massive figure emerged, its rhythmic footsteps echoing closer. What is it? What could it be? Sweat poured down Jiang Xiao's face as barely contained his terror, his right hand already raising to strike first. Suddenly the footsteps ceased, and a tall figure materialized in the light, revealing a rigid face. Daddy! Jiang Xiao stood frozen. Why did this moment feel so familiar? The memory hit him. The last time he'd shouted Dad. In shock, his father had simply walked over and dealt him a thorough beating. That heartwarming display of paternal love and filial fright still made him shiver to recall. Surely this time would be different. He came to rescue, not to provoke. Wait, what was he even thinking about now? The real question was, Dad, why are you with these monsters? Sun Debao's lips moved slightly, though no sound emerged. But Jiang Xiao had already pieced together the explanation. They judged you as a monster and had the dungeon guards take you. And then, oi, you've become one of them, and they've been showering you with dungeon items as welcome gifts. Now they're showing you respect, but you refused, so they won't dare touch me. Jiang Xiao's expression fell completely. He'd ignored Zhou Jing'an and Han Shui's warnings, charging in recklessly to save his father, only to discover his dad had bonded with the monsters and adopted a bunch of grotesque uncles. This must be a hallucination, surely. He was probably still lying in bed dreaming. No real situation could be this absurd. Jiang Xiao kept trying to convince himself it wasn't real, but before he could process what was happening, Sun Debao suddenly tossed something toward him. He caught it instinctively and realized it was a clearance token. You want me to leave? But I came to rescue you. I'm taking you with me. What? How could this be? I understand. I'll get Zhou Jing'an to help. It'll be fine, don't worry about us. From the outside it appeared Jiang Xiao was just talking to himself, but he'd clearly heard everything his father said and nodded seriously. I'll go make preparations outside. Wait for me. He crushed the token in his hand, and the world blurred as he reappeared before the elevator doors. Zhou Jing'an and Han Shui were preparing to venture out and clear out enemies, gathering white cards that Han Shui could bring inside the instance to trade for clearance tokens. Since she hadn't completed the run legitimately, she had another entry remaining. In theory, they should seize this chance to farm valuable items inside. But with both Jiang Xiao and Sun Debao trapped in the instance, who had the headspace for such ambitions? Rescue came first. Yet before they could even step outside, a figure flashed behind them. Jiang Xiao had emerged from the instance again. That fast? Zhou Jing'an was visibly surprised. Could it be that breaking the rules and directly challenging every monster in the dungeon was actually the intended strategy? So he'd misjudged the kid after all. Still, apologizing wasn't happening, never would be. He had the strength to back himself up, he'd just keep a closer watch on him going forward. Lost in thought, Zhou Jing'an watched Jiang Xiao drop to his knees. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. Huh, wrong. Wrong about what? Zhou Jing'an maintained a stern expression. I shouldn't have acted recklessly without considering everyone's safety. Even though I was trying to save my dad, that's no excuse for being so foolish. If he finds out, he'll definitely lecture me. You said it yourself. I'll let your dad know about this later. What? Jiang Xiao froze. Zhou Jing'an looked at him and burst out laughing. Despite being 18, the kid was still just a boy. What was there to hold a grudge over? His father would handle the discipline anyway. Sun Debao never went easy on his kids, and if Zhou Jing'an spoke up in his favor, he figured hanging Jiang Xiao up for a day or two of beating wouldn't be out of the question. The kid apologized quickly enough that Zhou Jing'an couldn't press the issue further. But next time there'd be no mercy. Right. He'd almost forgotten the main point. How'd you get out so fast? What happened in there? Did you find your dad? Yeah, I found him. Jiang Xiao answered timidly. Then why didn't you bring him with you? The instance classified him as a monster, so the dungeon and its original inhabitants locked him up with them. He's safe enough, but there's only one way to get him out. What method? According to how the instance works, when the number of zombies surrounding the space falls below a certain threshold, it releases some of the imprisoned monsters. If I want my dad to come out alive, this is the only option. Is the only way to get out alive really this one? Then there's a way to get out horizontally too. Zhou Jing'an grumbled inwardly, but he didn't bother saying it out loud. He glanced at the zombies gathered around the hotel. These were all zombies he had inadvertently attracted when he rushed over to save people. Since he had no time to deal with them, they ended up blocking the door instead. But blocking a door was something he was all too familiar with. To him, it was nothing at all. He pulled a giant battle axe out of his dimensional space and flashed a grin at Han Shui. Looks like we'll have to go with the plan we discussed, but the workload is going to get a lot bigger. Han Shui understood all too well the drawbacks of the expendable active talents that she and Jiang Xiao possessed, so she nodded at Zhou Jing'an. I'll leave Sun Debao to you. I'll do my best. Han Shui stepped forward and opened the door. The zombies outside immediately swarmed in. She was just about to raise her hand and cast the ice spike spell she had just learned when a flash of silver light streaked past. The giant battle axe in Zhou Jing'an's hand changed direction, and the 7 or 8 zombies that had squeezed inside were all cut in two at the waist by that flash of silver light. This long-handled giant battle axe also made up for the last shortcoming in Zhou Jing'an's combat style. Although its attack range still couldn't match Jiang Zhao's skeleton spider, when this giant axe over 2 meters long swept across with his current strength cutting off a dozen heads, was child's play. He hadn't struck out in days, and this guy had actually gotten so much stronger. Han Shui's eyes were full of astonishment, while Jiang Xiao was already shrieking internally. Even my SS rank talent can't reach this level. This guy's talent is absolutely SSS rank. While the two were still stunned, Zhou Jing'an had already charged out with his giant battle axe in hand. It had to be said, this was a pleasure Zhou Jing'an had never experienced before. In the past, when he killed zombies, he would still get attacked, and a battle would often leave him wounded all over. Although a few healing spells could restore him completely, the pain was all too real. But now that he had the right weapon, no zombie could even get close to him. Now this was what it meant to go full god mode. Even though he had no idea how to use a giant axe, and simply grabbed the handle and swung it wildly, the results were enough to make many professionals stare in disbelief. Jiang Xiao had originally wanted to chase after him and asked Zhou Jing'an to leave a few intact corpses. If he chopped them into pieces like this, he would need to consume a lot more energy to use his reanimate dead. But when he caught up, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Hilarious. There was no need for him to interfere at all. Zhou Jing'an was slaughtering zombies ahead, while the two behind him were finishing off the ones whose heads hadn't been cut off. The speed of their zombie clearing was fairly impressive. The zombies that had gathered near the hotel were soon slaughtered to the last one. Zhou Jing'an also leveled up as a result. It was almost ridiculously easy. That wasn't surprising in the least. His current attributes could rival those of people dozens of levels higher, so killing these small fry was no different from bullying the weak. After picking up the dropped cards, the three of them began clearing the surrounding area again. The hero's dungeon would keep copying nearby zombies, but they had no idea how far nearby extended. So all they could do was kill as many zombies as possible. With every additional zombie killed, the chance of Sun Debao escaping increased a little more. What they didn't know was that every move they made was being watched by a lean, gaunt youth standing on a rooftop. A hint of shock flashed in the youth's eyes, but he soon calmed down. He casually picked up a loaf of bread from the plastic bag beside him, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed big mouthfuls into his mouth. But before he could chew even a few times, he suddenly collapsed to the ground and began retching violently. He threw up every bit of the bread that hadn't made it into his stomach, and even the water he had drunk earlier surged back up from his gut. Only when nothing more could come up did he lie down weakly and slowly raise his trembling hands before his eyes. Why? Why is it like this? I had no choice. I was just trying to survive. Forgive me. Forgive me. Amid the muttered murmurs, the youth lost consciousness once again. But no one noticed a few wisps of black cheese slowly drifting out of his body, floating up into the sky and merging into the clouds. Meanwhile, his own body seemed to be growing more and more gaunt. Zhou Jing'an swung the giant axe down heavily, an extreme martial limit break activated in an instant, shifting all his attributes over to strength. His strength attribute suddenly exceeded 70. The giant axe in his hands became as light and nimble as a belt in a doting father's hand, yet it was still devastatingly lethal. Smack! Because he didn't hold the axe steady, the axe head suddenly turned sideways, turning what should have been a chop into a garlic-smashing slap. The zombie in front of him was splattered by that single axe blow. Holy shit! The three hurriedly dodged, but they were still splattered all over and nearly threw up. Killed a tough, brawny zombie, level 5. EXP 16. You leveled up. It took a full 3,200 EXP to go from level 6 to level 7. And since the vast majority of zombies now were no higher than level 3, the EXP they provided was extremely limited. In other words, before he knew it, the number of zombies that had died at Zhou Jing'an's hands had already drawn close to 1,000. That was only today's kills, not counting the ones he had killed before. His terrifying attributes finally had a chance to prove their worth today. Especially that level 5 zombie he had flattened with one axe blow. In the past, several people had to join forces to kill it. Now, he one-shot it with ease. The damage had even overflowed quite a lot, splattering all over them. No more. This level 5 zombie has way too much juice. I really can't take it. Zhou Jing'an grabbed the back of his collar to wipe his chin and couldn't help complaining. Who told you to hit it with the flat side? Do you think you're smashing garlic? Han Shui also looked disgusted. I don't know how to use this kind of axe either. If it slanted sideways, that's not my fault. Jiang Xiao, how much longer do we have to keep clearing? I can't stand it anymore. I want to take a shower. I don't know. Jiang Xiao, who had only used his skeleton to block part of the splatter, looked blank. Damn it, what good are you? Zhou Jing'an panted heavily a few times. Such a high-intensity battle was also quite a drain on him. After readjusting his state, he swung the giant axe and killed dozens more zombies. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of premonition. One axe blow knocked the zombie in front of him to the ground and briefly blocked the zombies behind. Seizing this brief opening, he hastily turned his head and looked toward the hotel where the dungeon was located. An invisible ripple spread outward from the building, sweeping through the surroundings at great speed. It was only possible to faintly detect it when it passed over objects. But in the end, the ripple failed to reach Zhou Jing'an before it completely dispersed. After another dozen or so seconds, a rift was torn open in the space directly in front of the hotel. Two absolutely enormous dice tumbled out, each taller than a story. They bounced on the ground a few times, and the total number of pips finally came to rest on 7. The next instant, the two dice suddenly split open down the middle, and 7 creatures of wildly different appearances walked or crawled out from inside. Standing at the very back was none other than Jiang Zhao's father, Sun Debao. Dad. Jiang Zhao's eyes were brimming with excitement. He was about to rush over and give his father a disgustingly affectionate hug, while wiping the concentrated zombie juice all over himself on his Sun Debao in the process. But there was not a trace of joy in Sun Debao's eyes. Instead, they were filled with solemnity, as if he had something he wanted to tell them. As his own son, Jiang Xiao immediately understood. You mean we have to kill these monsters too? Why? Weren't you bonding quite well with these uncles? These monsters. A flicker of confusion flashed across Jiang Zhao's eyes, but it quickly vanished as he grew serious again and took a deep breath. I understand. What do you understand? Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but lean in closer. This father and son were always speaking in riddles, which made him extremely uncomfortable. These monsters merely perceive my father as one of their own, yet they would never obey his commands. Their objective mirrors that of the zombies. Total eradication of humanity from this world. Since we released these creatures, we bear responsibility for them, correct? Of course. Within the dungeon, their power was suppressed, but now that they've escaped the hero's dungeon, they've regained their full strength. If we abandon them, who else will control them? There are plenty who can handle this. The world is vast. Don't underestimate others. Zhou Jing'an spoke in a low voice, already harboring reservations about continuing. Spiritual attributes influence intuition, and he could sense a latent threat emanating from these creatures. Though he'd been invincible for a while, he hadn't become so conceited as to believe himself invulnerable. If you feel threatened and don't retreat while you still can, when will you withdraw? Wait until you're completely defeated. We should withdraw and let the military handle these monsters. They have the resources to establish shelters, and their capabilities extend far beyond conventional weapons. There are certainly talents with S-class and SS-class abilities, and even those with SSS-class talent may exist among them. There's no need for us to take such a risk. But if these monsters end up killing many people, won't we become guilty of complicity? Jiang Shao said hurriedly. If you feel so guilty about it, then go assist the military when they deal with these monsters. And if that still doesn't ease your conscience, just lie down and die. Dead men feel no remorse. Zhou Jing'an really wanted to scold this kid properly. Han Shui had been guided well by them, yet this rascal was becoming sentimental and naive again. If you had that kind of strength, fine. But without it, what are you pretending to be some great sage for? I'll have his father give him a proper lesson later. Having said that, Zhou Jing'an turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. But at that moment, while he wanted to leave, others might not have agreed. The monsters had different objectives. Some, upon emerging, sprinted directly into the distance and quickly disappeared from their sight. Others preferred to slaughter large groups of humans, bounding toward areas where military forces were stationed where they could encounter more prey. Most of them showed no interest in Zhou Jing'an and his companions. Giving face to Sun Debao was the least important reason. There were two primary ones. 6 monsters against 3 people, hardly worth the effort to eliminate. Moreover, they sensed danger radiating from Zhou Jing'an himself. Engaging with him would be both tedious and perilous, like stepping on dog excrement in the middle of a road. They weren't sanitation workers, so naturally they would avoid him whenever possible. But one creature was an exception. That was the Minotaur guard, whose head Zhou Jing'an had severed with a single strike. The monsters slain within the instance were clearly weakened copies, whereas the one now charging furiously toward Zhou Jing'an was the original. However, it stood unarmed, as the instance lacked the ability to replicate weapons. The axe Zhou Jing'an had looted from the copy couldn't be duplicated by the original. This did nothing to diminish the overwhelming pressure it exerted on the group. Sensing danger approaching, Zhou Jing'an instinctively glanced over his shoulder and immediately erupted in curses. That bastard holds a grudge, damn it. We can't shake him now. I'll lure him away while we take him down together. Understood. Han Shui agreed immediately, and Jiang Shao and his son hurried to follow. The Minotaur's gaze remained locked solely on Zhou Jing'an. He directed the others to scatter and prepare ahead, then circled back through the area several times to shed the pursuing zombies. Only after eliminating this threat did he draw the Minotaur guard forward. The others were already in position. As soon as the Minotaur guard arrived, a colossal skeletal beast burst from behind the building and launched itself directly onto the creature. The skeletal monster approximated a humanoid form, its frame thick and robust, headless, and equipped with 6 arms, a design Jiang Shao had clearly conceived specifically to counter this situation. Under Jiang Zhao's control, a head presented no strategic advantage and could be omitted entirely. The 6 arms, however, provided superior grip and control over targets. Jiang Shao designated this unit as the 6-armed bone demon. Though the 6-armed bone demon possessed an imposing presence, its combat effectiveness fell short of expectations. The suicide-style charge failed to topple the Minotaur guard, who instead counterattacked, seized one of its arms, and hurled it through a semicircular arc before slamming it brutally into the ground. Bang! Shards of bone scattered across the ground, and the 6-armed bone demon suddenly sustained over 100 fractures throughout its body. It was an unavoidable consequence of having so much skeletal structure to begin with. However, this also presented an opportunity. Han Shui launched 4 ice spikes while infusing them with shockwave damage. With her spiritual attributes nearly depleted, this represented her ultimate strike. If she couldn't eliminate the Minotaur guard now, she'd be forced to resort to fighting with a slingshot and steel beads. The 4 ice spikes struck the Minotaur guard's chest, simultaneously erupting into 4 bursts of blood. The latter staggered backward, but found himself pinned beneath the 6-armed bone demon, which clung desperately to his body and drove him to the ground, preventing any escape. Meanwhile, behind them, Zhou Jing'an had already launched himself high into the air, silently activating extreme martial limit break to concentrate his attributes into raw strength. Gripping his massive axe, he swung it in a full arc above his head and brought it down with devastating force toward the Minotaur guard's neck. Decapitation. Moo. The Minotaur guard suddenly let out a thunderous bellow, his already formidable muscles swelling further. Then he raised his right fist and hammered it downward with crushing force toward the abdominal cavity of the 6-armed bone demon. If it were a normal skeleton, the abdominal region would have no skeletal structure and thus pose no vulnerability to such an attack. But Jiang Shao had packed the entire abdominal cavity with bones to make the 6-armed bone demon appear more formidable. That punch struck it like smashing a bag of instant noodles, shattering everything into fragments with a deafening crash. Moreover, from the point where the Minotaur guard's fist landed, an invisible wave erupted outward, shattering the remaining bones throughout the 6-armed bone demon's body to dust. The hardened concrete beneath them cracked and buckled, covering the ground in fissures. Spit. Jiang Shao violently coughed up blood and instantly lost control of the 6-armed bone demon. It was his trump card being shattered for the first time. Shock and fear combined with the backlash from his destroyed talent ability caused his eyes to roll back and him to faint instantly. This is a skill. These monsters can actually use abilities. Zhou Jing'an, hovering above the guard, had witnessed everything that happened beneath him with perfect clarity. However, now was not the time for reflection. With both hands gripping the axe handle, he stretched his body to its absolute limit, and the blade descended with full force toward the Minotaur guard's neck. Schlick! The Minotaur guard's flesh was unnaturally dense. The axe blade sank only about a third of the way before stalling, completely unable to penetrate further or withdraw, wedged firmly in place. Seeing the monster about to rise and turn to deal with him, he had no choice but to abandon his weapon and prepare to fight with his bare hands. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught Sun Debao leaping forward behind him, clutching a massive metal billboard and smashing it down hard onto the back of the axe. The Minotaur guard's formidable resilience seemed to vanish instantly. The axe blade drove all the way through, and a massive head tumbled to one side. Its ox-like eyes bulged wide, and soon it lay motionless. Zhou Jing'an turned his head and stared at Sun Debao in utter disbelief. Good heavens, I thought you were my bro, and here you are stealing my kill with those big innocent eyes. Of course, taking the kill was just said in jest. Sun Debao's support had arrived in the nick of time, otherwise they wouldn't have felled the Minotaur guard so easily, and would have had to drag the fight out a while longer. Still, if the kill credit could go to Zhou Jing'an, so much the better. Not for the experience or loot, but mainly to learn the monster's level through the kill notification. Who told that Jiang Xiao to collapse at the drop of a hat, as if he couldn't handle the rewards. Otherwise he could have stepped up and translated for them. Still, Sun Debao's strength seemed to have jumped quite a bit all of a sudden. What do we do now? Han Shui walked over, asking with weariness written across her face. Let's head back and rest first. As for those monsters, let the military deal with them. It's not that I'm cold-blooded and unwilling to help. We were half dead dealing with this one. Do we have the strength left for any more? I think we can lure some zombies over near the dungeon. After all, the dungeon's rules are such that as long as there are enough zombies around for it to replicate, it won't release the monsters it's holding. Even if it replicates more and more zombies, that's still better than letting those dungeon monsters out. Han Shui proposed. That works. That place could become a long-term resource spot for special items. We definitely can't take it all ourselves, so we might as well tell the shelter and let them enjoy some benefits too, increasing the military strength. Han Shui's suggestion was fairly reliable, and he was willing to accept it. But now that the tension had drained away, he felt tearing pain all over his body. Clearly, unleashing his power recklessly had not been without its price. He had no grasp of proper force techniques. All he knew was to clash head-on with his body. By his standards, multiple muscle strains all over were a light injury. He cast several healing spells on himself in succession, and finally felt considerably better. Stowing the huge axe back into dimensional space, he lured a large horde of zombies around the dungeon on his own, then relied on his agility to withdraw with ease. Only then did he lead the others around the city and quietly return to the shelter. As for Jiang Xiao, there was no need for him in battle for the time being. Sun Debao could simply carry him back. With that kid unconscious, he would at least say a few less infuriating things. After they returned to the shelter, Zhou Jing'an healed Jiang Xiao back to consciousness and learned from him the Minotaur guard's level. Level 17. Looking back at the entire battle, that creature's attributes were certainly far beyond those of the players at the current stage. Even compared with Zhou Jing'an, there wasn't much of a gap. What's more, it seemed to have used two skills at the end. One was a buff that instantly boosted constitution and strength, which was how it withstood Zhou Jing'an's decapitating blow. The other skill was a shockwave that shattered Jiang Zhao's six-armed bone fiend, and its power was plain to see. If Jiang Zhao's six-armed bone fiend hadn't pinned the creature down from the very start, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to call. Of course, hard to call didn't mean Zhou Jing'an might have lost. It meant they would have found it extremely difficult to win without suffering any losses. These monsters were clearly far more powerful beings than zombies. Especially since zombies had to grow slowly, while these monsters came out above level 10 right from the start. It was like a closed beta veteran ravaging a noob village. How many people could withstand that sort of bullying? Zhou Jing'an was a little curious about Sun Debao's current attributes. The latter had no intention of hiding anything and directly displayed his personal panel. Sun Debao level 4. Constitution 17, Spirit 14, Intelligence 7, Strength 21, Agility 9. Skills none. Talent big build C rank mutation, tall and sturdy moderately enhances constitution and strength. These attributes genuinely startled Zhou Jing'an. He knew Sun Debao's talent could continuously improve both constitution and strength, and because of the mutation the amount of improvement was considerable, and it kept growing as time passed. But that shouldn't have caused such an exaggerated leap, should it? After hearing Sun Debao's explanation, Zhou Jing'an finally understood what had happened. It turned out that Sun Debao had entered the dungeon in the form of a monster and obtained quite a few attribute potions. Since they were inconvenient to carry, he drank them all himself, which was why he had improved so much. He had originally intended to save the last strength potion for Sun Debao. Upon hearing that, how could he still hand it over? He might as well just drink it himself. Even so, he still involuntarily handed the strength potion to Xin Xiao. He wouldn't miss those 2 attribute points, but Xin Xiao was different. The little girl was only 7 years old, and her personal attributes were far too weak. Although she still had a great deal of room to grow, they couldn't very well wait until she became an adult before letting her go out and fight. Everyone was well aware that the purpose of fighting was to improve one's strength and protect oneself. Healing spells could mend wounds, but they couldn't restore physical stamina. Everyone was exhausted, so they each returned to their rooms to rest, all the while waiting to hear from outside, especially news about the military engaging those monsters. Before that, though, the first to arrive were people sent by the shelter. They had only one aim: to determine who possessed the talent for manipulating skeletons and to re-register all that person's information. And the man leading the investigation was their old acquaintance Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't know every detail about them, but he was more or less familiar with how this group operated. There was simply no way to hide it anymore. Previously, the military hadn't known their situation and had turned a blind eye. Now that Jiang Zhao's skeleton had been seen strolling boldly down the street, Lin Hao certainly couldn't help them cover it up anymore. Moreover, Jiang Zhao's talent was extremely important. The shelter was vaguely leaning toward coercion. Come on, brother. Just show us your personal panel so I can make a record and report back. Besides, this isn't a bad thing. Our shelter treats people with powerful talents and high growth potential very well. I'm envious of quite a few of those policies myself. Fine, the other said. Just remember, you owe me a favor. Since when do I owe you a favor? Hurry it up. Lin Hao wasn't falling for that. Jiang Zhao level 6. Constitution 9, Spirit 14, Intelligence 19, Strength 5, Agility 6. Skills none. Talent Revive the Dead SS rank. Skill Finger of Death, level 1. Jiang Zhao's personal panel was nothing short of spectacular, stunning Lin Hao and the other military personnel into wide-eyed stares. After all, his soldierly composure held, Lin Hao quickly snapped back to himself, rapidly jotted down Jiang Zhao's information, and his expression grew several shades more serious. I thought you had an A rank or S rank talent at most. I never imagined it was SS rank. I have no reason to fault you, but someone as gifted as you had better report voluntarily to the shelter and let the military cultivate you. After all, everyone has a responsibility to end this apocalypse, and the strong naturally bear a greater one. Of course, moral blackmail means nothing now. But the one promise I can make on behalf of the military is that you will absolutely never regret joining us. After saying this, Lin Hao gave the others a deep look, then finally fixed his gaze on Zhou Jing'an. You should trust us, you know. Using the military's resources to strengthen yourselves. Isn't that a great opportunity? If any of you change your minds, remember to come find me. It'll earn me some credit. We're all old friends, so consider it an inside deal. After making that joke, Lin Hao told Jiang Zhao not to wander off recently, then led his people back. Zhou Jing'an was left lost in thought. Use military resources to improve his own strength. It was certainly tempting, but he felt he didn't really need that kind of enhancement. After all, no boost could match the growth from his own talent. But Xin Xiao and the Yang siblings, they had never had time to train those children. If the military could help look after them, that would be quite nice. Besides, he didn't think the military would send a few children to the front lines. The only thing worth worrying about was whether those people could be trusted. Soon enough, Zhou Jing'an made his decision. A person couldn't live in this world without trusting anyone. If the military wasn't worth trusting, then who was? Trust Tei Meipu and Xian Yanan. That would be an even bigger joke. Even with the power grid severed and communications disrupted, news still spread faster than anyone expected. By the time they were having dinner in the cafeteria, word of the battle at Suahai County had already circulated through the crowd. That monster has 2 heads, and its body is covered in scales. It's said to have devoured numerous people before the military's powerhouse intervened to drive it back. Suahai County is truly plagued by calamities. I fear it won't be retaken anytime soon. How is it that I heard the monster had a tiger's head and a human body standing nearly 3 meters tall? Its furry tiger claws could flatten a tank barrel with a single swipe. What furry fetish are you on about? That thing should have just swatted you right in the crotch. You're seeing everything through colored glasses. We're discussing something serious here. What business do you have butting in? I heard the monster resembles a naked woman with buttons running down her chest, each one representing a life. Get lost. Brother, shall we take this conversation somewhere more private? The rumors grew increasingly absurd, yet Zhou Jing'an still managed to extract some useful information. The area held by the military was indeed attacked by monsters, and likely more than one. Both the 2-headed lizard and the tiger-headed humanoid were creatures he had personally witnessed. As for the button-breasted woman, that was pure fabrication. The military had deployed their strongest fighters to drive the monsters back, but they hadn't killed them. That much was uncertain. Jiang Zhao possessed SS-tier talent, yet before the Minotaur Guard, he was as vulnerable as a plated dish. He could barely hold his ground, but not for long. In a one-on-one encounter, however, Zhou Jing'an was fully confident he could kill that monster. By that logic, the military must have SSS-tier powerhouses among their ranks, though the number would be small, likely only 1 or 2. After all, shelter no. 24 housed tens of thousands of people with survivors continuously joining. Finding a few lucky individuals who drew SSS-tier talents was hardly surprising. After dinner, Zhou Jing'an stopped by his stall on the way back and collected the day's earnings. Between the zombies they killed during the day and the profits from sales, Zhou Jing'an had already accumulated over 300 white cards. His stall was modest and the market was small. If he opened all 300 cards at once, he certainly couldn't absorb them in time and the goods would inevitably pile up. He estimated that opening 70 to 80 cards per day would be about right. Setting aside the more sensitive items, if everything else sold, the profit would be around 150, nearly doubling his investment, which was quite respectable. As for the remaining cards, he planned to hoard them for now. Once they reported the Brave Dungeon to the military, the authorities would need to acquire white cards in exchange for gold coins, the most cost-effective option, to boost revenue and strengthen their high-tier combat forces. When demand for white cards inevitably surged, prices would rise accordingly. That would be the perfect time to sell, ensuring he could trade them for valuable goods. After exchanging greetings with Green Hair, he was about to leave when the other man called out, stepping close and leaning in to whisper. "Can't you just speak normally? Who the hell are you whispering to? Keep your distance and just say it outright." Zhou Jing'an jerked his head away, furious. There are people everywhere. It's inconvenient to speak plainly. Green Hair had no idea of his true strength and was being annoyingly evasive here. What's there that can't be said outright? Can your mouth even produce anything of value? The latter was clearly displeased, but considering the money Han Shui and Sun Debao, he swallowed his anger and restrained himself. "The person coming to buy from you asked me to get in touch. He'll find you tomorrow afternoon, so make sure you're prepared." "Got it," Zhou Jing'an replied, and immediately turned to leave. Still, this was good news for him. If all his accumulated goods were converted into cards, it could be worth several hundred. That night, everyone retreated to their rooms to sleep. Zhou Jing'an had his own private room. Though small, it offered enough independence that he needn't worry about being discovered, though he had no intention of doing anything inappropriate. Next door lived Sun Debao and his son. Faintly, he could hear Jiang Zhao's murmuring, likely chatting with his father, except his father never responded, making him seem a bit unhinged. After a while, the conversation abruptly halted, followed by a cacophony of paternal fury and filial wailing. Listening to Jiang Zhao's piercing screams, Zhou Jing'an contentedly closed his eyes. Sun Debao truly was a reliable brother. The next day, everyone stayed cooped up indoors. They were all waiting. As for what they were waiting for, only they themselves knew. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking echoed through the room. Everyone looked up simultaneously, exchanging glances. No one moved first until Shun Xiao finally sprinted over and opened the door. A woman in her 30s strode in with a cold expression, wearing a gray-green uniform bearing the military insignia. She softened slightly upon seeing Shun Xiao, but her demeanor quickly reverted to ice as she marched straight toward Han Shui and slammed a registration ledger forcefully onto the table. "You returned from Suahai County yesterday. Why didn't you report to the military?" "Report?" Zhou Jing'an looked completely bewildered. "We went to Suahai County yesterday to hunt zombies and filed our report there. We just didn't return with the military." Han Shui leaned close and whispered the explanation. "Why do they meddle in such matters?" "Meddle? You're residents of this shelter. The military is responsible for your safety. If you go missing, of course we come looking for you. Is that meddling?" Hearing Zhou Jing'an mutter beside her, the woman pointed at her chest and snapped indignantly. "Sorry, my mistake. Don't get agitated, I mean just calm down. Let's sit and talk this through. If it was our fault, you point it out, and we'll correct it. There's no need to lose your temper. Jiang Xiao, go pour me a glass of water." "Why me?" Jiang Xiao looked thoroughly displeased. "Because I don't like the look of you. Move it." Once the water was brought over, the woman took a sip, composed herself, and resumed her lecture. Though Zhou Jing'an found it somewhat tedious, he understood the woman's intentions were good. She genuinely cared about their safety. The shelter had only been established recently. Perhaps after some time passed, there would be fewer people who cared about others' well-being. But this matter didn't concern him. In any case, almost no one knew he had secretly slipped out to Suahai County the day before. No sooner had he stepped outside than he bumped right into Lin Hao, who was searching for him. "Looking for Jiang Xiao. He's in there taking a scolding. If you go in now, he'll surely treat you like his savior." Lin Hao cracked the door open and peered inside. Recognition dawned on his face. He clearly knew the woman. Let him listen a while longer. It'll do him no harm. "By the way, I'm not just here for him. I'm also looking for you." "Looking for me? What could you possibly need from me?" Zhou Jing'an was somewhat surprised. "I've heard you're dealing in weapons. We're quite interested in whatever you have." Uff. Zhou Jing'an truly wished he could cut that bastard Green Hair down with a single stroke. He had come over on his own to say he'd found a buyer, but the damn man never mentioned the buyer was from the military. Selling arms right in front of the military. Aren't you asking for trouble? You must be joking. How could I possibly sell that kind of thing? My family for 3 generations have been glorious proletarian fighters. Do I look like the kind of person who would break the law?" Zhou Jing'an stubbornly refused to admit to anything. "Don't misunderstand. Here's the thing, everyone now uses those white cards as currency, and quite a few people don't intend to spend them. They tear them open directly to get supplies. That has also caused a great many weapons to leak out. Even though times are unusual, and everyone faces danger at every moment, there's nothing wrong with carrying a gun to protect oneself. After all, everyone is just trying to survive. But people who enter the shelter have their safety protected by the military, so carrying guns is pointless, and might even cause trouble in the shelter. We need to find a way to recover these guns. I see. Zhou Jing'an barely believed 1/10 of it. Then how will you recover them? By paying money, of course. Without sufficient profit, would you be willing to hand over your weapons for nothing? As long as you pay, that's fine. Lin Hao, we're old acquaintances. You can't swindle me. I'd never swindle you of all people. Don't worry, I brought enough money. Lin Hao opened the briefcase in his hand. It was crammed full of white cards. Zhou Jing'an's eyes lit up at once, and he grabbed Lin Hao's hand, pulling him toward the house. Come, let me show you the goods. Huh? No. Let me show you the contraband I got from opening those cards. After Lin Hao inspected Zhou Jing'an's collection and made a rough estimate, he finally quoted a flat price. 400 white cards. The military had set up defensive lines in many places, and people were battling zombies at all hours, so obtaining cards wasn't difficult for them. What's more, this price was slightly higher than Zhou Jing'an had originally expected. He hadn't thought the buyer would take everything, so he had no reason to refuse. The transaction concluded, and both were pleased with the outcome, shaking hands amicably. Then Lin Hao spoke up again. Since we're in business anyway, how about throwing in a little after-sales service? I came here alone, and I can't move all these things by myself. In a little while, come back with me and help me deliver them. Come on. If you can't carry them off, how could I? Use your dimensional space to store them. The smile on Zhou Jing'an's face froze. He had actually forgotten that Lin Hao knew about this. Continuing to put on an act now would only make him look foolish. Fine. Seeing Zhou Jing'an's dark face, Lin Hao didn't mind. He ran out to greet the woman who was still lecturing and briefly explained Jiang Zhao's situation. After learning that Jiang Zhao possessed an SS rank talent, the woman was quite startled, yet her demeanor seemed to grow even more serious. I won't disturb your work, but as an SS rank talent, you must pay even more attention to your own safety. No, I must find time to give this kid a proper talking to. Jiang Zhao instantly looked as though life were no longer worth living. After much persuasion, the woman was finally sent off. Lin Hao planned to take Jiang Zhao back, saying the higher-ups wanted to understand the situation, and there were also some procedures to complete. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jing'an also brought up what he had mulled over the day before. Can your military spare some resources to nurture these children? Their talents are quite good too. Lin Hao smiled. I understand what you mean. The shelter plans to establish a school in a while. When the time comes, just send them there. The teachers will take care of them. I see. I thought an S-rank talent could get a few perks from you, but it seems I was overthinking it. S-rank talent. Now that's perfectly fine. Our military needs talents like this. Whatever kind of training you want, we can arrange it. Which one has S-rank talent? Lin Hao's expression changed immediately. Zhou Jing'an pushed Shen Xiao forward. It's this child. Her name is Shen Xiao. She's also had a pitiful life. By the way, you wouldn't send a little child onto the battlefield, right? How could that be? You worry too much. Just rest assured and entrust her to us. I guarantee the military will raise her to be an upright and kind person. Brother, I don't want to leave. Can I stay? Shen Xiao looked reluctant. Zhou Jing'an squatted in front of the girl and said gently, don't worry. Have you ever been to school? It's just the same as going to school. You go there every day to learn, and the aunties will take care of you. Isn't that good? And I'll come to visit you every day too, okay? Promise me. Fine, I promise. If I'm lying, then I'm a little dog that goes woof woof. The Yang siblings' talents were only B rank, but both were quite worth developing, so Lin Hao brought them along as well. A buy one get two free deal, as it were. These two knew that going to the military for training was a very good path for them, so they didn't refuse. They merely felt a touch of reluctance when saying goodbye to Han Shui and the others. They followed the group all the way to the military's territory. New buildings had risen around the original blocks, and a great many prefabricated houses stood nearby. Clearly those few blocks were nowhere near enough for the military. All the firearms and weapons were dumped into Lin Hao's dormitory so that others wouldn't discover that he possessed dimensional space. Lin Hao then called someone over to help inspect the goods while he led the group directly into one of the buildings and came to an ordinary-looking room. A sheet of white paper was pasted on the door bearing a few words, Chief's Office. Chief's Office. Zhou Jing'an's heart jolted. Is it the same chief I'm thinking of? Probably not. This one is a leader in our military. After the Doomsday game descended, although the various shelters barely maintained contact, that contact was limited to exchanging information. For the sake of easier management, each shelter selected a chief. In other words, the shelter's administrator. Still, that's a very formidable figure. We just came straight to see the shelter's administrator. Lin Hao, you've got serious pull. The chief asked to see Jiang Zhao of his own accord. Talent of this caliber has to be valued. If you're willing to join us, I guarantee you'll receive even greater regard. Lin Hao's words carried an insinuation. I only came along to see. Since they're held in such high regard, I can set my mind at ease. I'll be heading back now. Zhou Jing'an didn't take Lin Hao's bait and tried to change the subject. Lin Hao did not urge him to linger, merely smiling and waving. After leaving the military's territory, Zhou Jing'an couldn't stop pondering what Lin Hao had meant. He knew he had shown part of his strength in front of the other man, especially after Jiang Xiao exposed his own strength. There was even less chance of keeping it hidden now. Could that guy have guessed something? Well, it doesn't matter. They didn't force me to join the military, and they're stuffing money into my pocket. With such a good deal, why wouldn't I play along? But then again, I'd better give some serious thought to planning my own future. Zhou Jing'an had a clear plan for his future. He only needed to do 3 things well. First, lay low and quietly wait for his strength to grow. Second, kill zombies every now and then. He couldn't let his level fall too far behind others. After all, that sort of thing was still pretty useful. Third, make money. It could be treated as a small hobby or as another way to increase his strength. As for everything else, those were all trivial matters not worth paying too much attention to. As the saying goes, the lesser hermit hides in the wilds, the greater hermit hides in the city. By choosing to stay in the shelter, wasn't this the very image of a king of lying low? He had joined Han Shue's team back, then simply because he wanted someone to talk to. Yet he had subtly become someone whose word carried real weight in the group, something he did not want to see. The problem was that these people were all rather weak, and more often than not they needed him to step in. Although they had good relationships and laughed together on ordinary days, he still had to stay rational when it came to major matters like improving his strength. Back at the residence, Zhou Jing'an called Han Shui and Sun Debao out. The former big three sat together for a heart-to-heart talk. Han Shui, the military has been inviting you all along, hasn't it? You want to return to your hometown to find your parents. Joining the military would give you more help. Sun Debao, your son, has already joined the military, which makes it easier to find out where your ex-wife is. Don't you want to help him? So it's come to this. Han Shui smiled slightly, as if she had long expected such words from Zhou Jing'an. Sun Debao, what about you? What are your plans? I have no attachments and no grand ambitions. It's pretty good staying in this shelter. No one causes me trouble, and I can still do business to make money. Every day I can go see how Shin Xiao is doing. If I could live this way before the apocalypse, I'd think it was a dream. I'm already very satisfied. Of course, if you two become high-ranking people in the shelter or the military, don't forget to take care of your buddy. True. We've been lost in the chaos for so long that we almost forgot what we originally wanted to do. Only you still remember. I'll tell the military I still want this house and ask them to keep it for me. That way, if you stay here, no one should cause you trouble. Thanks, sis. Zhou Jing'an stepped forward and gave Han Shui a big hug. Sun Debao, if you have nothing to say, don't just flood the conversation. Brotherhood is all in the heart. When you get back, give that rotten son of yours a good beating. Every extra punch you land on him deepens our brotherhood by another layer. Sun Debao nodded and also came over to give Zhou Jing'an a bear hug. That guy's build was getting bigger and bigger. He was already over 2 meters tall, and his strength was inhuman. If anyone else had been hugged like that, the crap would probably have been squeezed right out of them. After their reluctant farewell, they suddenly realized that even if they joined the military, Zhou Jing'an would still go to see Shin Xiao every day, so they'd still see each other all the time. For a moment, everyone felt a little awkward. But soon Zhou Jing'an wasn't awkward anymore. A talent growth notification popped up, and he had no mind to care about such petty things. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Acquired skill telekinetic drive. Telekinetic drive, level 1, plunge the great weapon into the ground, dealing impact damage to enemies within a certain range, temporarily increasing your own agility by 7A and granting additional special effects based on the weapon type, attributes, and other conditions. Proficiency 0-100. Zhou Jing'an, do you think I've never played DNF? This skill is copied way too obviously. But then he quickly remembered that he was a transmigrator, and this world didn't have DNF, so it wasn't a complete ripoff. It was only a little bit of one. But regardless, this skill's effects were still pretty good. It increased agility and granted special effects, and by discarding the weapon, he could become even more flexible. Although it was still a support skill, aside from the fact that he didn't like it, there was really nothing to complain about. It looks like this lousy talent only gives support skills. I'll just accept my fate. Han Shui brought Sun Debao to the military, and he expected results to come soon. Zhou Jing'an lay quietly in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His thoughts drifted far, far away without his noticing. Don't worry. The benefits the military can offer will definitely satisfy you. If everyone had your determination, I believe the day the apocalypse is ended won't be far away. The commander held Jiang Zhao's hand and spoke with genuine emotion. You're right. I won't disturb you. I'll be going now. Jiang Zhao remained polite as well, but everyone knew that if not for his skeleton publicizing his talent, he would never have chosen to join the military. This was the apocalypse after all. Someone like him should have raised a banner high, established his own shelter, and lived like an unconstrained local emperor. He could even negotiate and cooperate with official forces to gain more benefits. But for now, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Everything else could wait for him to think about in his dreams at night. As they were leaving, the commander gave Lin Hao a meaningful look, and the latter immediately understood what it meant. After sending the group to their lodgings and getting them settled, Lin Hao hurried back to the commander's office. The secretary beside him nodded and opened the door to let him in. "Commander, do you have any more instructions? I read your work report. You wrote there that the young man named Zhou Jing'an has a suspected SSS rank talent. How confident are you in that judgment?" The commander set aside what he was doing and asked he should be the core member of that small group, and his actual combat ability is clearly stronger than Jiang Zhao's. There's a good chance he has SSS rank talent, and at the very least it shouldn't be below SS rank. Also, his attributes seem fairly balanced. Recently he's been earning benefits by opening supplies from drop cards, so his luck attribute should be high as well. His talent should be an attribute enhancement type, and most likely one that enhances all attributes. But the possibility of a special opportunity can't be ruled out. Is that so? What about his thoughts? You know him. Have you ever suggested that he join the military and receive military training? Lin Hao replied, "I hinted at it a few times, but he seems very averse to participating in combat, and I don't know why. That said, he won't stand by when real danger comes. He's a fairly reliable character, and he doesn't have any improper intentions. If he doesn't have that intention, we shouldn't force him. It might backfire. But if you get the chance, hint at it more. At the very least, get a promise out of him." The commander said seriously, if the shelter faces a crisis in which it might be overrun and destroyed, he must step in and help. As long as he can promise that we don't need to make any other demands of him. As for everything else, we can talk about it slowly later. Thank you so much for telling us. This information is truly crucial to us. Thank you, Lin Hao's supervisor said with a solemn expression. His name was Fang Qinyan, one of the commanders in charge of the Suhai County recovery operation. Yesterday's rumors held both truth and falsehood, but there was one thing the military had concealed. It was the soldiers' casualties. 2 monsters charged through the military's defensive line, and the soldiers rushed forward without hesitation to hold them back. However, the gap in strength between them was simply too vast. Even their firearms could inflict only limited damage. By the time the military's powerful awakened ones arrived upon receiving orders, the death toll had already exceeded 100. Triple-digit losses might seem insignificant in modern warfare, but one must remember, this was the apocalypse. 90% of the military personnel had turned into zombies as well, and after clearing out their former comrades in arms, the remaining combat-ready forces had been reduced to less than a tenth of their original strength. With personnel distributed across various missions, the available manpower had become scarce in the extreme. The entire Suhai County garrison numbered only around 800 soldiers, and by expending their ammunition at any cost, they had barely managed to establish a defensive line. Now, with over 100 lives lost in a single blow, that defensive line had become precarious indeed. But they could not possibly abandon Suhai County to zombie rule, simply walking away. Who knew how powerful those monsters might grow if left unchecked? They dared not gamble, so they could only fight. Han Shui gazed at the man before her, slightly dazed. She had expected to be scolded, harshly reprimanded for acting on her own, and for failing to report the information immediately upon her return. But what she received in reality was a thank you. "I should have told you all about this yesterday, but yesterday. She sought a reason to comfort herself, but could only mumble incoherently. Fang Qinyan seemed to read her thoughts and broke into a smile. "I understand your hesitation. If this involved a soldier, it would constitute delaying critical intelligence. I'd certainly have ordered punishment. But you are not a soldier. The fact that you shared this information with us and fought for the shelter is more than enough. Lin Hao, arrange accommodations for these 2. I'll go discuss with the other commanders how to respond." "Understood." After Han Shui left, Fang Qinyan's expression immediately darkened as he sought out the other 2 commanders to discuss strategy. These 2 commanders were not ordinary officers, but awakened ones who had developed superior talents. One was a soldier cultivated by the military itself, while the other had been recruited later. As powerful individuals played an increasingly significant role in combat, the military was constantly adjusting its approach, doing its best to heed the counsel of these strong ones. They excelled at piloting planes and tanks launching missiles, but wars fought by individuals with extraordinary power required sufficient experience to guide them. What was called a discussion took no more than 5 minutes before orders began flowing down the chain of command. They had no effective solution for those monsters yet but the dungeon, that had to be firmly under military control. The next morning, Jiang Shao, bring me a glass of water, then go to the cafeteria and get me breakfast. Zhou Jing'an lay in bed, eyes still shut, shouting toward the outside room. But after a long while there was no response. Only then did he remember that everyone had already left. In the empty hollow room, Zhou Jing'an was utterly alone. He sat up from the bed, gazed out the window, and let out a heavy sigh. Finally, it's just me, isn't it? All right. This kind of life was precisely what he desired, so there was nothing to be sad about. Moreover, he still had many matters demanding his attention. No time for sentimentality here. For instance, that fellow green hair, who had actually introduced military clients to buy weapons from him. While the final outcome was positive, such matters definitely warranted a serious conversation with that guy. Green Hair was completely unaware of Lin Hao's military identity. The moment he saw Zhou Jing'an, he hurried over with a grin. "Brother Zhou, why are you only coming this morning? I've been waiting to stock up. Your brother here nearly got killed by your little stunt, and you're still talking about stocking up, eh?" Zhou Jing'an reached out and flicked Green Hair on the head. "Hey, you can talk, but keep your hands to yourself. I gotta remind you, even though I'm working for you now, workers have dignity too. That buyer you recommended yesterday for weapons, he was military." "Huh. No way, Brother Zhou, are you okay?" "I'm fine. That guy and I know each other. We made quite a few sales, small profit." Green Hair rolled his eyes. "Are you messing with me?" "Hey, you're sharp. Figured it out right away. Enough chatter. Hurry up and set up the stall." Zhou Jing'an hoisted the sack over his shoulder and headed toward the stall location, but before he arrived, he spotted a crowd of people gathered in the distance, unsure of what was happening. It was only when he got closer that he understood. His stall spot, where he'd been selling goods for some time, had been taken over by someone else. His stall had already built a solid reputation in the area, and he had even let Green Hair manage this spot. Never did he expect someone to pull such a trick. "This is how you watch the stall." He shot Green Hair a sideways glance, clearly annoyed. "How is that my fault? I just got here too. Who would have thought this?" The one who'd taken the stall was selling goods far inferior to Zhou Jing'an's. Miscellaneous items scrounged from who knows where, some still covered in dust. The value was nowhere near comparable. Yet he had the audacity to slap outrageous prices on everything. Not like he was running a proper business at all, more like looking for suckers to swindle. "Why'd the person change here?" someone asked. "The person changed, but the goods haven't." "Buy with confidence," the stall owner replied carelessly. "That can't be right either. You're selling a towel for 2 cards. Is your towel made of gold? Are you here to cause trouble or not? Just tell me if you want it." The customer said he couldn't afford it and left without buying anything. Cheap bastard can't afford it, but still asks so many questions. Zhou Jing'an watched the absurdity unfold, then stepped forward and knocked on the table. "Brother, this is our stall. Without even saying a word, you just took it over. Isn't that a bit much?" The man spotted Zhou Jing'an and Green Hair approaching, immediately rising from his stool, craning his neck, and glaring down at them with his nostrils. "What's this about your stall? I've been occupying this spot for ages. Took a few days off, and suddenly it's yours. I don't get it. Who made the rule that only you can sell here and nobody else can, eh?" Zhou Jing'an listened, then smiled, and turned to Green Hair. "This guy is clearly picking a fight on purpose. I don't have any enemies around here. Is he from your hooligan gang?" Green Hair's face immediately fell, slapping the table and cursing. "You blind idiot, don't you know this area is under our hooligan gang's protection? Has your hair even grown in yet? And you dare come here acting tough? Want me to collect protection fees from you?" Zhou Jing'an covered his face with one hand, utterly speechless. He had actually thought the hooligan gang members were professional hoodlums. Turns out it was all an act. One sentence, and the facade crumbled completely. "Protection fees, you say? How about I give you a head full of bumps instead?" "You." Green Hair rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw punches, but Zhou Jing'an hastily reached out to stop him. Forget it. We can set up somewhere else just as well. Don't bother arguing with him." "But Brother Zhou, you've got serious backing. Why should you be afraid of him?" "It's not about being afraid. Just don't want trouble. Come on, let's go." A grown man being this cowardly. How do you even make it out there? Green Hair stared at him in frustrated exasperation. Zhou Jing'an didn't explain, simply dragging Green Hair away by the arm. Zhou Jing'an didn't explain, merely dragging Green Hair away by the arm. Green Hair was dragged by Zhou Jing'an to a different spot to continue setting up their stall, his eyes filled with resentment. The person who had snatched their spot sat on the stool triumphantly, as if having won a great battle, pointing a finger at one of the customers. "Hey, I'm talking to you. If you're not buying, don't touch things randomly. If you break anything, you'll have to pay for it." Just as Green Hair had said, he had someone backing him up, so he didn't need to fear these suddenly appearing troublemakers. But Green Hair didn't know that the person backing him wasn't actually Han Shui. It was himself. Before noon arrived, he went to visit Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao had changed into a beautiful new outfit. The moment she saw him, she threw herself into his arms. "Why didn't you come see me yesterday?" "Hey, if I hadn't come yesterday, would that ghost have sent you over?" "I don't care, that time doesn't count." All right, if you say it doesn't count, then it doesn't count." Zhou Jing'an thought to himself that if nothing came up, coming twice a day wouldn't be a problem. After all, whether he was just idling around grinding time here or somewhere else, what difference did it make? Seeing that everyone was doing fine, he felt relieved and pulled Lin Hao aside. "I have something I'd like to report to you. The market at our shelter is in such chaos that I don't even know what to say." Lin Hao calmly pulled his hand back. "I don't have authority over the shelter's arrangements. Our administrative staff is undermanned, and we're currently operating under wartime regulations. Don't give me all that. I've reported it to you. What you do about it isn't my concern. All right, I'll mention it to the person in charge of this area." After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao continued, "By the way, I know you don't want to join the military, but if the shelter were in danger, you wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would you?" Zhou Jing'an wore a guarded expression. Why are you asking this? Is the organization about to collapse? No, I was just asking casually. If we need to fight, we'll definitely fight. I'm doing fine staying here anyway. I don't want to hide in some deep mountain forest either, and I'm too lazy to claim territory and make myself a king. Wait, why are you suddenly asking all these questions? You must be plotting something. Lin Hao went on and on with explanations before finally seeing Zhou Jing'an off. After that, he didn't go find any person in charge. Instead, he went directly to the commander and repeated Zhou Jing'an's words verbatim. After listening, the commander said just one word. Do it. Suhai County. The red-haired woman who had rushed to the designated location upon receiving orders hadn't even had time to sit down and catch her breath before she saw dozens of soldiers cornered by zombies near a hotel. They were struggling to hold on while hastily constructing defensive positions. Faced with this situation, of course, she couldn't just watch. She immediately thrust both hands forward violently. An explosive wave of energy shot from her fingertips, landing in the center of the zombie horde and detonating violently. Two small mushroom clouds rose into the air instantly. When the mushroom clouds dispersed, dozens of zombies had been blown to bits. Limbs and organs flew everywhere, resembling scenes from hell. The red-haired woman steadied her breathing. Just as she was about to strike again, she suddenly heard the soldiers around the hotel shouting at the top of their lungs. Stop killing. Stop killing. Not kill. Why not kill? There are so many zombies here, are we keeping them for the new year? The red-haired woman pinched her nose and sent another 2 bursts of explosive energy out. Another mountain of corpses and sea of blood was created instantly. Seeing that the red-haired woman wouldn't listen, the soldiers could only rush inside to report to the others. Soon a figure flew out from a second-floor window, gliding gracefully over the corpse field and landing in front of the woman. Liang Yi, you're here too. Then why are they still trapped here? Couldn't you just fly them out one by one? Liang Yi wore an expression of helplessness. I say, my lady, these zombies are ones we went to great trouble to lure here. The stronger ones have already been killed by Xiao Jun. We only kept these lower-ranked ones to make them easier to control. If you slaughter them all, then all our hard work tonight would be for nothing. The red-haired woman was puzzled. Why would you specifically lure them here? Are you planning to raise zombies? Oh, I see. If all the zombies were killed, our descendants might not be able to obtain the player panel. You violent maniac who would want descendants with you. Don't get sidetracked. We're doing this because of the dungeon restrictions. The dungeon you mentioned. It actually has such strange restrictions. This isn't the place to talk. Let me take you there first. Liang Yi lifted the red-haired woman onto his back and rose into the air, once more drifting slowly toward the second floor of the hotel. His talent was only C rank, and his ability was to make himself float into the air. That's right, not flying, just floating. But the sky has always been humanity's eternal longing. Moreover, this was a quite useful and rare ability. With key cultivation from the military, he was soon put to use. He could carry people while floating, but not many, just a little at a time. The second floor was originally the hotel's restaurant, quite spacious. It had been simply renovated now with a bunch of weapons and equipment added. Many small square tables had been pushed together with chairs surrounding them, clearly a temporary meeting area for discussions. But at the moment there was no one there. Everyone was helping downstairs. Only Xiao Jun, the one Liang Yi had mentioned, was waiting here. Xiao Jun was in full military uniform, standing with perfect posture. With his sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes, just standing there made people's eyes sting. What a handsome young man. He and the red-haired woman were the other 2 action leaders of Suhai County. Xiao Jun was a warrior cultivated by the military, while the red-haired woman was recruited later. Yi Hongyan, you're here. Xiao Jun nodded lightly and made a gesture inviting her to sit, then led the way downstairs. The changes on the first-floor lobby were even more significant. It had been completely reinforced. Zombies would find it difficult to get in from outside. Even their own military personnel had to use the second-floor windows. What's the situation with the zombies outside? Xiao Jun didn't explain. He pulled Yi Hongyun to the side of the elevator, and information from the dungeon prompt automatically appeared in her mind. I see, quite troublesome indeed. When we arrived yesterday, the nearby zombies had already been cleared, which didn't match the intelligence we received. I suspect it was done by the monsters that were released earlier. Some monsters, after leaving, deliberately turned around and came back, trying to use this method to free other members of their kind trapped in the dungeon. And they seem to have already succeeded once. We don't know exactly how many monsters were released or what their capabilities are. But based on yesterday's engagement, the situation isn't very optimistic. Yesterday, Xiao Jun was the one who repelled the 2 monsters that attacked the military defensive line. However, he wasn't SSS rank talent, but SS rank, different from what Zhou Jing'an had guessed. Yi Hongyun also had SS rank talent. But because she could use the military's resources to enhance herself, her strength far exceeded that of an unaffiliated SS rank like Zhang Xiao. This was only natural. If Zhou Jing'an and his group could discover hidden resource locations, the military could do so too. And only more so. Countless resources were concentrated on one person. If you poured that much into even a pig, it should become a flying divine pig by now. Have you scouted inside? Yi Hongyun asked. No, I was injured yesterday and haven't fully recovered yet. You and I are roughly matched in strength. To be safe, you should do it. Fine, I'll do it then. Yi Hongyun pouted and held out her right hand in front of Xiao Jun. What are you doing? Where's the money? Didn't you say that after entering the dungeon, you need to exchange cards for gold coins to buy things? Do you expect me to pay out of my own pocket? An hour later, Yi Hongyun emerged from the instance in a disheveled state, yet a smile still graced her face, clearly revealing substantial gains. Items she acquired could be kept for personal use without having to surrender them, a privilege enjoyed by recruited powers like her. Of course, if there were items she couldn't use, she could sell them directly to the military, which would purchase at a fair price and ensure they never suffered losses. How was it inside? Pretty much as the intelligence suggested, but the luck wasn't great. The monsters we encountered were all level 10 and above, and they could use skills, quite troublesome. As for whether defeat inevitably leads to imprisonment in the dungeon, I'm not certain about that yet, and I have no intention of finding out firsthand. There's no rush to find out. As long as we control this instance, we can send people in whenever we choose, so there's no need to hurry. Xiao Jun spoke with a calm, steady voice. By the way, I tried exchanging green cards for gold coins, and one card gets you 50 coins. It seems a bit of a ripoff. 50 to 1. That's not bad. Save up the white cards for now, and if needed, you can exchange green cards with others. Even at a 100 to 1 ratio, I'm sure plenty of people would be willing to trade. White cards don't mean much to some folks, but green cards have a chance to yield items with special attributes. Another new dawn broke, and Zhou Jing'an dragged a sack of goods to the market only to discover the person who'd stolen his stall yesterday was nowhere to be found. Green Hair was still waiting at the intersection, though his expression was odd, somewhere between joy and sorrow. Why the long face? Did your girlfriend dump you? Green Hair ignored the jest and hurried over, speaking in a low voice. Don't laugh, it's true. Yesterday afternoon, military personnel suddenly appeared claiming there was a market rectification and literally took away the guy who snatched our stall. His backing was forced to scatter too, and the leaders all met the same fate. I haven't seen any of them since. The military really gave him face, acting so swiftly that just afternoon he complained by afternoon they'd taken everyone down. What efficiency! Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Jing'an asked, puzzled by Green Hair's miserable expression. Then why the long face? You look like you're constipated. Good. Our gang is dissolved too. Green Hair's grimace deepened. Ouch, friendly fire. Zhou Jing'an subconsciously rubbed his nose. But the gang hardly qualified as friends anyway. They'd originally tried to extort protection money from him. Later, business cooperation had been purely transactional and limited to Green Hair alone. As for the rest, what did they have to do with him? Such useless organizations should disband sooner rather than later. Green Hair, didn't I make enough money helping you sell things? Why worry about them? Don't call me Green Hair. I'm Ji Xingduo. Besides, isn't it natural that I worry about them? That's brotherhood loyalty. So this guy actually has a name. Zhou Jing'an smiled. Brotherhood loyalty. How many days have you known them? About 10 days. 10 days can build brotherhood loyalty. That's not loyalty. That's love at first sight. Stay away from me. Returning to his original stall, Zhou Jing'an suddenly noticed it had changed. Where there had once been only a table on the ground, now behind it stood a wooden shack with a number plate. Shop No. 024. What's this shop about? Ji Xingduo, slower on his feet, jogged after him to catch up. Brother Zhou, this is a military-assigned stall. They're formalizing the market, and they've given this one to us. Here are the keys and business permit. Even in the apocalypse, they're issuing business permits. Zhou Jing'an took the documents and glanced over them. A business permit was essentially just a stamped piece of paper with printed text, no real security. Still counterfeiting, it would be difficult given most people's current circumstances. Opening the shop door revealed an empty interior. Zhou Jing'an found the space convenient. A partition dividing the front display area from a back storage room, perfect for drawing cards directly. With an added bed, it could even house Ji Xingduo overnight to watch the shop. I'm such a charitable soul, Zhou Jing'an thought. Green Hair want to live here. You could help guard the shop. Ji Xingduo rolled his eyes. Not happening. And I told you, my name is Ji Xingduo, not Green Hair. I have a name. All right, Green Hair, no problem, Green Hair. If he weren't afraid Zhou Jing'an would have someone beat him up, Ji Xingduo would have thrashed him right then. Over the past few days, Zhou Jing'an had come to see the guy wasn't bad at heart. Young people could be shaped by their associations. Following someone virtuous would surely lead to greatness. With a place to store things, there was no need to visit daily. After a half day of basic renovations, Zhou Jing'an went straight to the warehouse and pulled 200 cards, telling Ji Xingduo to sell them slowly while he checked back in 2 days. He left the weapons behind too, since the military would buy them anyway. Let Ji Xingduo handle it all. Being a hands-off boss sounded far more appealing. Instead of heading back immediately, Zhou Jing'an strolled through the market to see what had changed. He quickly noticed that the number 1 stall at the far end was twice the size of the others and already open for business. faster than he'd been. A sign hung above it reading Military Supply Exchange Office. The military opened this. Are they trying to compete with me? Zhou Jing'an entered with curiosity to gather intelligence, but found something entirely different from his expectations. There were no shelves lined with goods, just several staff members sitting behind counters with short queues of customers waiting. A notice on the wall listed the services available: food, daily necessities, tool rentals, and more. But one line made his eyes widen instantly. Exchange token cards. White cards only at 100-to-1 ratio for green cards. This was an opportunity he couldn't resist. Zhou Jing'an joined the queue immediately, and after a long wait finally reached the front. Before the staff member could speak, he slammed the black bag full of white cards onto the counter. Exchange all these for green cards. Hurry up. The young woman behind the counter looked thoroughly bewildered. It was just a currency exchange. Why act like he was robbing the place? Returning home, Zhou Jing'an sat at his desk and laid out 7 green cards in a row. Indeed, he had accumulated well over 700 white cards, enough to form quite a pile, but when exchanged for green cards they amounted to only a handful. These cards had primarily come from his previous encounters with zombies and the weapons he sold to the military. Recent disturbances combined with his decision to stockpile goods in the shop's warehouse, roughly 200 cards worth, meant that sales had been disappointing and he hadn't accumulated many cards from transactions. It was somewhat of a pity as he'd envisioned making a substantial profit during this opportunity, but the pace of his earnings remained too sluggish. Still, even with only 7 green cards to show for it, he considered the exchange worthwhile. Whether the military profited or not was beside the point. He knew he was coming out ahead. It was simply a matter of degree. Now was the moment to witness something extraordinary unfold. Those blessed by fortune never bothered with ritual washing. Zhou Jing'an plucked a card at random, tore it open with both hands, and before he could process what happened, a circular iron disc materialized from the green light and settled softly onto the table. He lifted the disc, and information automatically surfaced before his eyes. Bravery badge, all attributes 1. Requirements none. Excellent find. Even without special effects, the stat bonuses were substantial. The badge itself was finely crafted, featuring an engraved sword surrounded by intricate decorative patterns. After examining it briefly, Zhou Jing'an pinned the badge to his clothing and immediately felt a wave of warmth coursing through him. Deeply comforting. Checking his status panel, every attribute except luck had increased by 1 point. Combined with yesterday's talent growth boosting all stats by 3 points plus the 2 constitution points from his previous level up, his overall capabilities had jumped significantly. Player Zhou Jing'an. Class Extreme Martial Grandmaster. Level 7, 150, 6400. Constitution 45, 1. Spirit 44, 1. Intelligence 40, 1. Strength 46, 8. Agility 36, -3. Free attribute points 0. Luck 26. The values in parentheses represent equipment bonuses. These do not activate unless the corresponding gear is equipped. He then proceeded to tear open the remaining 6 cards one by one, and an array of special items materialized before him. Not all of them were equipment. Some turned out to be unique consumables instead. Strength potion upon consumption, strength 3. 2. Berserk potion upon consumption temporarily increases both strength and agility by 30, capped at a maximum of 30 additional points. Duration 20 minutes. Following the effect's expiration, the user enters a 12-hour weakened state. Skill upgrade scroll upon use raises the selected skill by 1 level. Spirit Walker boots, agility 3. Requirements none. Skilled fighter's wrist guard, right, constitution 1, agility 1. Requirements none. Set bonus unknown. Overall, these items were quite satisfactory, at least in Zhou Jing'an's estimation. After some consideration, he decided against keeping the potions for himself and instead resolved to sell them. His talent growth effects rarely produced experience bonuses anymore. Most were flat 3 to all attributes. While hardly thrilling, he was quite content with the results. He had no shortage of attributes himself. Since strength potions were still relatively rare, he figured he could sell them at a premium and use the proceeds to purchase more cards for drawing. Moreover, he had no immediate plans to take further action, and the berserk potion was unnecessary for the time being. As for the skill upgrade scrolls, those were precious. He intended to hold on to them for a more opportune moment. Raising skill levels was still comparatively straightforward now, so spending one prematurely would be wasteful. He donned the boots and wrist guard directly. Such attribute-based equipment possessed a self-adjusting property that ensured a perfect fit once equipped. However, the fact that he received only one wrist guard rather than a pair bothered him considerably. Even my earlier spirit light daggers came out as a match set, yet this one yielded only half. Could it possibly be superior to the spirit light daggers? He harbored no illusions about finding its matching pair. Even with a luck statistic of 26, he didn't believe he could get so fortunate as to obtain the missing piece. He stowed everything into his dimensional space, then retrieved a box to conceal his actions as he made his way to the marketplace. Upon arriving at the market, he surveyed the area briefly before opting not to visit the military supply exchange. Instead, he headed straight for Shop No. 003, the Adventurer Auction House. Indeed, the establishment bore the name Adventurer outright. There had to be military backing behind this auction house, otherwise they would never have secured Shop No. 003. Still, it carried a reasonable degree of credibility. Zhou Jing'an leaned toward auctioning his 3 bottles rather than selling directly to the military. Trading with them offered little room for price negotiation, not due to any shyness on his part, but because he lacked familiarity with market rates. Only the market itself truly understood its own value. When uncertain of a reasonable price, auction was undoubtedly the most profitable option. The auction house interior was still under renovation, with several workers present. Unlike Zhou Jing'an's shop, where he and Jixing Duo could patch things together with minimal effort, this establishment was far more elaborate. Though renovation continued, the auction house had already begun operating. A small counter sat at the entrance, behind which a female staff member took on customer reception and paperwork. Flanking the counter stood 2 muscular men in suits and sunglasses handling security duties to deter troublemakers. Their strength was unknown, but they certainly looked the part. Business here was clearly sluggish. Adventurers at this stage remained relatively impoverished, with few special items or valuable goods to consign for auction. That said, the female staff member had sharp eyes. The moment she spotted Zhou Jing'an approaching, she rose from her seat and hurried forward to greet him. "Sir, may I ask whether you intend to consign items at our auction house?" "Not at all. I'm just browsing." "Very well, sir. Please take your time. Should you require assistance, we are always at your service." Zhou Jing'an scratched his head awkwardly and moved away. He had impulsively hoped to stumble upon some cliché scene of being mocked, a trope straight from bad novels. Instead, the staff had been nothing but courteous, leaving him looking foolish. True enough, nobody in the service industry goes out of their way to offend customers unless they've already quit. Those novels really do more harm than good. Thinking to himself and emboldened by his thick skin, Zhou Jing'an turned back and set his box down on the counter. "I was merely joking earlier. I do indeed have items I wish to auction here. Might I see them if you don't mind?" "Certainly." The instant he opened the box, Zhou Jing'an withdrew the 3 potions from his dimensional space and placed them inside. No one had witnessed the transfer. Perfect. The female staff member's expression shifted to one of surprise, though she masked it swiftly. Anyone capable of offering such merchandise was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Receiving a lot of this caliber on the very first day of business was a splendid omen. Our auction house offers 2 methods. The first is a traditional live auction, upon which we charge a commission of 10 to 30%. The second method involves our house appraising your item and purchasing it outright, after which we handle the resale ourselves. No commission charged to you. The distinction was clear. The latter provided immediate payment, while the former promised greater returns. In need of quick cash, Zhou Jing'an chose the auction without hesitation. "We require time for promotion. We expect to hold the auction 3 nights from now at this venue. Furthermore, given the high value of your consignment, we are pleased to offer you a silver VIP membership card, reducing our commission to merely 7%. We look forward to your continued patronage." Zhou Jing'an sat on the chair, lost in silent contemplation. The auction was 3 days away. The shop had been left entirely in Jixing Duo's hands. Shen Xiao had visited that morning, and all the green cards had already been drawn. He suddenly realized he had nothing to do again. Most people were still fighting desperately to survive, while he had already reached a point of comfort. "I cannot simply lie low. The meaning of life lies in constant struggle. If I give up now, what difference is there from being dead?" "What do you mean by lying low?" "Hiding from danger is survival. Idle inaction is the mark of a useless person." Zhou Jing'an harshly scolded himself, then immediately found something to keep him busy. He had acquired a new skill called Thought Drive days ago, but had never had the chance to try it. This ability required a giant weapon as a prerequisite and produced a shockwave upon activation. If he tried it inside a house, he would surely collapse the entire structure, drawing everyone over to gawk. That would be embarrassing. So he could only test it outside the shelter in some deserted place. Entry and exit from the shelter required registration, so Zhou Jing'an casually wrote down a scavenging trip and slipped through without trouble. Almost every scavenging area was infested with zombies, so most scavengers chose to follow military personnel. But Zhou Jing'an had no real intention of scavenging. He quietly slipped off the main group midway and ducked into the nearby mountains. Looking at the lush forest on the hillside, Zhou Jing'an took a deep breath, feeling remarkably refreshed. Strange as it was, the apocalyptic game seemed to affect only humanity. Plants remained virtually unaffected, while animals. To be honest, he hadn't seen a living animal in ages, not even a pet cat or dog. Was this normal? He had no idea, but even if animals had survived, they would likely be enemies rather than allies, so their disappearance was probably for the best. As for biodiversity, come on. Humanity itself was on the brink of extinction. Who had time to care about such things? Finding a suitable location, he retrieved the Guardian's battle axe from his dimensional space and slammed the haft firmly into the ground. Thought drive. Immediately, a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Several small trees within a 5-meter radius were snapped and blasted away. An ancient oak thick enough for a person to embrace shuddered violently, deep marks etched into its trunk. Leaves rained down from its canopy until the tree stood completely bare. The power is somewhat mediocre. This shockwave acts more like a pushing force than direct damage, but the range is decent, 5 meters. I could use it to bully younger kids. He then checked the passive effects granted to himself. His attributes had not decreased after lowering the axe. The weapon's inherent effects were still layered onto his body, and his fists felt noticeably harder, able to crush tree trunks with ease. Without a weapon, he could produce the same effect barehanded with even greater agility. If a martial arts master had this ability, their combat power would likely reach terrifying levels. But Zhou Jing'an wasn't that kind of person. He knew nothing except swinging a giant axe. In one-on-one combat, this counts as a massive enhancement, but I still prefer area attacks. What era is this anyway? Who fights with bare fists? After a witty remark, Zhou Jing'an tested the skill several more times, transforming into a human lawnmower. Within moments, everything within a 5-meter radius was leveled. The soil itself was thrown aside, leaving a crater nearly half a meter deep. This skill is surprisingly convenient for weeding. Like the extreme martial breakthrough, this ability also consumed energy, and quite a lot. Fewer than 10 attempts, and he already felt fatigued. He then tested the skill's limitations. The duration depended on the distance between him and the weapon. Within 5 meters, the effect persisted indefinitely. Beyond that range, the duration dropped precipitously. The most exasperating detail was that after casting Thought Drive, the weapon remained exactly where he placed it, requiring him to walk back and retrieve it himself. Unlike in certain games where weapons return to the user upon leaving a zone, that was not the case here. That's about it. Nothing particularly interesting. Forget it, I'll head back. A gaunt young man shuffled aimlessly down the street, hunched over. The streets were overrun with zombies, yet they paid him no mind, as if he did not exist at all. If Han Shui were here, she might have recognized him. The same young man they had rescued from the bank vault. Oddly enough, despite all the time that had passed, none of Han Shui and the others could recall ever saving a young man, as if someone had erased him from their memories entirely. The youth before them bore almost no resemblance to who he had been. His skin had turned pale and translucent, with veins clearly visible beneath the surface. Nearly all his hair had fallen out, his spine was bent, and his belly swelled unnaturally, resembling severe edema caused by malnutrition. He had not eaten a proper meal in days, vomiting up everything he consumed, even water. The only thing that stayed down was zombie flesh. But after eating such things, he only looked more monstrous. Why did this happen to me? I simply made the choice anyone would make. Even if I didn't eat you, you would have eaten me instead. We are all just trying to survive. I haven't done anything wrong. Why must you haunt me relentlessly? The young man collapsed to his knees, wailing like a tormented ghost. You must be hungry, wouldn't you like some help? A sultry voice drifted from behind. The young man was entirely unaware of someone approaching and turned around in sheer terror. It was a tall, breathtakingly beautiful woman with flowing wave-like crimson hair. Her tattered clothing barely contained her ample figure. His gaze traveled down her figure, and he saw 8 massive legs extending from her waist. A connoisseur of legs would have rejoiced. Unfortunately, this youth was not one. The woman was no human. She was a colossal spider monster with the upper body of a woman. Are you here to kill me? Do it. I'm already in this wretched state, so just put me out of my misery. The young man broke down hysterical. How could I bear to kill you, my darling? I brought you a delicacy. Would you not like to taste it? The spider woman tossed something toward the young man. He glanced up to see it was a human leg. Not a zombie's, but a leg torn fresh from a living person. He hesitated for a moment, but overwhelming hunger swiftly overpowered his reason. Like a starving dog, he lunged forward and tore into it with desperate bites. This time he did not vomit. The spider woman bent down and gently stroked the young man's bald head. Good boy. What is your name? Pei Sheng. Chewing. As long as you obey me, there will be plenty of this to feed you, understood? Pei Sheng offered no reply, but whether he answered or not no longer mattered. 3 days later that night, Zhou Jing'an arrived at the auction as scheduled, also planning to see what was actually being sold here. He had deliberately saved all the money earned from his shop over the past few days, resisting the impulse to spend it on card draws. Though the items obtained from card draws were of high value, they were not necessarily what he needed. Rather than constantly buying and reselling, it would be better to save up some money first and directly purchase what he needed to first make up for his shortcomings, and then consider improving his strength. Previously, Lin Hao had asked him whether he would step in if the shelter faced danger, and Zhou Jing'an couldn't shake the feeling that such questions were like setting up a dramatic foreshadowing. He had borrowed some from Jishinghua, and altogether they added up to just over 400 tokens, probably not enough. If he could directly use the money obtained from auctioning the potion, it should be fine, but the auction house likely wouldn't allow such a thing. Not many people attended the auction, only a few dozen. Some wore masks while others didn't bother hiding their faces. The military's control over the shelter remained quite firm for now, so no one would dare cause trouble publicly. Zhou Jing'an didn't wear a mask either, sitting in a corner at the back and flipping through the auction catalog page by page. Not everything on offer was a special item. There were also ordinary, but valuable things such as vehicles like cars and relatively unique tools. These were unlikely to fetch high prices. After all, aside from the military, who else could afford fuel now? There were also some items with commemorative value, though most people probably wouldn't be interested in them. In this apocalyptic world, simply surviving was the best tribute to the past. The number of special items wasn't large, but there were a few good ones. What surprised Zhou Jing'an the most was that there were actually 2 skill books up for sale. These 2 skill books had usage requirements, so otherwise no one would have too many skills. After all, one can never have too many tricks up their sleeve. The skill books only listed their general type and some usage restrictions. The names and effects were not revealed, placed at the end of the auction as the grand finale, keeping the audience in suspense. Not bad, somewhat interesting. Zhou Jing'an put down the catalog. Seeing that the auction hadn't started yet, he looked around boredly. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face beside him and nearly fell off his chair in fright. Damn it, Lin Hao, why did you jump out like that? Lin Hao rubbed his nose. I arrived earlier than you. I can't believe I run into you everywhere. Don't tell me this is a coincidence. Of course it's not a coincidence. Our people disguised as ordinary buyers blend into the crowd to prevent troublemakers. The reason you feel it's coincidental is that among us you only recognize me. That guy actually made a fair point. Anyway, I was also temporarily assigned here. I was still killing zombies in Suhai County just 2 days ago. As for the reason, you'll find out soon enough. Lin Hao added. Zhou Jing'an's eyes immediately turned alert. The military has designs on me. That was his first reaction. But this wasn't surprising. All his companions were exceptional talents. If he claimed to only have an E-rank talent, who would believe him? He was somewhat resistant to this, but not particularly repulsed. After all, everyone here was a human survivor, standing on the same front. Putting thoughts and purposes out in the open was far better than secretly scheming underhanded deeds. Lin Hao's appearance was merely an interlude. As the auction officially began, everyone stopped their casual chats and focused their attention on the temporarily built stage at the front. The auctioneer was a man with several flashlights on both sides, casting light barely enough to see the display stand and the auctioneer's face. If it had been a female auctioneer, it would have felt like a scene from a horror movie. Next up for auction is the first item of this event. A Bao Niu G310, or motorcycle. The starting bid is 10 tokens with increments of no less than 1 token per bid. Bidding is now open. Tokens were white cards, the official term for temporary currency substitutes. The Bao Niu G310 was a motorcycle pushed onto the stage from the side. Zhou Jing'an found it somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, his eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this the motorcycle he had picked up before? The body had some scratches and scuffs. Plus, as a newcomer, he didn't know the market rates, so he had sold it for only 5 tokens. Less than enough for travel expenses. And now someone had repaired and refurbished it with a starting bid of 10 tokens already. Money was truly easy to make. Zhou Jing'an gritted his teeth in jealousy, completely forgetting that his own little shop was engaged in equally lucrative business. Ultimately, the motorcycle was sold for 14 tokens. Given the purchasing power of tokens, this was equivalent to about 4,000 yuan. A severe depreciation, but the seller was still making a small profit. Most of the subsequent auction items had relatively low prices, and some received no bids and were withdrawn. Coupled with the auctioneer's efficient pacing, without deliberate suspense building, the process moved quickly. This meant the auction quickly reached its middle to late stages. Watching various special items being brought up, Zhou Jing'an wanted to bid several times, but before he could raise his paddle, the price had already climbed beyond his reach. At this moment, only 2 thoughts filled his mind. Are these bastards really this rich? Are special items this valuable? Looks like my direction was right. Next up for auction is 1 bottle of frenzy potion. Effects are as follows. Starting bid, 200 tokens with increments of no less than 20 tokens per bid. Bidding is now open. After a rapid flurry of bidding, the price had already surpassed 400. It was ultimately won by a masked individual for 440 tokens. The subsequent strength potions fetched even higher prices, selling for 980 and 1120 respectively. 2 bidders competed briefly, driving the final transaction prices significantly higher. Zhou Jing'an did a quick calculation. After deducting the auction house's commission and his initial capital of 300 tokens, he had made a full 2,000 tokens in profit. A net return of nearly 6 times. Looks like from now on he should stay away from streetlights when walking at night. Oh right, this was the apocalypse. The power grid was already cut down, so there were no streetlights anyway. Just as Zhou Jing'an covered his frantically rising mouth, lost in thought, several more items were sold at quite good prices. Soon it was time for the finale to appear. The auctioneer gently coughed twice, drawing back the gradually scattered attention of the crowd. This time he couldn't maintain the previous efficiency, otherwise he'd lose his job before tomorrow. The next two items up for auction, I believe you've all been looking forward to for quite some time. That's right, two extremely rare skill books. And these two skill books are not the common low-tier skills like lighting or tiny fireball. They are genuinely valuable items. If not for the usage conditions, I imagine the owners wouldn't have put them up for auction. Now let us present the finale of this auction, the skill book Beast of Thought Tiger and Dragon's Roar. Starting bid 1000 tokens with increments of no less than 100 tokens per bid. Let the bidding begin. Beast of Thought Tiger and Dragon's Roar. Level 1 summons the Thought Beast Tiger and Dragon, enhancing the caller's abilities and assisting in attacking enemies. Usage requirement: martial arts class profession. Seeing the skill book's information, Zhou Jing'an immediately held his breath and turned to look at Lin Hao beside him. I want this skill book. Help me buy it, and you can set the terms. Lin Hao smiled. I won't take advantage of your situation. I'll purchase this skill book on behalf of the military first, and then make my terms to you. If you accept, you can buy it from me at the final price. If you fall short, you can know the difference. If you can't accept, there are also military personnel who need this skill. Either way, the money won't be wasted. How does that sound? Zhou Jing'an considered it for a moment, feeling there should be no traps, and nodded agreed. As soon as he agreed, Lin Hao raised his bidding paddle and loudly declared 2,000. The venue fell instantly silent. But this figure wasn't enough to shut down all competitors. Moreover, he hadn't revealed the military's identity. After some consideration, someone followed with another bid. 2,002. 3,000. This gentleman has bid 3,000. Is there any higher bid? 3,000 once, 3,000 twice, 3,000 three times. Sold. Watching Lin Hao bid online in increments of 1,000 without even blinking, Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but feel somewhat intimidated, yet also envious. Could he be trying to swindle me? But the military is really rolling in money. Yet soon enough, he had also purchased another skill book with 3,000 tokens. Only then did Zhou Jing'an understand. The other person simply had money to spare with absolutely no other intentions. The other skill book was called Damage Sharing, capable of distributing damage received by an individual across all connected units, with the usage requirement being the summoner class. As long as the enemies weren't overwhelmingly powerful, this could certainly be considered an ultimate skill for summoner classes. As the auction concluded, everyone gradually obtained their purchased items and tokens. Some faces beamed with joy, others appeared slightly dejected, while some remained expressionless, because they wore masks. Lin Hao pulled out the skill book with a smile, and said directly, "Help us open a solo dungeon. No one will know what you do inside, and it doesn't matter whether you can clear it or not. Or alternatively, any special items you obtain in the future should be sold to the military first. Or you could disclose all your personal panel information to the military. You can choose any one of these three conditions." Zhou Jing'an felt a headache coming on. Lin Hao seemed to have given him the right to choose, but the purpose of all three conditions was the same: to probe his strength. The difference lay in how much he was willing to disclose. "I'll choose the first one." "Deal, he's yours. Oh, and don't forget the 3,000 tokens you owe the military. If it were my own money, I'd just forget about it, but I have no authority over organizational funds." Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes. "You were quite happy when spending it, but now you can't make the decisions." Zhou Jing'an excitedly took the skill book from Lin Hao's hand, while secretly hiding the 2,000 tokens he had just received behind his back. "What? You want me to repay the debt? I earned this money through my own abilities, why should I pay it back?" As Zhou Jing'an thought this, he directly used the skill book, and immediately a new skill appeared on his personal panel. Was spending 3,000 tokens on a skill book expensive? Honestly, it was somewhat pricey, but definitely not a loss. He was very clear that green cards couldn't yield skills. Blue cards might be able to produce skills, but up to that point he had only obtained one from the hidden space, so he had no way to verify this. To him, this was like spending 100 million to buy an aircraft carrier. Expensive? Absolutely. But could you say the money was poorly spent? As for the ice spike spell obtained from the warrior's dungeon, that was merely a common skill, and the dungeon could only be entered once without repeatable access, serving as a kind of stage reward. As for the mental beast dragon tiger roar skill, those unfamiliar with it might not understand and think, why buy such a trash skill? Spending that much money and still owing a favor. Isn't that crazy? But those who have played know this is a sustained state skill that can alter attack forms. Though somewhat reduced in the Apocalypse game, its effects remain quite powerful. Simply put, it provides excellent strength agility amplification plus dual attribute bonuses to spiritual power, creating a group attack effect. This skill was perfectly suited to him, serving as the final piece to complete his current combat system. Besides, wasn't his purpose of making money to enhance his strength? Just earning without spending, saving it to breed. He was now eager to find a place to fully experience how much his strength had improved. Coincidentally, Lin Hao told him that the dungeon he needed help clearing was actually within the shelter. And not just him. Anyone who wanted to could give it a try. Because that dungeon. You have discovered the endless trial tower. Description: a true warrior never fears, and even fighting to the very last moment will never give up. Challengers may choose to leave at any time. Now it was already the second day. Zhou Jing'an stared at the tower protruding from within the building, unsure of what to say. The dungeon map had actually spawned right inside the military headquarters. This was too absurd. And this time they didn't even bother with the hidden space prefix. But then again, since it was already in the open, it couldn't really be considered hidden. The description was somewhat odd, though the content in parentheses was quite clear. Since one could leave at any time as long as they weren't instantly killed or believed the nonsense in the description and stubbornly refused to leave the dungeon, there shouldn't be any life-threatening danger. The military wasn't hiding this place either, but it was only open to adventurers. Zhou Jing'an had last registered as a scavenger when leaving the shelter, so he was completely unaware of this. Beside the tower entrance stood a stone monument recording the top 100 people with the highest floor levels reached. The first place holder reached 12 floors, the second place reached 10 floors, both anonymous. From there the numbers decreased progressively, with the 100th place holder having only reached 3 floors. Most people chose to remain anonymous, while others wrote obviously random names like Golden Horn King, Passing Masked Rider, or Captain Shining. Since names could be hidden, there was nothing to worry about. Glancing at the talent growth countdown, he ultimately couldn't bear to enter immediately, and kept delaying until afternoon when the talent timer would restart. Including this time, over these past few days he had accumulated 4 talent growth effects. 2 times with all attributes 3, and 2 times with all attributes 4. Once the number of growths reached 30, each subsequent growth magnitude increased further. Feeling the powerful force within his body, Zhou Jing'an blended into the crowd and followed other curious individuals into the endless trial tower. Suddenly his vision darkened, then immediately recovered. Before him appeared a corner of a ruined city, with him standing in the center of a stadium. The stadium gates were tightly locked, countless zombies pressed against them, yet unable to enter. However, some zombies climbed over other zombies' heads and vaulted over the stadium fences. Endless Trial Tower, first floor, defeat 100 level 1 zombies. Note: if leaving the dungeon, you can only re-enter after 10 days. Monsters killed within the dungeon will not drop items, and experience gains are reduced by half. Upon leaving the dungeon, rewards will be distributed based on the challenge floor reached. With the prompt ending, the zombies swarmed over the fences, charging into the stadium and sprinting toward Zhou Jing'an. Seeing this, the latter smiled slightly, adding blessing of strength to himself, then reached into his dimensional space to retrieve a great axe and likewise charged toward the zombies. In the instant before they were about to collide, Zhou Jing'an suddenly came to an abrupt halt, using his forward momentum to thrust the great axe in his hand violently into the ground. Mind drive. A dozen zombies were instantly launched away, several of their heads knocked sideways, falling to the ground and dissolving into experience that flowed into Zhou Jing'an. Yet the battle had just begun. Mental beast, dragon, tiger, roar. The energy within his body was instantly ignited, rapidly separating from his form and creating something nearly tangible, gently enveloping his entire body. It didn't feel heavy at all. Instead, it was like wearing an exoskeleton suit, with every movement appearing effortlessly graceful. The energy condensed into air waves, constantly surging upward, ruffling his hair and the corners of his clothes. If he were to dye his hair yellow as well, he could directly cosplay as Super Saiyan. Feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, Zhou Jing'an stepped forward, clenching both fists and drawing them to his waist in front of the several zombies. Big one coming. Extreme martial break limit. Power. Full force strike. The sound of his fist cutting through the air resounded like dragon roars and tiger howls. 2 energy phantoms, 1 dragon, 1 tiger, burst from his hands, dashing forward and easily shattering the zombies along the way before crashing violently into the locked iron gate. Boom. The gate was directly blasted open, severely deformed, with the lock nowhere to be found. The zombies packed behind the door were killed in large numbers. Zhou Jing'an glanced at the notification, only to find that the zombies killed had already exceeded 100. Witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the dragon and tiger phantoms, Zhou Jing'an's heart surged with excitement. The 3,000 tokens were truly well spent. This move might as well be called the map destruction punch. On the stone steel outside the infinite trial tower, one anonymous contender's floor count was climbing at an astonishing pace. 3 floors, 5 floors, all the way to the 10th. Only then did the onlookers notice the ranking changes on the steel and gasp in admiration. Another strong one has broken through to the 10th floor. This is incredible. I got taken down on the 2nd floor all because my talent is only C rank. That's unfair. I demand a rematch. It's probably the military again. With all the resources they've consumed, it would be inexcusable if they weren't this strong. Even if you don't want to reveal your identity, can't you at least use a code name? A single glance shows nothing but anonymous. Who can tell who anyone is? Zhou Jing'an had no idea what the people outside were talking about, and he hadn't even reached the naming step yet. The first 5 floors had him killing zombies in a city sports stadium, 100 of each level from 1 to 5. For him, it was effortless, and once he had learned Mind, Beast, Dragon, Tiger, Roar, a skill that changed his attack form, it took hardly any time at all. A few punches and kicks were enough to wipe them all out. The 6th through 10th floors, in contrast, brought him into an underground cavern where the monsters were short, gray-green skinned necklace humanoids known as cavern fiends. These creatures were obviously far stronger than zombies, but their superiority lay mostly in their levels and attack patterns. They had an extremely clear division of labor, and there were even beings like slingers among them. The most crucial thing was that every one of these creatures had a skill. Though they were only simple abilities such as enhanced defense or accurate throwing, they were still enough to cause Zhou Jing'an considerable trouble. After level 5, a monster is inevitably going to possess a skill. Some zombies above level 5 might not have one. I'm not sure why. Perhaps it's just that zombies are too low level and don't have the brains to comprehend skills. Zhou Jing'an silently stored this conclusion in his heart, waiting to verify it later. Thanks to his overwhelming attributes, Zhou Jing'an ultimately fought through the 10th floor without any serious mishap. However, because he had been using Mind, Beast, Dragon, Tiger, Roar the entire time, the energy within him was nearly spent. He braced his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. This skill's description is too vague, and it has too much room for adjustment. You can raise its power by feeding in more energy, and before I knew it, I was almost drained dry. Actually, this was his own fault. The earlier floors could easily have been cleared without going all out, but he insisted on using full strength, never conserving stamina or energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up so exhausted. Still, the gains were considerable. Though he was awarded only experience, even after being half, the 10 floors had given him a full 100,000 points. His level took off like a rocket, jumping directly from 7 to 11. And as he had anticipated, after leveling up to 10, the free attribute points gained each level became 2 points. The 4-level increase thus handed him 6 free attribute points. Compared to the attributes granted by his talent, these points were nothing to boast about, but they could be freely allocated. He thought for a moment, and as before put them into Constitution. Ever since he learned that his talent effect operated on a will-based principle, he had resolved to follow the path of defense all the way to the end. Once he could ignore the attacks of zombies and those monsters, there would be no need to keep skulking around so cautiously. The road ahead was long and arduous. He looked at the gate to the next floor appearing before him. The countdown above the gate was already nearing its end. After clearing every 5 floors, he could rest for 10 minutes. But those 10 minutes honestly were of little use. Once the countdown reached 0, he would be automatically teleported out. Should he press on to the next floor, or simply leave? Zhou Jing'an unhesitatingly chose the latter. He wasn't obligated to push himself to the limit. He could continue, but there was no need. He turned back, pulled his weapon from the ground, and put it away. Taking advantage of a free moment, he straightened his clothes and smoothed his hair. Only after confirming that no one would notice anything amiss did he decisively leave the dungeon. Before leaving, however, there was still the matter of naming and receiving rewards. The reward was a green card printed with the image of a tower, just an ordinary green card. As for the name, just call me Anonymous. In a flash, Zhou Jing'an was booted out of the dungeon. He ran his hand through his hair, discovered that no one was paying attention to him, and was about to slip away when he noticed a cluster of people around the ranking stele. Curious, he went over to take a look. Second place, named Anonymous, 10 floors. What kind of stupid system is this? Listening to the people around him constantly teasing and mockingly discussing him, Zhou Jing'an pretended not to hear and silently walked away with his head lowered. He could only hope the name could be changed in the future. Otherwise, once he came back and his ranking and floor count fluctuated, it wouldn't be long before someone figured out it was him. It looked like he would need to keep a low profile for the near future. He had spent over an hour in the Infinite Trial Tower, and by now dusk was already approaching. Thinking about the 2,000 white cards in his possession, he dashed off to the military supply exchange and exchanged every last one of them for green cards. Back home, looking at the 24 green cards on the table along with 1 blue card stamped with a tower emblem, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Finally, it's time for my favorite card drawing session. Enough chit-chat. Let's do a 10 pull first. With that, he took 10 cards, stacked them together, and ripped them apart with force. A number of special items clinked and clattered onto the table. Hearing that pleasant sound, Zhou Jing'an felt one thing and one thing only. One word: satisfying. Zombies were not afraid of sunlight, but they did not like it either, since it made their skin dry and no longer smooth, moist, or elastic. If there was no human presence nearby, they preferred to hide in the shade during the day. But when night fell, the entire world was enveloped in shadow. In a city overrun by zombies, a colossal zombie walked out from the underground shopping street. It casually crushed the head of a nearby fellow zombie, squeezed out the crystal core, and stuffed it into its mouth along with brain matter and shattered bone, swallowing it all directly. If humans killed a zombie, the crystal core in the zombie's brain would directly turn into experience and be absorbed by the human. As for zombies themselves, their methods were far more direct. That was eating. As long as I eat you, everything you have becomes mine. Low-level zombies could only gnaw on humans and corpses. High-level zombies, on the other hand, had already started eating their own kind, because only in this way could they acquire greater power at a faster pace. Beside the colossal zombie, though, there was another zombie that still retained a human appearance. If Zhou Jing'an and the others were here, they would have recognized its identity at a glance. It was Zhou Jing'an. No, more precisely, it was a zombie moving around in Zhou Jing'an's corpse. It raised a hand, thrust 2 fingers into a zombie's eye socket, and with its fingertips deftly drew out the crystal core lodged in the other's brain, tossing it into its mouth. After it finished, the zombie that had lost its crystal core was still alive, but its movements became stiff and bizarre, like a stroke victim. Clearly the zombie that Zhou Jing'an had become held a position in the corpse horde no lower than that colossal zombie's. Moreover, it seemed to have retained a portion of the power it had possessed in life. Just then a tall, alluring, red-haired woman with 8 long spider legs bounded off a nearby building and landed directly in front of the colossal zombie and Zhou Jing'an. One zombie instinctively opened its mouth, eager to bite into the spider woman's leg and savor it, only to have its cervical spine snapped by another enormous maw. Then its entire body was slowly bitten to pieces, chewed, and swallowed. After devouring a zombie raw, Pei Sheng felt no remorse whatsoever. He merely rubbed his massive belly with lingering relish. His green glowing eyes no longer held any trace of reason, only the urge to feed. The spider woman lifted one leg, and her sharp foot tip pressed hard into the colossal zombie's chest, sinking deep into it. Little one, what are you waiting for? It's time to eat. Behind her on the building, even more monsters that had escaped from the brave dungeon stood motionless like gargoyles in the moonlit shadows, silently awaiting the advent of the feast. This is the satellite imagery taken this morning. The zombies from several cities have converged, forming an enormous horde that is now heading toward the shelter. Given that zombies never tire at their current speed, some of them will reach the shelter within 2 days and launch the first wave of attack. Fang Qinian stood in the chief's office holding the satellite map as he reported earnestly. Though the power grid had long been severed, they were the military after all. Scrounging up generators was still within their capability, allowing them to utilize a portion of their high-tech assets. Can you guess the cause? The chief asked. Perhaps the sheer number of people inside the shelter has drawn their attention. Find a chance to verify that. If it truly is the case, we must reconsider the scale of each shelter. Since we still have more than a day, we should move out of the city as soon as possible to set up defenses and keep the battle from spilling into the shelter. Also recall all soldiers dispatched on recovery and garrison missions to concentrate our strength for this fight. In short, we must hold shelter now. 24 at all costs. If necessary, we may resort to unconventional weapons. Are you referring to? Yes, exactly that. That thing. So the time had finally come to use nuclear weapons. He had heard that the states had already deployed them, but the results were far from impressive. Radiation couldn't harm the zombies, only humanity itself. The best approach was to use only low-yield nuclear weapons reserved for eliminating particularly powerful zombies during decapitation strikes. Against an overwhelming zombie horde, they could only rely on the military and those adventurers who had awakened formidable talents. Staring at the items laid out on the table, Zhou Jing'an pondered deeply. There were 5 bottles of attribute-enhancing potions in total, all 3. Given his luck attribute, it was impossible for him to draw anything lower. Then there were 7 pieces of equipment he couldn't use, mostly due to duplicate slots. After all, he couldn't wear 2 pairs of shoes at once. He planned to keep one of the 3 berserk potions, while the 4 healing potions were unnecessary to him, and the 2 energy potions he also intended to keep. The remaining items were a spirit 3 necklace, a constitution 2 strength 2 belt, an agility 2 cape, a treasure map with location guidance, and 1 equipment enhancement stone. Wearing the cape felt a bit too cringe. Wearing it as a neck scarf was too thick and made him look like a fool, wrapping it around his waist. While he chose not to wear it for now and simply stored it away. The treasure map seemed like a superfluous item. Couldn't they have just given him equipment directly? Still, if he put it up for auction, someone might find it interesting. As for the equipment enhancement stone, it was obtained from the blue card he received at the Infinite Trial Tower. Equipment enhancement stone used on equipment to enhance its quality. Cannot be used on purple quality equipment or higher. He used it directly on the Guardian Battle Axe since he had no better equipment at hand. The equipment did not display a color, but Zhou Jing'an had a rough guess in mind. Equipment with attributes couldn't be obtained from white cards, so those should count as green equipment. Meanwhile, equipment with special effects like the Guardian Battle Axe could only be acquired from blue cards or special channels. Perhaps those counted as blue equipment. Following that logic, purple equipment would have to come from cards of even higher quality. After the enhancement, the axe blade had become noticeably broader and thicker, and the handle now bore textured patterns for better grip, so there was no longer any risk of holding the axe crooked and smashing zombies into pulp. Of course, the axe now primarily served as a buff-providing accessory. Compared to its changes in appearance, the axe's attributes mattered far more. Smasher strength 11, agility -2. Special effect: if the user's strength exceeds twice the target's direct attacks will produce a crushing effect. If it exceeds 3 times a shattering effect. Usage requirement: strength greater than 25 points. Unlike certain games where enhanced equipment needed a 31-foot suffix to display prestige, this one had simply changed the weapon's name outright. That was everything he had obtained from yesterday's card draws. He hadn't yet decided how to dispose of the items he couldn't use. Selling them at the auction house would undoubtedly yield the greatest profit, but it might take several days. Selling directly to the auction house or the military would net him immediate cash, albeit at a lower price. The upside was that he could instantly use the money to draw another round of cards, promptly obtaining new items to sell, making up for the lower unit price through sheer volume. That was quite appealing. Of course, these were merely ideas for now. What mattered most was the price the auction house and the military would offer. If they offered too little, leaving him with razor-thin margins, he would have no choice but to put the items up for auction. But there was another problem. He had too many things to sell this time, making it inconvenient to go in person. After all, wealth should not be exposed. It would easily attract the attention of those with malicious intent. Thus it would be best to find someone to handle it for him. But who could he ask? He knew few people in the shelter. He didn't trust Ji Shengduo with this. As for Lin Hao, he was a military man after all. Though every transaction with him had been favorable, Zhou Jing'an always felt like he was selling himself somehow. The only people he could truly trust were probably those old friends. Let me trouble them one more time. With such lucrative business, it's best to minimize outside involvement. It seems I need to find a way to cultivate someone who can act on my behalf. But how exactly should I go about it? He packed up his belongings and headed out, pondering along the way. By the time he reached the military's area, he noticed that there were barely any people around. Even the infinite trial tower was no longer as bustling as before. Occasionally a few people would pass by, all in a hurry, looking visibly tense. Something seems to have happened here. Zhou Jing'an was curious, but he didn't actively go out of his way to inquire about what had transpired. Instead, he went directly to look for Han Shui and the others. Strangely, Han Shui, Jiang Xiao, and the rest were all absent from their residence. Even the Yang siblings were nowhere to be seen. Of all the people he knew, only Shen Xiao remained diligently studying with her teacher. But there was no way he could ask Shen Xiao to sell things for him, right? Putting aside the question of whether he was being humane, the little girl was only 7 years old and hadn't even finished learning basic arithmetic. Sending her to sell things would be practically handing her over to be swindled. No one's around. I'll have to go myself. If I only sell a portion, it shouldn't cause any problems, right? Zhou Jing'an despised this kind of wishful thinking, yet he couldn't come up with a better solution. Having made a wasted trip, he was about to head back when he suddenly felt his waist being tightly hugged from behind. Looking down, he realized that Shen Xiao had slipped out of the classroom at some point. Big brother, you came to see me. Actually, I was just passing by, and I was about to leave. Zhou Jing'an thought to himself as he crouched down, smiling, while gently pinching the little girl's cheek. Yes, big brother came specifically to see you. Oh, by the way, brother Jiang Xiao came back yesterday. He specifically asked me to tell you that if you have any attribute-enhancing potions, you can sell them to him. 150 tokens per attribute point, and he'll buy as many as you have. The money is already left with me. Oh, and he also said he doesn't want agility attributes. Zhou Jing'an wore an odd expression. He'll buy as many as you have. Quite the bold claim. Looks like that kid's come into some serious money. One attribute point cost 150 tokens. Of the 5 potions in his hand, only one increased agility. 12 attribute points came to a total of 1800 tokens. Can that kid actually stomach that? Then again, Jiang Xiao was an SS rank talent, and his control over his talent ability was extremely high. On top of that, the skeleton he resurrected could move freely. As long as his basic attributes kept up, he could simply idle farm zombies every day without any problem. Moreover, the skeleton could be controlled remotely, so he did not even need to pick up dropped items himself. What an incredibly useful talent. By the way, why are there so few people on the military side? Han Shui and the others are not here either. Do you know what happened? Shen Xiao shook her head. I'm not sure either, but the teacher told us to go back tonight, pack our things and get ready. He said they might take us out. Being taken out meant leaving the shelter. But why would a bunch of kids leave the shelter? Wasn't it dangerous? Or was it? They had no choice but to leave. Zhou Jing'an had an ominous feeling. He told Shen Xiao to return to the classroom and wait for the teacher while he ran out to gather information. The military had no intention of hiding it, and such a large-scale operation was hard to conceal anyway, so he soon found out. Zombies from several cities have gathered into a horde and are heading straight for shelter No. 24. The discomfort of being besieged by a zombie horde was still fresh in his mind. Zhou Jing'an slapped his thigh. Then there's no point in selling anything anymore. I need to find a way to raise my strength first. He gulped down all 5 attribute potions himself, then headed straight for the market and sold off every piece of equipment and item he did not need, without worrying about whether someone might set their sights on him. He exchanged the money he received into green cards and opened them directly in his shop's warehouse. Anything he could use after opening he used right away, anything he couldn't he sold and exchanged again. After more than 60 consecutive pulls he hurried to the military supply exchange only to discover that green card exchanges had already been suspended there. What was more, many of the good items that had once been available were no longer exchangeable with white cards. In the end, Zhou Jing'an still had over 1,000 white cards, a dozen or so attribute equipment pieces, and various potions and items. Most of these were of no use to him, but he no longer wanted to sell them. The purchasing power of white cards had risen because the Dungeon of the Brave had appeared, but now the military had no energy to develop that instance, so white cards had only two functions left. They could continue to be used as currency in the lower-tier market or serve as a reserve of supplies. After that, he did not remain idle. Hiding near the shelter's entrance, he secretly cast the shortest duration strength blessing on people going out in order to grind his skill proficiency. Those struck by the blessing felt their strength suddenly surge. Usually they were baffled, but they could never discover what had really happened and would instead think they had genuinely become stronger out of nowhere, their faces instantly filling with confidence. Zhou Jing'an did not care what they thought. He simply waited until his spirit attribute was drained, then ran back home and repeatedly used supreme martial limit break until his energy was also spent, after which he collapsed into bed and slept. Time flew by, and it was already dusk on the second day. Although Zhou Jing'an felt a little dazed and did not look particularly energetic thanks to 2 talent growths, countless attribute potions, and the boost from 4 new equipment pieces, his current attributes had already grown to an astonishing degree. Moreover, after desperately raising his skill proficiency over these 2 days, every skill except healing art had increased by 1 level. Player Zhou Jing'an. Class Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Level 11, 880, 010, 0000. Constitution 94-9. Spirit 78, 6. Intelligence 68, 1. Strength 83, 17. Agility 77. Free attribute points 0. Luck 51. Talent detached from the world, SSS growth count 33. Skills healing art, level 2 strength blessing, level 2 telekinetic drive, level 2 supreme martial limit break, level 3 mind beast dragon tiger roar, level 2. Equipment smasher strength 11. Agility -2, special effects crush shatter metal of valor, all attributes 1 light spirit boots, agility 3 practiced bracer right, constitution 1, agility 1 clarity necklace spirit 3 masters belt, constitution 2, strength 2 hippie cloak, agility 2 climbers coat, constitution 3 centaur trousers, constitution 2, agility 2 ring of strength 3 spirit ring, spirit 2. This was all the information displayed on Zhou Jing'an's personal panel. Yet he still felt uneasy. With his current attributes and skills, he had absolute confidence in taking on any zombie alone. But when it came to a zombie horde, he did not believe he could survive being surrounded by an endless tide of zombies. All I can do is hope the military is strong enough and has prepared enough. An individual simply cannot stand a chance against a zombie horde. At this moment, 20 kilometers away from the shelter, countless machine gun turrets had already been set up. There were also mobile weapons like tanks and self-propelled guns, though not many. After all, this place had originally been just a military training base, not a real military base, so the number of heavy weapons at hand was rather limited. Some of them had been transferred from other locations before and during the early days of the Doomsday game. But later, as zombies grew stronger and every shelter lacked weapons, similar transfers became almost impossible. The soldiers stood nervously behind the weapon emplacements, while some of the military's powerhouses and free adventurers stood on both flanks and to the rear, forming a sturdy defense line with their talent abilities alongside the weapons. Finally, the first zombie appeared in everyone's sight, and soon more and more followed. They showed no signs of stopping. They really seemed intent on attacking the shelter. The soldiers did not act hastily. They stood quietly in place awaiting orders, and only after a large number of zombies entered effective range did the commander finally fire a signal flare into the sky. That was the prearranged signal to open fire. Fire! Countless bullets formed a metal storm, and in an instant they tore away the zombies' flesh and blood. The zombies still surged forward, endlessly trampling over the corpses of their kind to keep advancing. Yet because there was no commander, some zombies instead crouched down and began devouring the remains of the dead, only to be stepped on by those following behind. The scene immediately fell into chaos. Yet it was precisely this chaos that slowed the zombies' advance a little, making them pile up and gather on the spot. Whoosh! Another signal flare flew up, and the military's firepower gradually stopped. This was destined to be a prolonged battle. Their ammunition reserves were not abundant, so they had to be frugal and make the most of every firearm's destructive power. When the horde had gathered to a certain size, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from behind it. As if they had heard a command, the zombies abandoned the corpses they had been biting, disentangled themselves from one another, and charged once more toward the shelter. The soldiers once again concentrated their fire, and at the same time tasks were assigned to some of the military's powerhouses. These were people with ranged attack abilities. They had only one goal: to find a way to eliminate as quickly as possible the entity that had just let out the huge roar and was suspected of being able to command the other zombies. A zombie horde was terrifying enough on its own. If it also had a commander, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. That commander had to die. Everyone braced themselves for action, yet the commander remained hidden within the heart of the zombie horde, never once revealing himself. Only his voice echoed out, while his corpse stayed out of sight. Seeing this, Yi Hongyun, a formidable expert recruited by the military, could no longer hold back. She stretched out her long legs and directly mounted herself onto the shoulders of Liang Yi beside her. Fly up now. Sis, I'm not your mount, and I'm a guy. Do you really think it's appropriate to sit on my head? Liang Yi couldn't help but complain. Yi Hongyun lightly smacked him on the top of his head. I don't mind, so why are you being so fussy? If I were to lie on your back, your head would block my view, and then how could I spot the target? If you're unwilling, I'll just stand on your head instead. Liang Yi had nothing to say. After all, he was just a tool. He could only carry Yi Hongyun as he slowly ascended into the air, drifting toward the skies above the zombie horde. The two narrowed their eyes and patiently searched for the commander's whereabouts. But unexpectedly, a millstone-sized rock was suddenly hurled up from below, flying straight toward Liang Ye's chest. If that rock struck home, given Liang Ye's slender frame, he would most likely fall straight down, and then both he and Yi Hongyun would be in grave danger. Just at that moment, someone suddenly pointed at the rock from afar. The rock's velocity rapidly slowed, leaving no chance of hitting Liang Yi. Instead, it plummeted back down from the air, smashing the heads of two zombies deep into their chest cavities. The one who had acted was Lin Hao. His talent was telekinesis, a fairly formidable ability. However, his talent rank was only B grade, so he had never been prioritized for special cultivation. After eliminating the danger, he immediately shouted toward the sky, attacking the direction the rock was thrown from. Got it. Yi Hongyun clenched both fists as energy converged in her palms, then she blasted out two deadly crimson beams. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. Hundreds of zombies were blown to pieces on the spot, and the shockwave nearly sent Liang Yi flying. He clung tightly to Yi Hongyun's legs to steady himself, barely keeping the two of them from tumbling out of the sky. Watching the scene unfold before her from the explosion, Yi Hongyun couldn't help but widen her eyes, the corners of her mouth rising uncontrollably. It's just so beautiful. Sis, hold off on the beauty for now. The horde still seems to be under control. Did we even hit the right target? Ahem, who was it just now that gave such lousy directions? I was just about to find that commander. Yi Hongyun coughed awkwardly, then began gathering energy in her hands once more. This time she didn't bother searching carefully. Whenever she had a sense of where the commander might be, she would hurl her energy right at that spot. For a time, explosions rang out across the battlefield in rapid succession. Even the advance of the zombie horde was somewhat suppressed. It seemed even the commander was reluctant to face such a madwoman and pulled back slightly. But this relief was only temporary. Though Yi Hongyun's ability was devastatingly powerful, it consumed enormous energy and could not be sustained for long. Moreover, the horde they were facing now was merely a tiny fraction of the vast horde, only a vanguard. The true horror was still on its way. Seeing the horde temporarily held back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The commander called Yi Hongyun back and had Jiang Xiao revive the fallen zombies to reinforce their defense, allowing the others a chance to rotate, rest, and recover. Finally, my turn to make a move, huh? Jiang Xiao rubbed his hands together, crouched down, and slammed both palms heavily against the ground. The next second, over 100 relatively intact zombies struggled to rise from the ground. They did not turn into skeletons as before, but rather used their full bodies turned around and fiercely tore into their former kin. Under Jiang Zhao's empowerment, these revived zombies became even stronger than before. Their defensive capabilities reached an astonishing level. Ordinary attacks could only knock them back, but could hardly damage their bodies. If anyone observed closely, they might notice that this wasn't merely the effect of powerful defense. They were still being injured, yet each one bore nearly identical wounds. It was as if they were a single integrated entity. All damage inflicted upon them was automatically distributed across every part of each individual. The damage-sharing skill Lin Hao had bought at the auction had actually been learned by Jiang Xiao in the end. Jiang Xiao slapped the ground twice more, and another 200-plus zombies crawled up from the earth, charging at their former kin. With over 300 in number, combined with the damage-sharing effect, this would form a rather formidable army, enough to intercept a portion of the current horde. Then he went to the rear to rest. His purpose in acting was merely to relieve some of the pressure on the others. As an SS-rank powerhouse, he had to conserve his energy for the more critical battles ahead. Everything seemed to be moving in a favorable direction. Many people began to harbor the same thought. Stay steady, we can win. But the commander, sitting in an armored vehicle and constantly observing the battlefield through binoculars, was not as optimistic as the others. He knew this was only an appetizer. Holding the line here meant little. Failing to hold it would be the real problem. What truly mattered was the next large-scale assault. Once the main force of the horde arrived, and the elite zombies gathered, their combat capability would surely multiply more than tenfold. Only if they could withstand that wave of attacks would they truly have confidence in surviving this catastrophe. They could not rejoice too early, nor could they grow careless. Zombies could afford mistakes and losses, but humans could not. By now the avenues of retreat left for humanity were running thin. Just then a lean figure over 3 meters tall emerged from the horde. It looked like a malnourished patient, making people wonder whether if it stumbled and fell it might just die from the impact. But as this bizarre-looking zombie opened its massive mouth and let out a hoarse roar, all the zombies seemed to be injected with adrenaline, recklessly charging once more at the human defensive line. That's the commander. It's finally showing itself. The human experts' eyes lit up one after another, and they all unleashed their abilities, launching attacks at the commander zombie. However, that commander zombie was extremely cunning. It crouched its tall body down and ordered a group of zombies to shield it as meat shields. With countless zombies throwing themselves forward after several rounds of attacks, it had yet to suffer a single scratch. Yi Hongyun couldn't stand it any longer. Let me handle it. Liang Yi took off his jacket and draped it over his neck. Come on. The two united once again and soared high into the sky. From above, those meat shields were useless, and with Yi Hongyun's power, a single strike could blast that commander zombie into oblivion. As she gathered energy in both hands once more before she could unleash it, she suddenly saw the commander zombie sway as it stood up, casually grabbed two zombies beside it, and hurled them toward Yi Hongyun. Was this move supposed to be throwing zombies to test the waters? Yi Hongyun didn't pay the two flying zombies any mind. After all, others would intercept them for her. She just needed to focus on killing the enemy. Lin Hao once again used his telekinetic ability, trying to stop the two zombies. But to his surprise, the moment his psychic force touched them, their bodies began to swell rapidly like balloons. Not good. He strained with all his might to hurl the two zombies far away, but because his talent wasn't strong enough, he was ultimately half a step too slow. Boom. The two zombies exploded right in front of Yi Hongyun. Caught off guard, her hands tilted, and the two terrifying energy blasts struck directly at her own allies. No. Boom. Watching the mushroom cloud rise from their own side, everyone was stunned for a moment, only snapping back to reality when the commander roared for them to keep attacking. Yi Hongyun and Liang Yi lost their balance, tumbled from the sky, and slammed hard into the ground. Having poured all her enhancement opportunities into attack, she was first blasted, then crashed. She had indeed suffered serious injuries. But she merely stared blankly at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky until it drifted away with the wind. Countless soldiers knelt on the ground, vomiting profusely, yet they appeared to have no serious injuries. Forget about injuries. Surviving an attack like that at all was already a stroke of immense fortune. And in the midst of those soldiers stood a man wreathed in lightning, his clothes shredded, and his body drenched in blood. His right arm in particular had only a single exposed humerus left. The entire forearm was gone. This man was none other than the SS rank powerhouse raised by the military itself, Xiao Jun. Yi Hongyun, I hope you take this seriously. This battle concerns the very survival of the entire shelter. With those words, Xiao Jun suddenly lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, falling into a dead faint. With those words, Xiao Jun suddenly lost his balance and collapsed directly to the ground, unconscious. At the critical moment, Xiao Jun used his own body to deliberately take Yi Hongyun's misaligned attack, saving the lives of dozens upon dozens of soldiers. But whether it was truly worth it remains questionable. Everyone is still alive, and from this perspective it should be a good thing, should it not? However, this protracted battle has only just begun, yet they have already lost an important SS-level combat force. Such a loss is absolutely unacceptable to the shelter's military command. The commander did not panic. He immediately issued orders for others to fill the gap in the defensive line, while having someone bring Xiao Jun back to the rear for medical treatment. The military does have considerable reserves of treatment serums and similar supplies. For mere injuries, with more resources spent and more time taken, recovery is always possible. But losing an arm, they simply do not have anything capable of regenerating severed limbs at the moment. The commander understood that this friendly fire could not be entirely blamed on Yi Hongyun. The military must share some of the responsibility as well. It became evident that simply having these recruited strong fighters endlessly improve their combat strength is far from sufficient. Just as in certain wars, if soldiers' training falls short of standards when reporting coordinates for artillery strikes, they might mistakenly report their own position instead. Of course, the more critical reason was their complacency and underestimation of the enemy. Including the commander himself, no one anticipated such an incident would occur. The zombie commander's roar echoed once more, but the gaunt zombie, standing over 3 meters tall, did not even open its mouth this time. It was merely bait to lure attacks from human strong fighters, its purpose to suddenly counterattack and wound the human elite. Achieving the current result was entirely an unexpected bonus. The true zombie commander, however, remained concealed in the distance, never once revealing itself from beginning to end. This was nothing more than the simplest stratagem of feigning retreat to draw on the enemy. But even the simplest stratagem remains a stratagem. What kind of world has this become? Now even zombies have learned to employ military tactics. The commander truly wished he could launch a nuclear warhead to teach these zombies a proper lesson in military strategy. But this was not yet the time for nuclear weapons. They absolutely had to remain composed. The battle descended into another stalemate. The zombie tide continued its relentless charges, yet had absolutely no way to approach the defensive line. More than an assault, it resembled a horde of expendable pawns gradually depleting humanity's ammunition and stamina. What humanity could gain from this was merely experience. Even if one could temporarily advance a level or two, it amounted to only a few attribute improvements, insignificant impact at best. As for those top-tier strong fighters within the shelter, their levels had long surpassed level 10. Each subsequent level required an immensely vast amount of experience. However, before long, the gaunt zombie that had retreated behind the zombie wave emerged once more, acting like a living catapult, hurling zombies beside it toward the defensive line. Though the zombies this time would not suddenly explode, those flying about wildly still caused considerable trouble. With no alternative, they deployed 2 armed helicopters and launched the first wave of missiles. The gaunt zombie was blown to pieces on the spot. The commander of the zombie tide vanished without a trace, and the momentum of the horde was finally checked. The people gained a brief moment to catch their breath. But as the final thread of light on the horizon also hid away, the people grew tense once more. Night had fallen. Long ago, humanity used fire to dispel the darkness until someone discovered electricity. However, with the apocalypse descending and power cut off, human civilization seemed to have regressed by centuries. Torch after torch was lit and raised high for illumination, yet their light could not even rival the muzzle flashes of gun barrels. But regardless, everyone continued to grit their teeth and endure. This night was destined to be sleepless. Zhou Jing'an quietly climbed onto the battlement, gazing distantly at the flames of battle, his heart torn with uncertainty. If he had not chosen talent reconstruction back, then still possessing the heart of slaughter, his circumstances now might have been entirely different. He would not necessarily have joined the shelter. More likely, he would have become a lone wanderer soloing through zombie hordes growing stronger day by day. However, for an event as massive as this zombie tide, he certainly would not have missed it. His current talent was one of detachment from worldly affairs. Not having to fight to grow stronger was certainly pleasant, but it came with numerous constraints. These restrictions were not unacceptable to him. After all, he himself had no desire to take risks. What troubled him at this moment was whether to continue staying at the shelter to observe developments, or to slip away now. The terror of the zombie tide lingered in his memory. The greatest disparity lay not in strength, but in the fact that those zombies seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many he killed, there were always more. He believed the shelter's chances of victory were slim, but one should not overly undermine one's own morale. So perhaps he should observe a while longer. As for the promise he made to Lin, how that would have to wait even longer still. Back then, he already sensed that the young man was setting up a flag, and now his words had truly become prophecy. With this zombie tide assault, Lin Hao would undoubtedly bear major responsibility. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Jing'an forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart, carefully evaded other people, and continued lying prone on the battlement, watching intently. They absolutely must win. If the shelter no longer exists, where would I find such a perfect place? I haven't opened enough green cards yet. If I leave here, I fear there won't be another chance to leverage my attribute advantages and casually exploit glitches to farm supplies. Come on, brothers. You can do this. The sounds of battle and the flickering flames kept the shelter's residents from sleeping. They all feared that the moment they closed their eyes and opened them again, what would greet them would be the terrifying visage of zombies. However, the disaster they feared never came to pass. When the sun rose once more on the horizon, casting its radiance across the earth, those who had fought through the entire night, exhausted and covered in grime, felt the sunlight warming their skin as if bathing in beautiful hope. But just at this moment, the zombie tide that had been assaulting them relentlessly throughout the night showed no signs of weakening whatsoever. If anything, the intensity of their attacks grew increasingly fierce. The corpses littering the battlefield had already piled into mountains, yet some zombies dragged them to the rear, consuming them without a trace to serve as nourishment for their fellow undead. Moreover, among the attacking zombie wave, level 5 and above zombies possessing skills were gradually increasing in number. Though most were merely simple low-tier abilities, low-tier did not mean ineffective. If they could withstand just 2 more seconds than their ordinary counterparts, it would be enough to bring a qualitative transformation to the entire battlefield. The zombie tide seemed to be slowly pushing forward, and the shelter's commander received a message from the rear. Zombies from several other cities had arrived overnight as reinforcements. What they would face next was the combined might of zombies from multiple cities. If they emerged victorious, those cities could be smoothly taken over and reclaimed. But if they were defeated, what they would lose would not merely be one shelter. It would bring immense pressure to all other shelters. Victory or defeat, everything hangs on this single decisive moment. Multiple zombie hordes converge together, giving everyone the most intuitive feeling that the zombies before their eyes seemed endless, impossible to exterminate no matter how many were killed. At least the previous night their lines of gunfire had still been able to halt the zombies' advance, but now it was extremely difficult to do so. A soldier's eyes were bloodshot, his fingers tightly pressing against the machine gun's trigger, letting the muzzle spew forth tongues of fire without cessation. But suddenly the spray of fire ceased, the ammunition exhausted. He instinctively reached for a replacement ammunition belt only to grasp empty air. Looking back, he realized the belt in his hands had just been completely spent. "I'm out of ammunition. Supply. Send supplies quickly," he shouted urgently to those behind him. "I've run out too. Our entire stockpile is depleted." "Then what do we do now?" The latter fell silent for a moment before slowly drawing the combat knife strapped to his leg. "We're soldiers, aren't we? Even if we've exhausted all our ammunition, we cannot retreat. We can still fight." "That's right." The soldier nodded, set down his rifle, and drew his own combat knife. Those who had survived until now had essentially awakened their talents. His talent was only E rank, its power limited to enhancing his arm strength, yet that was more than enough for him. He could still fight, couldn't he? As ammunition ran dry from countless firearms one after another, the zombies finally collided head-on with the human army. In mere moments, the number of soldiers killed surpassed the total casualties from the previous night. Other human powerhouses couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed their abilities, slaughtering numerous zombies instantly, yet they still couldn't halt the advancing horde. The zombie horde proved unstoppable, like an endless tide, devastating everything in its path. The commander called out several names and shouted orders: "Stand down, do not engage." Yi Hongyun's eyes burned red as he turned and retorted, "Why should we stop? Do you expect me to watch helplessly as these people are killed by zombies? I refuse. Those zombies are intentionally draining your strength. If you waste all your energy fighting fodder, who will confront the powerful zombies among them? Do you want the civilians and children of the sanctuary to deal with them?" The commander's voice rang out harshly. "Obey orders without question. We've concentrated the entire sanctuary's resources to train you, not to make you serve as disposable labor. Do you understand? Everyone stand down, recover your strength. Take whatever medical supplies you need. The rest follow my command and continue fighting. We must win this battle." Behind the defensive line, several missile launch vehicles had been positioned. Missiles ascended into the sky, tracing irregular arcs as they descended into the horde of zombies. Violent explosions kicked up enormous clouds of dust and smoke, plunging the entire battlefield into gray obscurity. After enduring this missile barrage, the zombie tide was momentarily checked, though only temporarily. They had enough missiles for one more volley, but only 2 tactical nuclear warheads remained. These needed to be reserved for critical moments. Amidst the zombie horde, a group of grotesque figures emerged silently. Among them were 2-headed lizards, 3-meter-tall humanoid creatures with tiger heads, red-haired women with 8 long legs, and countless other bizarre entities. These were not zombies, but creatures of unknown origin that humanity collectively termed monsters. Nearly 100 of them existed, clearly not all having escaped from the hero dungeon alone. If one hero dungeon existed, then more spaces like it must also exist. And the vast majority of these hidden realms were under zombie control. While zombies couldn't directly benefit from these hidden spaces, as some gained intelligence, they naturally discovered advantages beyond mere survival. The Spider-Woman held a person in her grasp, hairless and gaunt, with translucent flesh revealing every vein and the flow of blood within, most notably in grotesquely distended abdomen that suggested she carried multiple offspring. Yet the figure appeared male. "Pei Sheng, my little darling, are you hungry? There's so much to eat here." "Eat, I want to eat." Pei Sheng's eyes burned crimson as drool dripped from his lips. The moment his feet touched ground, he sprinted toward a zombie corpse nearby, dropping to the earth and tearing into it ravenously. The surrounding monsters watched him consume the flesh in silence, while the zombies lacked such cunning. They simply pushed forward with the main horde. Pei Sheng's stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. Within moments, he devoured the bones and flesh of 7 or 8 zombies whole, leaving nothing behind. As he lunged toward another corpse, his body suddenly froze. Yellow fluid gushed from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach, his face twisted in agony. "I won't eat anymore, I won't. My stomach hurts so much. Please kill me, kill me." For a fleeting moment, consciousness returned to him, but it came far too late. The Spider-Woman seized his hands and lifted him from the ground, her gaze eerie and unsettling. "Are you suffering? Let me help you, shall I?" With those words, she extended a single finger and sliced open his abdomen with her razor-sharp nails. Dozens of creatures, smaller than Pei Sheng, yet bearing his exact features, tumbled from his gut and immediately scrambled to their feet, shoving anything they could find into their mouths. Whether corpses, stones, or dirt, they devoured anything that fit between their jaws. Compared to Pei Sheng, these things crawling from his belly were the true monsters. Pei Sheng had become nothing more than a corpse now utterly useless and was fed to those ravenous monsters by the Spider-Woman. Yet these small creatures wouldn't truly impact the war itself. They were more like seeds sown into this soil of conflict and bloodshed, quietly taking root and drawing nourishment to grow. Next came the arrival of true powerhouses. A clearer, sharper roar erupted from the horde, sending the countless zombies into an even greater frenzy. No longer distracted by the tempting humans nearby, they followed commands, blindly charging forward in relentless waves. Their strategy of overwhelming the human defenses through sheer numbers proved highly effective. The military commander issued new orders immediately. All forces were to fall back, while retreating toward the sanctuary's fortified walls. This approach couldn't continue indefinitely. Once the warriors were scattered by the zombie tide, they'd be helpless and at mercy. Covering 20 kilometers while fighting a retreat wasn't straightforward, but the top-tier powerhouses responded to orders to hold the enemy, allowing at least some troops to withdraw successfully. A second missile barrage briefly halted the zombie advance, but then a colossal zombie pushed through the horde and locked eyes with those on the high walls. It seized a nearby zombie and hurled it forward with tremendous force. Squelching impact echoed as the zombie hit the ground. A mere mass of pulpy flesh, its body crushed to death by the sheer force of the throw the moment it left the giant's grip. Though the impact caused no casualties among the sanctuary's defenders, it sent shockwaves through their composure. That creature was undeniably a significant high-level zombie. Regardless of this battle's outcome, that thing had to die. Launch a nuclear warhead. Target that giant zombie. Hit it hard. A flash of light appeared amid the zombie horde, and for that single instant the world seemed to stand completely still. In the next moment, a shockwave erupted outward, sweeping aside dozens of zombies in its path. By the time it reached the shelter's outer wall, it had dissipated into nothing more than a fierce gust of wind gently brushing against everyone's faces. Accompanying it came a deafening explosion. When the mushroom cloud rose and gradually dissipated, revealing the devastation below, everyone present couldn't help but draw cold breaths. The giant zombie knelt upon the ground, its entire right side completely evaporated by the searing heat, while the remainder was reduced to charred blackness. Its head, unrecognizable in form, hung limply at its side, connected to the body only by mere strips of scorched flesh. What stunned them was not how the creature looked after being blasted apart, but that it was still moving despite its condition. Its blackened left hand slowly reached upward, as if attempting to reattach its head to its body. But the other hand beat it to the gesture, gently plucking the head free. Disregarding the radiation in the crater that would corrode flesh and blood, it inserted its fingers deep into the skull and extracted a crystal core the size of a baby's fist, which it then shoved into its own mouth and swallowed whole. The giant zombie's shattered remains collapsed to the ground, all traces of vitality completely extinguished. Yet the creature that had consumed the giant zombie's crystal core felt its aura continuously surging upward, and in the blink of an eye, it became the new sovereign of the zombie horde. Opening its maw, it released a thunderous roar, firmly seizing control of the entire horde. How could this be happening? Watching the horde plunge back into madness, someone couldn't help but feel utter despair dropping to their knees. Jiang Shao narrowed his eyes, gazing at that zombie from afar, and suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Uncle Chun. How did he become a zombie? Han Shui was more familiar with Chen Jingqing, but due to the distance and her inferior eyesight compared to Jiang Shao's, she merely sensed that the zombie looked very familiar. She was about to speak when the fierce battle swallowed her voice entirely. Monsters of grotesque and varied appearances finally made their grand entrance. They scaled the city walls, and what followed was an almost one-sided massacre, with only the military's elite cultivators able to resist them. A second nuclear bomb was launched, but a flying monster intercepted it mid-air, grabbing it and hurling it elsewhere. Since it never reached its designated target, it failed to detonate entirely. Another flying beast grabbed several of its kin and dropped them from high altitude. Several parachutes suddenly deployed. Though they were swiftly shredded, they did provide a certain degree of deceleration. These monsters actually knew how to conduct airborne drops. It's time. Everyone full power. Long-restrained expert struck without hesitation, instantly killing several monsters, but it still fell far short of turning the tide. Jiang Shao stood atop the undead creatures he controlled, with countless twisted necrotic beings coiling beneath him to form a grotesque, bloated monstrosity, wielding sharp bone blades, constantly harvesting the lives of surrounding zombies. However, he was drenched in sweat. This form clearly could not sustain itself much longer. Is this it? Does it all end here? The shadow of despair gradually obscured everyone's vision, until someone suddenly realized that this phrase was not merely figurative, but something genuinely materializing. A colossal hand blotting out the sky descended from above and gently pressed upon the ground. Instantly the earth trembled and mountains shook. All stared in terror at that giant hand. Only when it slowly lifted and disappeared from their sight did they notice that within the palm print it had left behind, tens of thousands of zombies had been crushed to death. That giant hand, was it here to help them? Though hardly believable, it seemed that was indeed the case. Although the deaths of tens of thousands of zombies could not alter the battle's outcome, they could buy people precious time to retreat. The commander immediately ceased his hesitation and ordered everyone to evacuate the shelter. They could no longer hold their ground, but they could choose to leave behind seeds of hope for future generations. As long as one lived, there was still hope. Watching the shelter's outer wall being toppled, Zhou Jing'an could not help but sigh deeply. He stood at the rear constantly, using healing arts to restore the injuries of those who had retreated, yet it was like trying to fill the ocean with a cup, utterly inadequate. Especially after witnessing that giant hand descending from the sky, an inexplicable dread began to sprout from the depths of his heart. He cast aside his previous promises, entirely driven by primal instinct to flee the shelter. It was not that he was unwilling to act, but that this situation had completely exceeded the bounds of his capabilities. He had been stacking attributes and refining his combat system, and though he had done so merely to gain self-preservation abilities, he had still harbored vague fantasies of one day displaying his prowess before everyone and becoming humanity's savior. And now you're throwing dimensional strikes at me. What kind of game is this? Because he ran so frantically, he failed to see where the giant hand had landed at all. But it made no difference to him where it had landed. He was still far too weak and must continue to play it safe. He had to admit he had been somewhat arrogant before. After developing for merely a few days, he had forgotten his own limitations. Now he had rediscovered his original resolve. As long as he stayed hidden and played it safe, he could grow stronger. There was absolutely no need for him to take risks. Shin Xiao and the others have already evacuated in advance, so they should face no danger. As for the rest of you, I truly cannot save everyone each time. I can only say, pray for your own fortune. After all, this is the apocalypse. Sighing, Zhou Jing'an did not linger, continuing to sprint away from the shelter without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, large-scale zombie outbreaks erupted across shelters worldwide. Over 100 shelters were destroyed outright, while the remainder mostly chose to abandon their posts and scatter. Whenever human populations gathered too densely, they were highly likely to attract massive zombie hordes, triggering catastrophic outbreaks. And humanity had not yet prepared for such large-scale zombie waves. Comparatively, dispersing and operating independently might better suit humanity's current predicament. Dragon Country shelters similarly disbanded, the vast majority ultimately retaining only 5. Bolstered by the foundations left by the 5 major military regions, they managed to hold firm, becoming the sturdiest bastion for both Dragon Country and all of humanity. But these were events that transpired later, and Zhou Jing'an knew nothing of them. After leaving Shelter No. 24, his mind held only one thought. Find a place to hide, stay put, do not venture forth, do not court death, until a formidable power rises to end the apocalypse, or until this world no longer harbors anything capable of threatening him. As for the loneliness and solitude of being alone, laughable. By the time someone perished from it, they would no longer need to worry about such matters. The eternal theme of the apocalypse was always singular survive. Perhaps someone would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of humanity, but that person would never be him. Zhou Jing'an awoke from his dream, with a start, the images of the nightmare still lingering before his eyes. That enormous palm descended from the heavens, pressing down upon him, as if crushing an insignificant ant. The dragon and tiger phantom he had summoned with all his strength couldn't even scratch the surface of that palm. And then he woke up. This was the first time he had slept since leaving the shelter. He never expected to have such a harrowing nightmare. He didn't know what that hand belonged to, but it certainly wasn't anything good. He pulled out a bottle of mineral water, took a long drink, and used the rest to splash his face. Although the weather was unusually cold, with his stats as they were, as long as it wasn't below freezing, it didn't affect him much. He continued along the trampled path. Along the way, he had hardly encountered any other survivors. Ordinary people couldn't run as fast as him, and those who could run faster weren't going the same direction, so he found this situation completely unsurprising. But he also thought it was rather nice. He had always been quite curious by nature, and being with others made it difficult to control himself from constantly concealing his true abilities. Being alone was easier anyway. Besides, he had already lost faith in collective shelters, and the like, at least for now. A single stick is easily broken, but 100 sticks piled together are merely kindling, destined only to fuel a devastating fire. He believed the reason Shelter 24 had fallen so rapidly was entirely due to the military's overwhelming operational efficiency. If they could have delayed, just held out until everyone had gained sufficient strength and become familiar with how to use their abilities, then even if the zombie tide returned, it wouldn't have been only a portion of the people standing at the front lines. One couldn't say they were wrong, only that the timing was off. In the distance, several rolling low mountains gradually came into view. Due to the sudden temperature drop, the trees' leaves had all changed color, and from afar each hill appeared shades of orange. A sudden impulse for seclusion stirred within Zhou Jing'an. The mountains and forests held almost no traces of zombies, but equally lacked any supplies. For others this might not be suitable for habitation, but he was different from others. He still had over 1,000 white cards in hand. Drawing out some food, drink, and daily necessities posed absolutely no problem for him. This place was truly perfect for him. Far from the city, far from zombies, far from the crowds. Thinking it through carefully, this kind of life was precisely what he desired. Since there was no opportunity left to profit from price differentials by flipping cards, he might as well live in the mountains. At least then he wouldn't have to worry about zombies anymore. He quickened his pace somewhat. It wasn't until noon that he finally reached the foot of the mountains. The scenery here was even more beautiful than he had imagined, and he was instantly captivated. He ventured into the mountains and selected a suitable location. Zhou Jing'an swung his mighty axe to fell timber, cutting it into lumber. Based on an anime he had once watched, he began constructing a wooden cabin in the forest. A wooden cabin wasn't easy to build, especially when one had to do it alone. But great strength produces miracles. He just needed to exert great force and miracles would handle the rest. This was the third day since he had left the shelter. Since it was only noon, he had only obtained 2 talent growth opportunities thus far. The other one would come at night. Both of these growths produced new effects. His proficiency in telekinetic control increased by 400, directly advancing him 1 level. His healing skill had been enhanced, its name changed to restoration. The consumption of spiritual attributes increased by 2 points, though the skill level remained at level 2. Though differing by only a single character, the meaning was entirely different. Though he hadn't acquired any new skills, both growths were related to skills, which was acceptable. It seemed that future talent growth effects might lean toward improvements in skill intensity. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as he could grow stronger, he didn't mind what was enhanced. 2 hours later, the shape of a wooden cabin had begun to take form. Whether the house might crack and deform from drying was beyond his consideration. He could always rebuild one if needed. After all, no one was going to punish him for cutting trees now. Beating his hands together in satisfaction at his handiwork, Zhou Jing'an ducked inside and began drawing cards. He had only drawn less than 100 cards before he no longer lacked any supplies. With such high luck attributes, he got whatever he wanted. He couldn't help it. Alone in the wooden cabin, sorting the drawn items into categories, he didn't feel the slightest bit bored. Looking back now, the reason he had been so restless during the 6th and 7th days after the apocalypse game descended was most likely withdrawal symptoms from his phone. Ever since he had accidentally smashed his phone, these symptoms had never reappeared, and he had become much healthier overall. Of course, the most important thing was keeping himself occupied. Over the next few days, Zhou Jing'an settled in here. Other than the house being somewhat drafty, everything else was quite pleasant. Each day, besides wandering around the surroundings and trying his hand at carving things from wood and stone, he simply awaited the nightly talent growth effects. All attributes: 4, blessing of strength, proficiency 4,000, experience 50000. Although the fluctuations in growth effects seemed to have widened again, his strength was indeed growing steadily and at a not insignificant speed. That was enough for him. Pretty good. Living in the mountains is really pretty good. This day, Zhou Jing'an hummed a little tune as usual while going for his stroll. He selected a tree that caught his eye, felled it with one swing of the axe, and cleaned off the branches. He was preparing to carry the entire trunk back to add with other materials to reinforce the drafty spots in his wooden cabin. But after cutting it, he thought to himself, since he had come all this way, wasn't cutting just one tree a bit insufficient? He had been planning to build a cellar to store the things he drew out after all. Since the wooden cabin was for him to live in, and there was already too much stuff piled inside, he couldn't even stretch out his arms when sleeping. So cutting down a few more trees to reinforce the cellar and make a cover for it. Wasn't that perfectly reasonable? He didn't care what the trees thought. He found his logic quite sound. Thus he swung his axe again, thunk, 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 and felled 3 more trees. After a round of trimming and processing, just as he was preparing to drag the logs back, his nose suddenly felt cold. Looking up, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and snow had begun to fall without his noticing. It's only August now, and it's already snowing. This really is the apocalypse, Zhou Jing'an exclaimed, but he had no intention of letting this delay his work. He planned to reinforce the wooden cabin before the snow became too heavy, so he wouldn't have to sleep covered in snowflakes at night. And just then a melodious wolf howl rang out from somewhere in the distance. Hearing a wolf's howl in reality for the first time, he immediately froze in alertness. There are wolves in these mountains. Why didn't I encounter them before? I've been living here for several days already, and only now telling me there are wolves. This is too much. Wait, wolves. He quickly realized something was off. Ever since the apocalypse game descended, he hadn't encountered any animals at all. Not to mention wolves, he hadn't seen so much as a house cat, a dog, a mouse, or even a fly. But now he had actually heard a wolf's howl. What this meant he didn't know, but he was truly curious about that sound. After quick deliberation in his mind, he decisively dropped the logs, turned around, and headed toward the direction from which the wolf's howl had come. With his current agility stats, if he ran at full speed, even cheetahs couldn't catch up to him. Even if something went wrong, he could just turn and run. But if he didn't go take a look right now to see what was going on, he truly wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He followed the sound forward, groping his way through the forest. He had been in these woods for several days now, leaving marks on tree trunks wherever he went or simply felling the trees entirely, making it virtually impossible to get lost. However, after walking a certain distance, the cry suddenly disappeared and did not reappear for a long time. Zhou Jing'an stumbled his way over based on his impression, but found nothing. He couldn't tell whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations or had miscalculated the distance. A few spots of blood in the corner caught his attention. By then a thin layer of snow had covered the ground, making the bloodstains particularly conspicuous against the white backdrop. He approached and dipped his finger into the blood, bringing it close to his nose to smell. Damn it, there's even a urinary odor. Thank God I didn't just lick it like in the movies. With a look of disgust, he rubbed his hand clean with snow. He was pretty sure he hadn't gone the wrong way or imagined the sound. That noise had come from here, but whatever creature had made it had already left. People usually wear clothes they wouldn't just spray everywhere. The blood mixed with urine, and it smelled so strong. It was most likely left by some kind of animal. Could there be an injured wild wolf? Zhou Jing'an analyzed this haphazardly in his mind and followed the blood trail quietly. After only a few hundred meters, he suddenly spotted two enormous wolves with snow-white fur beneath a tree. One was lying there constantly tearing at a wild rabbit with its teeth, its belly swollen, likely a female wolf. The other wolf stood nearby, scanning the area as if on guard. So it really is a wolf. That fur color is quite beautiful. Zhou Jing'an thought to himself, but that was all. He had no other intentions. There was no need to waste his talent on just two wolves. He wasn't going to starve. And a wild rabbit too. That's actually good news. If animals are indeed starting to appear, I could set some traps around here and catch some game. That definitely wouldn't count as combat. But he had no idea what their emergence signified. However, having spotted his target, Zhou Jing'an felt quite satisfied. He immediately turned around and retraced his steps, planning to build another fence around the cabin to keep beasts at bay. Lost in thought, he failed to watch where he was stepping and accidentally trod on a dry branch. Snap! The branch broke, its sound remarkably clear in the forest. He instinctively looked back and saw the alert white wolf lower its body slightly, then flick its tail sharply toward him. Whoosh! A streak of distorted energy tinged with blue shot toward Zhou Jing'an. He quickly sidestepped, executing a flat bridge maneuver to dodge the attack. Bang! The cyan energy slammed into the tree trunk. Wood chips flew everywhere, leaving a cut mark over 10 centimeters deep, nearly severing the tree in two. Holy crap, is that a wind blade? You're not local wolves either. Zhou Jing'an had no intention of fighting and took off running. The white wolf was fast, but not nearly fast enough. It was quickly left far behind. He didn't rush back to the cabin. Only after confirming the white wolf hadn't followed did he try erasing his footprints, then circled back to drag the timber he'd felled earlier. As he continued reinforcing the cabin, his thoughts kept returning to that white wolf. A wolf capable of releasing wind blades with its tail simply didn't exist in this world. Zhou Jing'an had two theories. One was that it was originally an ordinary wolf that had been mutated by the zombie virus or the apocalyptic game. The other possibility, perhaps this creature, like monsters in the game, had simply spawned into existence. Given that he hadn't encountered any animals for a long time after the apocalyptic game, descended the latter explanation seemed more likely. And that wind blade was quite powerful. Even I could have been hurt if I'd taken it head on. This damn world is becoming increasingly unbearable. Cities were overrun by zombies, and now the wilderness had spawned beasts with bizarre abilities. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, where could human survivors possibly hide? It wouldn't be long before another batch of survivors was eliminated by this world, while those who remained would grow even more adapted to it. The apocalypse game, fittingly named, was the end times for the weak, but a playground for the strong. By the time the house reinforcement was complete, it was nearly noon. The snow was falling heavier, and the temperature had long dropped below freezing. Zhou Jing'an put on his cotton coat and huddled by the fire in the cabin. As for other matters, he could only wait until the snow stopped. The firewood crackled, and that warmth made him drowsy. He had intended to simply lie down and get some proper rest, expecting the snow to cease by the time he woke. But just then he suddenly heard rustling sounds outside. A face pressed against the window made from layers of plastic sheeting peering inside. I've moved to the mountains, why would anyone still come looking for me? Zhou Jing'an's expression was one of pure disgust. He had thought that once the person saw him they might knock, and he could warn them away, ending the matter there. But this person clearly didn't follow conventional protocols. They simply shoulder barged the door open, lunged inside, grabbed him by the collar, and started dragging him out. Unable to strike without escalating things, he grabbed the doorframe with one hand and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" The person turned back in surprise, and Zhou Jing'an finally got a clear look at their face. It was that green-haired Jisheng duo. But now his hair had been cut into a buzz cut. All traces of green were gone, so calling him green hair no longer applied. "Boss, it's you. Isn't that funny? We ran into each other even while fleeing for our lives." Jisheng duo released his grip and offered an embarrassed smile. Zhou Jing'an rose from the ground and adjusted his clothes. Indeed a coincidence. If it hadn't been me, were you planning to finish me off? That's impossible, Ji Xingduo protested urgently. You had a fire burning inside, and the cabin has no chimney. You were lying there completely motionless. I thought you had carbon monoxide poisoning, so I smashed the door open to rescue you. How can you accuse an innocent person like this? Is that so? Zhou Jing'an only believed half of that excuse. With his current attributes, he wouldn't suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning even locked in an oven, let alone sitting by a fire in a cabin. But the real issue wasn't whether he had poisoning. It was why Ji Xingduo had come here. This place is nowhere near any village, so how did you end up here? And how did you get here? I've been staying here for several days. I built this house. Wait, I'm the one asking the questions. Zhou Jing'an raised an eyebrow. Ji Xingduo grinned and rubbed his hands together. I was evacuating with the others, but the military received word that the shelter they were heading to had been overrun by a horde. After fending off several waves, they evacuated everyone from the shelter, claiming the horde would target places where people gathered and telling survivors to scatter. Honestly, I think they just abandoned us. And then, well, we went our separate ways. If the military wasn't going to help us, what was the point of sticking around? Were we supposed to wait for them to kick us out? Zhou Jing'an retreated silently into the cabin and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Ji Xingduo stood frozen outside the door. Boss, open up. Let me in to escape the snow, boss. I want to follow you, boss. Zhou Jing'an finally allowed Ji Xingduo to enter, but he had no intention of letting him stay long. Once the snow stops, you leave. Don't say I'm not generous. You can take a coat and some food when you go. Ji Xingduo grinned and sidled up to him. Boss, can't you let me stay? Look, our previous cooperation was pretty smooth. I never stole your money, and I even helped you earn more. Besides, living alone here must be inconvenient sometimes. With someone to help, you'd have an easier time, wouldn't you? Show me your personal panel, and you can stay. You show yours first. Are you enjoying this banter? Ji Xingduo hesitated, fidgeting for a long time before finally relenting and revealing his personal panel. Ji Xingduo, level 5, physique 12, spirit 27, intellect 19, strength 7, agility 14. Zhou Jing'an was genuinely surprised. This kid's stats are quite impressive. Though incomparable to his own, they certainly surpassed those of Han Shui from before. But Han Shui had been constantly fighting and training, yet she couldn't match this loafer who spent his days idling in the shelter. That seemed rather unreasonable, didn't it? What exactly was this guy's talent? Show me your occupation, talent, and skills too. If you're not willing to lay your cards on the table, how can I trust you? These are my private matters. Asking about them isn't appropriate. Fine, I won't ask. Once the snow stops, you leave on your own. Don't make me urge you. Zhou Jing'an was indifferent. Though curious about the kid's talent, he didn't absolutely need to know. Of course, if the other party was willing to share and they understood each other thoroughly, he wouldn't mind keeping Ji Xingduo by his side. After another moment of hesitation, as if having made a decision, the latter displayed his personal panel again. Zhou Jing'an looked and was rendered speechless. Are you toothpaste? Squeezing out a little at a time. I said show your occupation, talent, and skills, and you only show your skills. Do you think I'm patient? And what's this appraisal? It can be used to inspect part of a target's information. You're showing me this for? Damn. The wooden stick he was playing with snapped in his hand with a crack. Zhou Jing'an looked up at the other man in disbelief, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Appraisal of all things. This kid had known all along that he was hiding his strength. And given Ji Xingduo's physique, that kick from Sun Debao earlier was nothing more than a flirtatious tap to him. Yet the boy had pretended to have a bruised rear and lay in bed for over a week without anyone suspecting a thing. This fellow was just like him. A schemer, and even more cautious. Are you people sent to teach me what cautious means? What? Nothing. So do you still want to ask? This time it was Ji Xingduo's turn to smile. Of course I want to ask. Why wouldn't I? If I don't ask, I'll be at a loss. Trust me, there's no better combination than the two of us. As he spoke, Ji Xingduo finally revealed his complete information. After seeing it, Zhou Jing'an, despite his utmost restraint, still appeared somewhat flustered. But this was not his fault. Ji Xingduo's talent was far beyond his expectations. Talent world in Palm SSS designate a region to form a corresponding miniature world in the Palm. All changes in the miniature world affect reality. The implicit condition was that the larger the designated region, the greater the impact, and the more energy consumed. This was a common drawback of active talents, nothing special. The only remarkable thing was that this guy possessed an SSS level talent, just like Zhou Jing'an. Two schemers meeting here, and in the end Ji Xingduo proved to be the more cunning one. Moreover, Ji Xingduo's occupation was observer. After advancing to level 5, he had automatically learned the skill appraisal, which he had upgraded to level 3. With dual bonuses from spirit and intellect, its success rate was absurdly high. Apart from that, he had nothing else. So that hand on the battlefield the other day, it was yours, eh? That was my second time using the talent. The consumption was too great, I can't use it often. And I don't like getting involved in those things, forced to fight. But that time was really satisfying. With just one slap, I jumped from level 1 to level 5. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known you were a hidden big shot, right? Ji Shengduo grinned slyly. You just found out. Of course. I hadn't mastered appraisal before, but from the first time we met, I felt Brother Zhou was no ordinary person. Zhou Jing'an felt slightly more balanced, but a sense of crisis emerged unbidden, as if his protagonist status was under threat. Brother Zhou, listen to me. If we cooperate, we can achieve great things. You're not convenient to act, but I have no such scruples. Since your luck stat is high, and you can find good stuff, you can try to nurture me. My SSS level talent is definitely worth investing in. From now on, whenever you encounter someone or a monster you want to deal with, I'll first throw an appraisal at them to figure out their trump cards. If I can handle it, I'll act directly. If there's danger, I'll crush them with my talent. If it's too strong, we'll pretend we didn't see them. Then we brothers can dominate the apocalypse together. Isn't that great? This time Zhou Jing'an was truly persuaded. The thought of two schemers joining forces was delightful to imagine. And Ji Shengduo's earlier deliberate withholding of information, revealing it bit by bit, was simply to secure a relatively equal position. That little trick was harmless. If the guy had immediately volunteered everything and pledged allegiance on the spot, Zhou Jing'an would have had to wonder if the boy had ulterior motives. You make sense. In that case, shall we wish for a pleasant cooperation? Zhou Jing'an extended his hand. Pleasant, very pleasant. This wooden cabin was still too cramped for two people. Zhou Jing'an briefly shared his thoughts and some subsequent plans, and Ji Shengduo immediately offered suggestions. Can we build our dwelling underground? It's so cold now, no need to worry about rain or meltwater. Digging a pit underground is easier than assembling wood, isn't it? And living underground, even if those strange beasts you mentioned happen to wander by, it's unlikely they'd dig a hole to find us, right? That makes sense. Zhou Jing'an's eyes lit up. Since we're digging, shouldn't we be closer to the city? Why closer to the city? Are you thinking of sending me to kill zombies? Safety is what matters most. Trust me, follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The snow kept falling, gradually covering the tops of their shoes. The two ate something to fill their stomachs, put on cotton coats, and both felt they could start working right away. First, they dug a small pit to confirm there were no large rocks beneath the soil. Then they cut down over 100 trees, treated them simply, and drove them deep into the ground to stabilize the earth and prevent collapse. After the underground space was dug out, Ji Shengduo snapped his fingers, signaling Zhou Jing'an to step back and watch his performance. He then made a grasping motion with his left hand at the space before them, turned it over, as if holding something up, and a miniature model, identical to the area in front of them but hundreds of times smaller, appeared in his palm. With his right hand, he took a tempered glass screen protector, peeled off a phone, and gently placed it over the big pit in the model. In reality, a giant hand much smaller than the previous one materialized in the sky and placed a piece of glass over the large pit they had just dug. Ji Shengduo withdrew his ability, gasped heavily, and plopped down on the ground, smiling at his handiwork. I can only describe this with two words: perfection. He gently ran his hand over the smooth glass ceiling. This thing was essentially a small piece of tempered glass magnified 100 times. He could even see the scratches on its surface. This ability is absurdly overpowered. Both of us have SSS rank talents, yet why is he so damn OP? It makes my talent look completely worthless. Shit. The jealousy churning inside, Zhou Jing'an momentarily twisted his expression, but he quickly composed himself. There was no such thing as a worthless talent, only worthless people. As long as he worked hard to develop his own ability, he would never be weaker than anyone else. That said, Ji Shengduo's talent was genuinely incredibly useful. The ability to enlarge an object 100 times. If this had existed in peaceful times, it alone could have triggered a world war. Even in the apocalypse, countless people would covet his ability. No wonder this kid was even more cautious than himself. If his own talent were exposed, it would merely be like revealing a trump card. But if Ji Shengduo's ability was exposed, countless people would want to seize him to use as their own trump card. And Ji Shengduo was probably willing to tell him, because he was betting that Zhou Jing'an wouldn't dare reveal this secret to a third person. Clearly he had won that bet. Zhou Jing'an truly couldn't bring himself to do it. Previously he had been somewhat reluctant to let Ji Shengduo stay, but now under no circumstances could he let this person leave. The two of them working together could definitely accomplish something great. They simply secured the edges of the glass cover, and then covered it back with soil, concealing the pit they had dug. For some unknown reason, the entire glass ceiling had not crushed itself under its own weight. It appeared remarkably sturdy, which saved them considerable trouble. Following the pre-made entrance, they descended underground. Some sunlight filtered through gaps in the soil, preventing the space from feeling too dim. If they felt it wasn't bright enough, they could simply clear away some of the dirt above. Of course, the ventilation was still lacking, but they couldn't afford to dwell on every detail. Ji Shengduo proposed digging additional ventilation ducts later, and it would be ideal if they could procure an exhaust fan. There were many shortcomings in other aspects, but it was undeniably more comfortable than the wooden cabin Zhou Jing'an had built himself. The two of them tidied things up again and moved all the belongings from the wooden cabin underground, officially considering themselves residents. Because it had been snowing constantly, night fell early. Due to the poor ventilation, cooking with fire here was impractical, so the two of them managed to finish dinner using only flashlights. The moment they finished eating, a notification chimed in Zhou Jing'an's ears. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth bonus obtained: Constitution 10, Strength 10. Only Constitution and Strength. It's been a while since I've seen this pattern. Zhou Jing'an's mind began to race. He had expended a considerable amount of physical energy today, constantly performing heavy labor, and the result happened to boost exactly Constitution and Strength. That seemed like too perfect a coincidence. Could there be some kind of pattern here? Perhaps certain actions and decisions I make can influence the growth results. He speculated within himself, though he was not entirely certain. He would simply have to wait until tomorrow to test it. The next day, heavy snow continued to fall all day long, accumulating into a thick layer on the ground. The air quality in their underground dwelling was really poor. The two of them worked hard all day, prioritizing the excavation of ventilation ducts to ensure the place was livable. Ji Xingduo changed into a fresh set of gear, all items that Zhou Jing'an had no use for. Since there was no opportunity to sell them anyway, it was better to equip his own partner. Meanwhile, in order to further verify the controllability of his talent, Zhou Jing'an opened quite a few cards, eventually managing to assemble a complete set of advanced calculus textbooks. In his school days, the subject had once given him endless headaches. Seeing it again so soon, Zhou Jing'an could only say, "Higher mathematics, long time no see." It was still daunting, but at least he could understand it now. The good news was that the verification results were gratifying. On the 40th talent growth trigger, the reward magnitude increased again. His intelligence attribute surged by 26 points in one go. He did not believe this was a coincidence, and this conclusion was extremely important to him. Now he could control the direction of his growth, leveling up more efficiently instead of passively receiving random attributes he might or might not need. By the third day, the heavy snowfall finally began to taper off. The glass ceiling remained remarkably sturdy, showing no signs of bending or deformation, so they decided against venturing out to clear the accumulated snow. If a bare patch suddenly appeared in an otherwise pristine snowfield, anyone could tell something was wrong. They leveled the walls and floors, swept away the dust, and made efforts to make their shelter more comfortable. Both were fairly satisfied with this place, but they knew they could not hide here forever. Zhou Jing'an would not be content relying solely on his talent to grow stronger, and Ji Xingduo also needed to find a way to increase his attributes and level. And all of this inevitably led back to one thing: zombies. Killing zombies could grant experience points, supplies, equipment, and even attribute-enhancing potions, and all sorts of other items. But the current problem was that neither of these two cowards wanted to be the first to act. During lunch, Zhou Jing'an finally could not hold back and asked Ji Xingduo, "When are you going to hunt zombies? Why don't you go?" Ji Xingduo shot him a sidelong glance and continued eating. "Bro, you know me well. If I were to fight zombies, the losses would be devastating. It simply isn't worth it. This kind of thing has to be done by you. I can provide you with buffs. But hunting zombies is dangerous right now. Those guys tend to gather into massive hordes that rarely separate. And even if I went over and killed a batch, the dropped cards couldn't be retrieved. It would be of no help to us." Zhou Jing'an had to admit that the other man's words made sense, but they could not simply sit here waiting indefinitely. When would that day come? Had he waited until he had opened all the cards in his possession? That would be far too late. Moreover, he couldn't help but feel that ever since they had partnered up, he had been the one doing all the work, the opposite of what they had originally agreed upon. Ji Xingduo detected the dissatisfaction in his heart and immediately reached out to pat his shoulder. "Rest assured, whatever you need, I will definitely make it happen. After all, your benefit is my benefit. But you must have patience. This cannot be rushed. Everything must prioritize our safety." Zhou Jing'an could only choose to accept, silently pondering solutions in his mind. If only they had a hidden space where they could repeatedly farm rewards. But unfortunately, he had already scoured the surrounding area multiple times and found absolutely nothing like that. On the contrary, over the past couple of days, he had encountered quite a few wild beasts. No magical beasts would be more appropriate. Ji Xingduo examined each one with his detection ability, and hardly any were below level 5. They all possessed extraordinary techniques. Killing these magical beasts could also yield experience and card rewards. They had already tried that. But the population of these beasts was not large, and they were quite scattered, making the efficiency far too low to justify the effort. So they still needed to hunt zombies. After finishing their meal, Ji Xingduo volunteered to go out and handle the matter Zhou Jing'an had raised, after which he vanished without a trace. Zhou Jing'an had briefly feared that the guy had used the opportunity to flee, but deep into the night, Ji Xingduo finally returned. Not a single inch of his body was clean, yet the smile on his face was exceptionally radiant. "Come out with me tomorrow. I promise we will return fully loaded." Ji Xingduo finished speaking and without even bothering to clean the grime off himself collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. It was clear he was utterly exhausted. What on earth had this kid been doing all afternoon? Zhou Jing'an felt puzzled, but didn't heartlessly wake Ji Xingduo. Instead, lost in thought, he opened his own personal panel. Today he continued experimenting with the controllability of his talent, and the result was quite unexpected. You have not participated in combat for 24 hours. Gain growth follower Han Shui's skill, repeat the same trick, proficiency 5,000. Are you sure you're not joking? But then again he had completely forgotten about this. Weren't followers something from the hero's dungeon instance? Why was it still effective after leaving the dungeon? He tried to recall what he had done today, only to realize he had done almost nothing, just been thinking things over in his mind. I can't kill zombies, I need someone to do it for me. So the talent effect was applied to the follower, letting the follower carry him through combat. The hidden effect of this talent is truly terrifying. Every SSS level talent seems to be a trap. On the other side, Han Shui had also gotten separated from the others, but that actually allowed her to set aside all trivial matters and focus on returning home to find her parents. At the moment she had just skirted around a city and was leaning against a tree resting with her eyes closed to regain her energy. The city was overrun by zombies, wild beasts roamed the wilderness, and occasionally humanoid monsters could be seen hurrying past. This world had become perilous to the extreme for most people. She dared not sleep, at least not here. Fortunately, her spirit attribute was not low. Under the influence of her stats, going without sleep for a few days had little impact. Daily sleep was more of a habit. For instance, 4 hours of sleep per night was more than enough for her. Suddenly Han Shui sensed something happening to her. She quickly opened her personal panel and glanced at it, only to see that her newly acquired class skill had already risen to level 3, with an inexplicable extra 4,000 proficiency points. Repeat the same trick, level 3, duplicate the last skill used, and increase its effect by 45. No cooldown. Proficiency 407110000. This skill allowed her to use the previous skill again without cost. That meant she could cast Ice Cone twice in a row, simultaneously shooting 15 or 16 ice shards. Combined with her talent, the power was quite considerable. However, she didn't feel happy, just bewildered. What's going on? She hadn't received any notification and didn't understand what had happened. Her face was full of confusion. But soon she let it go. It's not a bad thing anyway, nothing to worry about. Let's continue resting, I'll have to travel later. Maybe I can find a safe place to rest tomorrow. Sigh, if I hadn't gotten separated from them, maybe this journey would be a bit easier. Would you be willing to become my follower? The moment Ji Xingduo opened his eyes, he heard Zhou Jing'an asking him this. Startled, he quickly hugged the down quilt tightly. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, even though we're partners, it's only limited to outdoor activities. Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm just running an experiment. Just say yes. No, absolutely not. Ji Xingduo kept himself pure. Reluctantly, Zhou Jing'an explained again, and only after hearing it did he understand. Oh, I see. Then ask again. Zhou Jing'an asked, and he answered yes. But nothing happened. It seems recruiting followers has special restrictions. It's not just a simple question. Damn, if I'd known, I would have locked them all in the dungeon and made them all followers. What do you need so many followers for? What's the use? I don't know, but since this function exists, it must be useful. I'll figure it out later. After that, their conversation returned to the zombies. Ji Xingduo was very excited, not even bothering to eat, insisting on dragging Zhou Jing'an to set off immediately. The entrance to the underground dwelling had been simply concealed. After leaving, they headed straight down the mountain. After walking a considerable distance, they arrived at a place where the mountain foot converged, high on both sides and low in the middle. This place was indeed perfect for an ambush. Zhou Jing'an momentarily thought Ji Xingduo had hidden armed men nearby waiting for a signal, like smashing a cup, to rush out and surround him. But he was clearly overthinking it. Both of them were sneaky players. This place was obviously meant to ambush others. This is a spot I've been looking for a long time, perfect for an ambush. We just need to lure the zombies over, and then we can sit back and watch the show. Watch the zombies drop dead by themselves? Exactly, watch them die. Look over there. Zhou Jing'an followed the direction Ji Xingduo was pointing and saw a huge deep pit hidden in a low-lying area. Even with thick snow on the ground, it was hard to spot at first glance. Above the pit, something was hanging diagonally from a pole. He moved closer to look and realized it was a large piece of rotten meat. This was the second favorite thing for zombies. Their favorite was, of course, fresh meat. So you spent the whole afternoon yesterday digging a pit here. This is no ordinary pit. I've set up something below. As long as the zombies are attracted by the meat here, they'll follow this path. Most low-level zombies have little intelligence. Without obstacles, they won't choose to go around. They'll inevitably fall in. Even if they survive the fall, they'll be killed by what I left down there. Then we can dig a tunnel from the side to go down and collect the loot. So isn't my plan perfect? Zhou Jing'an was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly thought the trap was unreliable, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. No, actually, he could think of one thing. Even if this thing works, are there any zombies nearby? Where are we going to lure them from? Ji Xingduo blinked his mouth, slightly open, a sentence stuck in his throat for a while. I forgot. Brilliant. Ji Xingduo's answers always caught him off guard no matter the aspect. Your method is completely unreliable. Let's go back and think of another plan. If we have any good ideas, we'll discuss them. Don't just slap your forehead and start working. It's a waste of effort. But I think this method is fine. As long as we lure the zombies over, this place can become a low-level zombie harvester. Ji Xingduo still thought his idea was fine. Zhou Jing'an couldn't be bothered to argue and was about to turn back the way they came when he suddenly heard a very faint sound coming from nearby. He quickly made a shushing gesture, held his breath, and listened intently. Then he realized the sound was coming from that very pit. The content of the sound was, "Is anyone there? Help." Zhou Jing'an was truly taken aback that the trap had actually worked. But to his astonishment, it was not a zombie that had fallen into it, but a human being. The trap was meant for hordes of zombies with a radius exceeding 5 meters and an unfathomable depth. What kind of person would foolishly leap into such a massive pit? Can't they even walk without watching their step? What should we do? Should we? Ji Xingduo placed his hand across his throat and made a slashing gesture. Zhou Jing'an widened his eyes. Aren't you going to check who's down there first? What if it's someone we know? The world is vast. How could such a coincidence exist? That may have been logical reasoning, but with Zhou Jing'an present, nothing was beyond the realm of the improbable. So many people had escaped the shelter, yet only Ji Xingduo and Zhou Jing'an had run into trouble. Wasn't that itself a coincidence? Though his words were ruthless, Ji Xingduo still cast a reconnaissance spell downward, and the partial data of the person below immediately appeared. Du Qingwei level 2, physique 7, spirit 6, intelligence 6, strength 7, agility 5. I don't know him, but why does your reconnaissance spell only reveal so little? It requires multiple attempts to read the full information, but there's no need. I know this person. Ji Xingduo had brought along a very long rope and lowered it down the side of the pit. Once the person below secured it, he signaled for Zhou Jing'an to help pull him up together. The man had several lacerations on his buttocks and thighs that continued to bleed, though otherwise he seemed unharmed. It was the blood loss that made his complexion appear exceptionally pale. However, upon seeing the man's face, Zhou Jing'an also paused in surprise. He recognized this person as well, the former boss of the shelter's thug gang and Ji Xingduo's predecessor. His predecessor ended up in such a wretched state, and now I'm the boss. Damn, why do I feel a chill running down my spine? Du Qingwei was equally stunned to see the two of them, but he quickly composed himself and said earnestly, "Thank you for pulling me up. I'll remember this favor. I know the rules of the apocalypse. I'll tend to my own wounds and won't be a burden to you. Farewell." The man's response caught Zhou Jing'an off guard. Wasn't he being too reasonable? But his buttocks were still bleeding profusely. Was he really alright just walking away like that? Boss, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As someone who once received your help, how about we sit down and chat? Du Qingwei glanced back at the wound on his buttocks. That might be a bit inconvenient, wouldn't it? Zhou Jing'an raised his hand and cast a healing spell at him, then pulled out several white cards and tore them open. After 6 or 7 attempts, a card case gas stove appeared. He drew a few more and skewers and beer were produced. Now it's convenient. Let's eat and talk. Du Qingwei stood dumbfounded while Ji Xingduo, who had not yet adjusted to this spectacle, could only feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Sorry, but having a high luck stat means you can do as you please. Ji Xingduo was absolutely not a soft-hearted man, and his motive for keeping the other around was hardly difficult to fathom. The man had arrived several days after them, so he might know things they did not. Since they were already acquaintances, and he was being so cooperative, it would be a pity not to question him thoroughly, wouldn't it? The three sat in the snow eating, drinking, and chatting, a rare sight in the apocalypse. Du Qingwei's encounter was quite extraordinary. Shortly after joining the shelter, he had gathered a group of misfits to form the thug gang. Their side business was collecting protection fees, scavenging scrap, while their main trade was collecting junk to resell, which provided a livelihood for some people. However, the gang was later forced to disband, and as its leader, he was taken away by the military for labor reform and ideological re-education. Before the education could conclude, the zombie tide arrived. The military had no time to care for them, and when the battle ended and everyone evacuated, they were left behind. Most of those left behind soon fell victim to the zombies, with only a few managing to escape by sheer luck. Since they had no time to gather supplies and snow began falling unexpectedly, travel became extremely difficult. Du Qingwei could only find a place to rest temporarily. But the zombies that had seized the shelter were no longer under any command and began wandering about aimlessly. He was forced to continue his journey, and in a state of hunger and exhaustion, his consciousness gradually grew fuzzy. In a moment of carelessness, he stepped into empty space and fell into the trap. Fortunately, his talent was adhesion, allowing him to cling to walls like a gecko. He had slid down along the wall, which is why he was only injured on his buttocks and thighs. Of course, if he had sufficient stamina, he would not have fallen. He could have simply climbed back up the wall. After eating and drinking his fill, Du Chengwei thanked them once more and left without looking back, perfectly fulfilling his role as an informant. Zhou Jing'an and Ji Xingduo had obtained the information they wanted. Those who had failed to flee the shelter were most likely already dead. Given the strength of the zombies, now merely hiding inside houses could not guarantee personal safety. Having lost their targets, the zombies resumed their earlier bewildered behavior instead of returning along their original paths. But a modest shelter could hardly contain so many zombies, especially those zombies at the lower tiers of strength, most likely to become prey for others. Instinctively, they would move as far away from the shelter as possible. This meant that Ji Xingduo's trap might still have an opportunity to be put to use. Burying the leftovers on site, the two returned directly to their residence, planning to check back in a few days. Once the zombies had dispersed, luring them would not be so dangerous. But as soon as the two returned to their residence, they spotted a massive white wolf crouching atop the glass roof of their shelter, its claws relentlessly digging downward, as if trying to unearth whatever was hidden below. They had spotted the white wolf, and the wolf had spotted them just as well. Before the two could decide what to do, the white wolf struck first. A chilling wind blade swept toward them with vicious force. It's that thing again. Seeing the familiar wind blade, Zhou Jing'an quickly shoved Ji Xingduo aside, while simultaneously stepping backward to evade the attack. Last time, after spotting this white wolf, he had turned and fled. The wolf apparently believed he feared it, which is why this time it didn't even bother with threats. It went straight for the attack. This time he had to kill the white wolf, or countless troubles might follow. So he decisively cast a blessing of strength onto Ji Xingduo's head. You've been buffed, go. Ji Xingduo. After a brief pause, the latter turned and sprinted toward the entrance of their underground shelter, calling out as he ran, "Lead it away from here first. I'll go get a weapon." Zhou Jing'an. He had been countermaneuvered before he could even speak. Before he could protest, the white wolf lunged at him. He sealed his mouth and quickly dodged, cursing Ji Xingduo for being unreliable. He raised his hand and summoned the Shatterer, intending to cancel the talent effect and kill the beast first. However, before he could swing the giant axe, Ji Xingduo's voice came from behind once more. "Dodge quickly, let me finish him." Zhou Jing'an instinctively turned his head and nearly popped his eyes out. The kid had an RPG slung over his shoulder, the very one he had pulled from cards just days ago. The rocket slammed into the ground, sending the white wolf flying into the air. Ji Xingduo lowered his rocket launcher to assess the damage, then tossed out a scouting technique. What kind of wind-chasing wolf is this? Only level 11, with just a single wind blade skill. Its agility is decent, but its constitution is mediocre. Nothing special. Are you trying to blow us all up? Zhou Jing'an shouted in anger. Even with your current stats, what can you accomplish by taking a rocket head-on? Besides, I already warned you. If you hadn't dodged, I couldn't have fired the rocket at all. Zhou Jing'an took a deep breath to calm himself, sheathing his Shatterer battle axe, and began tracking the wind-chasing wolf through the snow. He quickly found his target. The rocket hadn't struck directly. Upon seeing it launched, the wind-chasing wolf instinctively leapt upward. Its high agility proved crucial in that moment, yet only partially effective. It survived the blast, but bore severe injuries. Both hind legs and its belly were mangled and bloody, while the tail, capable of projecting wind blades, had been reduced to a mere stub. As the wind-chasing wolf labored forward on its forepaws, Ji Xingduo drew his hunting rifle to finish it, but Zhou Jing'an barred his path. Hold off on killing it. There's a female wolf with it. How do we know these demonic beasts won't retaliate? Let's trail them from a distance and wait for it to return to its den. We'll eliminate the entire nest. How I like that. Though severely wounded, the wind-chasing wolf's vitality remained tenacious. After Zhou Jing'an and his companion kept their distance, it dragged its battered body back to its den. Then the callous duo emerged once more, firing another rocket that sent both wind-chasing wolves flying together into death. Demonic beasts differ from zombies. Once a zombie perishes, it holds no value. But a fallen demonic beast yields treasures from every part of its body. The meat is edible, the hide can be crafted into garments with exceptional toughness that can even deflect ordinary pistol bullets, and the teeth can serve as arrowheads, among other uses. These two were beyond saving anyway. Reduced to rubble by rocket fire, nothing useful would remain. After confirming no cards dropped, Zhou Jing'an jestingly cursed them as useless, but then caught a faint whimpering sound nearby, like a puppy's cry. Following the sound, they discovered an earthen hollow behind a large rock lined with weeds and leaves, where a litter of pitch-black wolf pups wriggled about with their eyes still sealed shut. Zhou Jing'an counted 5 pups total. Ji Xingduo grabbed his rocket launcher, but Zhou Jing'an snatched it away before he could fire. "These rockets I pulled from cards aren't free, you know. What do you plan to do with them?" Ji Xingduo wasn't offended, merely grinning. "How should we handle this?" Zhou Jing'an pondered. "Why don't we take them back and raise them?" "Raise them? Come on, wolf cubs can't be tamed." "Who told you that?" "Wolf cubs can't be tamed is used to describe people, not animals." Zhou Jing'an rolled his eyes. "Besides, once they grow up, they might be able to unleash wind blades to help in battle." That's a year away at least. Who knows what this world will look like by then? Will they even keep up with the meta? Why are you being so talkative? I didn't say you should keep them. I meant we could raise them for a few days first, then sell them to someone else when the chance arises. After all, not everyone has an SSS rank talent. Having extra helpers for scouting can't hurt. Back at their shelter, Zhou Jing'an opened several more cards and successfully pulled a large case of fresh milk. More than enough for the pups. However, Zhou Jing'an's card supply was running dangerously low and he needed to find a way to replenish it. That evening, Zhou Jing'an continued testing the controllability of his talent. After intense self-hypnosis, he finally unlocked a growth effect he'd never encountered before. You haven't participated in combat for 24 hours. Growth obtained 5 of Summon's combat experience. Damn. Zhou Jing'an bounced off his bed in excitement. Instantly, his experience notifications began cascading rapidly. Your Summon Jiang Shao killed a speed-type zombie, level 3 experience 0. 4. Your Summon Jiang Shao killed a strength-type zombie, level 4 experience 0. 8. Your Summon Jiang Shao killed a robust speed-type zombie, level 5 experience 1. 6. Jiang Zhao's resurrected undead could farm monsters on autopilot, and now these benefits would be shared with him as well. Once the experience ratio climbed higher, Zhou Jing'an might actually net more experience than Jiang Shao himself. The problem of accumulating experience for leveling was temporarily solved, and he wouldn't need those worthless direct experience growth effects anymore. Over the following days, Zhou Jing'an experimented extensively with his talent, deepening his mastery over it. Certain growth effects like skill rewards required reaching specific thresholds, while others had much broader criteria. On the 43rd attempt, he unlocked the pet system and added 2 pet slots to himself. He immediately tested it on a wind-chasing wolf cub, discovering that once designated as a pet by the Apocalypse game, owners could cultivate them, accelerating growth, boosting stats, leveling up, and even unlocking new skills. Of course, most of these required significant resources and important items. For now, he could simply review the possibilities without committing seriously. As for severing the pet bond, there was only one method: letting the pet die. He'd been raising this wolf cub for several days now, and its dark, ugly, cute appearance made it hard for him to bring himself to terminate the bond. He didn't really need the extra slot anyway, so keeping it was fine. On the 44th growth effect, he returned to the 5 to all attributes, having failed to obtain item-based rewards this time. But on the 45th, he carefully considered his current needs and finally acquired a rather useful support skill. Share, level 1, designate a target, and all beneficial effects you receive can be shared with them at 40 effectiveness. Proficiency 0-100. Though it differed slightly from his original intent, the effect was still quite satisfactory. The next day, Ji Xingduo went about his usual routine of checking the traps he'd been eagerly maintaining. But this time he was unusually excited, claiming he dreamed of gaining experience overnight, only to realize upon waking that he couldn't even recall his original experience amount. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing'an was figuring out how to sell the wolf cubs. He'd run several tests over the past few days and discovered that pet slots only accepted juvenile demonic beasts, not adults, making this particular litter quite valuable. The real challenge was finding buyers willing to purchase them. If he waited much longer, these cubs would outgrow their juvenile stage and lose their market appeal. Perhaps his 60-point luck stat was paying off, because Ji Xingduo soon returned with good news and another surprise waiting for him. Finally, a zombie fell into my trap. The kill notification I heard last night wasn't a dream. It actually happened. I also ran into a merchant. I had him wait at the foot of the hill. You wanted to sell those wolf cubs, right? Just sell them to him. He'll buy anything, including all those unwanted scraps you've been opening cards for. Merchant. Zhou Jing'an felt a keen curiosity toward the term, while deliberately overlooking the notion that Ji Xingduo's shabby trap could possibly function. After all, his desire to slay zombies stemmed solely from acquiring their dropped cards. If he could obtain such items through trading instead, it would naturally prove the superior choice. Based on past experience, he rarely suffered losses in dealings with others. Were he to make a cameo in a treasure appraisal tale, he would undoubtedly become the legendary little prince of discerning hidden gems. This appeared at just the right moment. By the way, what does this merchant look like? Does he clasp a massive gold ingot, or wear a pot perched upon his head? Why would a pot sit upon his head? Ji Xingduo looked utterly bewildered. Zhou Jing'an suddenly recalled that this world lacked the game known as poison milk powder, and naturally no one knew the detail about merchants wearing pots on their heads. No matter. They're waiting at the foot of the hill, correct? Let us hurry and deliver the goods before they grow impatient. He tossed the scattered items into his dimensional space, cradled several wolf cubs, and hurried downhill alongside Ji Xingduo. By now he no longer minded whether others discovered his use of the dimensional space. So what if they did? Such a treasure could not be seized. Should anyone harbor malicious intent, it remained uncertain who would outmaneuver whom. And as time progressed, storage abilities akin to dimensional spaces would undoubtedly multiply. When that came to pass, he need no longer fret, even amid crowded surroundings. Upon reaching the hill's base, a figure clad in a windbreaker and cotton hat obscuring his entire face waited beneath a tree. Gloves, goggles, all in order. He was bundled so thoroughly that his gender was impossible to discern. Behind him rested a tricycle bearing a large crate, its contents unknown, yet appearing remarkably heavy. Was this the merchant Ji Xingduo had mentioned? It differed considerably from Zhou Jing'an's mental image. Upon spotting him, the figure hastily shuffled forward, swaying his body as he extended a hand for a handshake. Greetings, greetings. I hear you have goods to sell. Rest assured, selling to me guarantees you will not be shortchanged on price. The voice belonged to a man likely not yet middle-aged. His purpose was clear, yet he projected an air of amateurism. Pleasure to meet you. How should I address you? Just call me Xiao Song. Zhou Jing'an reached out to shake his hand, then subtly inclined his head and whispered to Ji Xingduo, "Did you manage to scan his identity? He carries a prop that blocks detection. I cannot see through it, but there is truly nothing to worry about." Zhou Jing'an concurred and asked directly, "I possess certain items to sell. How does your trading operate? Barter or something else?" Merchant Xiao Song snapped his fingers, though his thick gloves rendered the sound mute. This, however, did not hinder a familiar interface from manifesting before Zhou Jing'an. It was the very shop interface that had appeared when he had encountered the goblin merchant within the Brave Dungeon instance. This man could actually open a shop interface. Zhou Jing'an had truly not anticipated this possibility. Here I support 2 trading methods. Special items are appraised and priced directly by the trading system settled in gold coins. Coins may be used to purchase other goods from me or spend elsewhere. As for items that do not meet the requirements, barter or exchange for dropped cards will suffice. Settlement through gold coins posed no issue. Yet Zhou Jing'an noticed that merchant Xiao Song had employed the term dropped cards. If this person hailed from the same shelter, there would be no reason to avoid the term tokens. This indicated he originated from a different location. Perhaps he could glean information about other regions from him, which might prove invaluable. The shop displayed Zhou Jing'an's gold coin balance at 71, the remainder left over from his previous instance run. The shop stocked quite an assortment: attribute potions, special equipment, and a bewildering array of miscellaneous items. Prices ran somewhat higher than those in instant shops, yet remained acceptable. Among the skill books, only one existed: zombie delicacy. It allowed the user to become more appealing to zombies, drawing greater numbers to attack. The cost, however, was steep: 300 gold coins. One could hardly claim the skill lacked utility, yet it proved altogether unsuitable for players. It suited summons or pets far better, particularly disposable varieties. Alas, the skill belonged to the player category. Requiring specific conditions for summons or pets to learn it rendered the skill quite cumbersome. This may well explain why the skill remained in the merchant's hands. Zhou Jing'an then presented the 4 wolf cubs for appraisal. Each fetched 80 gold coins. The price struck him as somewhat low, yet the shop system permitted no haggling. Unable to simply discard them, he had no choice but to accept. He then upended the contents of his dimensional space. Only those unusable pieces of equipment and a handful of select items received valuations, and those at prices notably lower than the shop system's asking rates. Yet this was entirely understandable. After all, a merchant's profit lay in the margin. Without it, would he merely be practicing charity? Upon completing the sale of all goods, his gold coin balance had risen to 500. The remainder had been converted into white cards, totaling approximately 400. Regrettably, white cards could not be appraised. The previous instance's treatment had likely been a newcomer's benefit. With gold coins in hand, he needed to spend them immediately. Hoarding them served no purpose. The shop system lacked any lottery mechanisms for green cards or above. Admittedly, fine items abounded, but their prices were rather prohibitive. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately purchased several useful pieces of equipment: a spiritual attribute potion, granting 10 points, and a single spiny luo fruit. Consuming it accelerated growth and development. Highly suitable for pets, though rather sinister when fed to humans. Such a modest selection of goods had cleanly exhausted his 500+ gold coins. Gazing at each fine item, an unbidden notion stirred within his heart. Might I consider robbing this fellow? Once the thought arose, it proved impossible to suppress. Watching merchant Xiao Song stuff items one by one into the crate, yet finding it impossible to fill, Zhou Jing'an realized the box itself must be a spatial artifact. This only intensified his temptation. Zhou Jing'an tentatively asked, "Xiao Song, how did you come to pursue this trade in the apocalypse?" "I had no desire for it myself. My innate ability works, thus each transaction completed through the shop system grants me a reward. Moreover, my class is traveling merchant, and my skill's effect ensures the farther I travel, the greater the reward upon completing a trade. Tell me, if not this profession, what else could I do?" The latter sighed, his tone brimming with helplessness. "Then has no one harbored designs upon you?" Merchant Xiao Song grimaced. "Indeed some have. However, my strength is hardly negligible. Furthermore, that crate of mine derives from my innate ability. Rather than others, even I cannot withdraw its contents unless accessed through the shop system. Zhou Jing'an promptly abandoned his thoughts of robbery. He had imagined a merchant wandering freely through the apocalypse peddling goods must be a formidable figure. To discover he was merely another laborer proved unexpectedly sobering. Alas, why should workers torment one another? The transaction was complete, and neither party felt they had been shortchanged. Zhou Jing'an disposed of a pile of useless items and exchanged them for necessities, while Xiaosong could take these goods elsewhere to sell at a premium, earning additional talent rewards in the process. Now that's what you call a win-win. Xiaosong, I'd like to ask you about something. Would that be convenient? We can chat while we eat, Zhou Jing'an said with a satisfied smile. Xiaosong replied with an equally polite smile. Of course, no trouble at all. However, some matters require clarity up front. Depending on your questions, I will charge a certain amount of gold coins as compensation, with a minimum of 1 coin per question. Zhou Jing'an, what sort of shrewd dealer charges for information? This is hardly human. Wait, actually I do have a question. Zhouge, could you cover the fee? Ji Xingduo quickly sidled up. The gold coin balance automatically appeared at the bottom of his personal panel, clearly the designated currency of this apocalypse game. Zhou Jing'an checked his balance and furrowed his brows. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help. You know I only have 13 coins left, so try to be economical with your questions. I understand. I want to ask, if besides applying and leveling up, is there any other way to improve one's mastery of talent abilities? The merchant Xiaosong opened the shop interface, displaying 3 price options: 10 gold coins, 100 gold coins, and 100 gold coins. 3 answers, 3 prices. Which one do you choose? Zhou Jing'an nearly punched him in the head. You know how much money I have left. Cut the nonsense and just talk. 10 gold coins were automatically deducted, and merchant Xiaosong began his explanation. Everyone's talent ability is obtained randomly, but not entirely at random. In a sense, it is one of the abilities most suited to you. Improving your mastery is quite simple. You merely need to find a legacy that corresponds to your talent. Then where can I find such a legacy? Xiaosong spread his hands. I apologize, your balance is insufficient. Please choose another question. I can still accompany you for 3 gold coins worth of conversation. When had he noticed this kid being so insufferable? But Ji Xingduo paid it no mind. After all, it wasn't his money. Stroking his chin in thought, he asked another question. How long until zombies appear near here? This question costs 2 gold coins. Within 2 days, some of the zombies that departed from shelter No. 24 will walk into this area. Any further questions? No more. It wasn't that Ji Xingduo had no questions left, he simply couldn't afford them. Then I won't linger. I suppose your settlement wouldn't wish for too many to know of this place. Farewell. We shall meet again should fate permit. The two watched him mount a tricycle and trudge awkwardly through the snow until he disappeared from sight. Let's check my traps first. Once there are more zombies nearby, we can lure them over. I've upgraded the trap recently. The efficiency is excellent. Zhou Jing'an had no urgency to use his new acquisitions, so he followed along. The trap was larger than before, with a manual elevator beside it for easy retrieval of dropped items. The blades placed below the trap had changed from enlarged thumbtacks to sharper, sturdier spikes. No one knew where he obtained them. Many items became unrecognizable after being enlarged. A few zombies lay beneath, pierced by over a dozen spikes. One continued to growl until Ji Xingduo dispatched it with a bullet. After a moment, Ji Xingduo rode the elevator back up, and also brought the zombie corpses with him, tossing 2 white cards to Zhou Jing'an. Here, today's harvest was modest, but in 2 days we'll be officially open for business. There's a small issue with the trap. If too many zombie corpses accumulate below, the spike's effectiveness diminishes. But this isn't hard to solve. I'll figure it out. Zhou Jing'an really wanted to say it wasn't necessary. If Ji Xingduo used his talent ability, one slap would crush any zombie. But the lad was far too accustomed to hiding, especially resistant to using his talent during daylight. They were partners now, so Zhou Jing'an couldn't force him. Besides, he had gained a new ally. Shared skills could be applied to pets. He planned to feed the Ji Luo fruit to little Xiaofeng Lang, and with his enhancement, the little wolf should become quite capable as it grew. As for Ji Xingduo, his palatial world talent wasn't limited to combat. Where there's a will, there's a way to make it shine. Back at their shelter, Zhou Jing'an unpacked all the special items he'd purchased. The mental potion was for Ji Xingduo. They each took several pieces of equipment, and Zhou Jing'an fed the Ji Luo fruit directly to little Xiaofeng Lang. After consuming the fruit, the wolf showed no visible changes externally, but its status panel displayed a new accelerating growth state lasting 1 month. The two continued their quiet life at the shelter, clearing a small patch of snow above to let sunlight filter through, laying down mats on the ground and basking in the warmth. A comfortable existence indeed. If given a choice, he could imagine continuing like this indefinitely. It has been a long time since we last met, dear players of Blue Star. I trust you have already tasted the flavor of zombie hordes, but this is merely the beginning. More entertaining surprises await you. Never forget, this is a survival game. Of course, I am not here to dampen your spirits. As time progresses, I believe the players of Blue Star have grown familiar with the Apocalypse game. My next task is to further refine the rules. You might understand this as a game update. First, the unified currency is gold coins. Killing zombies and any other units may drop gold coins, or they may be obtained through other special channels. Second, the skill level cap is set at level 5. Using special items or rewards can further increase skill levels with a maximum of level 10. Third, equipment rarity is denoted by color white for excellent, green for fine blue, for rare purple, for epic gold, for legendary, and rainbow for mythical. Fourth, the quest system is now active. All players can trigger quests through various conditions. Quests must be accepted. Refusal is impossible. Completing quests grants rewards, but failing within the time limit brings penalties. So stop hiding in one place. Yes, I am looking at you. Fifth, a series of bugs have been fixed and various functions and servers optimized. I believe you humans always include this line during game updates. Am I correct? The update notification appeared quite suddenly. Zhou Jing'an glanced at an item on his person only to find that the color of its name had not changed. After reading it carefully, he finally understood the problem. Spirit Ring Excellent Spirit 2, since equipment without attributes was not recognized, any item bearing only attribute modifiers was classified as Excellent Tier, and its name would appear in white. At this thought, he quickly took out the smasher. Ji Xingduo beside him was startled, thinking Zhou Jing'an had lost his mind, but after focusing his gaze he realized the other was merely checking the equipment stats. Making a fuss over nothing, is it worth it? Zhou Jing'an didn't reply, simply sighed to himself. The smasher had gained a rare modifier, and its name was now blue. What a loss. The equipment enhancement stone he had obtained from the Infinite Trial Tower could originally have produced an epic tier item, yet all he got was a blue rare piece. This round had cost him dearly. I wonder when those zombies will be able to leave the shelter. If there's an opportunity, I should go back to the Infinite Trial Tower a few more times and see if I can get some better items. Just lying around here isn't going to get us anywhere. As for the other content of the game update, there had been some changes appearing bit by bit before, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. Only that quest system had appeared without any warning. From the acquisition of player status, to drops from kills, and attribute equipment various dungeon spaces, and the class selection unlocked after level 5, all of these changes were gradually steering this world closer and closer to a game. This was obviously not a good thing, but since they lived in this world they had no choice. Quest triggered Supreme Challenge. Quest objective: challenge the Infinite Trial Tower and enter the top 10 of the leaderboard. Quest time limit 6 days. Quest completion reward 24 hours of double experience. Quest failure penalty random skill level -2. The quest interface suddenly popped up with a small map attached in the lower right corner. A bright red dot marked the location of the Infinite Trial Tower, right in the center of Shelter No. 24. What the hell? Zhou Jing'an was completely dumbfounded. He had only just been thinking about the Infinite Trial Tower in his mind, never expecting a quest to pop up directly. Moreover, the quest reward was so ordinary while the failure penalty was so severe. This was way too unfair. The Infinite Trial Tower was still under the control of zombies. How was he supposed to get there? Rubbish system. If you're bored, go buy a lighter or something. Why keep bothering me? What's wrong this time? Ji Xingduo impatiently got up again. I was just casually thinking about something, and it triggered a quest. So unfair. What quest? Tell me about it. Never mind, I'm afraid if I tell you you'll get a quest too. Then how can I help you if you don't tell me? No need for your help. I'll just let it time out. I can handle the quest failure penalty. Zhou Jing'an had no intention of completing it at all. Not only was the 24-hour double experience hardly worth the risk, but even if the quest failed, his talent's growth effect for one day could compensate for the penalty. In that case, why bother going? He might as well continue lying down. 2 days later, Zhou Jing'an's additional experience gained from his follower had increased to 20, which was already quite considerable. The steadily growing experience directly pushed him to level 12 with some despair. His 2 free attribute points were still added to Constitution. The other little wolf pup had also grown a size, and it could already open its eyes. The acceleration effect of the Jelloa fruit was remarkably significant. He finally decided to give the little wolf a name. After much deliberation, he settled on Fong Fong. That morning he was squatting by the entrance, teasing Fong Fong with his finger. The pup, like a little dog, gently bit his finger with its newly grown baby teeth, its fluffy body twisting about. Who knew what relation this creature's ancestors had with caterpillars? Before long, Ji Xingduo returned from checking the traps, his face dark and grim, clearly having encountered some trouble. The zombies haven't come over, and the traps are useless now. Isn't that saying the same thing? Ji Xingduo retorted irritably. Then what exactly happened? Say it. The latter flicked his hand, tossing out a stack of white cards. Zhou Jing'an counted them. There were over 60 in total. That was no small amount. The zombies came, the traps did work, but I triggered a quest that requires me to investigate the Zombie King's information. You've also been trapped by the new quest system. What's the big deal? If you don't want to do it, just don't. Zhou Jing'an chuckled with delight. My failure penalty is forgetting investigation technique. You have to help me, brother Zhou. Zhou Jing'an's smile immediately faded. Investigation technique was a quite useful skill, and it helped him greatly. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. It was just this lousy quest system that had gone too far this time. I'll help you complete this quest, don't worry. We need to plan first. What's the maximum casting range of your investigation technique? As long as I can see the target, I can cast it. That's workable. Where is the zombie king located? Do you have specific coordinates? Right in the center of the shelter. Ji Xingduo almost cried out. Zhou Jing'an was genuinely not surprised at all. If this quest were that easy, it wouldn't have triggered in the first place. The quest itself wasn't particularly difficult to complete. The real challenge was how they would leave the shelter after completing it, given that it was now overrun by zombies. He certainly didn't think those zombies would line up at the entrance and politely escort them out. After a moment of thought, an immature idea began to form in his mind. What's your quest time limit? 72 hours. That should be enough. Listen to me. We'll do this first, and then do that. After hearing this, Ji Xingduo immediately said with a bitter face, isn't this just gambling? What if we lose? If we lose, then we can just fight our way out. That's too risky. Is there anything in this world with absolute certainty? Or come up with a reliable plan yourself. Otherwise, follow what I said. Or do you want to give up on this skill? It's your own asset, and I can't decide for you. You make the call. Ji Xingduo considered it in silence for a long time, finally biting his lip and looking up. Let's do it. The two prepared briefly and immediately set out down the mountain, heading straight for shelter No. 24. Zhou Jing'an stored Ji Xingduo in his dimensional space and traveled alone. His attributes had improved further during this period, and his running speed was now much faster than when he had first escaped from the shelter. Most vehicles couldn't match his pace. Along the way, he did encounter quite a few wandering zombies, but before they could catch his scent, he had already left them far behind. He finally arrived near shelter No. 24 before noon. Looking at the vast stretch of fallen walls and the buildings chewed into unrecognizable ruins, if he hadn't triple-checked on his mini-map, he truly would have found it hard to believe this was shelter No. 24. The shelter had only been occupied by zombies for a little over a week. How could it have changed so drastically? Zombies weren't only attracted to the living and carrion. When had they developed an interest in demolition work? Zhou Jing'an felt puzzled, but soon discovered the culprit behind all this. It was a grotesquely ugly humanoid creature, its skin a sickly gray-blue, entirely hairless, with an emaciated body hunched into a ball, yet possessing an enormous mouth and a round protruding belly. It was this very creature that was constantly devouring everything nearby. Bricks, clumps of earth, cement, steel bars, anything it could bite off and swallow. Occasionally they would lunge at other zombies to feed, but these creatures seemed to lack combat effectiveness, often knocked down by a single slap from a zombie, and requiring considerable time to rise again. Yet no zombie would consume them, whether due to the Zombie King's strict discipline or some inherent quality about these creatures remained unknown. Zhou Jing'an hadn't forgotten the purpose of his journey. Standing at a distance, he observed for a while before retrieving something from his dimensional space. It was a small hot air balloon. He had obtained it earlier, sensing it might prove useful, so he had sold it to the merchant Xiaosong. Now it was indeed serving its purpose. The balloon originally came with a basket, but he had dismantled it due to occupying too much space. He ignited the fuel, waited as the air inside gradually expanded, and then let himself rise into the sky, gripping the base of the balloon. Fortunately, the wind that day was in his favor. The balloon drifted slowly toward the center of the shelter, and Zhou Jing'an could already make out the Infinite Trial Tower. The surrounding buildings had all been reduced to rubble, and the Infinite Trial Tower that had once been lodged between them was now fully exposed. The Zombie King should be somewhere around here. Never mind, let's go down first and figure it out. Zhou Jing'an released his grip and plummeted straight down from the sky. Feeling the fierce wind battering his face, he remained completely calm. He gently opened the parachute on his back, and as his speed slowed somewhat, he yanked it free, with one hand crashing straight down to the ground with a thunderous impact. Extreme Martial Art Limit Break. Body. This was the first time he had used this skill to convert other attributes into physique, and his physique attribute instantly surpassed 200. Bang! One zombie was crushed to death on the spot, yet he rose from the ground as if nothing had happened, his innate ability timer remaining completely unaffected. No wonder those superheroes in movies prefer jumping straight out of planes instead of taking the stairs. As long as you're certain you won't get hurt, it really does feel pretty amazing. After a brief reflection, he hurriedly released Ji Xingduo from his dimensional space along with his own battle axe. His dimensional space measured 222, crammed with numerous items. Ji Xingduo was suffocating inside, gasping desperately for air. I'm never going back in there. It's too cramped, practically uninhabitable. Can't you pack less? Everything I brought is necessary. There's no way I could have left anything behind. Cut the nonsense and tell me where your mission target is. While speaking, Zhou Jing'an swung his battle axe, felling each zombie that lunged at him one by one. This time he could no longer guarantee that his innate ability would remain uninterrupted. After all, his mental state was not yet refined enough to hypnotize himself into believing this wasn't a real battle. Ji Xingduo stopped complaining, opened the mission marker minimap, quickly locked onto the target's location, and then led Zhou Jing'an at full speed. At last they spotted the zombie king devouring a crystal core atop a pile of ruins. Uncle Chun. How could it be him? Zhou Jing'an had never even reached the front lines during the zombie-tied defense battle, so he had never seen Qin Zhengxing transformed into the zombie king. Though he found it somewhat shameful, he harbored no regrets about his choices. If given the chance to do it over, he would have stripped every advantage possible and fled before the zombie horde even appeared. Despite being transformed into a zombie, Qin Zhengxing still retained his human appearance, just tattered clothes covered in dust, yet noticeably more robust than when he was alive. The irony was quite striking. Ji Xingduo, unaware of the astonishment on Zhou Jing'an's face, continued casting his detection spell. His expression gradually relaxed. Brother Zhou, I'm ready. Tell me his stats. Level 21, with average attributes around 55. 3 skills, and 1 innate talent. Wait, a talent. Absolute focus, right? Just tell me the skills. How did you know? Oh, the 3 skills are God-tier self-regeneration, zombie horde command, and proliferation rampage. What the hell kind of freak is this, and why are all his skills so terrifying? The zombie king born from Qin Zhengxing's attributes were far lower than he had imagined. Without questioning the specific effects of the 3 skills, he brought down his axe and charged forward with clenched fists. When the enemy is weak and I am strong, why not give it my all? If he could slay the zombie king, it would both benefit humanity and grant Qin Zhengxing peace. He could not conceive of any reason to hold back. He instantly redirected his attributes into agility, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. Clenching his fist, he struck fiercely at that familiar face. He understood all too well how formidable Qin Zhengxing's talent was. In a clash like this, raw power mattered less than sheer speed. Otherwise, no matter how many punches he threw, they could all be effortlessly dodged. The zombie king attempted to evade, but his speed paled in comparison. A punch wreathed in the phantom of a dragon and tiger slammed into his right cheek, sending half his skull flying. Yet he did not fall. No tainted blood oozed from the wound. Only countless wriggling flesh buds intertwining as his god-tier self-regeneration began to take effect. Do you think you're Deadpool or something? Uncle Qin, we're old acquaintances. Can't you just lie down and stay dead for once? Zhou Jing'an rained blow after blow upon the zombie king, each punch carving out a cavity, yet the creature refused to die. Even the flesh and blood scent flying by his strikes continued to writhe on the ground, as though still alive. Bang! His fist slammed into the ground, pulverizing what remained of the creature, yet no kill notification sounded. Just then the scattered flesh and blood began to seethe. Countless tendrils intertwined and spread, instinctively seeking other fragments to rapidly reassemble into a complete formless entity. And it was still growing rapidly. What the hell is this thing? It's proliferation rampage. When inflicted with fatal damage, all cells undergo rapid proliferation, breaking genetic limits to temporarily evolve into a more powerful being. Ji Xingduo explained from the sidelines. Why didn't you tell me something this important sooner? I was about to, but you wouldn't listen. You charged straight in, and now you're blaming me. How was I supposed to know this skill would be this powerful? What are its current stats? All above 80. Damn it. Zhou Jing'an swung another furious punch, the phantom of dragon and tiger bursting from his body and detonating violently within the monster's core. But it proved useless. The creature kept growing larger, and with its god-tier self-regeneration, there was no way he could eliminate it instantly. However, Ji Xingduo could. Use your ability, kill him. But, no buts. He's the zombie king. If he doesn't die, we'll still struggle to leave the shelter. But if he does, these zombies will be leaderless, and we can leave whenever we want. Just do it, kill him. I know what you're worried about. Trust me, I've got your back. I promise nothing will happen to you. Ji Xingduo wrestled with his hesitation for a long moment before finally making his decision. He extended his left hand and grasped at the empty air before him. A miniature world shrunk by more than 100-fold appeared in his palm. Then he raised his right hand and brought it down ruthlessly upon the twisted flesh within that tiny realm. A colossal hand descended from the void, crushing the rapidly swelling mass of flesh into a bloody paste. Jiang Xingduo's face turned ashen, partly from the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy and partly from the psychological toll. Fortunately, Zhou Jing'an had invested 10 points into his spiritual attributes, so he wouldn't collapse after merely 2 or 3 seconds like before. Exhausted yet determined, he continued grinding every scattered piece of flesh into pulp. Only when the kill notification appeared did he release his talent ability, collapsing onto the ground as cold sweat poured relentlessly down his forehead. Zombie King slain, level 21 experience, 4,536, gold coins 10. You have leveled up. Jiang Xingduo ascended 2 levels in succession. He hastily allocated the free attribute points to his spiritual energy, finally escaping that perpetual sensation of impending collapse. Done. Seems like something dropped. Help me over there to pick it up. Zhou Jing'an swung his battle axe, repelling the surrounding zombies, and supported Jiang Xingduo as they moved toward the loot. After retrieving the item, Jiang Xingduo didn't even glance at it before tossing it directly to Zhou Jing'an. It was a purple card, the very first purple card Zhou Jing'an had ever seen. Without ceremony, Zhou Jing'an tossed it into his dimensional storage. Following their original plan, he carved a path through the ever-encroaching horde of corpses, leading Jiang Xingduo as they plunged headfirst into the Infinite Trial Tower. The Infinite Trial Tower permitted entry only to human players. The zombies in the early floors were pathetically weak. Although each floor allowed a maximum stay of 30 minutes, Jiang Xingduo's strength made it easy for him to whittle the enemies down to just one. The remaining solitary creature could then be contained through various means. In this manner, they would have more than sufficient time to rest. Zhou Jing'an could also attempt to push toward higher floors for superior rewards. If they could obtain a flight item or other tools to aid their escape from the zombie masses, that would naturally be ideal. If not, as long as they could enhance their strength, that would be acceptable too. At the very least, their subsequent breakout would be considerably less arduous. Of course, slaying the Zombie King was a complete windfall. With their leader gone, the zombies would most likely descend into chaos, significantly reducing the difficulty of their escape. Moreover, they had obtained this. Zhou Jing'an inhaled deeply, extracting the purple card alongside the shredder. With a few powerful swings, he cleaved through the zombies converging on the first floor, leaving only a single one standing. The attacks of a level 1 zombie were utterly feeble against him, barely scraping his skin, merely sufficient to serve as a modest calf massage. The first purple card. I hope it yields something I need. A flight item or flight skill would be perfect. At worst, even an earth escape technique would do. Please. The card was torn open. A burst of purple light flickered before coalescing into a blood-stained ragged cloak. Blood Cloud Cloak, rare, Constitution 3, A, Agility 5. Special effect: when thrown, you can instantly teleport to the cloak's position within 3 seconds or transport the cloak and any grab target to your front. If exceeded beyond 3 seconds, the equipment is automatically deemed unequipped. Zhou Jing'an's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Though this cloak couldn't grant flight, it possessed an exceptionally practical displacement ability. If utilized skillfully, its effectiveness could rival that of genuine flight capabilities. Moreover, it solved a persistent problem that had been plaguing him. That was the matter of retrieving his weapon. Previously, after combat ended, he had to personally retrieve the shredder he had thrown as a projectile, otherwise it risked being looted by others. But now he could simply hurl the cloak to wrap around the axe handle and instantly pull it back. No need to physically go fetch it. However, this equipment did have a rather glaring flaw. Since it required being thrown, it could be intercepted. Moreover, no matter how powerfully he threw it, how far could a mere cloak possibly travel? But as the old saying goes, there are no useless abilities, only incompetent users. He was confident he could extract every ounce of potential from this equipment. He directly stripped off his old cloak and donned a new one to test its effects. The cloak could be thrown with ease, its texture resembling a waterlogged cloth, substantial and weighty. It wouldn't immediately come apart, and he could slightly shape its form to wrap around targets. Even after releasing it, he could still sense a connection between himself and the cloak, though this state only persisted for 3 seconds. As for the teleportation aspect, it was rather difficult to describe. After consuming a certain amount of energy, the surrounding scenery instantaneously shifted. This drastic spatial displacement induced considerable nausea, though repeated attempts made it gradually more tolerable. Nevertheless, if an enemy were suddenly transported over via the cloak, this unexpected discomfort could indeed serve as a surprising tactical advantage. Of course, this presupposed that the target possessed a sense of dizziness. Clearly, zombies lacked such sensibilities. He toyed with the remaining level 1 zombie for ages, using the cloak to scoop it up and toss it away repeatedly, until one careless moment when he lost his grip and the long-tormented zombie plummeted from a great height, its head grotesquely deformed upon impact. Jiang Xingduo required rest to recover his condition. Zhou Jing'an did not. He had to seize the opportunity to push toward the next floor, at the very least ensuring their exit before the Infinite Trial Tower forcibly ejected Jiang Xingduo. If possible, he would also attempt to complete the quest bound to him. Although the 24-hour double experience bonus was worthless, it was still preferable to the punishment for quest failure. He absolutely refused to let a trivial quest throttle his growth rate. The first 10 floors posed absolutely no threat to him at his current level. Conserving energy and stamina, he glided through using merely the shredder. Passing through the luminous gate, he arrived at the 11th floor. The surrounding scenery transformed once more. A thriving forest materialized before him. Emerging from the woods came a group of elves carrying quivers and wielding longbows. However, differing from the elven imagery in most films and television, these creatures weren't particularly aligned with human aesthetic sensibilities. One might even say they were rather ugly. more resembling another classification of being spirits. These creatures still couldn't breach Zhou Jing'an's defenses. The only troublesome aspect was their ranged attacks. They would actively conceal themselves behind trees, and when Zhou Jing'an approached, they would deliberately create distance. Had this been before, Zhou Jing'an might have been forced to unleash all his skills engaging in a ranged combat duel with the enemy. But now, he merely needed to hurl the cloak from his shoulder, then retract it. An elf would appear before him presenting its throat for slaughter. Alternatively, he could teleport directly to them. Both approaches yielded remarkably effective results. The subsequent floors introduced new enemy varieties: elven assassins, elven sorcerers, even elven gryu, capable of transforming into beasts with surging attributes. For anyone else, even if they could barely prevail, they would inevitably waste considerable time here. But for him, it remained as effortless as slicing vegetables. Beneath absolute attribute superiority, these diminutive creatures couldn't possibly stir up any significant waves. Until he reached the 15th floor, something genuinely distinct finally appeared. This floor held only a single adversary. It was a tree, the most massive tree in this entire forest. Killed War Ancient Tree LV. 15 EXP, 292. Zhou Jing'an's breathing was slightly ragged, and around him were all felled trees. He didn't expect that this creature actually possessed 3 skills. One of them could pull its roots out of the soil to change its battle form, and another could instantly thrust countless spikes from underground with considerable power that nearly dealt a fatal blow to Zhou Jing'an. Of course, the most troublesome was the last skill. This creature would sit down into the soil, connect its roots with all the surrounding trees, and could continuously transfer its main body's location. There must be some weakness, but Zhou Jing'an hadn't found it yet. He could only act like a lumberjack, cutting down all the trees around, barely forcing the creature into a corner and successfully killing it. This one was clearly an overtime player. Relying on these 3 skills, it could easily stall for 30 minutes at the current stage, then bid farewell to the challenger. Zhou Jing'an didn't want to waste time. He adjusted his breathing, stepped into the light gate, and directly entered the next floor. This time he arrived at a high mountain howling with wind, surrounded by jagged boulders. Many stone-formed humanoid creatures and whirlwinds whose bodies were almost invisible leaped around him, ready to attack at any moment. Elemental monsters. Seems a bit troublesome. The countdown ended and both types of monsters charged at him, while some stayed in place, continuously throwing stones and wind blades at him. He gripped the breaker and charged forward while carefully dodging, but still got hit by several wind blades. White marks were left on his skin as if scratched by fingernails, already somewhat painful. The damage is a bit high. Looks like I need to speed up and finish quickly. He estimated the time Ji Xingduo had stayed in the dungeon, decisively thrust the breaker into the stone ground, activated all states, and swung his fists continuously, sending out dragon and tiger phantoms. The stone monsters had strong defense, and the whirlwind monsters could ignore some physical damage, making both relatively difficult to deal with. However, Zhou Jing'an's Spirit Beast Dragon Tiger Roar was barely a type of energy attack that could just counter these 2 monsters, and he quickly resolved the battle. The 17th floor was the same, but on the 18th floor only 20 monsters appeared, still stone monsters and whirlwind monsters, but their size was more than double that of the previous 2 floors. These were clearly elite monsters, but they still couldn't cause too much trouble for Zhou Jing'an, only consuming some of his energy. The 19th floor had the same configuration, only the monsters were 1 level higher. On the 20th floor, only 2 monsters appeared this time. One was a giant stone golem, over 5 meters tall, supporting its body with 2 thick arms, without legs, and no distinction between head and torso. In the center of its body, 2 rows of blue gems were embedded vertically, 8 in total, constantly flickering like its eyes. The other was slightly shorter with a similar appearance. No arms, no distinction between head and torso, and its entire body shaped like an inverted triangle. However, its body was composed of deep blue whirlwinds, and inside it the roar of gales never ceased. 2 lord monsters directly. Zhou Jing'an grew slightly tense. The strength of these 2 monsters should be comparable to the zombie king transformed by Chen Zhengxing. If they had no skills, he could completely end the battle in a crushing manner. But obviously, how could they not have skills? Zhou Jing'an decided to go all out. After killing these 2 monsters, he would not proceed to the next floor, so as to reserve some stamina and energy for dealing with the zombies outside. Although he could teleport all the way out using the blood cloud cloak, there were still some hidden dangers. Being cautious never hurt. The countdown ended. He thrust the axe down, fiercely clenched his fists, and charged, throwing a punch at the stone golem's body. Extreme martial arts limit break. Power. Over 200 points of power burst out instantly, and 2 phantoms, a dragon and a tiger, shot out from his hands, almost solid, their size no smaller than those 2 monsters. They roared and pounced on them. Facing such an attack, the stone golem simply crossed its arms in front and dropped down. Boom. The dragon tiger phantoms exploded directly on the stone golem, and the blast waves even temporarily altered the direction of the howling wind on the peak. When the dust cleared, the stone golem was still lying there with arms crossed, but its body surface was covered with a layer of blue crystalline shell, which was full of cracks, but such injuries were obviously not fatal. Such terrifying defense. He felt a burning envy. This was clearly the effect of a skill. But how absurd must the skill be to produce such an effect? I want that skill so badly, Zhou Jing'an subconsciously thought. He planned to deal with the whirlwind giant first, then wait for the stone golem's skill to expire before dealing with it. But he suddenly found that he had lost control of his body and was greatly alarmed. What's going on? The whirlwind giant raised its arms high. This was clearly the effect of its skill. Zhou Jing'an used all his strength to break free, but to no avail, and he began to panic. However, at that moment, a deep and calm voice suddenly sounded in his ear like a narrator from a nature documentary, gently telling a story. You desire to obtain part of the Earth Element Elder's power, but it is not easy. After a battle, you achieved victory. Wanting to conserve your strength, you had no heart to continue fighting, rested for a while, and then left this place. An inexplicable fatigue settled over him, but it was not obvious, and he didn't know what was happening. The voice continued. You didn't see your companion, so you decided to wait where you were. The surrounding zombies grew more numerous, and you were forced into a bitter fight. The fatigue intensified, and he even felt stinging pain on his body. He barely managed to move his eyes to look at his arm, only to find several wounds that had appeared, now slowly oozing blood. You opened the reward's purple card and obtained an item, but it was of no help to the current situation. Just then your companion finally appeared, using his talent ability to open a path through the zombie horde. You wanted to put your companion into the dimensional space and quickly leave with him, but your companion had already exhausted himself and fallen into a coma, unable to respond. And just then, as the story continued, Zhou Jing'an felt as if he had really left the endless trial tower and was now holding Jishingdua, charging through the zombie horde, trying to fight his way out. Then a monster wearing heavy stone armor, wielding a giant sword over 3 meters tall with no skin exposed, suddenly rushed out from the side, swung its giant sword, and slashed fiercely at him. The ancient sword slave suddenly appeared and attacked you. His giant sword was unstoppable. You were struck on the shoulder and severely wounded. Your companion was hit in a vital spot and unfortunately died. At the critical moment, you used the reward you just obtained on your companion. Training complete. You have acquired skill appraisal. Zhou Jing'an. His body regained its freedom, and Zhou Jing'an found a deep wound on his left shoulder reaching the bone, with blood still spurting out. Clearly a major blood vessel had been severed. He quickly cast several healing arts on himself, and the wound healed rapidly, but his gaze toward the two monsters grew peculiar. If his guess was correct, the whirlwind giant or the wind element elder possessed a skill akin to a wish art. When cast upon a target, the subject would undergo a trial that was both illusory and yet remarkably real. After paying a certain price, they would have a chance to receive a reward. Of course, it was also possible to gain nothing and simply die during the payment phase. He had to admit that as a lethal skill, this move was indeed formidable. If it led the target into a hopeless situation during the experience, killing them was effortlessly easy. Even he had nearly been severely wounded, the only thing that saved him was his healing art. But come on, his luck attribute was now as high as 60 points. Wasn't this clearly handing him a blessing? Such is the value of a lucky player. Leaning back in triumph. Opening his personal panel, he looked at the newly acquired detection art. Zhou Jing'an freely spammed the detection art he had just obtained onto the two monsters' faces, immediately acquiring partial information about them. Earth Element Elder level 20 Phys 67 SBI 40 and 44 SDR 61 Agi 37 skill crystallization, immune to 80 of all damage, unable to perform any action while using low energy consumption. Wind Element Elder level 20 Vis 40 SB 62 and 60 SDR 38 Agi 63 skill mind trial causes the target to undergo a mental journey. All damage taken during the trial is manifested in reality. If the trial ends without death, the corresponding reward is granted, with the reward content not exceeding the caster's capabilities. If the target receives external damage during the trial, the caster will bear it instead. The skill consumes a massive amount of energy. Indeed, there was a skill similar to a wish art. However, this was only partial information about the two monsters. Without class bonuses, it was already quite an achievement to glean this much. He could continue casting the skill to try again, but the two element elders were not inanimate objects. They would retaliate. Forced, he had to continue the fight. The Earth Element Elder slammed its arms into the ground, sending countless rock spikes erupting from below, while the Wind Element Elder clasped its hands together, transforming the mountain gale into countless wind blades that howled and raged around them. Both attacks had an enormous range, making them difficult to dodge. Zhou Jing'an had no intention of evading. He protected his vital points and charged forward, enduring all the damage with his body. Wounds kept appearing on his body, but he continuously healed them with his healing art, and withstanding the pressure, he relentlessly pounded his fists into the Earth Element Elder. The latter possessed an incredibly powerful damage reduction skill, but the price was that it became a stationary target unable to counterattack. It was better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. He understood this principle well. Once he killed the Earth Element Elder, dealing with the Wind Element Elder would be much easier. Of course, if he could trick it into using Mind Trial again, that would be even better. The Earth Element Elder could not withstand Zhou Jing'an's fists and was forced to use crystallization, retreating into its shell to passively take the beating. But as the cracks on its body grew more numerous, it finally could not hold on any longer and exploded into countless dull gray stones scattering across the ground. Killed Earth Element Elder, level 20 experience, 1338. Excellent. He slapped another healing art on himself and turned to deal with the Wind Element Elder, which had been relentlessly attacking him from the sidelines. The latter immediately phased its body and Zhou Jing'an's fists passed straight through it. Apparently, it was completely immune to physical damage. But fortunately, the Mind Beast Phantom he had conjured was not physical damage. Instead, it proved far more effective. After a few strikes, it dispersed the Wind Element Elder, leaving only a blue crystal that fell to the ground before also shattering into countless fragments. Killed Wind Element Elder, level 20 experience, 1338. With the death of the Wind Element Elder, the light gate to the next floor appeared before Zhou Jing'an. He sat down heavily, trying to steady his breathing. The skills of these two elemental monsters were extremely troublesome. Though he had won the battle without serious injury, his stamina and energy had been drained far more than he had anticipated. According to his original plan, he would leave the Infinite Trial Tower in 10 minutes and take Zhou Jing'an with him. But the scenes from the Mind Trial still lingered in his mind. Were those experiences real or fake? If I go out now, will the same thing happen as in the trial? Zhou Jing'an hesitated, glanced at his watch, and ultimately did not change his decision. He had agreed with Zhou Jing'an to rest in the trial tower for exactly 2.5 hours. When the time was up, they had to leave no matter what. Now there were still 20 minutes left before the agreed time. It wouldn't hurt to leave a few minutes early, but if Zhou Jing'an came out first, he might not survive the zombie siege. With only a few minutes left before being kicked out of the trial tower, he took another look at the effect of Detection Art. Detection Art, level 1 use on a target within your field of vision, has a chance to obtain partial information about the target. Low energy consumption. Proficiency 10,100. Although Zhou Jing'an had this skill, he couldn't be by Zhou Jing'an's side every moment. Such a good thing was only reliable when grasped in one's own hands. When the time was up, Zhou Jing'an's vision blurred, and he was automatically ejected from the Infinite Trial Tower, arriving outside. Infinite Trial Tower Challenge reward has been distributed. You have completed the Quest Supreme Challenge, gaining 24-hour double experience. 2 notifications appeared one after another, and a purple card bearing the Trial Tower emblem materialized in Zhou Jing'an's hand. Without any hesitation, he tore the card open. A flash of purple light flickered, and it eventually condensed into a new card covered in intricate patterns. Skill Copy card randomly copies one of the target's skills for learning. The copied skill will be weakened to a certain degree. So it's this thing. This was undoubtedly a rare and useful item, but Zhou Jing'an couldn't bring himself to be happy. Because in the Mind Trial he had managed to copy Zhou Jing'an's Detection Art, and the card he opened must have been the same. It seemed that the events in the Mind Trial were beginning to come true one by one. He pocketed the card, looked at the zombies attracted by his presence, and tightened his grip on the Shatterer. Yet his mind involuntarily drifted to the ancient sword slave that had once slashed him with a sword. It can't be that unlucky, can it? A vague sense of foreboding stirred in Zhou Jing'an's heart. Yet he chose not to verify whether the trials of the mental ordeal would manifest into reality, instead turning and climbing directly into the Infinite Trial Tower. True, he could not enter the tower again for 7 days, but that did not forbid him from staying atop it. Though the zombies beneath ceaselessly crawled upward, the narrow ledge he occupied allowed only a few to reach him at a time. With a swing of his battle axe, he would knock them off balance, and they would plunge down of their own accord. As for killing the zombies, apologies, but his utmost priority now was to conserve stamina and energy. That was paramount. The zombies could be slain anytime. Zhou Jing'an emerged exactly as anticipated, far too late, and was instantly trampled under the massive swarm of zombies. Zhou Jing'an leaped down in a single bound, reversing his battle axe and driving the shaft deep into the ground. The shockwave instantly repelled the surrounding zombies. He flung his cloak, teleporting the injured Zhou Jing'an, who had also been flung aside by the blast, back to his side. Without heeding any objection, he cast a healing spell and then forcibly returned the latter into the dimensional space. The dimensional space could only accommodate living beings with their consent. This fellow was indeed stubborn in body, but compliant in heart. Zhou Jing'an grumbled inwardly, then hurled his cloak, once more instantly appearing behind the horde encircling him, and broke into a sprint. This time he chose a different direction. Surely he wouldn't run into that ancient sword slave again, would he? Setting aside the question of encountering him, he wasn't even sure if that being truly existed. Perhaps it was merely a figment conjured by the mental ordeal. Thus, he kept running, crashing through small clusters of zombies directly, and for larger groups, he would fling his cloak behind them and instantly follow. How convenient. However, the cloak's special ability consumed considerable energy, so he dared not use it excessively. Otherwise, he could have simply stepped on his left foot to ascend to the heavens, leaving these zombies far beneath. Before him lay a collapsed outer wall, where several stout blue-skinned imps were gnawing at the earth. He cast an appraisal skill, and instantly obtained their information. Hungry, Ghost level 5, Stats Body 7, Spirit 11, Intellect 6, Strength 8, Agility 12. Skills All Devouring can consume anything and convert it into energy stored in the belly. Hungry Ghost Horde. When the stored energy reaches a critical point, the belly bursts, killing the skill holder and transforming the energy into more hungry ghosts, inheriting attributes and skills. Zhou Jing'an gasped sharply after reading. These little creatures, though low level with mediocre stats, possessed two skills that when combined produced an exceedingly formidable effect. They could devour without restraint until their bellies burst, and they died, then transform into even more hungry ghosts. This was a far more terrifying existence than the Zerg from Interstellar games. If left unchecked, he had no doubt that one day these creatures would consume the entire blue star. But now was not the time for sentimentality. Zhou Jing'an flung his cloak, intending to dart directly across the rubble, when unexpectedly a massive hand shot out from nowhere and seized his cloak in a firm grip. Damn it! He cursed instinctively. Seeing that 3 seconds were about to pass, he dared not teleport himself over, so he had to recall the cloak. Returning with the cloak was a tiger-headed humanoid beast. He recognized it. It was one of the monsters they had released from the hero's dungeon earlier. Appraisal. He cast the skill, but nothing was revealed. Before he could try again, the creature's furry paw carrying a fierce wind struck toward his chest. A true black tiger steals the heart. Wait, that fur was orange. Zhou Jing'an hastily retreated and dodged, almost slapping himself in frustration. This was a battle, a serious matter. What was he letting his mind wander about? A sudden immense force yanked at his collar, as if a reversed sweater were strangling him. He realized the cloak on his back was still in the creature's grasp, dragging him backward. Meanwhile, the other hand's claws gleamed with cold light, aiming straight for his crown. Forced to abandon the cloak, he executed a clumsy somersault to evade, then teleported the cloak back to himself. Now it was his turn to attack. There was no time to draw the crusher, so he clenched his fist and struck with all his might. Extreme Martial Arts Limit Break. Strength. Spirit Beast Dragon Tiger Roar. The Strength blessing had been active all along, and with the 2 other state enhancements, although lacking the crusher's 2 special effects, this punch was still not to be underestimated. Bang! Fist and palm collided with tremendous force. The creature's hand was instantly driven backward, and its entire arm twisted and deformed, clearly unable to withstand such power. Zhou Jing'an's momentum remained undiminished, and he was about to punch straight through the monster's body when a sudden tiger's roar exploded in his ears. His mind went blank, and for a few seconds he lost all control over his body. When he came to, he was pinned to the ground, the creature's sharp fangs already sinking into his throat. Extreme Martial Arts Limit Break. Body. With all his strength, he broke free from the creature's grasp, kicked it away with both feet, and scrambled up to touch his neck. It was drenched in blood with 2 distinct puncture wounds on either side. He had nearly been bitten through. But this only ignited his ferocity. In a reverse motion, he drew the crusher and slammed it into the ground, sending the lunging tiger-headed beast flying back. His cloak was also flung away. Teleport. Zhou Jing'an instantly appeared above the tiger-headed creature, twisted his waist, and lashed out with his right leg like a whip, striking the monster's chest with brutal force. The tiger-headed beast was driven deep into the earth. A fleeting phantom of a dragon and tiger flashed by, all of it absorbed into the creature's body. Descending from the air, Zhou Jing'an mounted the beast and rained down blows with both fists like sledgehammers. Under the enhancement of Extreme Martial Arts Limit Break, the crusher's effects, crushing and shattering, triggered frequently. Soon the tiger-headed beast's upper body was mangled beyond recognition. Yet he did not stop, for he had not heard the kill notification. This creature was still alive. Damn it, why is everyone so tenacious? Can't you just die obediently? Bang! With one punch, the ground shattered, revealing a large pit. From beneath it leaped a tiger-headed creature no larger than a 6 or 7-year-old child. It shot Zhou Jing'an a deep, savage glance, as if carving a piece of flesh from him, then turned and fled. Zhou Jing'an rose to his feet, covered in blood, and once again hurled the cloak from his back. Beast, did I give you permission to leave? He was about to teleport himself when a sudden pang of dread seized him, forcing him to change his decision and recall the cloak to himself. In that instant, a heavy sword slammed into the spot where the cloak had been just moments before. It was the ancient sword slave from the mental ordeal, the one who had wounded him. Zhou Jing'an cast several detection spells in succession, yet the results remained utterly fruitless. How could this wretched skill be so useless? As the ancient sword slave drew nearer, recalling the scenes from the mental trial, Zhou Jing'an had no heart to continue fighting. Throwing out the cloak, he vaulted over the ruined wall in an instant, then used it several more times until he burst through the zombie-infested area. He then sprinted onward without pause for a considerable distance before finally daring to glance back. Confirming that neither the creature nor any other dangers pursued him, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The wound on his neck pulsed with each breath growing increasingly agonizing. Only then did he realize he had yet to treat it. Hastily he cast a healing spell upon himself. A flash of white light and a tingling sensation soon spread across his neck. When he reached up to touch it, the wound had vanished entirely, leaving not even a scar behind. The healing spell truly was his salvation. Yet by now the energy within his body had nearly been depleted, leaving him incapable of casting almost any other skill. But no matter what, he had escaped from the shelter alive and completed the treacherous quest that the two of them had triggered. Moreover, he had gained some rather decent rewards. A rare quality cloak, a detection skill of questionable reliability, and a skill copy card. Having had little opportunity to collect dropped items, he had only managed to pick up a few dozen cards. Among these there were unexpectedly more than 10 green cards, a welcome windfall. However, what of the tiger-headed man and the ancient sword slave who had ambushed them later? What exactly were those two creatures? Their strength actually exceeded that of Zhou Jing'an, who had transformed into the zombie king. Moreover, he had tried using his detection skill several times, yet had failed to retrieve any information about these two monsters. His detection skill might certainly not be as capable as Zhishengduo's original version, but surely it couldn't be this useless. Zhou Jing'an suddenly came to his senses and hastily released his companion from the dimensional space where he had been hiding. The moment Zhishengduo emerged, he dropped to his knees, clutching his collar, breathing heavily. It took him a long while to recover. "You nearly suffocated me to death." Zhou Jing'an sheepishly scratched his head. The situation was rather intense just now. "I forgot to send fresh air into the dimensional space. I think you did that on purpose." "Wait, you're injured?" Zhishengduo finally noticed the bloodstains on him and asked with concern. "Yes, I was injured, but it's already healed." Zhishengduo was momentarily at a loss for words. The emotions had built up to this point. Couldn't he at least let her show some concern first before revealing the healing? 1,000 words condensed into a single sentence. What happened? Zhou Jing'an wished desperately to leave this place immediately and return to the warmth of his little sanctuary. He stretched his arms, feeling his stamina was still sufficient, and rose from the ground. "Let's head back first. I'll explain on the way." From entering the Infinite Trial Tower to escaping the shelter ruins, his journey had been nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing the account, Zhishengduo couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. "If it had been me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape." Zhou Jing'an snorted. "There's no one else around, so we don't need to engage in mutual flattery. With your personality, if you had been alone, even if the task failed and your skills got deducted, you wouldn't have taken such risks." The latter scratched his head sheepishly. "Zhou Ji, you really understand me." By the time they returned home, it was already afternoon. The two of them inspected the surroundings, thoroughly confirming that no other living beings or undead had approached the area before finally letting their guard down. He washed away the bloodstains with snow, then lay stark naked on the bed, warming himself by the fire in silence. Yet his thoughts remained tangled in the ruins of the shelter. A place the military had taken more than half a month to establish, destroyed so effortlessly. It was enough to dampen anyone's spirit. Most striking of all were those monsters that had emerged from the dungeon. They were entirely unlike the zombies. They possessed intelligence, acted with purpose, wielded powers and skills with far greater mastery, and were incomparably stronger. If one were to regard all of this as a game, the identity of these monsters would more closely resemble beta testers. Wasn't that indeed the case? They possessed information that humans had not yet uncovered, could exploit everything favorable to their circumstances, and seize the initiative at every turn. Weren't these precisely the advantages that beta testers enjoyed? The moment this idea surfaced, it took root deeply in Zhou Jing'an's mind, impossible to discard. However, this was merely his speculation. Further verification was required. But regardless, they had at least slain the zombie king. For a while to come, the zombies gathered at the shelter ruins would likely undergo significant upheaval. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. It's rare that we got out once. Let's finish opening the cards first. He kept the white cards as material reserves. What he intended to open were those more than 10 green cards. Oh, and one of them was Zhishengduo's contribution from the Trial Tower rewards. Though it was merely a green card, the rewards it offered were generally superior to those of ordinary green cards. Whatever was revealed, he had no intention of keeping it for himself. The two of them remained partners for now, and Zhishengduo had a greater need for attribute potions and similar items. He was more than willing to help the latter grow stronger quickly. Had Zhishengduo not been a 5-second man, they wouldn't have taken such enormous risks today. They could have simply pushed through everything head-on. With 60 points of luck, half of what was revealed turned out to be attribute potions. Among these, the majority were intelligence and spirit enhancements. Among the few pieces of equipment revealed, only one ring granting 3 intelligence was usable. Zhou Jing'an put it on only to find it had no effect. It appeared that at most only 2 rings could activate simultaneously, so he tossed them all to Ji Xingduo. He himself drank the potions that enhanced other attributes, while the 2 bottles of energy recovery potion were divided between them, 1 each. In the end, Zhou Jing'an gained 3 points of strength and 6 points of agility. Including his equipment, Ji Xingduo gained 8 points of spirit and 6 points of intelligence. Both had improved in their own ways. As for the card from the trial tower, it surprisingly revealed a bottle of zombie attractant. It was merely a common item with no special effects. The only purpose of the emitted scent was to draw zombies toward it. Ji Xingduo was quite pleased with this item and took it directly, intending to use it in his traps. Both of them had been exhausted for half the day and were now barely keeping their eyes open. Once Zhou Jing'an's energy had recovered somewhat, he cast a healing spell on each of them to address any hidden injuries they might have overlooked before finally falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the shelter ruins, the ancient sword slave dragged its massive heavy sword and the weight of its stone armor, slowly departing from the area. The tiger-headed man, now shrunken to a smaller size, hung single-handedly on the ancient sword slave's back, head raised, gazing coldly in the direction of the infinite trial tower. Their numerous zombies and hungry ghosts crouched upon the ground, constantly devouring the blood and flesh paste left behind by Chun Jingqing's death, swallowing the dust and gravel along with it. The inexplicable missions would suddenly surface without warning, disrupting people's carefully laid plans and plunging the already chaotic post-apocalyptic world into even greater disorder. Zhou Jing'an attempted to leverage his exceptional fortune by deliberately triggering simpler missions, such as completing 1,000 consecutive push-ups, fasting for an entire day without food or water, or attempting challenges like the no-laughing endurance test. He didn't expect any rewards from these missions. He simply wanted to occupy the position where these unpredictable tasks would activate. However, the game system was cunning and stubbornly refused to grant him this opportunity, which troubled him greatly. He could only walk on eggshells, striving to keep his thoughts in check and behave as a normal person. It's so difficult. Murmuring to himself, he suddenly heard faint footsteps overhead. He initially thought it was Ji Xingduo returning, but upon looking up he discovered it was actually a deer with 2 horns roughly the size of a horse. The deer bolted desperately into the heart of the forest, as though something was pursuing it from behind. Zhou Jing'an turned around to see what was chasing it, and soon a rabbit resembling a porcupine darted past, barely glancing at him. Then came a fox with a square face, a mountain cat with 2 tails, and a green snake that had abandoned its hibernation to hop along the ground. For a moment, Zhou Jing'an felt as though he had stumbled into some magical menagerie, his gaze sweeping over an array of bizarre and wondrous creatures. Yet with so many magical beasts sprinting in the same direction, either they were rushing to some grand gathering, or something monumental was unfolding. Could this be migration? He wasn't certain whether magical beasts migrated, but it seemed unlikely they would choose to do so during the snowbound season, even though it was merely August on the Blue Star. Soon Ji Xingduo came running from the distance, as well seemingly caught up in the same frenzy. Zhou Jing'an hurried forward to intercept him. Didn't you go to spray zombie attractant on your traps? Why are you back so soon? The traps are already packed with zombies. I don't need any attractant anymore. Everything's in chaos, completely fallen apart. What do you mean it's all in chaos? Explain yourself. Ji Xingduo sprinted back inside and chugged down a bottle of water before he could steady his breathing. It's a zombie horde. They're heading this way. How could a zombie horde be coming toward us? Zhou Jing'an asked in disbelief. They had just slain the zombie king the previous day, yet now a horde had erupted. The coincidence seemed almost too convenient. Without a zombie king to direct them and no human survivor settlements nearby, why would the horde be drawn here? It defied all logic. How should I know? What I'm saying is we can't stay here. Let's retreat immediately. As he took in his surroundings, Zhou Jing'an's fists clenched tightly. Running again. Running once more. I'm Zhou Jing'an, not Zhou the runner. All right, let's retreat. I'll gather everything up. He nodded with genuine resignation. Though reluctant, what choice did he have? Yet something about this horde felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what. Stop overthinking it. Has this world ever been right? He filled his dimensional space to capacity, leaving no room for anything unnecessary. Once packed, Zhou Jing'an immediately led Ji Xingduo away from the area. Before departing, he sought out a vantage point with clear visibility and climbed to the treetops to survey the distance. On the horizon, countless zombies converged into a dark mass that gradually swallowed the white snow beneath them. It resembled crashing waves battering against his isolated refuge. Whether it was his imagination or not, this horde appeared larger than the one that had besieged Shelter No. 24. All Zhou Jing'an wanted to do was curse. In other worlds, zombies dwindled until humanity could awaken their special abilities with survivors, even keeping the last few zombies in captivity well fed and cared for, a luxury that would make even giant pandas envious. But on his side, the zombie population kept swelling, relentless and endless, with no stragglers to hunt individually, just wave after wave crashing against humanity's last remnants. Was this some kind of endless tower defense game? It never ceased. This pace was unsustainable. Though he knew this wasn't something he needed to worry about, there had to be something within his power to do. He couldn't keep thinking about it, or another mission would trigger. Hurry up, bro, are you living in that tree? Zhou Jing'an's voice snapped him back to reality, and he quickly descended, patting his companion on the shoulder. Let's move. I can't leave, I absolutely cannot. I'd be beaten if I went, I just can't. Han Shui watched her mother tremble, like a frightened child, tears streaming down her face. She had returned to her hometown and found only her mother at the underground shelter, where her mother explained that her father had turned into a zombie and perished in the first wave of the apocalypse. Han Shui harbored doubts about this explanation, yet there was nothing she could do about it. Her father could never be brought back to life. Mother, I'll follow your lead. If you say we stay, we stay. I'll be wherever you are. Several grimy men emerged from the shadows, their ages indiscernible, their faces twisted, with lewd smiles fixed on Han Shui. Hey, we helped you find her, and you promised us something, right? Tonight you're spending time with us, making us happy. One of them went further, placing his rough hand on Han Shui's arm. Hey, your skin's pretty good for someone out here. We've taken in a few survivors from outside before, all battered and bruised, nowhere to touch without causing pain. But your hands are so smooth, I can't hold back anymore. Let's do this now. Don't touch my daughter. If you have a problem, take it up with me. Don't bully my daughter. I won't let you bully my daughter. Han Shui's mother suddenly rose to her feet, producing a blade from somewhere and swinging it wildly, her movements erratic and frenzied. You damn crazy bitch, daring to brandish a knife at me. You're looking for death. The man released Han Shui's hand, a green light flickering across his pupils as he raised his right foot and delivered a vicious kick aimed at her mother. Regrettably, the kick missed its mark entirely. He overshot his foot, smashing into the ceiling. Wait, I can't even do the splits. How did I manage to kick that high? The man stared at his severed right leg for a moment before comprehension dawned. It hadn't struck the ceiling through his own kicking, but had been chopped clean off and launched upward. On my leg. My leg. Han Shui extended her right hand, and ice spikes materialized before her, hovering and rotating in silence like predators poised to strike at any moment. I keep my word. I guarantee you'll be laughing today, and I mean laughing hysterically. Don't come closer, I'm warning you, don't come closer. Han Shui's mother stood frozen, watching in a daze as her daughter led the men into the underground shelter as though observing a stranger. Her daughter had always been kind. How could she have become like this? Half an hour later, Han Shui emerged accompanied by several others who cast wary yet grateful glances in her direction. Mother, I'll stay here with you. From now on, this is our home, all right? All right. Han Shui's mother echoed twice before being helped back inside, then caught sight of the men from earlier, now impaled by ice spikes through their limbs, eyes gouged out, suspended against the wall with their cheeks split open from jaw to ear. Just as her daughter had promised, they really were smiling. Zhou Jing'an wasn't playing any games of cat and mouse with the zombies, no dramatic chase where he fled and they relentlessly pursued. They had run in a diagonal path, and once they'd cleared the zombies' main advance route, they stopped, standing at a height to observe quietly. The zombie horde wasn't coming for them, of course. They weren't so vain as to think they held such significance. As for where these zombies were heading, they had no way of knowing. Could someone have built another large shelter again? Surely no one would still be that reckless. Where are we heading now? Ji Shengduo asked. Zhou Jing'an pondered for a moment when a bold idea suddenly struck him. Do you think all the zombies in this area have gathered here? How would I know? Just say what you mean. Gotham doesn't need riddlers. Here's my thought. If all the zombies in this area have gathered here, it means the city doesn't have many left. What if we circle back? Would that work? That actually makes sense. Ji Shengduo's eyes immediately lit up. He could roughly guess Zhou Jing'an's intention. Hidden spaces concentrated in the city, those were where the most special items came from. Of course, if the city still had many zombies, they would simply turn around and leave. It wouldn't cost much time. But if they really got to take advantage of this opportunity, it would be a huge gain. Which city is closest to us? Probably Suhai County. The reason shelter? No. 24 always wanted to capture it was largely because it was too close to the shelter. Zhou Jing'an narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling some rather unpleasant memories. Suhai County. Then let's go there. In the center of a valley. The ground was covered with chunks of meat and splattered blood, with countless zombie lures smashed and mixed with the flesh and blood, their scent drifting into the distance on the cold wind. The suddenly erupted zombie horde was clearly drawn together by these things. Xiao Jun sat cross-legged on the mountain, calmly waiting for the horde to arrive. His severed arm had only grown back halfway, stopping at the elbow. For reasons unknown, it hadn't fully recovered, and it would likely take a long time before it healed completely. His appearance here was clearly a military move. After days of silence, the military had finally taken action again, and this time, it was a major operation. Finally, the mighty zombie horde followed the scent of the lure into the canyon, eagerly dropping to the ground to devour the flesh and blood the military had prepared in advance. Some even dug up the blood-soaked soil and shoveled it directly into their mouths, but their teeth and stomachs were clearly not as robust as those of hungry ghosts. As the horde continued to pour in, the valley filled with more and more zombies. By sunset, when darkness fell, the valley was nearly overflowing, and only then did Zhou Jing'an stand up and take out his walkie-talkie from his waist. "We can begin the operation." "Copy that." Half an hour later, a meteor streaked across the sky, and as it drew closer, its trailing flame became increasingly clear and bright. It wasn't a meteor at all. It was a hydrogen bomb. Lightning flashed across Zhou Jing'an's body as he burst forth with terrifying speed, sprinting far into the distance. The hydrogen bomb struck true to its programmed target, landing precisely in the valley's center. After a moment of silence, the immense energy from fusion was unleashed with a thunderous roar like a new sun rising in the night. In that instant, the sky brightened. Countless zombies were instantly melted away by the terrifying heat, while those further away were torn apart by the shockwave. Compared to this, the two bombs the military had previously used at Shelter No. 24 were nothing more than children's toys. But there was no other option. They had only possessed the former back then, and this latter weapon would never be detonated on Lungwa's soil unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, the present moment had arrived. Large shelters could protect more people, but they also constrained the military's actions. When they no longer needed to consider the safety of ordinary citizens and could mercilessly eliminate the zombies, the terrifying face of the state machinery finally emerged. When it came to destructive power, humanity had never been surpassed by any other existence. The massive zombie horde was like a school of fish passing through a whale's mouth. It had been bitten hard, with casualties already exceeding half. But the military's operations hadn't ceased. Over 1,000 zombies arrived late, pouncing on their own kind to savage them, inflicting damage on their own allies. These zombies hadn't defected, they were following orders. They were the undead army resurrected by Jiang Shao, far more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Only living beings infected by the zombie virus would become zombies. But the undead were different. They represented death itself, and all living things in this world would ultimately return to death's embrace. If not for the limited energy within Jiang Zhao's body, he could have single-handedly overwhelmed the apocalypse. Though he might also trigger a new catastrophe. When one person grows too powerful, their personality and mindset inevitably shift. After all, everyone aspires to be a superhero, yet everyone remains fundamentally human. The undead, commanded by Jiang Shao, feared no nuclear radiation, so they arrived at the battlefield first. After all, they were already dead. No amount of radiation could bring them back to life. A second wave of military elites arrived shortly after, clad in protective gear and led by Yi Hongyun. They unleashed their ranged attacks, while those without ranged capabilities brandished rifles, delivering fierce kicks to the zombies from behind. But soon some collapsed to the ground, vomiting inside their protective suits from radiation exposure, and were quickly carried to the rear for medical treatment. Most of them gritted their teeth and endured, especially those with higher physical attributes who were far more resistant to radiation. Their sole mission today was clear. That was to eliminate every last zombie here. What was that? Zhou Jing'an caught sight of the hydrogen bomb's flash as well, though from such a distance he could only see the light. Forget about that. What do we do now, eh? Ji Xingduo paid no mind to the glow. Perhaps he believed that with enough conviction in one's heart, everyone could become a light. Zhou Jing'an didn't respond immediately. His experience was surging rapidly, all flowing from Jiang Zhao's side, making it hard for him to ignore it. Yet the matter at hand was more pressing. They skirted past the horde, reaching Suhai County by nightfall. Their guess had been correct. Barely any zombies remained here. He had no intention of delaying the cleanup until tomorrow. Pulling out the zombie lure, he sprayed it on both himself and Ji Xingduo, then cast the sharing ability onto Ji Xingduo to apply status skills to both of them. Let's make a round through the city, draw out, and eliminate the remaining zombies. As for everything else, we'll deal with it after dawn tomorrow. Night operations were hardly a prudent choice. Yet Zhou Jing'an knew not when the departed zombies might return, so they had to seize control of this place without delay. However, claiming dominion over an entire city with just 2 people was a mere pipe dream. In the end, Zhou Jing'an narrowed his objective to the bustling commercial district at the city's heart. Not for any other reason, but simply because there were more elevators there. Of course, the availability of a luxury hotel to stay in was also a factor, though the least significant one. Ji Xingduo still preferred to avoid direct combat, luring all the zombies towards Zhou Jing'an instead. Zhou Jing'an, however, said nothing. If he possessed Ji Xingduo's innate talent, he would have done the same. It was perfectly understandable. Speaking of talents, since they had been too busy evading the zombie horde during the day to consciously control its effect, it had once again defaulted to all attributes 5. Not that this growth effect was undesirable. It was simply that it occurred so frequently it no longer held any surprise. After roughly clearing the commercial district of zombies, Zhou Jing'an used his talent ability to erect a perimeter of obstacles, which at least served to slow down the undead. Of course, this also meant he consumed even the bottle of energy recovery potion Zhou Jing'an had been saving. With all that spirit attribute added, the kids still lacked endurance. Zhou Jing'an wondered how long it would be before he could finally lean on Zhou Jing'an's strength. Having done all this, the two found a hotel nearby, headed straight for the most luxurious suite, and slept in separate rooms. Zhou Jing'an kicked open the door, filled the bathtub with drinking water drawn from a card, and since he had no fire-based skills, he could only soak in a cold bath. At that moment, he suddenly missed the Yang siblings, and of course Shen Xiao as well. He wondered how those children were faring with the military. After bathing, he used his spirit beast to shake the water off his body, then lay down on the soft plush bed. He released Feng Feng, the wind-chasing wolf, from the dimensional space, and cradled it in his arms. The little creature had now grown to about the size of a full-grown dog, its coat transformed into long silvery white fur that felt incredibly soft to the touch. Thanks to the pet system, it was exceptionally docile, showing none of the ferocity of a wolf when facing its master. However, after being confined in the dimensional space for several hours, it curled up in Zhou Jing'an's arms and whimpered pitifully. Zhou Jing'an flicked it on the forehead. "I'm not one for whining. Shut up and sleep." The next morning he rose early and took Zhou Jing'an to locate nearby instances. Within just a few blocks of the commercial district, they discovered 4 instances, in total 3 of which were zombie tombs. They weren't zombie transporters, they were zombie producers. As for the remaining instance, it was called Mirror Challenge. The description stated that upon entering, players would fight their own doppelganger. Victory would grant generous rewards, while defeat meant instant death. Zhou Jing'an immediately marked this instance as forbidden territory. He knew well how strong he was, and due to a lack of combat experience, his actual fighting skills were woefully inadequate. If a duplicate of himself were to battle him, he would undoubtedly be the one crushed. Moreover, since this instance didn't spawn zombies, there was no need to bother with it. After careful consideration, Zhou Jing'an decided to destroy the 3 zombie tombs. The world already had far too many zombies, there was no need for additional grinding spots. As for the future, when all zombies were eliminated and newborns could no longer obtain player privileges to awaken talents, that was beyond his concern. Besides, if that day ever came and the doomsday game had yet to be cleared by humanity, it would essentially mean defeat. Destroying the zombie tombs naturally didn't require his personal involvement. Although Feng Feng was still not fully grown, it was already level 1, with attributes even higher than most level 1 humans, making it capable of combat. Zhou Jing'an applied the shared link to Feng Feng, layered on various buffs, and the wolf instantly transformed into a tool dog. No, a tool wolf, slaughtering the low-level zombies within the instance without any pressure. Recalling his first foray into an instance where he had been so harried by the zombies inside, he realized that he had grown a great deal without even noticing. If I hadn't chosen talent reforging back then, perhaps the changes would have been even greater. Additionally, Zhou Jing'an discovered a small bug killing zombies more than 10 levels below his own yielded no experience or item drops. However, when Feng Feng killed those low-level zombies, it could gain experience, split evenly with Zhou Jing'an. Though no items dropped, it was still considered a gain. After all the zombies were slain, Zhou Jing'an raised the smasher and crushed the zombie tomb. The 3 instances yielded a total of 300 experience points, 3 blue cards, and 3 spatial fragments. Same formula, familiar rewards, no changes whatsoever. Zhou Jing'an used 2 fragments himself to slightly expand his dimensional space planning to keep his pet inside. A bit more room was always better. He gave the remaining fragment to Zhou Jing'an, who after examining its description handed it back without using it. This move left Zhou Jing'an bewildered. "You don't need it. This is a portable space, an inventory slot essential for travel home, and even murder and robbery." "Look for yourself," Zhou Jing'an replied. "Overlapping multiple dimensional spaces could cause spatial collapse and turbulence. If I use this, I won't be able to hide in your dimensional space when danger strikes." What a timid outlook. Zhou Jing'an flipped him off and used the fragment himself without a second thought. After ensuring the commercial district was safe, the two began exploring outward, searching for more instances. They let Feng Feng handle all the zombies they encountered, giving the little wolf some early training. Yet Zhou Jing'an never forgot the instance called the Braves Dungeon, which continued to spew out monsters relentlessly every day. But he was helpless against it, for the instance's rule allowed only 1 entry per person. He had already entered once to rescue Han Shui and the others, so even if he wanted to resolve the issue, he lacked the means. Zhou Jing'an could still enter, but Zhou Jing'an doubted he would be willing. Moreover, he didn't want to let Zhou Jing'an take that risk. If something went wrong, he would regret it forever. As for camping at the instance entrance every day, that was a thought best left as a fantasy. Actually doing it would be far too dangerous. Last time he had nearly had his neck bitten off by that tiger-headed creature. Even now the memory made his neck throb. He didn't know if that monster had been that powerful from the moment it emerged, or had grown stronger over time. But if it was the former, then his blocking the entrance would be no different from challenging it head-on. Thus it was better to play it safe. Unless he was particularly confident in an instance he didn't intend to grind it. After all, staying alive was the most important thing. 2 days later, outside the valley dozens of kilometers from the shelter, the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. Hundreds of zombies, their flesh rotting away to expose bone beneath the erosion of nuclear radiation, were constantly patrolling the area. Upon spotting any fellow creatures still twitching, they would immediately close in for a bite. These zombies were clearly controlled by Jiang Shao. The others stood far from the area, too exhausted to do anything but slump against the ground, sweat pouring from their foreheads down their cheeks and into their collars. Yet even in this condition, none dared remove their protective suits. They could only rest stifled inside them. As for whether the radioactive dust might spread and contaminate other regions, that was no longer a concern of theirs. These were secondary matters. As long as humanity could endure until the day the apocalyptic game was cleared, there would be time to correct course. But if they failed to reach that day, then even if Planet Blue exploded, it would be of no consequence to them. How many zombies remained? Someone asked. Jiang Shao closed his eyes, tapping into the vision of the undead under his command, then exhaled deeply. Nearly all are dead. A few incapacitated ones remain. I'll handle them. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers, leaping to their feet. After 2 days and nights of relentless combat, they had finally eradicated the zombie threat entirely. The outcome far exceeded their expectations before the operation. This was nothing short of a decisive victory. According to the original plan, some high-tier zombies might have survived the hydrogen bomb detonation and continued leading the horde in battle. In that scenario, they would have been forced to establish defensive positions and engage in a war of attrition, while also dispatching teams to eliminate remaining forces within the city and cut off the horde's retreat. However, what neither side could have anticipated was that the zombie king never appeared. Those powerful high-tier zombies had all clustered at the forefront and were nearly wiped out in a single blow by the hydrogen bomb. The remaining zombies posed no real threat in terms of strength despite their numbers. Yet even so, it took them 2 full days and nights to clear out the zombies completely. Unfortunately, most of the cards dropped by the zombies could no longer be retrieved. What's our next move? Someone else asked. Xiao Jun replied seriously, we stick to the original plan. First, we reclaim certain cities and eliminate the dungeon spaces that produce zombies, curbing their numbers. We'll establish small shelters with fewer than 100 people, gather any other survivors we can find, and once the researchers at those 5 shelters achieve results, we'll consider building larger facilities. Zhou Jing'an had no idea what was happening over there. He only sensed that the air had grown somewhat oppressive these past 2 days. But this was normal. For the apocalypse, what was a little bad air? The fact that nuclear radiation hadn't mutated everyone into grotesque creatures was already a testament to the restraint shown by military forces across nations. Had all nuclear-armed nations unleashed their full firepower immediately upon the arrival of the apocalyptic game, the zombies would surely have been eradicated long ago. Of course, in such a scenario, humanity would likely have wiped itself out in the process. Now Zhou Jing'an laid out all the cards he'd accumulated over the past few days on the table, determined to open them in one sitting. 7 blue cards, more than 20 green cards, and 3 spatial fragments. It was undeniable that dungeons remained the richest source of high-tier special items. He had no intention of using these spatial fragments himself. Having expanded his dimensional space several times already, it was sufficient for his needs. Instead, he might as well seek opportunities to trade them for items he required more urgently. The 7 blue cards, however, were the main event of the day. Blue cards could only yield green rarity equipment, which Zhou Jing'an had little use for at present. He favored obtaining special items and skill books instead. He hadn't had much opportunity to open cards of this quality before, but he suspected they might produce skill books. Whether his guess would prove correct was something only experience could reveal. The first card he drew, a flash of blue light, and a treasure map materialized in Zhou Jing'an's hand. He paused silently for a moment, then decisively tore open the next one. The remaining 6 blue cards were opened in sequence, yielding the following results. Equipment Enhancement Stone can be used on equipment to improve its quality. Cannot be applied to blue rarity equipment or higher. Mental Enhancement Potion upon consumption doubles mental attributes for 12 hours. The maximum boost cannot exceed 200 points. Teleportation Stone, activating this marks the user's current location. Using it again will vanish the stone and teleport the user back to the marked position. Disguiser's Glove left, fine mental 5. Special effect, all attacks deal for increased damage. Set effect, unknown. Wild Instinct, level 1, enhanced perception of danger. When threatened, agility temporarily increases by 20 for 5 seconds. Proficiency 0, 100 bioelectricity, level 1 bioelectricity is enhanced. When attacking targets at close range, additional electric attribute damage is dealt. Proficiency 0-100. As Zhou Jing'an had expected, he managed to obtain skill books, 2 of them. Though neither skill was particularly powerful, they were both functional and worthwhile. Yet these items failed to excite him, while all proved useful, none were truly exceptional. Perhaps his standards had simply grown too refined for ordinary rewards. This time he chose selfishness and kept both skill books for himself. Only after using them did he discover both skills were passive in nature, impossible to activate at will. Their proficiency would increase automatically over time, but at a painfully slow pace. Advancing their levels would essentially depend on his innate abilities and special items. He also retained the teleportation stone and treasure map for his own use. While neither was immediately necessary, the destination marked on the map wasn't excessively far, so he might visit when the opportunity arose. As for the remaining disguiser's glove, mental enhancement potion, and equipment enhancement stone, he bundled them all and handed them to Zhou Jing'an. There was no question about the first two. The mental boost was far more suited to Zhou Jing'an. As for the enhancement stone, it made more sense to apply it to green rarity gear. Zhou Jing'an possessed no green equipment, only 2 blue rarity pieces which the stone couldn't enhance anyway. This way, if Zhou Jing'an consumed the mental enhancement potion and exerted his innate ability to its fullest, he could likely sustain it for 20 seconds without issue. A giant hand descending from the heavens to deliver 20 seconds of dimensional collapse against the target. The very thought was thrilling. Yet this wasn't the optimal application of his power. He could influence the world within his palm and leave objects inside it, causing them to manifest in reality at hundreds of times their original size. Though this drastically increased energy consumption, the energy would regenerate automatically. Such waste would be foolish to leave unused. Since he had little inclination toward direct combat, he could serve as logistics support, specializing in amplification. Previously, enlarging a sheet of tempered glass 100-fold had nearly exhausted him, but now he felt ready to attempt more specialized and complex applications, such as bullets. If he were to thrust a pistol into his palm world and fire at a target, the effect in reality would be a bullet nearly a meter in diameter striking at 100-fold velocity. Nothing could survive such an impact. At this thought, Zhou Jing'an couldn't help but narrow his eyes, envisioning a future where he firmly clung to Zhou Jing'an's good graces. In that vision, Zhou Jing'an would extend a massive hand from the air, gripping an assault rifle and cutting down enemies across the battlefield with devastating efficiency.